It was a cave whose depths were completely illuminated by torches. In addition, there were an incredible number of monsters, most of which were goblins that lived here. There were an incredible number of them inside, but there were also people who began to destroy the goblins that were walking along the corridors of the cave right at them. Right at that moment, someone started attacking the monsters, and their entire group stopped in place after a few blows. It was some kind of creature whose face was almost hidden because it had a hood on its head. After a while, despite being attacked, the goblins ran straight towards the man, taking their weapons in hand. The very next moment, the monsters began to be destroyed by the one who was hiding under that hood. At some point, this person looked around, wondering if help would come soon, because he was not alone in this dungeon. However, the one behind him, also wearing armor, only got angry when his allies started to push him. In the end, they quickly managed to destroy the monsters they encountered, and the last goblin remained, and he didn't even fight them anymore. The second night came even closer, swinging his weapon at the goblin and hitting it, so they managed to clear the area. After some time, all the monsters that walked through this dungeon were destroyed, although these two did not think that they would have to spend so much time on it. Also, the hooded creature said that the goblins that were enchanted by their master were also destroyed, so they decided to contact him. For some reason, they thought something might have happened to him, but the ally said that Kai was worrying too much and for nothing. But at the same moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, which of course confused them greatly. However, when they looked around, everything became clear, because right behind them was a giant orc that caused the earthquake. As this monster was very strong, the two decided that it would be better for them to just retreat and find their master. However, Kai shouted out to Kezel to wait, but it was too late as he ran forward. Despite this, Kai shouted that they shouldn't run away, because it would be easy for him to deal with this orc alone. At the same moment, a strong flash occurred in front of the huge orc, and he was unable to hit with his axe, which he was already holding. At the moment when he rushed forward, Kai saw that the orc was fighting with Kesla. Kai stood up for him, worried about his friend, and telling him that this way he could say goodbye to his life. However, at that very moment, their master came to them and ordered them both to retreat immediately. Moreover, he was not alone there, because the commander also came to the rescue, and they said that they would deal with this monster themselves. He took a card in his hand and raised it up to destroy the monster. Immediately after that, a sphere of fire appeared above them and grew bigger by the second. They all stood far enough away to be at a safe distance and continued to watch what was happening. The very next moment, this fire sphere exploded and scattered into many small flames that destroyed the orc in front of them. Kai and his ally were amazed by what they saw, but they did not expect anything else from their master, who was an unrivaled magician. Then the other man approached the boy, asking if he was all right, because he looked quite tired, and said that he had spent all his mana on that orc. The mage standing next to him said that the guy was still doing a great job with his mission and showing his best. It was strange for him to hear such words, even though in his past he could only dream of such a level because he did nothing at all. Once upon a time, he could just sit under his blanket in his apartment and hide from the world, watching everything. But 3 months ago, the door of his apartment turned into a portal to a dungeon, so the hero was locked inside his own home. At first, the guy even thought it was quite interesting and wanted to know more about it. And then when the young man went inside, he realized that he felt like a character from some fantasy. But in reality, he found out that everything was not so good, because he was not alone in this dungeon, and of course, he came across the goblins who lived there. As soon as they saw the new guest, they immediately tried to attack and destroy him, and in the end, it turned out that the poison got into the boy's wounds. Then the boy returned home, trying to do something about his wounds, but he was still on the edge of not knowing what was going to happen next. However, later he received a message congratulating him on his survival and promoting him to the rank of Dungeon Explorer. Although this story ended well, he was afraid to return there. He also tried to ask for help on the internet, but no one believed his story, and there was no point in calling the police. However, fortunately for him, he managed to find several other people like him. It was a special website where you could find not only discussions about all this, and not only tips or groups. There were also completely different quests that were directly related to dungeon crawling. And now his apartment number became the name of this dungeon, which trapped the guy in his house, so he only had to clear it with other players. However, he was too scared to do it alone, so he thought they could do it without his help, and decided to stay home, not daring to go deeper again. However, later he had to go hunting, because he needed money to live on, and by destroying monsters, he could get this money and then buy the things he needed on the dungeon's website. Then time passed, and one day he saw a thread that said that the further you go deeper into the dungeon, the more terrible monsters you will meet there. So he decided that he would continue to destroy ordinary goblins. Thus, these 3 months passed, and only 5 people remained from the entire group that gathered for this raid, and it was this moment that made the guy think. He wondered why there were so few of them, and whether they were alive, and what he himself should do next. And he was already thinking about just continuing to destroy goblins and making a living that way. However, the young man was very afraid that these creatures would one day be able to get to him, and he would not be able to do anything about it or fight back. The main character did not know what to do next, but a wave of panic completely covered him, so the young man began to realize that he needed to quickly decide what to do. Only later did he manage to find a person who received the same quest as himself. And this person with whom he managed to get in touch wanted to start the battle with the boss tomorrow, which is why he asked everyone who was left to gather for such an event, so that there would be more of them. At that moment, the young man was very happy, realizing that he was not alone, and there were still those who could fight, so he would live. But then the next day came, and when he looked at the screen again, he was very scared, and his body began to tremble. Out of 30 possible participants for this raid, there was only one, and there were 274 days left. But there were only more goblins throughout the dungeon, and no one could destroy them because there were no participants. They walked around their territories guarding the dungeon, but at that moment it turned out that someone was watching them closely. At the very moment when they were not expecting anything at all and were just standing guard, someone attacked. It turned out that it was the protagonist who found the strength, and realizing that no one would save him, he went inside to destroy those creatures. In the end, he did quite well, and the guy destroyed everyone except the last one, so he rushed right at him. He quickly moved to the last one to finish them all off and began to hit him. After this blow, everything was finally over, and the guy breathed out a sigh of relief, seeing that it was over. Then he took the knife in his hands and ran it along his finger, hoping only that this time he would get it right. On one of the goblins he had killed, the boy put a letter with some kind of sign on it, and then he poured some of his blood into it. Then he walked away for a while, thinking that his Arzu's Archewol would work, and he would be able to end it all. Something began to happen around him, and it seemed that this magic began to connect him with the goblin he had destroyed. But then the young man began to feel something strange, and he wondered what was happening to his body. His head started to spin, and the goblins that had just been lying on the ground came to their senses and looked at the boy in front of them in amazement. In the end, he managed to somehow get back home and stay alive, but despite all this, he was left completely alone without any help. He really tried not to pay attention to what was happening around him and searched for at least something on the dungeon site that could help him. But no matter how long he searched and how many products he looked through, he still couldn't find anything, so he simply had no choice. Now that he can't clear this dungeon alone, and there's no help around, he'll just have to stay with it forever. However, before doing so, the guy decided that he needed to at least evaluate his own skills. Sitting in front of the screen and looking at his phone, he tried to do something and finally succeeded. It was written there about mana and concentration, which means that he turned out to be a magician, and using a special application from the site, he managed to read information about himself. And thanks to the skills he developed, i.e., this mana and concentration, he learned what helped him to subdue these goblins. At first, this fraud worked only with one of them, but then, when he tried it a few more times, he managed to do it with several other monsters. However, there seemed to be a limit because he could not do anything else, and the young man noticed that his mana was completely exhausted. After a while, Kim Hyunbo came closer to the goblin he had already managed to charm with his own skills, and after he started to feel it, he decided that the best option now would be to just go back. When Hyunbo could no longer even stand on his feet, he shouted to his subordinates to help him right now. Since the goblins were completely obedient to their master's orders, they rushed to help him get to his home. After some time, Henbo, though incredibly tired, made it to his house and went inside almost falling over. He realized that he had done it literally at the last moment, because if he had stayed there for at least a few more minutes, he might not have seen his own home again. Already exhausted, the young man started to get to his room, and also realized that he had managed to learn something thanks to this site. These magical skills were quite rare, and they are especially in demand in group raids on dungeons. This could be useful to him, but despite all this, he could not create a group raid because there was still only one person. Henbo realized that if he hadn't been afraid a long time ago, they would have had a chance if they had gotten together. Right now, he realized that they would have been able to do much more if he had decided to go ahead instead of being afraid, and he began to cry. The goblin standing behind him did not understand what was happening to his master, but Henbo realized that in that case, he would not be left alone now. At this point, 3 days had passed since he decided to start clearing the dungeon, and although it was of the lowest class, Henbo could not cope with it alone, and there were 272 days left before failure. Right now, he just fell off his feet and fell asleep on the floor in the middle of his room. Suddenly, he heard a knocking sound, and Henbo sat up and immediately grabbed the bat that was lying right next to him. He also thought that he heard something else, but now he was not sure if it was true. The goblins also remained by his side, but the moment their master was frightened, they also ran back. After Henbo slowly and very carefully walked to his door and opened it, he saw only a parcel behind it. The people who had sent it realized that it seemed that the guy had received the parcel and taken it to his home. The head of this organization believed that it was necessary to invest in their future because most of them would not survive in a year, but those who would survive would be very strong. The assistant said that this was just a guess, but the head did not think that anything bad would happen because it was only $3,000. However, the problem was that he had already spent $900,000. After all, he was helping other people and just spending a lot of money just for that. The man sat at his computer and sighed, saying that he was right and he was really spending a lot of money to help someone. But he still believed that it was best to invest all his savings in people, because if you come to their aid in the most difficult moment, they will always remember this act. And even if only 1% of them survive, it will still be a very worthwhile investment for the future. Of course, the employee understood everything, but he still didn't think it was the best idea. And then he added that he wouldn't have been able to do it himself. The manager said that the main thing was that he just understood him and helped him further, and he did not dare to refuse. The man himself also did not know exactly what would come of it and whether he was doing the right thing by investing so much money. Henbo took the parcel home and began to read who it was from, and it turned out that the box was sent by the head of all magicians. The man wrote that he had seen Henbo's messages and realized that he was not in the best situation right now, which is why he sent these 2 books. Also, the head of the wizards hoped that what was written there could at least help the guy somehow. Hyunbo looked on the website that each of these books cost 200,000 won, and the first thing he thought was that it could be a simple fake. He was going to see what it was anyway, and thought that perhaps many people were deceived by this book. Then, after reading some comments, Henbo opened the book and the wrapper was burned, which meant that this thing was not a fake. The young man could not even guess who the head of the wizards was, but he was already thanking him for this gift because it was exactly what he needed. He realized that the use of magic was very similar to knitting, because in order to start using it, you need a clear scheme of work. It is also worth imagining an image in your head of what you want to get, but Hyunbo only now began to regret that he had no time to study at school. It took him as long as 30 minutes to make one magic circle, but it seemed that in 4 days he had gotten the hang of it and understood how to do it. So, the young man decided that he would not give up and would eventually be able to get used to using these spells. He also decided to start with the day's tasks first, because if he refused to clear the dungeon too often, his level and skills would begin to decline. At this point, Hyunbo released his goblins with whom he was in the apartment, and then ordered them to go forward and went to the dungeon with them. After a while, they were already there, and then the guy and his assistants began to examine the area around them to figure out how to proceed. At the same moment, their master ordered the goblins to continue attacking and destroying those who were now standing in front of them. The monsters obeyed his order and immediately began to attack, which led to a fight between them all. Later, everything calmed down because the assistants coped with the situation, and the boy realized that now it was much easier for him to control his mana. After that, the young man hid behind the dungeon wall looking at the monsters and thought that he would need to tame another one. But as soon as he looked out, he saw not just any goblins, but skeletons. At that moment, Hyunbo was a little scared, not knowing whether to try such an experiment with them, but then he thought that he could do it. He was going to do it anyway, and calming himself down, he thought that it was just a pile of bones anyway. Meanwhile, the other goblins had been fighting with each other for some time, but it seems that Henbo didn't care about that, and was only thinking about how to use his mana better on the new monsters. It would be a little harder for him to repeat this trick with skeletons because they have no blood, only bones. In addition, Hyunbo thought that it would be quite uninteresting to destroy them and compete with them, unlike goblins. He decided to look at their characteristics and saw that their sword skills or dexterity with magic and concentration were at the E level. However, this actually surprised him a bit, because of course these are bad and low skills, but they were still present. Despite this, Henbo ordered his goblins to rush at the skeletons, thinking that it would be better to catch them first. After a while, everything was ready, and he sat down next to the monsters, trying to figure out how to tame them. The protagonist tried to remember some information about it from the site, but he couldn't remember anything similar. That's why he forgot about this idea and put a letter with a drawing on the skeleton's face, and then said that he would trust his intuition and emotion. As was the case with the goblins, the process itself was not much different, so Hyunbo stopped worrying a bit. He knew that in order to tame someone, it was enough to just think about it and direct his mana to the target creature. And after a while, He did it all, and then realized that he had succeeded, even though it was the first time he had dealt with skeleton. The guy was surprised that everything went well, but after a successful experiment, Hyunbo realized that he could trust and rely on himself. Of course, this would help him a lot in continuing to explore the dungeon, especially when he was alone. However, there was also a problem with this because unlike taming goblins, skeletons took too much mana. That's why Hyunbo decided to postpone this dungeon exploration for another time and ordered his goblins to return home with him. During that time, he managed to subdue a skeleton, but its level was very low and the monster was not able to do much. Approaching her, Hyunbo also read that she was a girl, and then, standing next to the window of information about this monster, the young man decided that he could give her a name. After some thought, Hyunbo decided that he would call her Christina, although it was not clear that she was happy about it or protested. After all, he had only 268 days left before the dungeon raid failed, and it had been a week since he had started exploring the dungeon. For some time, he slept while the skeleton he had recently tamed sat beside him and guarded him from possible danger. Hyunbo, along with his other two subordinates and the mage, rushed into the fray at the same moment. But immediately after they tried to attack the monster together, they failed because it was easy to deal with and the team lost. Only a few hours later, when it was already morning, Hyunbo pretended to look around and did not realize what time it was. After that, he turned his attention to the skeleton next to him, and for a moment, he was even afraid and was about to start fighting the monster. But very soon the young man remembered what happened yesterday, namely the fact that he still managed to tame that skeleton, and now it is his subordinate. As the young man came closer, he saw that something was wrong with Chris, because she was just sitting there waving her head in different directions, and Hyunbo asked if she was okay. But immediately after that, she smiled as much as she could and greeted the owner. But Hyunbo was even more frightened, because he could not think that the skeleton would speak. But she kept smiling and telling him not to worry, and not to be surprised, because she could speak thanks to his mana. For a while, the young man did not understand, but Chris told him that it was because Hyunbo had cast mana on her that she could speak, and because she had a name, she could remember her past life. Since Hyunbo still didn't understand much of what she was saying, he tried to ask her more about it, saying that he wanted to know more detail. He still couldn't accept that he was looking at not just a skeleton, but a creature that could speak and also had some feeling. Chris repeated that it was because he had given it a name, although Hyunbo admitted that he had just said something that came to mind first. The goblins also did not understand what was happening and sat behind their master, but Chris added that nothing in this life happens for nothing. She began to talk about how a name is given for a reason, because it is something that distinguishes you as a person, and then Hyunbo began to apologize, saying that he was wrong. Chris herself admitted that she reacted sharply to this, but explained that it was really a very important topic for such beings without a name, like herself. The girl began to talk about how those who lose their identity and souls end up in the dungeon, and that's exactly what happened to her. After that, Hyunbo tried to find out if she knew who had taken her name, but Chris said that she did not remember when it happened and who did it. Even though Hyunbo's mana helped restore her memory, she could not remember why she was like this. However, she also said that she managed to remember some things from that moment. Chris said that the creature that did this to her was incredibly scary, and when she saw it in front of her, she was not comfortable. At this moment, when Chris was telling everything she remembered, Hyunbo realized that through his magic, he was also able to feel her emotions and sensations. His hands also began to tremble, and this made him realize how scared Chris was at the time. The goblins tried to reassure her that everything was fine, but at that moment, Hyunbo began to doubt whether he could defeat that monster at all. After that, the young man decided to ask her himself what he would have to do next, and whether he would have to compete with a terrible and strong creature. He also began to worry that if he didn't survive the battle with the creature, he might lose his soul and end up in that dungeon like a skeleton. So, Hyunbo was scared. However, Chris immediately came to him and told him that she would not let her master end his life like that. She added that he shouldn't be afraid because she would protect him and would always be there to inform him of any possible danger. Eventually, this helped a little, and the young man asked if she remembered anything else, because any little thing would be useful now. At that moment, Chris said that she remembered something, but then abruptly stopped talking as if she did not understand what she was talking about. Hyunbo could see that he was a little scared again, so she calmed him down, saying that she just needed to maintain her ability to speak with mana and that he shouldn't worry. Her words made it clear that the mana Hyunbo had now was not enough for her. The young man apologized, saying that now he would have to wait until he recovered, but he did not know what to do next. Then Chris sat down at her laptop and put on her headphones and started to do something, and Hyunbo, who was watching, didn't even know how to comment on the picture because it looked so strange. He decided to look at the window with her characteristics and noticed that there was absolutely nothing about how and how much she could talk. However, despite this, the young man noticed that other indicators had improved and something new had appeared, which was called her gift. He also noticed that she had sea-level magic, so he decided that someday he would take some lessons from Chris. So if they develop magic, Ol will be able to just stand behind and make other skeletons fight. While she was trying to learn all this, Hyunbo already realized that they had a great plan to execute. Chris continued to try to learn at least something, and the young man decided that she would need to buy a computer to study. After Chris took off her headphones, the young man said that he would need help, and of course, she agreed to listen to him. The girl had previously spoken about her past life, and the fact is that she was a sorceress then. Knowing this, Hyunbo asked Chris to teach him magic and everything she knew, and she gladly agreed. Eventually, they started studying at the same hour, and Chris explained everything in order, and her knowledge was truly incredible. Thanks to her, studying the book was much easier for him, and Chris told him how to use mana and accumulate it. She also explained why he couldn't use magic circles, saying that Hyunbo should grow up morally and physically, and then he would succeed. In just 1 week, the boy managed to learn a lot, thanks to her being his teacher. I wanted to go to the dungeon earlier after sketching all the magic circles, but I had to hurry because there could be a punishment. Chris was always by his side, telling him that now Hyunbo had to survive because he had the opportunity to do so, no matter what the conditions were. The goblins continued to fight with each other again, and Hyunbo realized that he was less afraid of the dungeon now. Then Chris came up to him and said that this time he would need to tame as many monsters as possible. Despite the fact that it was necessary, the young man was still hesitant about whether he could do it right now. Now Chris said that the goblins they had would be enough for now, but he didn't know what to do next. Then she added that they would have to check something, though she didn't say what it was yet. Chris then went up to one of the goblins and said that where they would go next would be connected to her. She also reminded them that they had gathered their mana before going inside. In addition, no matter how hard they tried, the amount of mana could not increase. Hyunbo asked if it had something to do with her, and Chris said that it did. After that, something started to happen to one of the goblins standing next to them, and he flew into the air. The guy looked at it all for a while, not understanding anything at first, but then everything became clear to him. He just didn't know it before, but it turned out that Chris was an evil monster that was already dead. She started talking, saying that it was after she said goodbye to her life that she wanted to really live on. In addition, she could not accumulate mana because she was no longer a living being. Her voice sounded tragic but confident, so Chris said that Hyunbo knew what was needed to make an evil person like her stronger. Namely, she said that she had to take other people's lives and feed on them. At this point, Hyunbo started to get a little scared again, because it was unexpected and different from the way people live. It also scared him a little that he had to take the lives of others to survive, and all this only proved that she was a monster. It was hard for the young man to accept this, but he realized that Chris was well aware of who she really was. But then the protagonist came closer to her, reminding her that she had said earlier that she was ready to do anything for him. Chris said that she was, and that's why Hyunbo gave her the order to destroy others in order to make herself stronger. He explained that otherwise she wouldn't be able to protect him, and in order to be strong, she would have to do it, saying that the blame was all on him. After all, he gave this order, not her own decision to act this way. For a while, the girl was silent, but then she said that Hyunbo was too good a person, although it surprised him after such an order. She simply explained that she had to survive at any cost, so she no longer wanted to look for other excuses as she had before. Chris wanted to continue, but Hyunbo said that they would deal with this later because there were more important things to do now. Then she added that at least he was not a zombie, but the young man did not understand the difference between them. Chris explained that although they were closer to the living than she was, they had to eat the undead in order to become stronger. Hyunbo imagined what it would look like, and how these zombies would bite a living, or already dead body to gain strength. Chris noticed that he was very scared, saying that Hyunbo shouldn't worry so much, but he realized that it was really good that there was a skeleton here. She also asked what about his skills and whether they were better, and Hyunbo said that they had indeed changed. But it would hardly be enough, because destroying only one goblin would not make her as strong as she needed to be. Realizing this, the guy said that they should look for someone else if they want the skill to improve. Also, behind his back, the guy heard something that made him look around, and a frightened goblin pointed somewhere. But before he could understand anything, Chris immediately went forward, saying that he had left the matter to her. Henbo stood behind, but he wasn't entirely sure that Chris would be able to handle it alone. Without answering, the girl went forward and started using the magic arrow skill. Ahead was a pack of goblins that Henbo had already encountered more than once, and they were quickly running towards them. At the same moment, Chris's arrow almost reached them, and thus could have destroyed all the monsters at once. Despite the fact that she almost succeeded, her mana was completely exhausted, so Chris lost her strength and Hyunbo took his shield saying that it would help. Immediately after that, the guy ordered his goblins to run forward and attack the other. The next moment, the monsters started fighting each other and quickly won because there were so many of them. Those who had not yet been attacked began to flee deeper into the dungeon, but one of those standing nearby noticed and showed Hyunbo. He ordered his goblins to immediately rush after them to catch those trying to escape. They immediately obeyed the order, and after a few minutes, all the goblins in the dungeon were lying defeated on the ground. Hyunbo also helped them, but he himself got a little bit of damage from them, and the clothes he was wearing were already torn by their claws. He stood there, not understanding why he did it, and only then he took up his head, seeing that all his goblins were destroyed. At first, the young man thought that the enemies were running away, but there was their lair, and more goblins. Hyunbo didn't even know what to do, and whether to conquer the goblins again, because it could happen again. He really didn't know what to do, but then Chris came up to him and asked if he needed help. He continued to stand there calmly, scarred, but Chris added that he shouldn't worry so much about it. The girl took off her hood, saying that these goblins were expendable, and sooner or later, it had to happen. She also added that now, it would be better for them to just go and heal their wounds. And in the end, Chris was right. Everything had already happened, and they couldn't change anything, so Hyunbo agreed to go back to recover his strength. After some time, they managed to get home, and Chris helped him to treat the wounds he had received during the battle with those goblins. It turned out to be fast, because Chris had the first circle of healing magic that helped Hyunbo recover, almost immediately after the application. The girl said that she didn't think she could use it as an evil one, but it worked, and Hyunbo thanked her for her help. After that, Chris said that it would be worth buying some equipment, because the next time could be much harder and more dangerous. Hyunbo agreed, but he didn't have as much money as he would have liked, although he didn't have much money. Even the simplest kit would cost about 151, but Chris said that it would not be enough, and Hyunbo said not to worry about finding money, because she can create a page with the topic on that site and give advice. The ones that get more views will be well paid, and she can post something useful about magic. Hyunbo didn't immediately believe that this knowledge could be exchanged for money, but Chris assured him that it wouldn't be too difficult. She wanted to write a beginner's guide to magic, and this topic could be a hot topic. So eventually Hyunbo also thought that her extensive knowledge could be useful. After that, the young man said that he could start working on it, so Chris set to work. After a while, she called him saying that she had finished, and had saved more than 50 million won, so now she could find some good equipment. She was also thinking about moving, and all she had to do was enter the address of the house where they live, and where they will move to. Then they will stay in prison for about half a day and return to their new home. Tomorrow they were supposed to get extra money, because her advice was useful, so if she stays in the top, she will get a lump sum payment of the same amount as she earned. Normally they would spread it over 5 months, but Chris convinced them to give it all at once. Hyunbo said it was a great opportunity because he had been wanting to move in with other people for a long time, so Chris agreed to do so. 4 days later, the apartment was bought and they could move in together. There were 4 rooms and a living room, and they paid a deposit and paid everything for the first year of living here. It was a really incredible apartment, but there was still one thing when they went inside. There were a lot of people downstairs who were living quietly as if nothing had happened. Besides, Hyunbo didn't know how the move had happened at all, and what the changes Chris had made earlier were. He thought that these might be the same people who helped with the money, and they might know how to get out of here. The guy continued to think about all this, until he was called by Chris to stand behind him. She began to scream, saying that it was enough to fly in the clouds because to survive, you need to go through the dungeon in any other way. Hyunbo was scared to think that she could read minds, but still said that there might be another way. However, Chris thought it was pointless because that way could be very dangerous, and then he would just run away again like before. Chris was already angry at what was happening because she was trying to tell him that running away would not solve any problem. Hyunbo didn't know what to do anymore, but seeing the world before his eyes, he realized that there was a way and hit the glass with his fist. But of course it didn't help. He only injured his hand on the glass, so he didn't get any freedom. The guy was angry and frustrated, saying that he just wanted to get out of here and not be trapped in those walls. He wanted to get out and survive, and at that moment, he told himself that he would accomplish this mission no matter what. Apart from these words and a strong desire and confidence, he had nothing else, but something started to happen. Chris could barely stand on her feet with her hands covering herself, but she felt that all this energy flow was mana, a huge amount of it. Hyunbo himself did not really realize what had just happened and how it happened to him, but then he saw a sphere in his hand. After that, The guy started fighting using the same mana, after which it was much easier for him than before. He destroyed those he saw in front of him, and quite soon, there were a lot of goblins he had destroyed on the ground. Henbo himself did not understand how it happened, and was surprised only when Chris began to praise him, saying that he did well. He managed to overcome his anger and despair, which opened up a new power that he now possessed. The girl explained that after this, his own mana awakened in his body, which would make him even stronger. She added that Hyunbo got it because he was able to overcome his past self, because magic always depends on the mental state of a person. Chris happily exclaimed that he had succeeded, and that after that, Hyunbo could even be called a wizard. The young man himself was also surprised to hear this, but he was happy to realize that after all this time, he had finally managed to do something. Now he had a magic circle, and after acquiring this skill, he became a caller, not too much, but still stronger. After that, the guy started to be proud of himself, saying that he would become even stronger, but Chris added that it was all thanks to that equipment. Chris said that money solves everything, and that's what they always say on the internet, so Hyunbo thought about restricting her access to it. After that, the young man said it was time to go back, and they had worked very hard today. They managed to tame 2 more skeletons, both of which had fencing skills and had defense and coordination skill. After they came home with them, Henbo tried to use his magic on these skeletons again and put a pattern on them. After that, he was successful, and 2 more skeletons became his subordinates thanks to this magic. It was them that the boy decided to name Kai and Kezel, and told them right after the skeletons came to. Hyunbo asked Chris if he had succeeded, but she said that it would be better to just wait a bit. He asked what could go wrong, and Chris said that they might not be as obedient as they were in her case. The memories of the end of her life and then becoming evil could have a strong impact on them, so for now, they could only wait for her memory to return. Eventually, they decided that they would wait for now, so they locked them inside the closet and moved away. One of them just fell down from the closet and didn't get up, and the other one sat there fearfully, not knowing what was happening. Chris came closer and looked at them both, realizing that most likely their memory had returned. It seemed that the skeleton wanted to speak, even though it could not, because it had no vocal cords, but it still understood their language. Then Chris began to explain that they really can't do it, and that her case was just unique. After that, the skeleton sat down on the ground, and Chris began to tell them that they now had a second chance at life. Their names had been taken away from them, but thanks to the return, they were able to regain at least some of their memory of the past. Henbo stood behind listening to all this, and Chris also told them that their master gave them new names and that it was his merit. Although he had mixed feelings about it, they now called him their savior. But then Chris also told them that their master was in danger, as well as the whole world, which could be destroyed very soon. That's why they have to protect him and help him survive and do what they've failed to do in their past lives. She said that they need to swear that they are ready to do anything for their master and even give their lives for him, and thank him for everything he does for them. The fact that Hyunbo gave Chris a name allowed her to live for magic again, so she said that she would continue to protect him until the end of her life. They seemed to have something of a bond after that vow, but Chris said that Kai and Kiesel should do the same. She also turned to them and threatened that if they refused, she would destroy them right then and there. After that, the 2 of them agreed to do it and said that they swore their loyalty to their master, as did Chris. They thanked Hyunbo for giving them the opportunity to come back to life and take revenge by achieving the goals they had not achieved in their past lives. When the skeleton said this oath, Hyunbo's strength seemed to start growing again, and he felt it very well. After all, they were now a team of 4, so he said he could rely on them. Of course, they were not given any choice to refuse, but the skeletons asked their master and Chris to take care of them now. After that, they were all connected to each other, so they could talk without using mana. Then Hyunbo decided to ask why these 2 wanted revenge so badly, because it would have been good for him to know in advance. One of them said that he wanted to take revenge for something, but he still couldn't remember who and what it was. However, he also promised that in any case he would find the person who destroyed him and would be able to take revenge for such actions. The other one also started to tell us that his family used to have a very important relic, but when his terrible brother went to the dungeon to find it, they lost contact with him and lost the relic. That's why Kai, who used to be a knight, said that he wants to take revenge on the person who did this and find the thing that belongs to the family. In her past life, as well as now, Chris was a magician, and all she wanted was to continue studying magic and become even stronger. Since everyone had already told everything, and started looking at Hyunbo, he realized that they were probably waiting for him to tell his story as well. The boy was visibly nervous, but he said his name, and then hesitantly said that his goal was to survive in the dungeon. He also began to talk about how he had once almost said goodbye to his life, and it had changed him quite a bit. After all, now Henbo no longer wanted to feel the fear he had already experienced, nor to feel more fear that was inflicted then. That's why the young man turned to his skeletons and asked them to help him survive here. All three of them listened to the boy to the end, and then said that they were very impressed by the honesty of their host. Of course, no one wanted to say goodbye to their lives, so they gladly agreed to help, and asked the boy what they should do next. After that, they went back to the dungeon to gain some experience in fighting. Hyunbo praised them, saying that they did a good job, and that he could now spend more time on his studies. Kessel was always running ahead of them, intending to kill everyone, and he had to be stopped all the time, so they were moving forward quite quickly. They also got to the boss pretty quickly, although they didn't really expect it to happen so quickly. He had read on the website about this place that there should be 1 goblin warrior and 20 small and slightly weaker goblin. Kessel immediately exclaimed that it would be very easy and they would be done in a couple of minutes, although Kai thought he was being overconfident. After all, there would be 1 boss, but they were much smarter and stronger than the monsters they had met before. Besides, Chris said that they shouldn't trust everything written on the website and should just prepare for the battle and then come back here. They did just that, and then Chris started checking their stats immediately to see how best to proceed. They really saw that their skills had improved and they were able to become stronger thanks to the experience they were getting. Kessel and Kai started asking the guy to check their skills as well, because they were curious if anything had changed in them. First, Hyunbo decided to check on Kessel, and although his skills hadn't changed much, they had gotten better. He and Kai both had 5 points left and had roughly the same skills at this stage. Even some new skills were added, and the scores became higher. But now it was Hyunbo's turn, because they insisted that the master also check. At first, the guy didn't really want to do it, but then he decided to agree and picked up his phone. He already had 8 points left, and among them, Hyunbo had the highest skill level so far. However, it was still too little, and he wanted to become even stronger so that he wouldn't lose everything at once in the end. They had to be careful, and Chris added that they should buy some magic crystal powder, even though it was expensive. She said that they needed to take a whole kilogram, but because of the 50% discount, it would not be so expensive. Hyunbo didn't even know what to do, but then he just said that he didn't have that much money to buy that magic stuff. However, Chris said that it was okay because she had read that they could take the powder on credit and pay in installments. Hyunbo asked one last time if she really needed it, and Chris said that it was very necessary, so he agreed to it. A few hours later, she was incredibly happy because the parcel with the magic powder was already in her hand. The girl added that she would be creating something for now, so the others could go without her, although she sometimes scared Hyunbo. They all left the room, and Hyunbo didn't know what Chris was doing, but he thought it wouldn't be long, so they decided to go together. It seemed that they had already used up all their luck, because they had destroyed 287 skeletons during this time. And Kessel said that luck is an incredibly important thing for living beings, as he knew before, and it is impossible to influence that luck. But at that time, the young man said that he had 1 skill related to luck. It was supposed to help in desperate situations. At least, that's what the website said. Although the skeletons thought that Hyunbo should just be more careful. Although, after all that, the boy didn't really understand why they had such an opinion about his abilities. They said that luck doesn't come for nothing, and that it can cause bad things to happen. If she helps you in desperate situations, then Hyunbo's life was unhappy. At least that's what the two thought. So they assumed that Hyunbo had spent all his luck finding them, and now they were just unlucky because she was gone. Kai said that he was very pleased to realize that meeting them could be called that luck. Kiesel also said the same thing, and then he asked Hyunbo what he thought about the story. The young man blushed, but the skeletons thought that something was wrong with him, and that he was sick, but he assured them that everything was fine. After a while, all 3 of them went back to the house where they saw Chris, who was definitely not feeling well. But a moment later, she stood up and looked at them as if everything was fine, although Hyunbo did not understand what was happening to her. She also said that she hadn't finished what she had started, and Hyunbo said that he was sorry. After that, she sighed and said that, theoretically, it would be quite easy to create this object. But then she began to get very angry and said that she had failed for the 3rd time out of 5 possible times. And after those failures, she decided to just lie down and clear her head to make it easier and try again. Hyunbo smiled and tried to encourage Chris in her endeavor, and said that luck would definitely be on her side. The skeletons thought that Hyunbo might have something to do with it, since he was their master, although the young man did not think of it. Chris didn't understand what Hyunbo had to do with it, and the young man just hoped that the two wouldn't tell her anything. Eventually, Chris exhaled, saying that it was hardly Hyunbo's fault, because it was her own mistakes that she was responsible for. Besides, even if it was due to luck, sooner or later, it would all pass. After that, the girl came back saying that she would try to do it again, but she never said what she was going to do. She turned around and said that it was still a secret, but if it worked out, they would definitely be very happy. After that, Chris went back to her room, going to get back to her work and try to finish it all. Then she went to the door, telling them to go to the dungeon and not to sit here trying to eavesdrop. Eventually, they did so, and came back not knowing when Chris had last left that room. Kai said that it had been 3 days, and he would like to help, but he didn't think he could do it and be useful. Kiesel tried to talk him out of it, remembering the way Chris had looked at them when they were listening in on her. So Kai agreed to wait dutifully until she came out. They believed that Chris was very smart and would do her best and hoped it wouldn't take too long. A few minutes later, the door to the room opened and Chris finally came out. Hyunbo spilled his coffee in fear, but then immediately started asking her how everything went and if she had succeeded. It looked like she was incredibly tired after so many days of working on that mysterious and secret task. But in the end, she showed them the map, saying that everything went well, and that it was the map she had been working. She also explained that it was a spell card, although none of them knew what it meant. She decided to tell them that it was simply a quota with a certain spell. First, you need to take a card and imagine the spell, and then use mana to cast it into the card, so you can use it as you like. In addition, it was possible to use magic in this case that would be 2 circles higher than his maximum. Hen-Du was very happy to thank Chris, because this card would come in handy, and then asked her how she did it. She also admitted that in her world, there were no spell cards, only some books. That is, she did it completely on her own, and Hyunbo was even more surprised by this fact and praised her again. It took Chris a long time to do something and decide, and she said that this world is very well developed from the technical side. She added that she could easily draw a lot of different things because she just copied them on the printer. She had to spend only a little time to scan and have as much material as she wanted. And then Hyunbo asked what she couldn't do. After all, Chris told them that she had failed to do something for the 3rd time out of 5 times. She said that she couldn't draw them because it's not so easy to make magic out of ordinary paper, so it was all handmade. But thanks to the printer, she managed to forget about the hardest part because she made 20 cards at once, including both the 1st and 2nd circle cards. She also told us that the higher the circle, the more mana it would take, which means that the problem was its low level. However, Kessel then stopped them both and turned to Chris, asking if there was anything for them at all. She replied that not yet, because there were not enough ingredients for everyone, but promised to make something for them next time. After that, all 4 of them decided that they needed to raise their levels, so they moved on. Of course, they had to spend another 16 days preparing enough, and finally they were at the boss's room. By now, all the members of this team had raised their levels to the 12th, and their chances of winning had increased. In addition, they all prepared a lot of spell cards for themselves, as Chris did. Hyunbo told Kai to be careful now, because his role in this battle was incredibly important. The skeleton took his weapon in his hands, saying that his master could trust him, and he would lead the whole team to victory. Being fully prepared to move forward, they opened the door to the room where the dungeon boss was supposed to be. And in fact, it was true, but instead of the 20 goblins that were mentioned on the website, there were many more. Kessel said that they would still manage because they had prepared well before, and then told Kai to get ready. And soon Kai ordered the other goblins that were in their army to rush at the enemies to attack. This was the very beginning of their plan, and after that, the cards that Chris had created earlier were to be used. Together with Hyunbo, they took these cards and began to use their fire sphere spells to direct it at the goblin. After that, explosions started and they could not see much in front of them, but it seemed that this strategy was working. Because of the explosion, part of the dungeon collapsed and those large rocks crushed the enemy goblins in front of them. Kai and the others continued to attack, seeing that Chris and his master were protecting them further. Now it was finally their turn with Keslam, so they rushed forward together to attack the goblin. Chris used a magic arrow, and Hyunbo looked back, realizing that he had made the right choice in leaving Kai in charge. Kaisel also destroyed the goblins, which were still very numerous, but they were doing a good job. Anyway, these goblins were nothing more than ordinary and rather weak monsters that just prevented them from moving on. But later, when they destroyed them, it was time to deal with the boss of this place, so the team rushed forward. Kessel was very confident, so he just ran first, saying that he could deal with it. But when he got closer, he realized that it was unlikely to work out because he would have liked to have better equipment than he had now. In the end, there was no way out, so Kessel just promised that if he survived, he would definitely buy this equipment for himself. After that, Kai's voice was heard, and he said that Hyunbo started to help them because they would not be able to do it alone. After that, Hyunbo took a few steps forward, his gaze cold and focused as he was about to use another of his powerful skills. Kessel felt relief, not because fear or pain had left his soul, but because he hadn't been a living being for a long time and didn't feel it all. The skeleton moved forward confidently, his bones creaking with every movement, but he did not stop because he knew he had to finally destroy this horrible monster. Finally, he gathered all his strength, swung and struck a crushing blow, after which the huge goblin froze in place, staggered and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Kessel stood in a pool of hot blood that had been flowing through his enemy's veins a minute ago, but instead of fear, he felt only joy because he had won. Kai said that it was time to finish off the monster's survivors because they shouldn't be left with any chance of retreat or revenge. In the end, there was not much time left to hold out, and everyone realized that victory was close. If only they could make the last push. After these words, the team rushed back into battle, determined to bring this battle to an end and destroy all the enemies. After a while, Henbo lay satisfied because they had won and he could finally afford to relax for a moment. After that, they returned home exhausted, hoping to get some rest before facing new challenges. The young man lay down on the ground, realizing that he was very tired, because the battle had taken almost all his strength and it was hard to even think. It turned out that these bosses were really very strong for their circles of magic, and it made them all reconsider their strategy before the upcoming battles. After that, Hyunbo decided to take a break because he felt that if he didn't regain his strength, he simply wouldn't be able to move on. But suddenly he shuddered because he heard something from the goblin that was not alive, and it made his heart skip a beat. The others came up to the owner asking what happened, because they were also alarmed by this unexpected sound and complete silence. The hero realized that he was already very tired, because he decided to rest in such a place, even though he knew it could be dangerous. This house was just an imagination, but now Hyunbo said that it was really time to go home because he felt exhausted. Then the boy saw a button on the tablet called Quick Return, and was surprised because he had never seen anything like it before. It was the first time they had ever seen such a button, and it made them both curious and somewhat cautious because no one knew what would happen. Thinking that everything would be fine, the team decided to press it because they believed that it would quickly send them home without unpleasant surprises. After that, a portal opened before them, shining with a strange light and leading into the unknown, causing both surprise and slight excitement. It was a door, and it seemed to be a very convenient feature, because it allowed them to quickly return home without any extra effort or danger. Chris was incredibly surprised herself, because she did not expect the portal to activate so easily and without any consequences. There was a connection of worlds and materialization all at once, which looked so strange. The other skeletons told Hyunbo to leave her alone because they did not understand wizards and did not want to interfere in magical matters. However, they all wanted to go home as soon as possible because they were tired after the battle and wanted only peace and rest. The hero only thought that Chris sometimes scares him with her unpredictability and how calmly she reacts to strange events. But they had no choice but to wait until she calmed down because any objections would only complicate the situation. Then they heard the voices of others who asked if Chris had bought anything on the dungeon's website because it could explain the strange appearance of the parcel. But the girl said that she hadn't, and that she hadn't even visited the site recently because she didn't need to. Kai decided to check it out anyway because he didn't like the idea of unknown purchases that could be dangerous. It turned out that someone had sent them another package and it looked too big to be just a random gift. It was worth being careful because it was unknown who sent it, and it was too big, which caused anxiety among everyone present. But Hyunbo knew not to worry because he saw that it was from the head of the magicians and he would hardly do anything suspicious. After that, they all looked inside and saw that the package contained something very valuable and unexpected. The team saw some things, and a letter praising Hyunbo for his success and saying that he was happy about his progress. The head also saw that Hyunbo was successfully moving forward and wanted to support him on this difficult path. The magician was also sure that the young man could not have done it alone, so he sent some gifts to the others to help them all. There were magical items for skeletons with certain skills that could make them stronger and more effective in battle, and for Hyunbo as well. And the mage hoped to meet him in person someday to see his power with his own eyes. Chris pointed out that the head could have sent this before the boss battle, because then it would have been much easier for them to deal with the danger. But in the end, Hyunbo wanted to thank the magician for it, because he realized that such gifts are not given for free without an important reason. The man definitely had enough money, so it was a problem, because it was hard to think of something to give to such a wealthy person. So Chris suggested giving him a spell card because it would be both useful and symbolic for a real magician. She wanted to sell a few anyway, and this was a good option, because the head could definitely find a good use for them. Hyunbo agreed that such a gift would be great, because it contained not only power, but also the symbolic meaning of their gratitude. She also added that it would benefit the master himself, because he could use it for his own development. After all, it was time to learn the magic of the first circle and take the first step towards real mastery of magic. That's why Chris said that Hyunbo created the card himself and gave it to the magician because it would be much more important than just handing over a finished item. The young man was angry because he wanted to take a break after the battle and instead had to do something difficult again. But for a magician, rest is training because it is the only way to become stronger and ready for new challenges. So, Chris ordered Hyunbo to follow her because she knew that without her, he would simply ignore this opportunity and not practice magic. Meanwhile, the assistant entered the office of the head of magicians and immediately sensed that something was wrong. He apologized when he noticed that something was wrong, and the tense atmosphere in the room only confirmed his guess. The leader said that it was true, and he had good news that could change the course of events for everyone in the world. He mentioned Yunbo and said that he was making good progress in the dungeon, so he sent a gift as a sign of support. The head believed that happiness is not in money, and that true strength lies in the support of those who are close to you. Hyunbo was the owner of the #1 topic on the site, which proved once again that his actions were of great interest. The man said that the head had a great feeling if this happened, because he was rarely wrong in his prediction. And the old man added that he expects a lot from Hyunbo, because he has the potential to change the history of the entire dungeon. After that, the guy said that they needed to go to the 2nd floor because that's where the key to the next level of the dungeon was. As a team, they went there, even though everyone realized that they would face even more dangerous challenges. In the end, it didn't even differ from the first one, because the structure of the corridors and rooms was almost identical. However, Chris explained that the level of the monsters was higher, and now they would have to be even more careful than before. And eventually, these creatures did appear, coming out of the dark corners and preparing to attack the uninvited guests. It turned out that an orc was standing in front of them, a huge muscular monster with a weapon in his hands and hatred in his eyes. Kai and Kezel immediately rushed to the attack, realizing that speed in the first blow could give them an advantage. But it turned out that the monsters were stronger than them, and their brute strength easily repelled even the strongest attacks. Kessel then got to the main one, realizing that he needed to try to deal a decisive blow. In addition, there was another orc behind him who came out of the darkness and prepared to attack from the back. The young man told them to retreat when he gave the signal, because they had almost no chance in a frontal attack. But Chris pulled out her card and focused on using magic against the enemies. She said that she would borrow some of her host's mana because she needed more power for her spell. But then she took too much from him, and he felt a sudden drop in energy. Chris immediately created a large fire sphere above them that glowed with bright flames and threatened to destroy everything around them. The other skeletons continued to fight the monsters, ignoring the impending magical attack. When everyone was at a distance, the sphere exploded, engulfing the entire arena in flames and destroying the enemies. The 3rd circle's magic was indeed excellent, leaving only ashes behind. He looked at Chris, saying that she was just incredible, because her power exceeded all expectations. But she herself was not well now, as her body was trembling with exhaustion. He was scared, but she said that she had just used up all her mana and felt weak. But Kessel was still injured and lost his legs because of the orc's brutal blow. Hyunbo agreed that they should go back because it was dangerous here, and they couldn't risk it anymore. Kai approached Chris saying that he would carry them both, because they were not able to move on their own. Eventually they returned, and at least Chris regained her strength thanks to a short rest. And Kesley will soon be fine, because the lost bones return with time thanks to magic. Kesley began to demand forgiveness from Chris, saying that she was to blame for everything that happened. However, when Chris apologized, it was not sincere enough, even though she said that she was not there because she did not feel guilty. Then Hyunbo asked what happened to the fire sphere, because its power was really impressive. Chris added that magicians will always act rationally, even if their actions seem risky. Although Hyunbo thought that rationality was not about her because she often acts on her own. But even that door in the dungeon did not behave particularly rationally because it opened by itself. Also, on the 2nd floor, the orcs and goblins will be stronger, and their power increases with each level. So, the team decided to start with a magic attack, but Kezel demanded equipment for them because they were too weak. Although the skeleton refused before, he changed his mind now because he realized that they would not survive without the equipment. However, Kai said that there was another reason for this. The extra weight would give them more stability in battle. Skeletons are very light, so it's hard to fight, and the equipment will increase their weight and make their blows more powerful. This way they will quickly overcome the orcs. but there is an option with a core that can give them extra strength. But Hyunbo had no idea what the core was, because he had never encountered the concept before. Chris had already explained it, but he was just confused because the information was too complicated for him. She explained once again that all evil spirits have a core, and if it is destroyed, the monster will fall instantly. This vulnerable point eventually made Chris realize that Hyunbo did not understand, because his knowledge of monsters was limited. This was an evil creature that was very powerful. They do not feel pain, so they are strong opponents because they are not stopped even by fatal wounds. But they have a weakness, and this core is the only way to destroy them completely. It was located in the heart or head, and you should aim for it to guarantee a kill. Hyunbo had never seen it before, but Chris explained that low-level monsters don't have it because they are less developed, so it can't be created just like that. And Chris thought the same thing, but she found a new way to use the core. However, Hyunbo didn't understand why they needed the core, because he didn't see any practical use for it. There were more advantages than disadvantages, because with the core, you can use magic circles and aura to enhance your own power. However, the guy really had no idea how Chris could have used magic without the core before, because it contradicted all the laws of magical energy. In response to his surprise, she briefly explained that she took mana from her bones, but it was so little that it was only enough for the simplest spells. So, she asked Hyunbo to allow her to create a real magic core to store the energy, and, after some deliberation, he finally agreed. The other skeletons did not object to this idea, but rather supported their master's choice, agreeing that it would significantly increase their strength. The young man decided that there was no need to delay it, so right now he allowed Chris to start creating the core immediately without any delays. However, the girl was surprised to hear that there would be no delay, because to create such an important thing, the appropriate materials had to be prepared. She explained that the core should be made of materials that can hold mana, such as monster hearts or special magic crystals. She also emphasized that the higher the quality of the crystals, the better, as high-quality material has a significant impact on the stability and power of the core. Hyunbo decided that before looking for materials, he should check his financial capabilities, so he asked how much money was left on his account. The system showed that he had about 30 million won on his balance, which in theory should be enough to purchase the necessary resources. The young man confidently thought that this amount would definitely be enough to purchase at least one high-quality magic crystal, sufficient to create a core. However, when he found out that one crystal would cost as much as 4 million won, he realized that the situation was more complicated than expected. To better understand the necessary parameters, Hyunbo asked Chris how big the thing should be to function as a magic core. The girl explained that the minimum size should be at least 5 centimeters in diameter, because smaller cores would not be able to accumulate mana properly. Although this information was not entirely comforting, Chris asked Hyunbo not to worry, and instead just wait a little while for her to explain everything. The girl wanted to show a clear plan of action, so she opened the presentation she had quickly prepared and began to talk in detail about her plan. The young man was amazed at how quickly she was able to come up with such a clear and well-thought-out plan, so he listened with interest. She immediately mentioned that they urgently needed magic crystals, but the problem was that they were extremely expensive. Nevertheless, the girl asked him not to worry, because she had already come up with a way to earn the necessary amount of money quickly and efficiently. She suggested selling spell cards because such magical items could make a huge profit. Since the role of magic in the dungeon was extremely important, they had no doubt that the demand for their products would be quite high. In addition, Hyunbo did not have to worry about the production of cards, because Chris had already calculated that they would be able to create them in large quantities. She explained that only 1 kilogram of special magic powder would be enough to make about 100 cards, each of which would cost at least 3 million. Then she showed everyone a detailed business plan, along with a contract that she offered to sign, so that everything could be officially agreed upon. After a detailed analysis, everyone realized that the plan looked really promising, so none of them thought it could fail. However, Hyunbo was in no hurry, and still thought that it would be a rather large financial outlay for them at the start. Kiesel agreed with his opinion, explaining that 3 million for one card is expensive, but a life is much more valuable than any money. At the same time, in their circumstances, they could not afford to ignore the possibility of earning money, so they had to look for a profitable option. So, Hyunbo asked Chris how they were going to sell these magic cards and if she had a plan to sell them. The girl confidently replied that she had already discussed this issue with the site administrators in advance, and they gave their full support. This meant that they could start immediately, because the sooner they earned money, the easier it would be to pass the second floor of the dungeon. At the same time, they decided that it would be wise not to stop, but at least to fight one more battle before starting the sale. Soon after, Henbo composed an announcement and prepared a post to officially announce the sale of magic cards. After all this, he literally fell to the floor, completely exhausted, because working on this whole plan was extremely stressful. Seeing how tired he was, Kai decided to support his host and brought him a cup of hot coffee as a token of appreciation for his efforts. Meanwhile, Kessel, whose legs had finally fully recovered from the injury, was surprised to see how quickly everything was progressing. Within 5 minutes after the publication, they sold out of all the cards because the demand for them was so huge. As a result, they managed to raise almost 450 million won, which was much higher than their initial expectation. This meant that they now had all the resources they needed to start producing the magic core without any problems. Chris was fully prepared to start creating the core, but Hyunbo wanted to rest for a while, so she reminded him of what else needed to be cleaned up. And finally, after a while, the core was fully created, completing this important stage in their development. Kai and Kessel agreed that they felt as if they were born again, feeling the power fill their bones, allowing them to finally feel like full-fledged combat units that could not only survive, but fight with dignity. Now they could use the magic of the third circle, feeling the streams of mana permeate their new core, making their bodies glow with the energy that was raging inside each of them. Everything changed dramatically as their team became much stronger, and they no longer had to rely solely on their physical strength or Hyunbo's support to survive in battle. But in the end, they lost 16 million, which was a significant amount of money. But on the other hand, the strength and capabilities they gained were clearly worth it, because now they could act much more efficiently than before. It's a good thing that the team used fake crystals. Even though their effectiveness was lost, they were still powerful mages able to control their power and use it on the battlefield. However, this was not a problem, because sooner or later, they could be replaced with better resources that would allow them to unleash the full potential of third circle magic without worrying about limiting their power. Henbo smiled, realizing that Chris had thought through everything in detail and foreseen every possible scenario, which proved how smart and far-sighted she was in matters of strategy. It was then that he decided to check the skeleton's stats to make sure that their strength had really increased and to understand how big the difference between what they were before and what they were now. The owner showed them the screen of his phone, telling them to look at the updated characteristics that showed a significant improvement in their abilities. Everything was shown separately, and that was good, because it was possible to carefully examine every detail and understand how the kernels worked, which were completely new. But Hyunbo was pleased that there was already some result, because for a long time they could not achieve anything significant, and now it was like a small but important victory. Kiesel was ready to go to the dungeon, because he was sure they had enough strength, but Chris emphasized her words that they could not do that. She leaned down sharply and said that the master could be in danger if they went now, and unable to withstand this strong pressure, Chris Kessel agreed. In the end, they went to test their abilities because if they really want to become stronger, they have to train constantly and improve their skills. But Kai told the other that any knight could repeat his move, hinting that strength is not just about copying, but about the ability to create something of your own. So, he decided to show something very special that could surprise everyone, because no one expected something really impressive and unusual from him. Hyunbo agreed that Kai was indeed powerful because his movements were extremely fast, and his attacks were so strong that it seemed as if he was invincible. However, Kessel exclaimed that he could do it himself, and set out to prove it by proving that he was as good as Kai, although he felt doubtful about his abilities inside. But in the end, he just fell to bones like Chris had once, and it looked so unexpected that everyone present didn't even know how to react. It was strange for Hyunbo to see this, because he knew that there should be much more mana and did not understand why it happened exactly as if something had gone wrong. Kai said that this ability just takes a lot of mana, and if you don't control it properly, you can quickly lose all your energy and strength. Kessel apologized for the problem because the dungeon was worth exploring further, and they couldn't afford to stop because it was too important. But the main problem with the core is that mana is slowly recovering, so Hyunbo suggested stopping and selling the next batch of cards to get the necessary resources. Until the monsters returned, they should run away because if they stayed there, they could find themselves in a deadly trap with no way to escape. However, Kai had already noticed that they were a little late, and the monsters had already sensed their presence, which meant that the battle was inevitable and could not be avoided. The monsters were already standing right behind them, their red eyes burning with hatred, and their bodies seemed to be created only for killing and destroying all living things. Henbo was afraid, realizing that these were gnolls and they would not be able to do it without Kezel, because these creatures were very dangerous and known for their cruelty and strength. However, Chris reassured him again, saying that there was a way out, and if they acted quickly and without panic, they could get out of this situation alive. She raised her staff up with a lightning strike, and in an instant, the air was filled with an electric discharge that flashed with bright light. At that moment, all the monsters received this strong discharge, and their bodies began to twitch from the powerful shock, and some even fell to the ground without moving. And while they were out of it, the girl used her ice breath to create an ice storm that fettered their limbs and prevented them from moving. She then commanded Kai to rush forward as well, and he instantly reacted by grabbing his weapon and rushing into the battle with all his fury. The skeleton didn't wait and quickly moved on the monsters using all its speed and strength to prevent them from even having a chance to counterattack. Henbo didn't even do anything because the skeletons did the job and he just stood by watching his allies destroy their enemies. He was sitting on the ground when Chris came up to him, and her eyes were serious, as if she was about to say something very important. The girl said that a magician is always focused, and there is no need to panic because it is impossible to use magic if the mind and heart are filled with fear and doubt. Hyunbo bowed his head, realizing that he was not as strong as he wanted to be, and that he needed to train a lot more to become truly powerful. But Kiesel exclaimed that Hyunbo was a fast learner, and that he had already made great progress, even though he didn't realize it yet because of his own insecurities. Just a few months ago, he was just a human, but now he could do a lot, which meant that he had the potential to become a real master. The young man held his breath and then thanked them because he realized that without their help, he would never have been able to go through all these tests on his own. He was embarrassed and thanked them for taking care of him because it was important to him, because he had never had people who cared about him in the same way. They returned home and Hyunbo praised them for the way they had handled the situation, even though he knew he still had a lot to learn. The skeletons said the same and said goodbye, because each of them had their own things to do and realized that next time they would have to be even stronger. Henbo was so tired, but it still felt good because he felt that he had made an important step forward and was closer to understanding his own strength. But instead of sleeping, he found himself in a very strange place where there was complete darkness and no sound, as if the whole world had disappeared around him. There was no one here at all. It was completely empty. There was no light or sound, only endless darkness that oppressed him with its immensity. Of course, it seemed strange to him, but the young man went forward not knowing where this path led because he could not go back. He wanted to go back, but he could only wait because his legs did not obey him, and there was nothing around him that could suggest a way out. However, at that moment, mana woke up in his body, bursting out and making him feel a strong pressure that permeated his entire body. It seemed to be too much and dangerous, but it didn't stop, engulfing his body and making him lose control. Hyunbo begged for it to stop, but it was useless because the mana flows were getting stronger and he could no longer contain this uncontrollable force. He could not subdue what was already in his body because this force behaved like something alive and did not yield to any attempts at control. But at that moment he heard screams from outside, and it was the other skeletons who were standing at the door and clearly realized that something dangerous was happening inside. They gathered around him, hearing him start to scream because his voice was louder than usual, and it made them feel anxious. The skeletons were worried, realizing that something terrible could happen because the mana began to escape, creating a sense of instability in the space. Mana suddenly began to come out of his room, filling everything around him and making the air tremble from its powerful energy influence. It turned out that the entire room was filled with it, and it was dangerous for Hyunbo because his body could no longer withstand this enormous pressure. The young man did not know what it was, but he felt that this power was beyond his understanding, and he was no longer able to control it. But then he remembered that the same thing had happened in his dream, and this thought made him even more frightened because now the dream was becoming a reality. Chris added that she did not help, and everything went on by itself, which meant that Hyunbo was completely independent in this process without her interference. Hyunbo was surprised because it meant that he had done it on his own, and no external force was controlling the awakening of his magical abilities. Then he looked at his hands, not believing it to be true, because he still considered himself weak and incapable of such large-scale changes. He looked at his left and right, seeing light in both, and realizing that his body was now filled with magical energy that he could control. Now it is clear that somehow he managed to master the magic in his body, and this opened up new opportunities for further development. It turns out that the protagonist is able to control it himself, and this proves that his magical potential is higher than he thought before. The skeleton said that Henbo has really become a great wizard, and now he can fully use his powers without fear of them. Henbo skipped the second circle and went to the third in magic, proving that his level is growing faster than ordinary magician. Then the skeletons began to congratulate him on his skills, because they realized that he had made a significant step forward and was now stronger than many. The young man thought he was still dreaming and did not believe it because it seemed too unreal for him after everything he had experienced. Chris explained that magic always relies on the inner state of a person, so this happened because of his own experiences and emotion. Although Hyunbo's results still surprised them, because even among strong magicians, not everyone could reach such a level in such a short time. However, everything is different for everyone, so what became a catalyst in his case will not help others, and they will have to find their own way. However, this information is still important for magicians, and something can be learned if we study its nature and interaction with mana more deeply. Chris suggested that he talk about this awakening, because other magicians might find something useful in it. Using his skills, he could control his mana if he learned how to properly direct its flow inside his body. He just needed to understand the essence of the spell, although realizing that skeletons are slower to develop, this could be a problem in learning. Nevertheless, Hyunbo was already happy that he was not as miserable as before, and now had a real chance to become really strong. But Chris told him that they would start intensive training, because without proper control, his power could become dangerous. He is now a full-fledged magician, so he needs to train more to consolidate his skills and learn how to use them effectively. And she was going to start right away, not giving him time to rest, because training was more important than anything else. Chris pulled Hyunbo along, and the others realized that this was going to be a long time coming, because they knew she was taking her training very seriously. However, the training really paid off, because afterwards he was able to control his magic better and use it without risk. Hyunbo himself was glad that he was doing well, because until recently, he could not even imagine that he would be capable of such a thing. The young man sighed as if he had been born again, because he felt that he was now a completely different person, and his capabilities had expanded significantly. The skeletons again praised the master, but Kai said that it was important to know the measure, because overconfidence could lead to problems in the future. So they went back home and then wanted to look at their stats to see how much their powers had changed after all this. Hyunbo pulled out his phone and was about to show them their own performance. Now it showed their classes, i.e. Mage Knight and Warrior, which confirmed their further development in the chosen direction. Many stats had improved, but there were no new talents, which meant that additional conditions were required to obtain special ability. In the end, the skeletons thought so because they felt changes in themselves, even if they did not yet have a clear form or special skills. Kessel said that they could tell because their movements were faster and their reactions sharper than before. He moved closer to Hyunbo, saying that he should be able to see the changes in them too if he looked at the details more closely. It turned out that after all those trials, they really did become stronger, even without an obvious leveling up or gaining new talents. Chris was also changing, but almost all of the changes were inside her, so they couldn't be seen with the naked eye or through her characteristics. So at least she wouldn't become taller than him. But Hyunbo still didn't know what the reason for such internal changes was in this case. She explained that Hyunbo has third circle magic, and it affected them, because their connection affects their overall development. It means that when Hyunbo gets stronger, they get stronger too, which gives him a significant advantage in future battles and trials. But Kai added that they do not know which skills will be improved, so they should carefully observe their abilities in battle. In the end, Hyunbo said that he was used to his powers and could continue to clear the second floor because he no longer had any fear of mana. But Chris forbade it, because his powers were still not enough, and without proper control, he could lose control of her again. She could have said exactly that, but Hyunbo's strength was enough to confirm his right to continue on his way and move forward. However, the new equipment would not be ready until next week, so they would have to wait a bit before moving on. Chris added that she would improve it with magic, using an enhancement spell to increase its performance. Eventually, a week passed and she kept her promise, so his armor now had extra magical protection and improved properties. Kessel's armor was perfect, because it was reinforced with spells that increased his stamina and allowed him to absorb blows better. And in the end, it was not just armor because it contained magical applications that gave the wearer an advantage in battle. The defense here was enhanced by Chris's magic, making him almost invulnerable to conventional attacks, and even some spells. And the armor allowed instant acceleration, which gave a significant advantage in speed and maneuverability during the battle. Something else like lightweight or recovery made it easier to wear the armor and helped to recover faster. Chris spent a lot of time improving the weapons, making them much stronger, sharper, and more reliable, which now gave them an advantage in battle. The skeletons glowed with happiness as they looked at their newly upgraded equipment, realizing that they could now destroy their enemies more effectively. Henbo did not hide his joy when he heard that something valuable and useful had been found for him as well, which would help him in future battles. Chris pulled out a new cloak from her hiding place and handed it to Henbo, who immediately tried it on, feeling how light and comfortable it was. Despite its light weight, this cloak provided excellent protection against attacks and had a gradual recovery feature that was very useful. Thanks to the new equipment, it became possible to carry a large number of things without feeling their weight, which made traveling much easier. It cost a considerable amount of money, but every coin spent was justified because high-quality equipment could save lives in battle. The skeletons believed that the costs were justified because they were now stronger and their equipment would last a long time, even in difficult battles. Despite their high quality, their gear remained a consumable item, as the stronger the monsters, the faster it wore out and became unusable. Chris hoped that the updated equipment would last a long time, allowing their team to pass more difficult tests without unnecessary losses. Kessel approached the group, making it clear that time spent talking should be stopped and focused on the journey ahead. He was eager to try out the new equipment in real combat to test its durability and effectiveness against strong opponents. Kai couldn't wait any longer either, as he wanted to test his improved abilities in a real battle as soon as possible. Now that the equipment was ready and everyone was ready to fight, they could go further into the depths of the dungeon. Hyunbo suggested that they start by restoring their mana reserves, as without it, the effectiveness of their attacks would be much lower. After a while, they finally entered the dungeon, plunging into pitch blackness where dangerous enemies were waiting for them. After walking a little further, they came across a group of monsters who immediately noticed the newcomers and prepared to attack. Seeing this, Kessel just smiled, because it was a great opportunity for him to try out his new equipment in a real fight. However, Chris acted faster than everyone else, immediately releasing a sphere of fire right into the middle of the crowd of monsters in front of her. The spell hit the target and exploded in a huge wave of flames, instantly destroying some of the creatures that were closer to the epicenter. Kessel couldn't contain his excitement, because the last time this technique almost cost him his limbs, and he still remembered that moment. Chris assured him that this time she had taken into account all the mistakes and was in full control of the situation, avoiding dangerous miscalculation. Even though she assured him that everything was under control, Kessel still thought it was too risky and could have been done without such methods. Hyunbo decided to stop the argument and remind them that it was important not to quarrel now, but to focus on the battle and coordinate attacks. They tried not to argue, but the tension still remained, and each of them continued to defend their own point of view. The quarrel continued for some time before they finally decided to stop it, realizing that it was only hindering their mission. However, due to the lost time, one of the surviving monsters managed to send a signal to call for reinforcements that were already approaching them. Hyunbo said that this time they can't let the enemies call for more allies and should destroy them in one blow. As soon as they entered the new room, everyone immediately rushed to attack without giving the monsters a second to prepare for defense. Chris and Hyunbo simultaneously used fire spheres to fill the space with bright flames that engulfed most of the enemies. The protagonist used a magic arrow that went through several monsters at once, destroying them before they could even attack. The magic spells made their way through the enemies, leaving a trail of burnt flesh and fallen bodies that no longer moved. Now it was Keslia's turn, and he rushed forward armed with his sword to deal with those who were still in the ranks. Together with Kai, they attacked simultaneously, cutting their way through the enemies, destroying them without mercy and leaving chaos behind. When the planned signal was heard, Hyunbo instantly used earthen spikes to block the exit so that the enemies could not escape. Chris complemented the attack by using an ice bolt of lightning that instantly swept across the room, freezing those who were still alive. After that, most of the monsters were destroyed, and only a few of them were still shuddering on the ground, trying to get to their feet. Their bodies lay in heaps on the floor, covered with traces of magical attacks that left behind scorched marks and icy fragments. Kessel and Kai quickly finished off those who were still moving, leaving their enemies no chance of escape from this place. Chris decided to find out how her allies were doing, and if they were satisfied with the effectiveness of their equipment after such a hard battle. Kessel immediately answered that he was completely satisfied because the new equipment allowed them to destroy enemies much easier. Today they killed a lot of goblins using only Chris's new equipment, which was a key factor in their success. The skeletons were pleased with their strength and the results they had achieved, because now they could act much more effectively in battle. However, there was one problem that still bothered Chris, and she intended to discuss it before continuing on their way. At first, Hyunbo didn't understand what they were talking about, but Chris explained that they had killed too few enemies and needed more challenges. What they meant was that to really develop, they needed to face stronger opponents to improve their skills. Hyunbo noted that this could be solved quite easily by finding a more dangerous dungeon where the enemies would be much stronger. Chris had something else to say, but before that she decided that they should go back home to discuss it in a quiet environment. After a while, the team returned to their house where everyone had a chance to rest after the exhausting hike. Kai and Kiesel decided to wait outside to leave the two of them alone. Hyunbo didn't understand what they were talking about, but Chris said that what they were saying was true and made sense, which he should accept in order to move forward. Since Hyunbo and Chris are both magicians, they decided that it would be better to go together because they would be able to cope better and support each other. Once in the room, Chris pointed to the bed and asked Hyunbo to sit down, as they were about to have an important conversation about his further training in magic. She asked what knowledge he found easiest to learn, because she wanted to understand what he was good at and what he should focus on in his studies. Hyunbo asked her to wait, because he felt very tired and was more concerned with rest than with discussing what would happen next with his magical path. He was exhausted, and the last thing he wanted to think about right now was studying, because he felt he needed to rest at least a little bit before the next stage. Chris told him that it was best for magicians to rest during training, because it not only restores their strength, but also strengthens their control over their mana. She tried to cheer him up by emphasizing that he shouldn't postpone the lesson, because the sooner he continues, the easier it will be for him to learn new knowledge. Hyunbo realized that it was time to make a decision, because he could no longer put off choosing the path he wanted to take in studying magic. Students usually chose a specialization according to the direction of their teacher, but in his case, Chris was not an official mentor, so the choice was up to him. Given his skills, it seemed that Hyunbo had already decided on a direction long ago because he was instinctively drawn to one particular magic. He hesitated for a long time, but finally weighed all the possible options and made a final decision that would determine his magical path in the future. Hyunbo decided that he wanted to study necromancy because he felt that this direction suited him best and would allow him to unleash his true potential. In order to cement his choice, he was ready to take the mana oath, as it was a necessary step to officially become a necromancer and begin serious training. The magic of necromancy was very complex and required not only knowledge but also absolute control over mana, because any mistake could have serious consequences. The basis of this magic was the summoning of evil spirits and the creation of various chimeras, but it also included many other dangerous aspects. Necromancy included not only spells to control the dead, but also work with poisons and curses that could significantly strengthen the magician. Although this school of magic was only the 5th most powerful of all the schools, it was considered very dangerous because it disturbed the natural balance of life and death. Chris believed that it was too early for Hyunbo to choose such a specific magic, because it required great responsibility and a deep understanding of its principles. If he took an oath of mana, his magic level would immediately increase, but it would also mean that he would no longer be able to deviate from his chosen path. His magical power will increase, and spells will be much easier to cast, but at the same time, other areas of magic will become almost inaccessible to him. If he becomes a necromancer, it will be difficult to learn spells of other directions, because it will be impossible to change specialization after taking the oath. Despite all the risks, Hyunbo did not doubt his choice because he realized that this path would allow him to make the most progress. He had 2 important reasons for choosing necromancy, because he believed that it was his true calling and that it would help those he valued. Firstly, he felt that this magic was a perfect fit for him because every training he had suggested that he had a natural aptitude for it. Secondly, he wanted to develop the skills to be useful to Chris, Kai, and Kessel because they were an important part of his life, and he wanted to help them. If he learned necromancy, he would be able to contribute to their cause and support them in their struggle because this magic would give him new opportunities. In return, they would be able to help him fulfill his potential and become stronger because the support of friends has always been a key factor in the development of a magician. However, his way of thinking and belief in premonitions differed from typical magicians because most of them relied on knowledge rather than intuition. However, Even the most powerful magicians sometimes acted irrationally because magic has always been closely connected with emotions and sensations that cannot be fully controlled. Chris emphasized that necromancy is an extremely difficult field and requires great willpower because even experienced magicians often could not withstand its pressure. Despite this, Hyunbo reiterated that he was confident in his decision because he understood all the risks, but was still ready to go this way. He also asked Chris to intervene if he failed because he trusted her and knew that she would not let him make a fatal mistake. Kai and Kezel fully supported Hyunbo, saying that they believed in his strength and were ready to help him in everything to achieve his goal. Chris also did not dissuade him from this choice because she realized that he was really serious and had already made the final choice. After all the thinking and discussions, Hyunbo decided that it was time to start the process of taking the mana oath and take the first step in necromancy. It was not a very long process, but it was extremely important because it consolidated the magician's choice and made him a part of the chosen magical direction. As he said the words of the oath, his mana seemed to go beyond his body, and now he officially became a necromancer, having discovered a new path. Chris hoped that he would succeed, and that he would be able to become a great magician, because this choice would determine his entire future in the world of magic. Soon after, Hyunbo asked where he could find books on necromancy, because he realized that he needed the right materials for serious study. And then the young man asked where he could find books on necromancy, because he realized that without the necessary knowledge, he would not be able to fully develop in this direction. Chris told him that all of them are available on the dungeon's website, because it is there that all the necessary materials for magicians who practice the dark arts are collected. But in fact, they are very expensive because books on necromancy are rare and hard to find even in specialized magic shops. A book of the third circle of magic will generally cost 20 million won because such artifacts contain powerful knowledge. But the second circle book would definitely be possible to buy, although Hyunbo didn't know if he would have the money left over, because even it was expensive and required serious expenses. However, Chris had an answer for that too, because she always found ways to solve financial issues and help those who needed magical resources. They come to this world empty-handed and leave when they have gained a lot. So it is better to spend while you are alive, because what you have accumulated does not matter after death. Eventually, after the conversation, they went to the dungeon because they realized that they couldn't delay and had to start training him as soon as possible. Hyunbo stepped forward to begin his spell because he felt it was time to put his knowledge into practice and test his strength. He then directed his magic at the skeletons lying on the ground. Eventually, he succeeded, and all the skeletons began to rise from the ground, filled with dark energy and ready to fight. Chris praised him for his success, but Hyunbo wanted more and decided to raise even more skeletons to increase his army. But the main thing was not only the number of skeletons, but their strength and endurance so that they could effectively fight their enemies. After all, now is a great opportunity to test their combat power in a real battle against dangerous monsters. The protagonist pointed at the monsters in front of him, giving a clear signal to his skeletons that it was time to attack and destroy the enemies. Without delay, they rushed forward, surrounding the enemies and launching a ruthless attack from all sides. It took only a few minutes for all the enemies to be completely destroyed without any effort from Hyunbo himself. Hyunbo was really surprised by such a quick result because he did not expect his army to be so powerful. And the skeletons themselves looked at their master as if mesmerized, feeling his strength and unbreakable power over them. Meanwhile, Chris decided to ask if he had spent too much mana during the summoning spell. It turned out that despite the large number of evil spirits he summoned, his mana level remained high, and no one knew its limit. Meanwhile, the head of the magicians did not hide his disappointment because the members of the guild could not cope with the task. Because of this, they would now have to buy the cards Chris was making because they had no other choice. Therefore, the head immediately ordered his assistant to bring a package to get those artifacts as soon as possible. When he opened it, it turned out that the package came from a guy he had once helped in a difficult moment. The head immediately decided that Mike should buy more of these cards, and he would personally take up their study. Mike didn't want to lose all the copies and asked him to keep at least a few in case he needed them urgently. The head agreed to try, but hinted that they should learn how to make them themselves so as not to depend on others. Meanwhile, Chris thought that they should create more maps to get ahead of potential competitors. Hangbo noted that they had just sold the previous batch, but the demand for them continued to grow. The problem was that gradually competitors began to appear who tried to take their place in the market. In addition, numerous counterfeits began to spread on the market, which were much worse than the original card. But Chris was sure that eventually everyone would realize the difference and start buying only high-quality products. Therefore, the best solution was to produce even more cards and sell them as quickly as possible before the market became saturated. Soon the whole team gathered again in front of the dungeon entrance to continue their adventures in the dark depths. A lot of ghouls and slimes were expected on this level, so it was worth being careful because of their poison. However, not everything can be trusted, because much of what people write on websites can be just fiction. Although the boss of the second floor was really strong and confirmed the information they had previously learned. This was not surprising because the orc had third circle magic, which greatly increased his combat capabilities. These orcs also differed from others in their sharp minds, which made them much more dangerous opponents. But in the end, the team managed to defeat him after a fierce battle using their strength and strategy. However, Hyunbo and Chris felt a little sorry that he was not able to win this powerful orc over to his side. Kai felt that something was wrong because the monsters that were supposed to appear had not yet shown any activity in the dungeon. Their complete absence looked suspicious, so it was assumed that they were simply scared and hid. But Henbo was not going to wait and decided to send his monsters on a reconnaissance to find out the truth. He immediately called on several of his subjects to explore the area and report back to him. Kessel suspected that the monsters could have been ambushed and were waiting for the right moment to attack the team. The owner, meanwhile, decided to scan the dungeon himself to find traces of any activity, and eventually he managed to find a massive ancient door that hid something very important behind it. It was the boss room of this level that remained unexplored and was waiting for its first visitors. It was behind this door that the powerful presence of the monsters that were hiding from the team was first felt. Until that moment, no one had dared to enter it, because no researcher had been able to pass this dangerous zone. Kessel immediately stated that there were a lot of evil spirits waiting for everyone who tried to enter. Kai reminded them that they were also evil, so they could easily sense the presence of other otherworldly creatures. Despite the danger, the team still had to find out what was behind the door. They had to be as careful as possible not to give away their presence and invite an attack. However, Hyunbo managed to spot one of the monsters that was there, and its appearance was surprising. None of the team even knew how to interpret what they saw, because it did not meet their expectations. After the experience, they decided to return home to prepare for further research. Chris immediately began questioning Hyunbo, trying to understand what he had seen and how dangerous it was. He only briefly told her that he had seen a dragon that seemed much bigger and scarier than any monster they had ever seen before. It was a dragon with white bones, or a bone dragon as they called it, and it looked like it was made from the remains of hundreds of other creatures that had died there. Although Chris said it was unlikely to be a bone dragon, because such creatures usually have a cold origin, and there were no signs of low temperatures around. Dragons are connected to nature, and each has its own characteristics that determine their strength, speed, magical abilities, and even the ability to repair damaged bodies. Only cold white dragons can have white bones, because their bodies are adapted to extreme conditions, and they are often covered with ice armor to protect them from attacks. But the fact was that Hyunbo hadn't seen anything like cold or ice, and it went against everything they had learned about dragons in preparation for the dungeon. Chris then suggested that it could be another evil being that had assembled the monsters from the bones left behind, creating a new monstrous beast they had never seen before. Usually it takes a long time to fully form, so this dragon is not yet that strong, but if it is given more energy, it will quickly reach its peak and become invincible. Then Chris started talking about the levels of the dungeon and the monsters, explaining that they were all connected in some way, and that each floor was more difficult than the last. She thought that their strength directly depends on their number, because the more monsters there are, the easier it is for them to distribute their blows, and the harder it is for the heroes to break through the crowd of enemies. That is, all the power of the third floor is on the boss and not on the monsters, and if so, he will be very strong because he will receive all the energy of the dungeon that should be distributed evenly. Henbo even doubted that they would be able to survive, because they were facing a creature that clearly exceeded all their expectations and could destroy them in a matter of minutes. But Chris promised that Yunbo would live because she always found a way out, even in the most critical situations, and believed that this time they would find a way to win too. They just can't not go back, because if they retreat now, this monster will become even stronger, and then no one will be able to stop its destructive power. These words encouraged the team a bit, so they gathered their strength and prepared for the decisive battle, knowing that they might not have another chance. He also added that he relied on all the skeletons because they were not just servants, but a real army that could change the course of the battle if their capabilities were used correctly. From that day on, everything changed, and the team began to train more because they realized that they needed to not just survive, but become much stronger to cope with the new threat. They trained very hard, And so 3 months passed, during which each of them significantly improved their skills, and their tactics became even more thoughtful and effective. Finally, they were ready to go into the dungeon, knowing that they were about to face the most dangerous battle of their lives, and that the entire future of this place depended on their victory. Now they all knew that they had only one chance, and if they lost it, they would never be able to come back here and finish what they had started. And it will be harder than any previous battle because this time, their opponent is not only strong, but also has an unknown power that can get out of control at any moment. Therefore, they simply must win because if they fail, this monster can escape from the dungeon and then there will be no place that can resist its power. Hyunbo left the other smaller monsters to Kai because he knew that his friend would handle them well and be able to hold them back while they fought the main threat. And in front of the team were other conquered skeletons that were supposed to help them hold off the boss's onslaught and create the perfect conditions for the final blow. But the dragon immediately tried to take them over himself because he felt that their power could become part of his own and make him even more dangerous. So, Hyunbo intervened to stop him from doing so, knowing that if this monster gained control of their allies, their defeat would be inevitable. After that, Hyunbo ordered Kesla to prepare for the attack because they had to act quickly before the dragon regained its strength and became even more formidable. He and Kai threw the bombs they had been preparing for a long time at the monster because they knew that these explosive devices could cause serious damage and create the moment for a decisive blow. Kai added that they needed more skeletons to make a bigger impact because their combined attack could be the force that would equalize their chances against the powerful enemy. It was only a short time before they would win because the dragon was losing strength, but at the same time, it meant that it would become even more unpredictable and dangerous. Now the team's mana defense was too weak, and if they didn't find a solution, they might not survive the battle. But Kai just said that complaining won't help, and if his friend doesn't want to die, he should try to do something useful. Despite their fatigue, the skeletons continued to attack the dragon without giving it a second to recover or counterattack. Then Henbo summoned the clay golems because they could withstand strong blows and protect the team at least for a while. Others used explosions and Chris created a huge fire sphere that rotated around her, gaining even more power. Finally, after continuous attacks, this mighty dragon was brought down to the ground. It seems they managed to destroy the core in its head. It seemed that victory was already in their hand, but at that moment, Kezel abruptly moved away and was very far away. At that moment, something went wrong, and the skeletons quickly rushed to Hyunbo to bring him back to life after a strong blow. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw a huge dark figure radiating incredible power. A real monster stood before him, not even close to resembling an F-class dragon because its strength was simply incredible. According to all the rules, the boss of the third floor was supposed to be an orc necromancer, but this monster clearly had nothing to do with him. The fact is that the orc was almost destroyed by other players and therefore had no chance of survival, and feeling that his end was near, he desperately used all his strength to create this dragon. However, due to the loss of his strength, he was unable to control his creation, and the dragon got out of his hand. Immediately after that, this monster became even stronger and began to consume everything it could find around it. Having freed himself, he instinctively tried to survive, so he took energy from both his creator and other creatures. But even so, it failed to reach its final form because it had no core of its own. That's why even after their strongest attack, this monster kept moving and rushed at them again. Hyunbo quickly said that they should buy some time, and in the meantime, Chris should prepare to attack. But Hyunbo and Chris's strength was almost zero, so they could barely move and had no way to strike or even defend themselves against the attack. Kessel said that Hyunbo could take his mana because he couldn't fight now anyway, and any attempt to resist the enemy would be a waste of energy. The young man thanked him and took almost all of the skeleton's mana, realizing that without it, he had no chance of winning and would not be able to leave here alive. But despite this, the mana was still not enough, and even after taking almost all the supplies, he realized that the situation remained critical, and he had to look for a way out. This means that they have only one way out, namely to take a risk and make a desperate move that can either save them or lead to a complete collapse. However, now the guy felt as if he had lost something very important, and even though he had gained mana, his strength was not the same as before, leaving him empty. His life had been shortened, but he still had enough mana to try to fulfill his plans and take the last step towards survival, even if it cost him everything. Chris began to worry about him, but Hyunbo assured him that everything was fine, even though he knew that his condition left much to be desired and that time was running out. For him, there was no point in the future if there was no present, so he decided not to be afraid of the consequences and act here and now, regardless of the risks. Now the main thing for them was just to survive and get out of here, because staying in this place meant certain death, and every second could be their last. It also turned out that they still had bombs that they could use as a last chance to change the situation and give themselves the opportunity to get out of here. But Hyunbo was very reckless and almost got attacked, which could have been fatal for him if he hadn't reacted at the last moment. Meanwhile, the clay golems almost managed to stop the dragon and kept it trapped, preventing it from attacking Hyunbo and his team, although it didn't last long. He ordered them to keep the monster at bay, and the team had to dodge as a direct collision could end in disaster for everyone, and they couldn't take any unnecessary risks. However, this skeleton dragon was much stronger than they had anticipated, so even their joint efforts did not guarantee victory, but only delayed the inevitable. The very next moment, Henbo was lying next to his broken staff, realizing that he was now completely defenseless and had only a few seconds to decide. He was afraid, but he knew he couldn't just give up, so he gathered all his strength to continue the fight, even though the odds were extremely slim. Although for a moment he really thought that it might be the end, he quickly dismissed these thoughts and decided to fight to the last because there was no other option. He had no mana or strength left, and his comrades in arms could not help him, so the only option was to do something unexpected that could change the situation. However, the young man still continued to fight and used psychokinesis to take control of the situation, even though he realized that this was his last chance, and he had no right to make a mistake. There was only one way to survive, and he had no room for error, so he had to act with maximum precision and not hesitate for a moment. Hyunbo knew that he had to do it. So he summoned all his will and decided to risk everything on the last chance that could change the course of the battle. Therefore, the protagonist tried to subdue this dragon using all his strength and will to make him recognize his superiority and submit. But the monster said that he would never recognize a human as his master because he considered it beneath his dignity and was ready to fight to the last to prove it. However, Hyunbo did not give up and tried to take control, making every effort to change the situation and force the dragon to accept his authority. He said that he was giving the dragon one last opportunity to obey him and would make it the strongest dragon, but if it refused, it would die with him. The dragon skeleton thought he was an idiot, even though Henbo said that he was able to challenge himself and change, to become stronger and overcome any obstacles, but he still couldn't become stronger without help. So he realized that he had to use all available opportunities, even if they seemed risky. Hyunbo gave him one last opportunity to obey, or he would destroy them both, realizing that there was no other way out, and this was their last chance to survive. He was so confident that he went on to tell the dragon that he was its master, and that it had to accept it. Otherwise, they would not survive this battle. Henbo continued to try to tame the dragon, despite the fact that it stubbornly resisted and would not submit even after so many attempts. It had been 329 days since Henbo first tried to explore this dungeon, and he had faced many trials and dangers. Eventually, the dragon surrendered, realizing that if he agreed to cooperate, he could gain much more power than he had before, and use it for his own purposes. One of the high-rise buildings in Cannes looked quite ordinary, but in fact it hid something important that could change the course of events and influence the dungeon explorers. That building housed a company that supported dungeon explorers, and it was its employee who brought important news about the successful completion of one of them. Despite the fact that the dungeon was Class F, this time its passage turned out to be unusual because an event occurred there that attracted the attention of the company's management. Because of this, the employee insisted that the manager personally familiarize himself with the reports received because he believed that such information could not be ignored. The manager's desk was filled with a large number of emails, which indicated that something really important had happened that could affect the entire organization. However, after reviewing one of the papers, he threw it on the table because he considered the information to be absurd and simply impossible for a dungeon of this level. He had heard of similar situations, but he could not believe that a skeleton dragon appeared in a Class F dungeon, which by all rights should not exist in such a place. What was even more impressive was that the same guy who sold the maps with the skeleton squad had gone through this dungeon, which was unusual in itself. The head of the organization was furious that his subordinate had only just told him about it, as he had intended to support this player even earlier. He was worried that the player might feel disappointed to learn that they knew about his achievements, but did not provide him with any help when he needed it. Despite everything, Hyunbo survived the battle, although he lost it, but the fact that he survived such a difficult battle was already a significant achievement. He felt very disappointed in himself, because he realized again that he was still too weak to cope with such threats even after all his efforts. Against all odds, Chris, Kai, and Kezel also survived, which meant that they were able to cope with the danger and save their lives, even though they were seriously injured. Despite their severe injuries, Chris and Kai did everything possible to save their owner, even if it required them to make great sacrifices and take risks. The girl explained that they managed to survive only because they moved their cores, which allowed them to avoid death and withstand the consequences of a difficult battle. She also added that although it is necessary to work on mistakes, constantly thinking about them and dwelling on failures will only hinder further development. As a result, they not only survived, but also managed to conquer the dragon Nidhogg, who, although he did not recognize it, had already become part of their team. The dragon himself claimed that no one had tamed him and that he had decided to join because he considered it beneficial for himself and his future. Chris pointed out that whether he would admit it or not, it was Hyunbo who gave him his power and name, which already made him indebted to his new master. Despite all of Nidhogg's denials, his soul still belonged to Hyunbo, and that was an indisputable fact that even the dragon himself could not deny. Of course he didn't like it, but he couldn't deny the obvious because he realized that his fate was now tied to someone he had recently considered weak. He also warned that if Hyunbo did not fulfill his promise of great power, he would not hesitate to destroy him, even if it required betrayal. When the dragon disappeared, Hyunbo thought only about how much he wanted to go outside after the long sweep, and finally feel the freedom outside the dungeon. Chris said he could go, but warned him that he would need at least another half a month to fully recover before he could return to training. Kai and Kezel were glad that their master was on the mend, because if he wanted to walk, it meant that his condition had improved significantly and was no longer a cause for concern. Kezel decided to go with Kai because he was to replace Chris and take over all her duties so that she could do other things. She was going to go to work on creating cards for sale, as this was her main task, which required concentration and a lot of stamina. Kezel also got ready to go help her, and Kai asked if Hyunbo was okay, who looked pensive as if something important was bothering him. Soon, the young man decided to go outside to get some air, and maybe find answers to the questions that were bothering him. Since the skeletons could also see the street, they also wanted to go there to learn more about this world and expand their understanding of human life. Hyunbo decided not to object and let them go with him because he realized that they were also curious to see everything with their own eyes. They had fun observing city life and interacting with people, but it was time to go back home and continue their work. Of course, Henbo also thought about staying here forever because it was calmer here than in the dungeons filled with danger. But everyone has a place to go back to, and he wanted to go home after his walk. In addition, Hyunbo was thinking about finding a new home for them, because the old one no longer met their needs and was not spacious enough. The taxi driver noticed that Hyunbo seemed to be in Seoul for a short time, and he nodded, confirming that he was not used to this city and its many features. There were many interesting things to see here, but the man said that it was better to be at home after sunset, because there have been many disturbing events recently. Recently, people often disappear, and in Korea alone, there are 50 missing persons, and it may be because of monsters that could enter the city unnoticed. But Chris said that it can't be monsters for sure, because people can destroy their own kind without any magic or supernatural intervention. They can't know for sure what's behind the disappearance, and Hyunbo is an ordinary person who can't help, because he has no influence on such events. Besides, it is beyond his power. So Hyunbo did not want to interfere because he had enough of his own worries that required his attention and efforts. People always disappear, but the main thing is that it's not Hyunbo, so he decided not to delve into this problem and continue to do his own thing. He should just focus on his promise and not get involved in other people's business that has nothing to do with him and can only cause trouble. The skeletons also said that despite all this, they would support any decision he made, so he shouldn't hesitate in choosing his own path. Also, free time is running out very quickly, so he needs to get back to business as soon as possible, and not waste precious hours on useless thoughts. Chris told him that he should get down to business because it would take a lot of time and require maximum concentration and endurance. They also managed to move to a new house, which was much more spacious and comfortable than their previous place of residence. It is quiet and spacious, and even Nidhogg can fit in, which was a great advantage for them because they don't have to worry about lack of space. There is also a river of mana flowing under this house that can greatly enhance their magical energy and make them even stronger than before. This is an ideal place for mages, so this house is a godsend end that opens up many opportunities for them to develop and improve their skills. The skeletons also asked what was wrong with the dungeon, because they had been resting all week and not doing any serious tasks that required effort. And then Hyunbo mentioned that there was a new quest that could be a great opportunity for them to test their strength and gain new experience. Although Kai didn't think they would stay in F class, it was only a plus for them because they didn't attract too much attention and could act quietly. However, Hyunbo thought that the skeletons were too safe and might underestimate the challenges ahead, which would require more preparation and caution. The bosses will only get more powerful and they don't know what to expect, so it's better to stay alert and always be ready for any surprises. They may be confident in their own abilities, but they should always be cautious because overconfidence can be the cause of their defeat. Chris agreed, saying that it is indeed worth acting carefully and not underestimating possible opponents who may be stronger than they seem. Kai and Kessel started apologizing for saying such a stupid thing because they realized that their overconfidence could turn into big problems for them. But in the end, they realized what they had said, and Hyunbo breathed a sigh of relief as his allies finally realized the importance of caution in future battles. Once upon a time, it all started when the door of the boy's apartment became the entrance to a dungeon, and he was scared because he did not know what was waiting for him. But he was never alone. He was always surrounded by many players, although they gradually disappeared, and eventually there were fewer and fewer of them. After completing the dungeon, they decided to meet somewhere else, and it brought a lot of joy because everyone wanted to share their experiences. And then they wanted to become the best guild in Korea, and then the whole world, because they realized that they had all the necessary skills and capabilities. The guy really dreamed about it and was ready to do everything possible to make their guild the strongest and to be recognized among others. But then something very terrible happened in front of his eyes that changed his views and made him reevaluate everything he had done up to that point. It was this moment that broke him and several others, so they just tried to survive by promising to tell the monsters everything to save their lives. It was a wandering boss about whom little was said on the site, although at first the players still thought they would be able to cope and overcome him. Despite this, the monsters were also defeated, though not all of them, and now they could focus on the last enemies. One of the most powerful was able to break away from the hero because he had great speed and strength, which allowed him to create a distance between them. And then he was behind him quickly and sharply, using incredible agility, so the hero barely had time to react to the attack. Despite the fact that the monster was moving quickly, the hero was able to easily dodge it because he had predicted its trajectory in advance and retreated. In addition, they saw a bone dragon in front of them that seemed extremely threatening, even though it had not yet gained its full strength. But this character objected, saying that it was only a skeleton because it was still too weak and unable to show its full power in battle. Then he added that later, this dragon would become stronger, and then no one would be able to defeat it even under the most favorable conditions. After that, Nidhogg began to enjoy his meal, not paying attention to the events around him because they did not matter to him. The young man sat down next to the victim, seeing that he needed help, and decided not to leave him alone in such a difficult situation. The hero also needed it, so he asked if he was ready to help as well, because together they had a better chance of success. The young man offered a deal, but asked what he could give him in return, as he was not going to act without benefit to himself. The victim said that he would give anything, because he realized that he had no other choice in this situation. Hyunbo then said that the guy's soul would be enough, and this contract would be more than enough to fulfill the agreement. Meanwhile, the cards began to sell well, and the demand for them grew, bringing profit to those who had bought them earlier. Although Chris was angry that it took so long, even though she had sent the instructions, she realized that it was inevitable. But the hero assured that those people were new to magic, so it was not easy for them to quickly get used to it and fulfill all the requirements. In the dungeon, the masked guy said that he would return the victim's hand if he signed a contract and agreed to the terms. But another participant thought that it was impossible to return the limb at all, because he considered such magic to be something too complicated and unattainable. The guy agreed, saying it was really hard to believe, but he was willing to take the risk because he had no other choice. That's why he decided to do things a little differently, and find a way to realize his plan without excessive losses and risks. Applying his skills, the young man used the magic of restoration to begin the process of regenerating the lost body parts. And a miracle happened, because the guy's lost arm returned, which was an indisputable proof of the power of his magical ability. They didn't know who he was, but the masked young man called himself Wonhyo and introduced himself to them as a new ally or potential enemy. Then he asked about the contract, because he needed to know if the boy was ready to fulfill his promise. After that, all the survivors raised their hands, saying that they agreed to the terms offered because they realized that there was no other choice. That day, Won Yo signed 21 soul contracts, and the first condition was not to tell anyone about it to avoid problems. The second was to give him all the mana crystals during the raid, which was to provide him with a constant source of magical energy. He then gave them a book with information about spell cards so that they could better understand their properties and application. As a result, he began to receive a percentage of the sale of each one without doing anything, because he controlled the entire process through contracts. The selectors were surprised that Hyunbo signed the contracts because he said he didn't want to use his power in this way and wouldn't betray himself. But now everything was different because he needed to increase his power in order not to be left behind and maintain his advantage. The contract of souls is stronger than the contract of mana, and the non-disclosure clause would give them a secret connection and ensure their safety. Then Kai thought about this clause of the contract, because he realized that it could have hidden consequences and certain risks. He even called the owner a gray cardinal of this world, believing that he was directing events from the shadows and controlling the situation. But Hyunbo said that this was not the case, although it seemed that the young man himself believed so, because his actions only confirmed this assumption. Meanwhile, they had a new quest that could change the situation and give them the opportunity to achieve more in a short time. The guy looked at the screen, realizing how much time had already passed and that they needed to act faster to complete the task on time. So he thought that this time the quest would be strange and might have unusual conditions or an unexpected ending. However, Kezel and the others began to assure him that even in this case, they would cope and be able to complete the task without any problem. Meanwhile, they moved forward, and Kezel was very bored because he wanted to get into the battle and test his strength. They had been running around for 30 minutes, and he wanted to try out the equipment, but they hadn't encountered any enemies yet. It was only at that moment that Hyunbo told them to get ready because he felt something suspicious and decided to warn everyone in advance. But it wasn't monsters, it was other dungeon explorers, people who were also looking for something valuable or fulfilling their mission. It felt like there were about 5 people, and it took about 19 minutes to walk, so they still had time to prepare for the meeting. One of them had a crossbow, and the others had some other weapons, which indicated that they were ready for a fight or possible conflict. Then Chris asked what they should do next, because she didn't want to act without coordination and take risks without a clear plan. The young man just put on a mask and told them to get ready to attack in case the situation became threatening. Being ready, the whole team moved forward, realizing that this meeting could be decisive for further event. Then they met Jin Hyun, and he was the head of this clan, which made him an important ally or potential enemy. The young man introduced himself as Won Yo, shaking hands and showing confidence to make the right impression on the other person. He added that he had an evil spirit behind him that he had been able to subdue earlier, and that this power could be useful in future battles or missions. Jin was surprised that the boy was able to subdue even skeletons, because it required great strength and skill in magic. He also added that Won Yo could join them, because mages are very much needed in the team, and their strength would be a great advantage. Jin hoped that Won Yo would agree, because he could be a good addition to the team and could become a key figure in their plan. In the end, he decided to agree and see what would happen, because it opened up new opportunities and advantages for him. Jin told him that he had made a great choice and called him along to introduce him to the rest of the clan and their purpose. He was going to introduce Won Yo to the other members of the group to show that they were a real team with their own principles. Although Kasul said that he didn't like it at all, because he felt something strange about this alliance and didn't trust the new people. And Hyunbo also felt that there was definitely something wrong with this guy, so he decided to be careful and keep an eye on his action. And then the young man learned that 16 people had died in one day, and this made him think about the danger of this place. Given their skills and level of training, this result is not surprising, because they did not demonstrate anything that could have influenced the course of events. Some researchers are so unprofessional that even their presence in the team raises questions because they have neither the relevant experience nor the necessary knowledge. It is striking that with such training and lack of basic skills, they were able to survive at all, because in the dungeon, any mistake could cost them their lives. The team did not interfere because these people wanted to go on, despite the obvious danger and complete disregard for all the warnings they had been given before the mission. Chris felt sorry for those who had to check the information about this quest, as it seemed to be a complete chaos and contained a lot of contradictory data, which made the work much more difficult. Despite the difficulties, the team had a significant advantage, so it was dangerous to delay, because any delay could give their opponents an additional chance to seize the initiative. Chris mentioned that Jin Hyuk was online right now, which meant they could immediately seize this chance and try to get more information. But Hyunbo didn't realize when she took his phone, because he was so focused on discussing the situation, that he didn't even notice her action. Kiesel interrupted them, saying that they shouldn't ignore the guy because it would be bad if everyone else gathered in the squad, and it would lead to significant complications in the implementation of their plan. Kai said that he didn't like Jin Hyuk anyway because he seemed too cunning and self-confident and ready to act solely in his own interests. Kiesel immediately supported him, saying that he was a good man to speak out because he himself thought it was dangerous to trust such a person. He himself hated Jin Hyuk because his behavior, his methods, and his attitude toward others only caused irritation and distrust. Although Hyunbo didn't understand what Jin had done to them, because at first glance his actions didn't seem so critical or dangerous. Kiesel said that he was annoyed by Jin Hyuk's behavior, manner of communication, face, and everything, because he always acted as if he was better than everyone else. And Kai added that his clan also didn't seem responsible, because their decisions seemed too impulsive and their actions chaotic. Although it's strange that Hyunbo, who talked to him so much, didn't suspect anything, because he usually had a pretty sharp intuition and knew how to read people. But if you also ask the clan what they think of the leader, they all unanimously say that they are happy with him, although it seems that this is not the case and they only pretend to support him. There is hatred in their eyes. At least he thought so, because their facial expressions and tense atmosphere indicated hidden anger and frustration. But Chris added that this was just Kai's guess, as they had no concrete evidence against Jin Hyuk, although he himself could not ignore his intuition, because every time he talked to this guy, he had a feeling of danger. Sometimes people show hatred even for trifles, but in this case, Kai was sure that the reason was deeper and more serious. But they really don't have any evidence, even though Chris seemed to trust Jin and didn't think he was as dangerous as Kessel and Kai. Nevertheless, she said that she would get rid of him as soon as possible, because she was used to acting proactively and not waiting for the situation to get out of hand. But first, they had to take care of everything and make sure, because if they made a mistake, it could have serious consequences. She only said this because she was sure that she shouldn't be with him, because he could cheat at the most inopportune moment. Hyunbo began to worry and asked what the reason was because he thought Chris knew more than he was saying. After that, the young man listened to Chris's story and realized that the situation was much more serious than he thought. And he had no choice but to agree with her, because all her arguments were logical and convincing. Now they definitely have to get rid of Jin Hyuk before it's too late, because every minute of delay gave him the opportunity to act first. And it seems that soon they will have a great opportunity, because events have begun to develop faster than they expect. He had just posted one ad on the website, and it could be the perfect moment to realize their plan. Jean believed that they needed to work together and unite because they were in danger, and the meeting was to take place in 3 days, which gave them time to prepare. So, they still had time to prepare, but they couldn't afford to waste a second. Chris stood up and said that they needed to think this through very carefully because any mistake could cost them too much. In the end, she acted as she usually does in a focused, cool manner and without any hesitation. Hyunbo could even sense her wild desire to deal with the problem because she could not tolerate situations in which she did not have full control. Eventually, 3 days passed and they all gathered in the dungeon together, each ready for the decisive moment. At that moment, Jin started to speak and asked if anyone could hear him, because he wanted to make sure that everyone was listening. It seemed that everyone was there, so he was ready to start and not waste time on unnecessary formalities. He first thanked them for coming, and then got to the point because he realized that everyone wanted to hear the main thing as soon as possible. Jin began to tell us that even his clan, which had been preparing for the battle for a long time, was now in a state of shock because of the unexpectedly high level of monsters. This place is extremely dangerous because if you let your guard down for a few seconds, you can say goodbye to your life without any chance of escape. However, even in such a dungeon, there were those who were able to pass it and left comments on the site with tips and impression. Therefore, Jean decided to encourage others by saying that they were no worse and could also pass this test, despite the difference in skills. However, he emphasized that they should be sober about the situation, because sooner or later, they would face serious financial problems. They will be able to destroy a huge number of monsters, but due to the large number of participants, profit distribution will become a difficult task. This will certainly lead to conflicts between the group members, and the situation will gradually begin to spiral out of control and put them in danger. To avoid such problems, Jean thought of an effective way to maintain order in the team. He suggested creating an official guild right away to organize their group and set clear rules. The site has already posted some fresh information about the guild that may influence their decision and further actions in the dungeon. It states that the profit in the guild automatically increases by 30% compared to the individual passage. That's why Jean insisted on forming a guild, as it would give them a significant advantage over other hunters. In addition, he immediately nominated himself for the role of master and head of this new organization. At first, no one said anything, and the room was silent as everyone pondered his word. But then Jin explained that he should become the head because of his unique superpower and natural talent for leadership. Despite his confidence, many people were incredulous because they had no proof of his exceptional ability. Jin decided to explain that he possesses a B-class skill called dominance, which allows him to lead those weaker than him. However, this skill does not affect those with a much higher level than him, which is its main limitation. However, the guy promised that he would constantly develop this skill to gradually expand its capabilities. If he succeeds, he will be able to create a powerful clan that will have a huge impact and become the strongest among others. After hearing his arguments, many people were still hesitant, even though this prospect looked extremely attractive and promising. Jin assured that all those who signed the guild membership agreement would receive power from him that would help them survive. To demonstrate this, he decided to show the effect of his ability by calling someone from the crowd to him. Genie explained that all he had to do was say the words of consent, and the person would officially become his subordinate. As soon as the guy agreed, the system instantly recognized him as a member of the guild, and he began to feel changes in himself. After checking his skills, it became obvious that after joining the guild, he really became much stronger. It was incredible because in just a few seconds, his skills improved and he became much more effective. With this rate of development, they will be able to easily overcome all difficulties in the dungeon and not be afraid of enemies. The further they advance, the stronger they will become, which will open up new opportunities for growth. Thanks to his ability, all participants could be sure that they would be able to pass this test without fatal losses. And everyone who signs a contract with Gene will become stronger and receive a significant increase in abilities, which will make them more dangerous in battle and give them an advantage over their enemies. That's why the boy was ready to take an oath of mana to prove his commitment to his ideals and show that his intentions are sincere and unwavering. This is an oath that cannot be broken because it will end very badly for this person and will have terrible consequences that could lead to his death, or even worse. So, he vowed that he would not give his trainees meaningless tasks and would not force them to do something that was contrary to logic or put their lives at unnecessary risk. This won over the others, and they thought that Gene was truly worthy of the title of leader because he had shown himself to be a leader who was not only strong but also fair in his decisions. So, Gene thanked them for trusting him and assured them that he would do his best to meet their expectations and lead them to a common goal. Eventually, Wonyo himself spoke up, having been silent until then, but carefully observing and analyzing the situation. He said that he had known before that Jin would want to create a guild, because from the first meeting, he saw in him leadership qualities and ambitions that exceeded the limits of an ordinary magician. But he was really surprised by Jin's skills, because even among experienced mages, few could gather people around them so quickly and win their trust. He was glad to hear compliments from a magician like Wonyo, because it meant that he was recognized not only by his subordinates, but also by those who were equal, or even stronger. However, the boy wanted to ask him one question that was bothering him, and could change his mind about everything that was happening around him. Jin's skills strengthen his wards, but this also applies to his own abilities if they are at a high level, or he is able to control a huge amount of energy. And at that moment, Wonyo said that because of this resistance, those 16 people disappeared, unable to withstand the load that Jin had imposed on them with his orders. Jin didn't seem to understand what he was talking about, but he was worried because if it was true, his powers were not only powerful, but could have terrible consequences. Wonyo said that all these people simply could not stand his orders, which is why this happened, because not everyone can cope with what is imposed on the level of mana. Then the boy asked if there was anyone else here with the same power as him, and if this could mean that the other wards were also in danger if they obeyed his orders. Jin screamed, saying that he was innocent, and finally said that he would swear if necessary to prove that he had done nothing wrong and had nothing to do with it. This he did, only to panic more and say that he had nothing to do with it, and that Wonyo was just trying to accuse him without any evidence. People thought that oaths can't lie, so the magician was wrong, because if Jin was really guilty, she would have punished him for lying. Kiesel wanted to kill Jin, but he had to hold on because he couldn't act rashly until he found out all the details and got confirmation of what he had said. Then Wonyo said that he would be a little more precise so that no one would have any doubt about what exactly happened to those 16 people. He said that Jin had ordered those 16 people to kill each other, and they could not disobey because they were bound to him through the Oath of Mana. That was his entire order, which he gave without hesitation, and then just watched them do his bidding and kill each other. In the previous dungeon, Jin was one of 28 explorers who went there in search of artifacts and knowledge that could change their lives. He did not stand out in any way, although he tried very hard to do so, because he wanted to prove that he was not just an ordinary magician, but deserved something more than others. And in the end, he managed to get superpowers and fulfill his dream, which was to become so powerful that no one could challenge him. But he was actually a terrible person who would stop at nothing for his own power and had no pity for those who stood in his way. And the mana oath made people obey him, and Jin showed his true face only at the end of the raid when he was already sure of his victory. People were ordered to destroy each other, and had no choice because they were bound to him through the power they had received and could not resist his will. In the end, he did not destroy anyone himself, but gave the order and watched everything from the outside as if it were just an experiment that did not concern him personally. However, Jin himself denied everything, saying that Wonhyo had no evidence and that he was just trying to destroy his reputation out of envy or distrust. He also added that the magician was even afraid to show his face because he knew he was wrong and his accusations were just unfounded speculation. Then the young man said that he had evidence, although it would be hard for Jin to believe it because it would change everything he thought about himself and his power. The researcher thought it was nonsense because all the bodies disappeared in the dungeon, and there was nothing left that could confirm his guilt or expose his true intentions. And he still successfully controlled the survivors, not even giving them a chance to escape from his influence and tell anyone the truth about what happened. That's why his wards began to say that Jin was innocent and was being accused unfairly because he had done nothing wrong and it was all just slander. Wonhyo felt sorry for them, so he decided to help them right away so that they would not suffer and understand the truth that would be revealed to them after his intervention in this situation. It was then that the young man used a skill that brought back to life the undead that everyone thought were lost and now stood before them, alive again thanks to magic. After that, those 16 people appeared right in front of them, causing everyone around them to freeze in shock as no one expected to see them alive. He introduced himself again as Wonhyo and said that he was a necromancer who knew the art of controlling the dead and was able to bring them back to the world of the living. This made people afraid because they didn't really know what it was and what necromancers could do, because their magic had always been a source of fear. But they understood everything correctly because such magicians have the ability to raise the bodies of those who did not survive and control them, forcing them to obey their orders. Although most of all he specialized in evil spirits, which was the best weapon in his hands, allowing him to easily deal with enemies. Therefore, he is able to summon those who are not so easy to see, because they are in the world of shadows, and only a true necromancer can control them. Wonhyo also added that these people were always wandering in front of his eyes, so he intervened to give them the opportunity to speak and find peace. Jin continued to shout, saying that it was all nonsense and an illusion created to deceive everyone around him and make them doubt his word. And his wards continued to say that the genie was innocent and could not have done anything wrong, so they did not believe in all these magical tricks. And those who did not survive screamed for him to release their relatives from his power, because they did not want their loved ones to remain under Genie's control. Gene said that no one should believe the MKG and this illusion because he was just lying and trying to use people to achieve his goal. The wards were afraid, but continued to say that Jin Hyuk did nothing, and all the accusations against him were just an attempt to destroy his reputation. They even started to cry, saying and begging to believe Jin, because only he could lead them to success and save them from all threats. But after that, most people chose Wonhyo's side, realizing that his words sounded more convincing than Jin's excuses. They began to say that Jin would never become the head of the guild, because they would not allow it because his methods were no longer trustworthy. Jin had almost succeeded, and only this Wonhyo prevented him from doing so by ruining all his plans and putting him in a hopeless situation. Because of this, he became very angry and rushed right at the guy, hoping to quickly deal with him and regain the advantage. However, Kezel intervened in time and protected his host from the blow, preventing Jin from achieving his goal and forcing him to retreat. Jin went on to say that people would become toys in Wonhyo's hands and that he could not be trusted because he was just using them for his own purposes. Therefore, he continued to fight for his title, saying that he was right and that only he was capable of leading the guild to victory. After that, An even more intense battle began between him and Keslam to determine which of them was actually stronger and worthy of power. Jin realized that he couldn't do it without a fight, so he called for help from his subordinates and ordered them to attack and destroy the enemies. But Wanyo ordered Kesla not to harm ordinary people because they are innocent and should not suffer because of other people's ambitions and struggles. Therefore, the skeleton simply defended itself and protected its master, not hitting people, but not allowing them to get close to Wanhyo. Kessel also added that they were very strong, and it was hard for him to fight back, because their numbers and fighting skills made the battle more difficult. Jin laughed, saying that Wanhyo's skeletons would never be able to handle his men because they are weak and unable to fight back. But then Chris stepped in and prepared a spell to change the course of the battle and help Wanhyo gain the upper hand. She easily managed to throw off one girl who was under Jin's influence thanks to her magic, which was much stronger than their defense. That's what pissed him off, and Jin decided to fight to the fullest and show his strength, proving that he was still the strongest. He said that this is a berserker mode, and their strength has increased due to the reduction of health points, which allowed them to become faster and more dangerous. So it's either destroy them or lose them yourself, because retreat is no longer an option, and only victory will allow them to get out of this situation. Eventually, Kai and Kezel began to fight with two of Jin's subordinates, showing all their skills and trying to defeat their opponents. But at that moment, Chris used the ice arrow skill, which flew forward and hit her target, making her shiver from the cold. She hit the girl in front of her, but she immediately reacted by activating her abilities to fight back. Henbo realized that these people had incredible strength, and their endurance far exceeded his expectation, making him tense. Jin himself did not hesitate to rush forward with the intention of destroying the guy and leaving him no chance of escape in this battle. He decided to make even the skeletons betray their master and take his side, creating a serious problem for the young man. However, the young man calmly stated that Jin had made a fatal mistake by choosing him as his enemy because this decision would be his last. After these words, Hyunbo called on his dragon, and it instantly reacted by pinning Jin to the ground with its powerful paw. The boy could not even move from the strength of the beast because the grip was so powerful that he could feel his bones crunching. However, Henbo's army of skeletons still could not withstand the onslaught of the researchers' wards, who attacked incessantly, forcing them to retreat. Despite this, Chris Kai and Kessel successfully dealt with the enemies without giving them a single chance to escape in this fierce battle. Henbo came forward, saying that the genie was very close to his victory, and if not for his mistake, everything could have turned out differently. Therefore, if he had guessed about his plan in time and implemented it properly, it is likely that victory would have been on his side. The young man was ready to finish him off, but Jin suddenly started screaming loudly, begging for mercy and trying to save his life. He shouted that he would never do anything like that again, and that he had learned his lesson, so he begged Hyunbo not to kill him and give him another chance. But then Wanyo asked him if he had ever saved anyone who begged him for help, and if he had ever shown mercy when it was needed. And then the genie shouted even louder, claiming that he had indeed saved people and that he was not like they thought he deserved to live. But Wanyo knew that this was a lie, and it made him even angrier, so he said that he hated people like that, who made hypocritical excuses. After that, he immediately struck at him without any hesitation, using all his strength and destroying his opponent without leaving him a chance. After returning home, Henbo began to feel very nauseous and could not get away from the thought that he had really taken someone's life with his own hands. He had really managed to kill a man, and this thought did not leave his mind, making him doubt the correctness of his actions and decision. He destroyed him completely and heard his bones crunching, so he could not forget what he had done, because this moment was engraved in his memory. But the skeletons began to praise their master, saying that he was very strong and that he had proved his power by destroying such an insidious enemy. They said that he had destroyed a bad man who did not deserve mercy and had done exactly what he had to do for the sake of justice. But Hyunbo said that perhaps there was another way out of this situation, and that he could have done something differently without resorting to extreme measures. And most importantly, the genie said that the skeletons were also just the magician's toys, and he was right, because they only obey orders because of their nature. Chris Kai and Kessel listened to him, only because he is their master, and this oath of mana makes them obey regardless of their will. But they do it not because of their own will, but because of a magical connection. So if the genie had not been destroyed, he could have used them for his own purposes. And among those whom he would have destroyed could have been themselves. So Hyunbo actually did the right thing, leaving the enemy no chance for error. But the young man didn't want to listen to their words anymore, so he walked out, saying that he wanted to be alone to sort out his thoughts. For the next hours, he just lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, and then he could not stand it and started crying into the pillow, feeling a lot of pain inside. He himself realized that this was the only possible way to survive in this situation and not allow himself to die. But even so, the hero could not forget that he had taken a man's life, and this burden did not leave his mind. Hyunbo firmly promised himself that he would not forget any crime, even if it had to be committed for his own survival. He was convinced that in this way he could at least partially atone for his sins that he had already accumulated. Suddenly, however, skeletons entered the room and congratulated Hyunbo on reaching the 4th circle of magic. The young man was instantly worried and began to ask the skeletons what they meant and why it was important. The skeletons did not explain anything new, only repeated that Hyunbo had successfully reached the 4th circle of magic. He didn't seem to understand how it had happened, although the skeletons could immediately sense this significant magical change in him. Yesterday, his determination had strengthened his magical skills, giving him a new power he could use. He didn't like this way of developing, but he was glad that he was much stronger than before. The most important thing was that he was able to achieve this on his own, so the skeletons supported him and considered it a great achievement. Chris noticed that this was not the only reason he was promoted to the rank of 4th circle wizard, because there were other factors. It was only natural that he continued to develop as a magician and became stronger every day. After these words, Hyunbo thanked both Chris and all the other skeletons who helped him along the way. Obviously, they will not have fewer problems, but now they should rest to recuperate before new challenges. Although it seemed strange to Chris, she explained that there were too many people in the dungeon now. After they left, the players decided to form their own guild to protect them. However, they couldn't find a decent leader, and because of Jin, they began to suspect each other of almost everything. Some of the people even tried to find him on a message board, hoping to get more information. Mike and the head of the mages had also read reports of a necromancer and a skeleton dragon, though they didn't believe it at first. Such dragons are very powerful, so their presence in an E-class dungeon was really strange and unusual. However, Mike argued that only a necromancer with exceptional magical powers could tame such a dragon. The head of the guild had a different opinion, as he believed that the existence of such a strong player was quite possible in this world. There were too many reports about him online, and many people had personally witnessed his appearance. In addition, necromancers of this level must also exist somewhere, because magic of this level could not disappear. The man noticed that strange things fill not only the dungeons, but also the whole world around them. After these words, the head only laughed and thanked Mike for understanding his point of view so well. After a short conversation, Mike said that he should get back to his main business and tasks. At the same time, Kiesel was actively training with Hyunbo, honing his skills in joint combat. The skeleton emphasized that the young man could not just dodge blows all the time, because it would not make him stronger. However, after he became a 4th circle mage, his memory and speed improved significantly. Now he could even predict Kiesel's movements, which gave him a great advantage during training. He felt as if he had become a completely different person with new abilities. Kessel was also surprised that Hyunbo had become so strong in just a few days, even though Chris had said that muscles were not the most important thing for a magician. She believed that muscles and physical strength alone were not enough to defeat a really strong opponent. Kessel once again asked Kai if he had a brain, but he did not change his mind and replied that a skeleton has only bones and nothing else. The skeleton took these words very sharply and challenged Kai to a battle, even though he told the truth and did not intend to offend or provoke him. Hyunbo looked at Kai in surprise and asked why he kept provoking Kiesel, instead of just ending the conversation peacefully. Kai did not pay attention to his words and only calmly replied that 13 more people who were not strong enough said goodbye to their lives in the dungeon. The survivors decided not to take any more risks and created their own guild, calling it the Normal Guild, but they were unable to choose a leader. The young man coldly stated that he was not going to waste his time on these people because they did not matter, and Kessel fully supported him. However, Hyunbo had a different opinion and admitted that he would like to get through this dungeon as soon as possible and not come back here in the future. But at that moment, Chris suddenly approached him and coldly said that this would not happen, so they would have to change their plans. She reminded them that she had already told them that it was much more important to focus on developing their own skills than on trying to complete the dungeon. Hyunbo didn't want to go there right now, but he still didn't know what to do with his training and how to properly distribute his energy. Then Chris smiled and said that now was the time to create a new plan that would help them develop properly and become stronger. Meanwhile, the girl under Jean's influence fell asleep again, but this time her dreams were nightmarish and filled with fear. She could not forget the terrible battle that took place in the dungeon a few days ago and left a terrible mark on her memory. The girl woke up abruptly and realized, breathing heavily, that she had once again dreamed a nightmare from which she could not escape even in her dreams. But she didn't understand why she was still having these nightmares, because Jin Hyuk had died long ago and didn't exist in this world. Then suddenly she heard the voice of a magician apologizing to her for what he had done to Jin Hyuk and ruined his life. However, it was from this moment that the real suffering of the researcher, who did not yet realize his fate, was to begin. Those who had died in the dungeon began to abuse Jin Hyuk's body as if to take revenge on him for their lost lives. Hyunbo did not forbid them anything, and only indifferently allowed them to do whatever they wanted with him, without interfering in the process. Jin Hyuk could not find peace because all these people whom he had underestimated were now taking revenge on him for losing their lives. The girl stood silently, not understanding what was happening and whether what she was seeing in front of her was real. She also realized that she was in the same dungeon and felt that she could move again as before. She looked frightened, but gradually came to her senses, realizing that it was all over and the past would not return. Another girl came up to Hana with tears in her eyes and was happy to see that Hana was free. Hana also could not hold back her tears when she saw her sister whom she thought was dead. She rushed to her begging for forgiveness because she was convinced that she was the reason her sister could not survive. But the girl denied it and said that Hana was not to blame because she was strong and did everything she could. Her sister only asked her to live and survive for the sake of both of them, as this was her last and most important wish. After these words, the girl simply disappeared into thin air, leaving Hana alone in the dark with her own thoughts. It was then that Hana realized that she could not just sit at home and cry because she had to move on. She decided that she would become stronger to prevent such a tragedy from happening again, and not to lose anyone else. So she went back to the dungeon and started training to fight goblins to improve her skills. Meanwhile, Hyunbo was thinking and trying to understand why Chris needed this base and what role it played. The girl calmly explained that there are many dungeons in this world, but it is almost impossible to explore each of them. She emphasized that if you make even one mistake, other researchers will turn into an evil person with no name, and all the other monsters will be able to enter their homes through the gates, so they need to immediately strengthen the defense to avoid a disaster. In the end, Chris was right, because there was no hurry, and every step should be carefully thought out so as not to make a fatal mistake. And those people the taxi driver was talking about could also have become victims of monsters, so their fate remained unknown and caused concern. These bases are needed to increase the number of survivors because they will become a safe place where people can hide and recuperate. Therefore, Hengbo asked when they would start construction, because the sooner it happens, the more people can be saved. But Chris mentioned another problem that needs to be addressed, because without it, everything else may be useless. The construction requires money, but the cards are not selling well now, so we need to find an alternative way to get funding. The number of fakes is starting to grow, so Hyunbo thought that they need to increase the quantity of goods to reduce the demand for fakes. But Chris suggested selling magic artifacts because it could become a stable source of income and solve financial problems. Of course, Hyunbo was surprised because others might learn how to make them, but Chris assured him that it would not be a threat to them. But Chris added that she was doing it to make money and her talent was hardly needed, so the losses would be minimal. And in this situation, she wanted to do her best because no one could compare to her, and she would be able to create unique artifacts. Then Hyunbo agreed, saying that they could start their business, and if everything went according to plan, they would quickly make a profit. Although when Chris said that Hyunbo would also be busy with her, he was not particularly happy because he did not expect such a development. But the sooner they start, the sooner they will finish, so there is no point in delaying because time is playing against them, and the situation is getting more complicated. So, the next day they began lessons on creating artifacts, and Chris taught him very carefully so that he could learn the basics faster. Thanks to her, he managed to learn quickly because Chris pointed out the slightest mistakes and explained how to avoid them in the future. The punishment was a magic body potion, and it tasted terrible, but it made him be more careful about his actions. It tasted sweet, bitter, salty, and sharp at the same time. But he drank it because he didn't want to fall behind and wanted to finish his studies as soon as possible. This went on for 3 months, but eventually the young man did it and was able to create a full-fledged artifact on his own without any help. But Chris came to him and told him that the master had forgotten something, and without it, his work would not be considered complete. Because of this, tears came out of Hinanbo's eyes and he begged to take it away from him because he could not bear another punishment. But then he met Koi, who said that the time had finally come, and now they had an important task to complete that required full concentration. Now the boss of the E-Class dungeon appeared, and it became a great threat to everyone inside because he was extremely strong. Many people had already gathered in the dungeon to defeat him together because they realized that they had no chance of winning alone. Hana was also one of those who arrived there, and she was ready to do everything possible to help her comrades in the battle. She said that they would handle everything themselves because they were not going to rely on anyone else and wanted to prove their strength. She became a master and the head of the guild and told everyone to get ready to enter because the outcome of the battle would depend on their preparation. The guild was large, and Hana encouraged them before they went forward so that they would not lose confidence and act as a unit. However, suddenly someone else came into the dungeon, and it was surprising because no one expected outsiders to appear at that moment. Wonyo stood before them, along with a crowd of skeletons that obediently followed him, as if he were his personal army waiting for a command. There were 392 days left before complete failure, and he had also come to help them in this important battle that lay ahead. Walking a little further forward, the young man finally greeted everyone, as he hadn't had the opportunity to see them and talk to them as before. The people next to him were somewhat surprised that Wonyo was the owner of the skeletons standing behind him. But then Hana calmly spoke up and said that they were all very happy to see him because it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Last time, she hadn't had time to introduce herself properly, so as the head of the group, she decided to do it now. The girl thanked him for helping to free her sister and admitted that she had long wanted to find a way to repay him. But the young man just calmly replied that she shouldn't worry about it because he just wanted to teach Jin Hyuk a lesson and nothing more. After that, Hana decided to ask him directly if he would like to join them for mutual benefit in the future. She said that his team was undoubtedly very strong, but even for them, this dungeon was too difficult and could be a problem. However, Wonyo interrupted her and assured her that in this situation, it was not him who needed help, but someone else, and he understood that. Then Hana decided to offer him a special reward for his cooperation to convince him that it was a really good deal. She took out a huge amount of cash from her bag and also showed him some mana crystals that could be very useful. The total amount was a whole 1,000,000 won, as well as 5 valuable mana crystals, and she promised something else after the victory. Of course, the crystals were necessary for all of them, but 1,000,000 won was not enough to convince Wonyo to accept without hesitation. So he asked her directly how she was going to divide the reward among everyone to see if it made sense for the team. Hana immediately explained that they would simply divide it equally among each team member, without exception or additional condition. In addition, she said that 5 members of her guild, including herself, were ready to take an oath of mana and fulfill his wishes. After listening to all her suggestions, the young man finally decided to agree to cooperate not only now, but also in the future if necessary. They shook hands, and after that, Hana promised that she would tell him a detailed plan of their further actions in this dungeon. According to her strategy, the melee fighters were to become a shield for everyone, while the archers and mages would act from a long distance. Since they didn't know what kind of abilities the boss had, she decided to use the simplest but most reliable method of combat. However, very soon, they had to completely forget about this plan because the situation turned out to be much more complicated than they thought. The boss of the dungeon was a werewolf, and there were about 100 smaller monsters in the room ready to fight. But Wonyo said that there is always a way out, and they just need to find the right approach to destroy the enemies and get out of here. Then they quickly came up with a new plan, and after completing all the necessary preparations, they went straight to the boss room. Most of the players realized that it was much more dangerous than they first thought, and they would have to act with extreme caution. Inside, a huge number of wolves were already waiting for them, and the main boss, who immediately noticed the newcomers. The monsters instantly began to attack, so Hana loudly ordered the shield bearers to come forward to protect the others from the first attack. She also commanded the first and second squads to immediately start attacking to prevent the enemies from taking the initiative. She also ordered the third and fourth squads to throw fireballs in the direction of the monsters to inflict maximum damage. After that, the team began to follow orders without hesitation because their survival in the battle depended on it, and none of them wanted to be defeated. But despite all the players' efforts, many monsters were still alive and kept moving forward, destroying barricades and breaking through the defense. Hana loudly exclaimed that she was leaving the bull to Wonhyo because she believed that only he could deal with this threat using his unique ability. Hearing her words, Wonhyo immediately used the skeleton army and the bone spear to strike the enemies with a powerful blow without giving them a chance. In just a moment, he gave the order to fire to hold back the monsters and prevent them from advancing deeper into the defense, threatening the safety of his team. People were already excited, thinking that the victory would be easy, because the enemies started to fall one by one, and it seemed that the battle was coming to an end. But suddenly the situation changed when the Bulls went on the attack again, punching through the weaknesses in the defense and forcing the players to retreat under the pressure. Hana sharply shouted that they could not retreat and ordered everyone to shoot at the enemies because if they ran away, they could lose the battle. Immediately after that, dozens of arrows and fire spheres flew into the sky at high speed, flying straight into the crowd of monsters, tearing through their ranks. Some people didn't even realize what was happening around them. They just followed orders, guided by instincts, because they didn't have time to think about anything else. But the monsters managed to break through the defense and rush forward, threatening the entire team with a mortal danger that could cost them their lives. Hana immediately ordered 2 people to fight one monster and do everything possible to destroy the enemy without giving it a chance to counterattack. She no longer even believed that they would be able to win this battle and began to wonder whether they should surrender to avoid unnecessary casualties among their own. But when the army of skeletons moved forward, Wonyo ordered everyone to retreat to regroup and try to change the tactics of the battle. Hana looked back and worriedly said that there were not enough skeletons because they would not last long unless there was another plan. But Wonyo just calmly replied that the battle was not over yet, and they still had a trump card that he planned to use at the decisive moment. His army of skeletons immediately surrounded the monsters from all sides, leaving them no chance to escape or regroup for a new attack. Hana was surprised to see such a huge number of skeletons because she knew that it took a huge amount of mana. But what impressed everyone the most was that a giant bone dragon appeared behind them, looking both majestic and terrifying. After that, Wonyo used the Breath of Darkness and directed it at the enemies to deal them the final blow and end the battle. The spell manifested itself in the form of a dragon that rushed forward, tearing the monsters apart with its powerful blows, leaving them no chance. But at the moment when it seemed that victory was near, the dragon suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed in the first place. This use of magic exhausted Wonyo, but he saw that the monsters began to lose strength and realized that his plan had worked. However, he was not going to stop, because the battle was not over yet, and he needed to make even more efforts to finish it off. Despite the heavy losses, there were still quite a few monsters, and they continued to advance as if not noticing their own losses. It seemed that instead of easing the situation, the team was only further divided, which only made the battle more difficult for them. Hana realized this, and immediately ordered everyone to regroup to attack the enemies together, as this would increase their chances of victory. After that, the archers immediately went on the attack, using all available means to somehow weaken the ranks of the monsters and force them to retreat. They managed to strike a lot of accurate blows, although not all attacks hit the target, but the monsters fell under a barrage of arrows and magic spells. But even so, some monsters still made their way forward and turned out to be very strong, which posed a great threat to the defense. Wonyo immediately decided to take the bulls on himself, and the guild was to focus on killing the mice to evenly distribute the forces. But while they were discussing the strategy, one of the monsters suddenly sneaked up on Wonyo and almost hit him with its sharp claws. But at the last moment, Kezel and Kai stood up for him and rushed forward, stopping the creature and throwing it back. At the same moment, Chris immediately used a lightning bolt on the enemy, hoping that it would be enough to finish them off. However, a new problem arose because the monsters had too fast regeneration and restored the damage they had received almost instantly. But this did not mean that the team had no chance of winning, because they were still strong and could find a way to stop the enemies. In the end, Wonyo only pretended to be out of mana, and the trick worked as he expected, forcing the monsters to act carelessly. At that very moment, Kezel and Kai rushed forward on Wonhyo's orders to strike the decisive blow and change the course of the battle. Kai was the first to strike the monster with his sword, destroying it with a single blow and proving that the team still had the strength to win. Kessel rushed forward again to defeat the monster without hesitation and without paying attention to the possible danger that awaited ahead. But this wolf was very easily able to recover from his wounds, as if his body was designed for rapid regeneration, which made the battle difficult. Then Kai said that it would be better to strike at its neck, as it could become a weak point that would quickly end the battle. He added that he would delay the wolf and let Kezel attack until it could recover from a series of devastating blows. But Kezel wanted to do everything himself and told Kai to stand back because he didn't want to rely on anyone even in the most difficult situation. Meanwhile, Chris also told them to leave the wolf to her because she had her own plan for dealing with the creature. Eventually, she managed to capture it and tie it up to immobilize it, which allowed the others to act without risking their lives. After that, Kezel immediately rushed at it to finish it off, not wanting to give the monster any chance to escape or counterattack. In the end, he succeeded, proving that his strength and determination can overcome even such dangerous opponents. After the wolf fell, the core fell out of it, which contained a mysterious energy that they might need in the future. Wonyo took it in his hands, saying that this crystal was very valuable and would be useful to them because it contained power that could be used. Meanwhile, Hana still continued to fight the monsters, not allowing them to gain an advantage and cause even more chaos around them. She threw herself at the bull in front of her to knock it down, using all her strength and skill to defeat the enemy. And the girl succeeded, after which she inflicted the last wound, making sure that the monster could no longer harm anyone. He was finished, but there were still many werewolves left, so she ordered to attack further without giving them a chance to escape. It was necessary to delay the monsters to prevent them from escaping and regrouping, because that would make it more difficult to destroy them later. Wonyo came up behind her to praise her for her work, recognizing her contribution to the battle and wanting to show his support. He added that they had now completed the clearing of the dungeon, though they still needed to make sure the threat was gone. Although the guild did not understand what the mage was talking about if there were still a lot of monsters that were still resisting and trying to escape. In the end, people began to rejoice that they had survived and that they had passed the test, because this battle could have ended much worse for them. Hana thanked Wonyo on behalf of everyone, because without him, it would have been much harder for them to survive and overcome such powerful opponents. But the young man said that he had only fulfilled his part of the bargain, not considering himself a hero and not wanting to receive special gratitude. After that, Hana asked Wonyo what he would do next, wondering if he would stay with them or go his own way. He said that he could work with someone, but he wanted to go his own way because he did not want to be tied to a particular group. After that, the magician and his team said goodbye to Hana's guild, deciding that their paths were temporarily diverging. Finally, the girl added that they were going to the second floor in 3 days, so she invited Wonyo to join them if he changed his mind. The young man replied that he would think about it and left without making a specific promise, but leaving the possibility of returning to them. Then one of the guild members approached Hana and said that Wonyo was a really strong magician, because he had proved himself in battle as a real warrior. He even had a dragon skeleton and an evil spirit that was really strong and could turn the tide of any battle in favor of his team. All of them dreamed of continuing to go through the dungeon with him, because with such an ally, their chances of success increased significantly. And if Jin Hyuk were alive, they would all become Won Hyo's enemies, and they didn't even want to think about the consequences of such a feud. At that moment, Hana shouted out to gather the guild around her, because she wanted to address everyone and inform them about further action. The head happily said that they could now return home because the main goal of their journey to the dungeon had been achieved. Meanwhile, Chris was carrying the crystal they had gotten, which was very valuable to them because it could be useful in the upcoming trials. She also told us that, in her world, the moon was called the eye that lightens the darkness because it was a symbol of hope in the darkest of times. When the moon turned red, all the monsters of the continent turned into evil creatures that attacked everyone who came across them. If the moon was blue, all these terrible creatures behaved surprisingly calmly, as if they had completely lost their aggressiveness. Due to this, the moon crystal could be used for various purposes, changing its properties depending on the conditions around. For example, with the help of this crystal, it was possible to obtain accelerated regeneration similar to that of the legendary wolf. This meant that the chance of survival increased significantly, and when Kessel approached Hyun-do, he immediately praised him for his work. However, even after that, the young man did not understand how Chris was going to use this mysterious crystal. The girl then calmly replied that the best solution would be to use this artifact as a core for one of them. Hearing this, Hyun-do wondered which of the three of them would be the best choice to get the most out of it. But unlike him, Kessel already had a clear understanding of the situation, so he decided to act without delay. Together with Kai, they unanimously stated that the right choice would be to give the crystal to Chris. She didn't even hide her surprise when her two friends expressed their opinion so confidently. Kai and Kiesel sincerely believed that Chris would be able to handle the core better than anyone else in their group. Thus, the decision was finally made, and now this crystal was to become a new core for Chris. The girl just thanked them for their trust, because it was important for her to know that they believed in her. She also assured them that she would do her best to live up to their expectation. After that, Chris quickly headed to her room, as she was going to start installing the kernel immediately. This meant that they would not see her for quite some time, as the process required considerable time and effort. Meanwhile, Hana's guild went to explore the second floor of the dungeon 3 days later. They immediately noticed that they could not see the end of this mysterious place, even from the corner of their eyes. It was already clear to everyone that the second floor of the dungeon was much more dangerous than the previous one. So, Hana ordered her people to stay alert and focused to protect each other. She emphasized that their main goal was to survive in these harsh conditions and return home safely. Following the order, they began to move on, moving into the very depths of this dangerous floor. Although there was very little left, they still had no idea what could be waiting for them ahead. However, after what they saw, they even doubted for a moment whether it was still reality or just a dream. Their group found themselves in a dense forest with a suddenly clear blue sky. Hannah immediately decided to report this strange phenomenon because there could not be a sky in the dungeon. She knew that open spaces could only happen in dungeons above E-class. The only person who could explain it to them was Chris, but they were hesitant to bother her. However, the three of them finally decided to go to her, and Hyando showed her all the messages. The girl replied that it was not something special, because it does happen sometimes. She explained that monsters in such places are usually twice as strong as in standard dungeons. In addition, such dungeons have a complete ecosystem and are characterized by their open structure. This meant that the entire dungeon consisted of just one giant horizontal floor. Kiesel concluded that now they must adapt to the new structure, because the floors are arranged differently. Kiesel was right, and this area really unites the entire dungeon. There are no separate boss rooms, and they wander aimlessly around the area, waiting for players to appear to summon them. It's an unknown area surrounded by bosses, which makes it very difficult for any player to move and survive. Immediately after that, they all decided to go to the specified location to check the situation. Chris added that nothing has changed because their task is still to simply destroy all the bosses. And eventually, when they arrived there, it became obvious that there was nothing too special or dangerous. Chris just said that she was going back to her room because the situation was still the same for her, and Kiesel decided to contact the owner to clarify the details of their plan and determine the next steps. And he should have acted as usual because Chris clearly stated that there had been no change in the situation. Hyunbo was going to start training to be ready for new challenges at any time. The master was so confident in his victory that even the skeletons felt this confidence and became more determined. Kai decided to continue reading, to deepen his knowledge and better understand the situation around him. And Kezel went to see the haunted house, because that was where all the most interesting and mysterious things began. A few days later, they got together again to discuss a plan of action and contact the guild. Hana received a message from Wanyo, and immediately picked up the phone to check what he had written. Wanyo was not offering to join, but only warning them of the dangers in the dungeon. At the same time, another message came in that contained certain conditions related to this place. These words alone caused fear in one of the guild members, indicating the seriousness of the threat. Kessel, meanwhile, was shouting loudly, demanding that everyone else dig faster and not stop. After all, if the wall falls, these people will be the first to suffer the greatest losses. He also added that if they didn't want to become evil like him, they should keep working. Some considered this exploitation, but in fact, they needed all the protection they could get. But even hearing them talk, Kezel did not hide his dissatisfaction and continued to be angry. Hyunbo came to him explaining that thanks to the guild, their work was now moving much faster. He came to check on the progress and also to restore his mana, as it was faster in the dungeon. There he was met by Hana, who immediately called him to her, noting that Kai was also here. So, the young man left all his affairs at Kisla and followed Hana without hesitation. Wanyo offered to teach the guild magic in exchange for help in building their new base. They didn't hesitate to accept the offer as they considered it extremely lucrative. Kai and Kiesel were responsible for overseeing the process, and Kiesel also took care of matters within the camp. Kai was in control of everything because he was a knight in life, and knew from his experience how to teach people to defend themselves in different situations and act strategically. Wanyo praised Kai, saying that he did a great job with all the tasks, and demonstrated excellent skills and understanding of the situation, making him an indispensable member of the team. He then asked if he had learned anything else about new threats or important details that could help them avoid danger and achieve their goal. They already knew about the Great Ape Monster, which was one of the biggest threats, and now they learned about another creature, the Red Ape, which was no less dangerous. There were also rhinoceros beetles, which are as big as a man's head and can fly, and they are not only aggressive, but also very difficult to destroy because of their tough skin and speed. Then Henbo asked whether these beetles were poisonous and whether they should be handled with special care, because if they were toxic, it could be a big problem for the group. Kai said that most likely these creatures are poisonous, but due to limited information, he could not say for sure and advised to be careful every time they meet them in the future. Finally, the host said that he would be waiting for the next news from Kai about new threats and possible changes in the situation, as this mission was extremely important for their survival. Meanwhile, The other players trained under the supervision of skeletons trained in ancient magic, who helped the players improve their fighting skills and tactics for the upcoming battles. Wonyo said that their stance should be confident and clear because it is a key element in fighting strong opponents and can determine the outcome of any battle. This continued for some time, with everyone practicing under the watchful eye of Wonhyo, who controlled every movement and action to make them as effective as possible on the battlefield. Wonyo taught them magic, which was an important part of the training, and always recalled Chris's words that a magician should give as much as he receives from natural sources of energy. And during the training, he was able to learn new information that would strengthen his circle of magic and give him new opportunities to use power in future battles. And when they got used to the camp, many of them stayed overnight in the dungeon to restore their mana, as it was the safest and most effective place to recuperate. Of course, they were worried about the monsters they might meet on the way, but they still slept well, thinking that Wonhyo would always be there to protect them from danger. Of course, he was strong and experienced, but they were also ready to fight because they had trained with him and believed that they could handle any difficulties. However, they still believed that this place was still beyond their reach and something extraordinary could happen at any moment that would put them on the brink of survival and test their strength. There were also many people who talked about some strange creature that appeared in the vicinity of the camp, but Henbo just kept accumulating mana and did not pay attention to these rumors. And so, 80 days went by, during which they all continued to train and complete missions without stopping and preparing for the challenges ahead. At that moment, Kai came up to them and said that everyone was running away as fast as possible because the situation had become critical and they had to get out of this dangerous situation as soon as possible. A landslide started next to them, and many large stones fell from above, blocking all exits and threatening their survival if they delayed or hesitated. These stones blocked their way and made escape almost impossible because there were huge boulders that created a wall that could not be overcome. And then the monsters came and surrounded the team from all sides and blocked their way, forcing them to act immediately and choose a strategy for defense. No one knew how the monsters had spotted them, but now they could only fight for their lives because it was impossible to avoid the battle due to the number of enemies. Then Kai told Hana and the boy to report back to the master and inform him of new threats that could be even more serious than they could have foreseen. This was what was needed from the scouts, and he himself rushed into the battle to give the monsters no chance and stop them as soon as possible while there was still a chance. Kai quickly ran to the monster to strike it down and prevent it from destroying the team, but the enemy was strong and fast, so the fight promised to be hard and bloody. But he was quickly wounded, and the creature itself attacked the skeleton that was nearby, becoming even more aggressive after seeing Kai fighting other enemies. At the last moment, Hana rushed to him and saved Kai from a fatal blow, showing her courage and determination in a critical situation. She and the boy were able to overcome the monster, and it fell to the ground, preventing it from threatening their lives and opening the way to victory. After that, an arrow flew at the big monkey, which was accurate and strong, piercing its defense and leaving the enemy unable to continue the fight. Kai thanked them, because thanks to them, he stayed alive and could continue fighting other monsters to protect his team and fulfill his mission. But Kai had been training them all along, so they had to win and prove their strength in a fight against any enemy, even when the situation seemed hopeless. Despite the fact that there were a lot of different monsters around, they united and were ready to fight because they believed in their strength and that together they would overcome any difficulties. The players gathered together to attack the crowd, uniting their forces and moving forward to destroy the enemies and win the battlefield. After that, the team started shooting at the monsters, trying to stop their advance and neutralize each of their attacking waves. A very serious and difficult struggle began between them, where each team member is actively fighting for their lives and the opportunity to move on. Kai said that they should be careful because they began to fire on them from all sides, which makes the team really pay attention to every movement. The creatures acted differently, they divided the team, and attacked very spontaneously, which greatly complicated the strategy and forced everyone to act blindly. But this did not stop Kai and did not scare him, so he boldly rushed forward, hoping to quickly defeat the enemies and continue the fight. He managed to overcome this big monkey very quickly and went on without stopping to quickly find an opportunity to destroy the rest of the enemies. He looked around to see if all the targets were safe after the monkey's attack, because the situation was very tense and every team member was important for victory. But the battle was not over yet because a white monkey appeared in front of them, much stronger than the previous one and threatening even more danger. In the end, Kai had to stand in front of it and start another battle, gathering all his strength to stop it and save the team. Kai apologized to his master, saying that they would have to cope without him because the next battles were becoming more difficult and dangerous. And after that, a fourth-round stone golem appeared behind them, which became a new threat to the team and required immediate attention to neutralize. Henbo reminded them that they never give up and always go to the end, even when the situation becomes hopeless and it seems that there will be no victory. After that, the two monsters fought each other, which allowed the team to gather for a while and regain strength for further struggle. Kezel rushed to defend him because no one knew how this monster would behave, and his strength could affect the outcome of the battle and threaten the whole team. And the next moment, the monkey that was standing still began to scream loudly, which was a signal for a new, even more powerful attack on the team. Chris said that the host had to focus on the battle because that was the only way they could have any hope of winning and avoiding defeat. But it was not the end because many more monsters appeared behind them, increasing the number of enemies and becoming an even bigger problem for the team. There were two-headed wolves, and all the monsters were attacking them at the same time, forcing the team to defend on all fronts with no room for error. Chris approached the other players and then began to heal them, as this was the only way to keep them in a fighting condition and prevent their defeat. Later, she managed to heal Hana, and she got up ready to take part in the battle again, where every battle was critical for the team. Chris then asked how Hana was feeling, and if she was okay, because it was important to know if she was able to continue the battle and not break down. Wonyo apologized for loading her up like that, because they had to get home alive and without casualties, and the battle was getting more and more dangerous. Now, the team stood next to each other in front of a crowd of monsters, preparing for a decisive battle where there was no room for error. And in just a few minutes, complete chaos and a fight broke out, where each of the participants in the battle had to rely only on their own strength. But Kezel rushed forward, saying that he would do it himself, because he was confident in his abilities and tried to avoid excessive danger to others. He destroyed the monsters, saying that they were like slices for him, and did not pose any threat even in such a difficult situation. And only afterwards the creature was destroyed, giving the team a short break and a chance to recuperate a bit for the next battles. Wonyo was able to call for new help, and then took the core of the creature, which was an important element for destroying the remaining enemies. But now he had little mana, so it would last for about 20 minutes, which forced the team to act even faster and with more caution. At this point, Hana began to shout at the guy to watch his step, because new threats began to appear around him, and he could not let his guard down. At that moment, something began to approach them, and it was unknown what exactly, but with every second the threat was becoming more obvious and more dangerous. Most likely it was the remnants of the monster that began to unite, and because of this, the situation became even more unpredictable and difficult for the team. Chris immediately got to work, intending to show the power of her core to take out the new enemies and force them to retreat. She used the call of Meiji's angry skeletons, which was a powerful move to shift the balance of the fight in her favor. Although she was not a necromancer, she was able to summon them, which allowed the team to gain a temporary advantage in the battle. Kaju Wonhyo left the command of the skeletons to focus on other tasks in the battle and control the situation on the battlefield. The army became much bigger after the call, so the chances of winning increased, but at the same time, the complexity of management increased. Kai ordered the skeletons to start repelling the monsters' attacks, so that they would not penetrate the depths of their defense and disrupt the plan. The white gorilla that attacked their ranks turned out to be extremely strong and able to easily break through their defense. Picking up a large stone, the gorilla threw it with force, causing the stone to shatter, further complicating the situation. When the other players started attacking, they thought they had won, but it was only a temporary victory and the battle continued. Hana started to get very angry at the guy, even though he was scared, and didn't understand why she was reacting so aggressively. At that time, their team was suddenly attacked by a two-headed wolf, which greatly increased the level of danger and complicated the strategy. Wonyo rushed forward to use his bone prison in hopes of holding the wolf back and preventing it from breaking through the line of defense. He ordered Chris and Kesla to cover him, so they could provide protection and not let the enemies break through their front. The boy was very angry that the wolf started attacking his dragon, which he perceived as a personal insult and a threat to their strength. Wonyo ordered Nidhogg to wait for the command, because the monsters were unusual, and each of them required a special approach and strategy. They were being pushed back, but Hyunbo's mana was running low, which put them in a difficult position and increased the likelihood of defeat. Nidhogg got angry, saying that he was a dragon and never lost, and then tried to regain control of the situation. Hyunbo felt the same way, not believing that his opponent was able to push Nidhogg away, and this caused him great shock and disappointment. However, now he had to accept the situation and continue the battle because victory was still possible with the right approach. Wanyo decided to take a risky move and transfer all his mana to the dragon, hoping that it would give him the strength he needed. After receiving the power, Nidhogg instantly used his breath to direct it at the enemy, which became a powerful counterattack. After that, they continued the battle, but it quickly ended as Nidhogg's power proved too much for the enemies. Hyungbo was lying on the ground, exhausted, next to his staff, indicating that he was completely exhausted after the fierce battle. Other skeletons stood near him, trying to bring him back to life because they were very concerned about his condition and health. They were very worried about Henbo and were very happy when he regained consciousness and was able to start acting again after a hard battle. The young man himself did not understand what had happened and asked the skeletons what had happened because he did not remember the events during the battle. The skeletons replied that he had lost all his mana and needed to rest to regain strength for the next battle. Then the boy asked what happened to Hana's guild and if they were safe because the battle was too intense for everyone. Kai said that Hana's guild was safe and had already gone home, which meant that the main threats were over. Henbo spent all his mana, which could have ended badly for him, but this risk allowed him to defeat the monsters. They were becoming even more aggressive, so it was necessary to destroy them as soon as possible to avoid further losses in the battle. This was true, but Hyunbo knew there was another problem. Nidhogg's pride put them in grave danger. Because of Nidhogg's pride, they were in danger because the dragon was too stubborn to recognize the limits of his abilities. Kai said that they had cleared the situation, but there was still something that needed to be resolved before they could move on, so they had to stay. Something unexpected happened because of that exploration with Hana that forced them to reconsider their plans and deal with the new threat that appeared in front of them. They managed to find a new giant monster that was different from the ones they had met before, and could create serious problems during the battle. Henbo was surprised when he heard that there was another giant walking in the forest, because he did not expect to see another creature of this magnitude after the previous battles. But this low-class monster shouldn't be a problem. Even though it's big, its size can prevent a quick end to the battle. However, do not think that the battle with him will be very easy, because his physical strength and endurance can exceed all their expectations during the battle. He is stronger than trolls, but he will not be dangerous for Chris and Hyunbo because they are mages and will be able to keep him at a distance using spells. Therefore, Kai believed that it would be the most dangerous monster of all because its physical strength could be a serious threat even to them. Although at the time, he was even excited thinking that it would be interesting because finally they would have a real challenge that would make them do their best. But Nidhogg said that he would deal with him himself and let the others stand aside and not interfere because he did not want them to interfere with him during the battle. The dragon said that this time they should stay out of his way because last time their presence had only created additional difficulties for him. Then he added that they should not waste his time like last time, because he did not intend to waste his strength on those who could not cope on their own. Kessel could not stand it any longer, because even though Hyunbo and Nidhogg were enemies, he had no right to behave like this, because it went beyond the boundaries of ordinary enmity. Chris also said that the dragon's behavior could not be allowed to go on, because if he continued to treat them like this, it could lead to conflict. She added that Hyunbo should take charge of his education, because only he can put him in his place and make him reckon with the other team members. However, resting now seemed a much better option, because after the exhausting battles, they needed time to recuperate before the next fight. Meanwhile, a girl was dissatisfied, realizing that she had wasted her time on a two-headed wolf that was easily defeated because she expected more difficulty. But she realized that there were many worthy opponents, so she decided to stay because she wanted to find someone who could be a worthy opponent. It was then that she decided it was time to start, and started the roulette because she didn't want to wait any longer and wanted to know who would be her next target. And the result was immediately apparent, because as soon as the arrow stopped, it became clear that her next opponent would be much more dangerous than the previous ones. Although it was not what she expected, as she thought to leave him for dessert because she wanted to have fun before taking on a serious battle. But as it happened, she decided to start the meal with sweets because she realized that this battle would be the most interesting and dangerous for her. And sometime after the battle, the team began to prepare for the battle with the giant, because they could not afford to lose their advantage due to fatigue. At some point, the participants even managed to find some more stones because they came across the remains of magical artifacts that could help them in the future. It was a goblin heart, and now Henbo knew what it looked like because he had only heard about it before, but had never seen it with his own eyes. It draws power from the outside and summons golems, as Hyunbo explained, because this magical entity has the ability to control creatures made of stone. He tried many times to find the right use for it, and now he has found it because he realized how to use this heart in battle. Then he handed the heart to Hana, and she looked at it carefully, wanting to understand if it was really as valuable as he said. The young man also saw that she seemed to want to tell him something else because her expression changed, and there was a hidden intention in her eyes. And then Hana said that the guild would like to discuss the terms of the contract because they realized that without it, they would not be able to cope with the future threats. The fact is that every battle with him ends in victory, but without Hyunbo, they won't win because he is the main driving force of their team. They realized this because they trained before the final battle, and it was not enough because their own skills were not enough to cope on their own. She thought that even they could not defeat all the monsters together, because these creatures were getting stronger and required even more effort. That's why Hana made her choice, because she realized that they should retreat and prepare before taking on this challenge. She said that her guild would not go through this dungeon because they were not ready for this level of difficulty and it was not worth the risk. This idea would end badly for them, and she believed that they should first become stronger because they simply do not have a chance now. Therefore, she apologized for the contract because she realized that it was a wrong decision that put everyone in a difficult situation. But the guy said that he understood her situation and recognized that it was a difficult decision that Hana had to make despite all the risks. They agreed to terminate the contract right now, but Hyunbo had no right to forbid them to use what they had already created together. Since they had worked together to create this project, he had no moral or legal right to stop them from using it. Before he left, the young man wished them success in their future endeavors, hoping that their work would bring them the desired results. Hana expressed her gratitude to him for everything he had done for them during their collaboration, recognizing his contribution to the common cause. After a short period of working together, they parted ways because although their goals were the same, their methods of achievement differed. Soon after, Hyunbo and his team set off toward the gorge, hoping to find something important there. Kessel was surprised that there was another mysterious dungeon in the dungeon that no one had noticed before, but Kai sternly ordered him to keep quiet because unnecessary sounds could wake up the giant monster, who was now in a state of sleep. At the moment, the giant monster was sleeping peacefully, unaware of anything around it, which allowed them to move forward cautiously. However, there were also a significant number of other monsters around it that could wake up at any moment and attack. It was at this moment that Nidhogg reappeared in front of them and firmly stated that they should leave right now without delay. He was absolutely confident in his own abilities and intended to fight all the monsters lurking ahead by himself. However, Nidhogg's words only angered Kessel, who did not share his self-confidence and was not going to stand by. In the end, Hyunbo decided not to argue and simply agreed with his decision, ordering everyone to prepare for a possible battle. Immediately after that, Nidhogg rushed forward at the monsters without waiting for help from others and without planning to retreat. The monsters immediately reacted and attacked him en masse, trying to overwhelm him with their superior numbers. However, the dragon also fought well from the very beginning, trying to break through the crowd and get closer to his main goal. In the course of the battle, he managed to throw one of the monsters a considerable distance, giving him a slight advantage for a few seconds. Kessel angrily shouted that the dragon's actions had gone too far, and he was acting too recklessly in such a dangerous situation. However, Nidhogg did not pay attention to his words and repeated that they should not interfere in his fight and not prevent him from finishing the job. He even thought that Kessel was allowing himself to look down on him, as if doubting his strength and abilities, but their conflict was interrupted by a sudden attack of the monster, which again rushed at Nidhogg and struck him with a powerful blow. This time, the huge giant managed to hit him so hard that Nidhogg lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the other team members realized that if they did not intervene right away, the situation would become critical for everyone. Kessel did not wait, and was the first to attack the monsters to change the course of the battle and prevent the dragon from losing. But Nidhogg stood up again and said that he would be the one to defeat the main monster and end the battle with victory. They continued to fight fiercely, but in the end, it was all decided by one crushing blow for Nidhogg. The giant laughed out loud and scornfully called him a weakling, despising him for his defeat and underestimation of his opponent. The dragon was furious because he believed that his race had no right to lose and that he should not have been defeated. But then Hyunbo spoke up, who had been patiently waiting for Nidhogg to finally realize his mistake and recognize reality. He emphasized that Nidhogg was in fact only a fake and not a real dragon, and had no right to consider himself superior to others. But the monster did not stop and continued to attack him, humiliating his weakness and calling him powerless again. Hyunbo continued to shout that Nidhogg would not become a real dragon unless he destroyed his pride and admitted his own weakness in front of him. However, Nidhogg reminded him that he had promised to make him the strongest and must keep his word no matter what. But now the boy had lost, because he could not keep his promise and prove that he could indeed make Nidhogg the strongest among the dragons. The boy said that Nidhogg himself had not kept his end of the bargain, because he was always thinking about pride and not about true strength. Nidhogg used to be his strongest card, but now everything has changed and he can't rely on him as he used to. With these words, Nidhogg felt even more disappointed, realizing that it was his own fault that his power remained in place. Only now he realized that all this time, he had been doing nothing, while others were training and becoming better than him. Realizing this, the dragon fell to the ground, begging Hyunbo to teach him and give him the opportunity to correct his mistakes in battles. He begged him for training and strength because he realized that without it, he would not be able to become a real dragon and overcome his weaknesses. Hyunbo was just waiting for this, because now he could finally begin his real training and turn Nidhogg into a warrior. Then the dragon stood up with determination and stood in front of the monster again, ready for a new battle for his future. The boy ordered him to destroy the enemy that stood before them and prove that he could really become stronger than before. They joined forces, using all their energy together with the phantom armor to gain additional protection. After that, they rushed back into the battle using their weapons and demonstrating a new level of skill in their attacks. Hyunbo said that the dragon itself should use his magic to increase its chances of winning this battle. Nidhogg agreed with him, saying that he would take this advice into consideration and start working on using magic. Now they became a real team, and Hyunbo said that together they would definitely be able to destroy this giant enemy. The dragon flew into the air with him and dealt a crushing blow to the giant using all its strength to attack. At this point, they used the bone spear to release a powerful energy punch right into the center of the monster's body. Eventually, the monster was unable to withstand the blow and fell to the ground, crushing it with its weight and generating a massive explosion. The other skeletons stood back and watched the debris flying around them and the dust rising. Kessel didn't even know what to say because he hadn't expected such a force and was amazed at what had just happened before his eyes. But now, Nidhogg had finally become a real dragon who had overcome his fears and was able to surpass his own limitations. However, at that moment, a new danger reappeared and made them realize that the battle was not yet completely over. It was only after Kessel's words that Hyunbo looked back, realizing that they might be in even greater danger. They could not stay in the air because of the powerful explosion and fell to the ground while the team rushed to their aid. The entire space was filled with dust and debris, but the skeletons were still able to see something among the chaos. It was the same monster, but now it had a strange aura around it that radiated powerful energy. The skeletons could not understand what was happening because they had already destroyed the giant, but now it was standing in front of them again. Hyunbo himself was fine, but he warned them to be careful because he did not like this atmosphere at all. But he had a feeling that someone was watching them, and this presence seemed to be something otherworldly that caused anxiety. Then he heard a voice saying that she recognized Hyunbo's victory, and that she no longer intended to continue the previous battle. But the girl also said that this battle disappointed her, because she expected something much more from the enemy. Therefore, she wanted to start it anew, because she did not feel satisfied enough with the previous fight. Hyunbo told all the telepaths not to move so as not to provoke her and create a new threat. But she was just waiting for Hyunbo to at least talk to her, because it was more important to her than the fight itself. Only then did he ask if she would answer his questions, and if she could explain the reasons for her action. But the girl immediately said no, because she did not consider it necessary to explain her motives to him. Then Hyunbo said that there was no point in it for him, because he would not benefit himself, and did not want to waste his energy. Now the girl smiled, saying that she realized who Hyunbo really was, and what his true nature was. Earlier, she was going to destroy him, but now she changed her mind because she was interested in his attitude to the situation, and she liked Hyunbo's confidence, even though he didn't yet understand what was happening and the danger he was in. She also didn't like people who had insight, because they could predict her next steps. And she was talking about Nidhogg, and then the young man began to guess that her target might be connected to him. The girl added that it would be boring for her to just leave if she had already come here and wanted to finish the job. And the guy's body seemed to recover from the flow of mana again, as if his strength was returning to its pre-battle state. She did this so that she could start fighting again and see if Hyunbo could stand up to her once more. She wanted the two of them to fight each other, because she felt that Hyunbo was worthy. She said she would restrain herself and stop if he survived for 5 minutes because it was her test. and it seemed to Chris that the girl's words and actions were at odds, although Hyunbo decided to do as she said in order not to take any risks. If anything, Hyunbo was going to give mana to Nidhogg to strike because he realized that he couldn't handle it himself, and the whole team gathered to fulfill the master's orders because they knew that without it, there would be no chance of winning. The girl said that she didn't want to wait so long, and therefore decided to speed up the development of events in order not to lose interest. And it was at this moment that Hyunbo ordered Nidhogg to start the attack, because he realized that delaying would lead to defeat. Then he told Chris to give the mana to the dragon because it was the only chance to deal a powerful blow. And after that, Nidhogg used the dragon's breath to destroy the enemy with a magical strike. But for this girl, this attack was too simple and easy, and she did not feel threatened even by this blow. Then she said that she was too bored because she expected something much more difficult in return. Hyunbo did not know how this demon could strike with one hand and not show even a hint of weakness. And the girl was already thinking of destroying Hyunbo since he had not lived up to her expectations and had not become a worthy opponent. Kiesel was afraid himself, and it seemed to him that the girl was from another world because her strength was beyond comprehension. And recalling her words, Hyunbo realized that it could be true because she had something unnatural and superhuman about her. Therefore, he handed over the power to Nidhogg and told him to attack because he understood that it would be more effective. And by his master's order, the dragon grabbed the giant who was wearing the shield. Then Hyunbo asked Chris to make a magical explosion that would be the final blow in this battle. Although she gave up all her mana, her strength was enough to fulfill her plan without any difficulties and delays, which was decisive in this situation. The very next moment, there was a powerful explosion that made everyone around feel the power of their actions and retreat to a safe distance. The fire filled the space, and it seemed that everything was going according to plan, but something made them wary and cautious. But suddenly the monster began to come to life, absorbing the mana that remained in the air after the explosion, and this forced them to change their strategy. Kessel had to destroy the monster's defense shield before it fully recovered and became even more dangerous than before. At that time, Kai took responsibility for protecting the rear, making sure that no one attacked from an unexpected direction. Thanks to their coordinated actions, they still achieved their goal and were able to fulfill their plans, even though it was not easy. Kessel had successfully destroyed the barrier surrounding the monster, and now all that remained was to finish it off before it got up again. Hyunbo just hoped that everything was going according to his plan and that nothing unexpected would happen that could change the situation. He used the last of his strength to lift the giant and deliver the final blow that would decide the outcome of the battle. But he realized that such a powerful creature as this girl could not have come here on her own, and someone had to help her enter the world. She paused, as if thinking about whether she should tell the truth or leave it unexplained. But in the end, she said that Hyunbo was really different from the others and had something special about him that interested her. Then she looked at the others as if to assess them and say that their knowledge could be useful to her. She liked this company, so she decided not to take their lives and let them survive the encounter. Moreover, she decided to give them a reward because their battle and determination had entertained her and brought her satisfaction. However, first she wanted to take Hyunbo with her and make him a part of her story by changing his fate forever. Hyunbo didn't immediately understand what she meant, but her look and tone hinted at something important to him. She said directly that she could have made him her servant or even a student, teaching him something new and powerful. But it was time for her to leave, so she simply added that she was leaving them a small bonus as a memento of the meeting. She called herself Gloria, a demon dragon of misfortune who received her blessing from the darkness itself and embodies its power. The darkness gave her power, and she promised that she would return someday to play her game with Hyunbo again. She disappeared, leaving him alone with thoughts of her power, and what this encounter meant to him. In the end, the battle ended in victory for the team, but the feeling that something important was still to come did not leave them. Back at home, Hyunbo couldn't get everything that happened out of his head and pondered Gloria's word. Chris said that if Gloria was really interested in him, she might come back one day to take him with her. They began to realize that this dungeon hid creatures much more powerful than they had ever imagined. There are probably even more powerful creatures than Gloria, and those who took over the idea and the planet Chris are still alive. They can work together to take out powerful people, thereby eliminating anyone who might stand in their way. Kiesel immediately asked what they planned to do next, as the situation was clearly beyond their expectation. But Hyunbo decided to find out what the skeletons thought about it, because they might have their own point of view. Kessel thought they should prepare for a fight, but not now because they were too weak for a serious confrontation. All three were undead, but they valued Hyunbo because he was still alive and could fight for his future. The skeletons wanted to fight Gloria, but for Hyunbo, it could become very dangerous and he couldn't take the risk. But if he decided to go to her, Kiesel would be with him until the end and support his choice regardless of the consequences. And Kai also agreed with him completely, because he believed that this was the only right choice in this situation. As a knight, he was ready to follow his master to the end, because he believed in him and his decision without the slightest doubt. Chris confirmed that she would do the same, even if her sworn enemies were there, because her own goals were more important than personal hatred. She said that she wanted revenge, but she had higher goals, so she believed that with Hyunbo, she would achieve more than just destroying her enemies. The young man smiled, saying that he understood her because he had once faced the same difficult choice in his life. And then Hyunbo asked what Nidhogg thought, because his position was important for determining the further actions of the whole group. His goal was to become stronger, so it didn't matter who helped him, as long as he could reach the top of his power. It seemed that only Kiesel thought differently because his thoughts were different from everyone else's and he had his own plans. But then the skeleton asked for the master's opinion because he believed that his decision would determine the future of their entire team. It was hard for him to decide because his life was already on the line, but Hyunbo believed that they would not be safe on the side of that girl. So he wants to fight for now because he sees no other way but to keep moving forward without fear. Until now, they had a choice to fight or run away. But now it seemed that the possibility of retreat was becoming less and less real. Therefore, it was necessary to become stronger to be on her level, because without it, they would have no chance of survival in the future. Kiesel was happy to say that he would help Hyunbo, because he saw it as an opportunity not only to support him, but also to become stronger. But the thing is that Gloria is not like other opponents, because her power and influence go far beyond ordinary opponents. Chris added that if their lives are threatened by their escape, she could betray him because she values her own safety. In other words, Chris will also become an enemy if he realizes that their strengths are unequal and that fighting her will become pointless. They've already been through a lot together, but now Hyunbo must make an effort not to lose trust because it's a matter of their future. But they are interrupted by the doorbell, which must be connected to the world because the tension was only growing with each passing second. Perhaps so, but Hyunbo was not expecting guests. So he was filled with a sense of anxiety and wariness of the unknown. So he walked over to the screen and looked at it, asking who it was because he couldn't afford to be rash in such a situation. The girl immediately showed him her name tag, Kang Haimi, and greeted him, making it clear that she was there on official business. She said she managed the dungeon's website and asked to talk, because she had important information that could affect everyone. Hyunbo calmed the skeletons down, saying that it was someone from the site, because he realized that panic would only prevent them from thinking soberly. But they were only surprised that some company was behind it, because they did not expect that the dungeon could be under someone's control. In addition, Hyunbo did not understand why they needed him at all, because he did not consider himself to be someone important to such influential people. The young man really did not know how it was possible and why that girl was here, but he felt that all this mattered for his future fate. And the head of the company did not know how it was possible that such strong monsters were in such a low dungeon, because it was contrary to logic. But there was someone who survived there, a guy with a good talent who attracted the attention of the powers that be with his endurance. And they were going to send their people to the place where the people disappeared, because they wanted to find answers and understand what happened there. The chief suggested contacting a promising researcher who might have useful information for their organization. He ordered to immediately contact Hyunbo to get the necessary data and discuss possible cooperation. Haemi entered the room and emphasized that she ran a website and organization called the Operations Bureau. Hangbo was surprised to hear that he hadn't realized that there was an influential organization behind the website. He Mai explained that they are engaged in sending parcels and money transfers using the support of higher being. Chris asked with interest who exactly these mysterious higher beings were that helped the organization. She also asked if they could contact these beings anytime they needed to. Haimi replied that they had no exact information, but they assumed that there were demons and gods among them. Chris mumbled something inaudible, obviously thinking about what she had heard. Hyunbo couldn't resist asking Haimi why she had come to see him personally this time. She explained that they track high-performing researchers and monitor their activities. She also said that according to their data, 16 people had disappeared without a trace in the dungeon. She found it because she wanted to get detailed information about this situation. She also intended to offer Hyunbo cooperation with their organization. Hengbo asked what exactly they could offer him and how he would benefit from it. He said that he did not need money because he had enough. In response, Hayami offered him rare mana crystals of great value. She added that they even had extremely rare crystals that were scarce on the market. Hyung-bo realized that this was a good deal, because monocrystals are always needed in his business. Chris suggested that Jaime might have things that are not even available on specialized websites. Therefore, Hyun-bo replied that the crystals alone would not be enough for him to make a deal. This meant that he was confident in the high value of his information and demanded more. He firmly stated that he was even willing to bet his own life on it if necessary. However, after he said that, Jaime just stood up silently and looked at her phone. She started a conversation with someone on the phone, saying that there was a serious problem. It turned out that there was a director on the other end of the line who wanted to talk to Hyun-bo personally. When he got in touch, they politely greeted each other and started a dialogue. The director said he was ready to offer him crystals along with rare metals and medicinal herbs. Hyun-bo agreed to the deal on the condition that the price would be cut in half. However, the manager said that he could not lower the price below 90% of the original price. The maximum concession he could make was to reduce the price to 85, but Hyun-bo did not agree. Eventually, they settled on 75, but Hyun-bo still demanded a 3-year contract. The boss exclaimed irritably that this was too much and his demands were excessive, but Hyun-bo promised that he would not leave the country during these 3 years. When the researchers finished exploring all the dungeons, they could finally join the organization. Therefore, they needed information about these people to make the right decision and prepare appropriate measures. Hyun-bo was not worried, because he knew that he could always find better working conditions elsewhere without any problem. The boss eventually agreed, but insisted that Hyun-bo work on behalf of the board without violating his instruction. However, Hyun-bo refused because he did not want to be tied to their terms and conditions, and to act on his own conviction. He realized that this meant certain limitations, and he was used to making decisions on his own without external pressure. Then the boss relented and offered a discount of up to 70% and a 2-year contract with no strings attached. Hyun-bo asked if all the conditions for mercenaries would be met, and the boss assured him that all requirements would be met. After that, the young man asked for a more detailed explanation of all aspects of cooperation to avoid possible misunderstandings in the future. The boss was not sure how long he could withstand a contract with such a person because of his character and demands, but in the end, he decided to sign the contract and had all the documents sent through Jaime to speed up the process. Kai immediately expressed his opinion, saying that the owner was on top of his game and knew how to negotiate in his own interests. Kessel added that they would support Hyun-bo and help him in all situations that may arise in the future. Nidhogg was also satisfied with the terms of the contract, as they met all his expectations and requirements. But the boss emphasized that they would have to pass a test to prove their competence to other companies. Even though they were an independent company, other organizations might not be happy if the contract was signed without testing. The boss recognized Hyun-bo's skills, but believed that the team had to prove their strength so as not to look weak. After all, if they show weakness, other companies may try to take the boss's place and change the balance of power. He tried to explain that even ordinary people can control researchers if they use the right resources. Therefore, the boss ordered them to go to a closed dungeon that no other participants had ever been through before. Such dungeons are connected to the world and are closed to avoid the risk of monsters coming to the surface. Hyun-bo realized that monsters could be here, and that's why companies are looking for people with his ability. The dungeon was officially rated F, but in reality, it was much more dangerous than usual places of this level. After that, Hyun-bo decided to consult with his allies and ask their opinion on the contract. Kai said that quarrels were inappropriate now, because in case of conflict, the situation would only get more complicated for all participants. Kiesel agreed that they should establish ties with the board, because it could bring them additional benefits. Chris added that they need to become stronger, because without it, they will not be able to achieve their main goals. Besides, they have bigger problems than this, and should focus on solving the most important issues. Gloria was their main goal right now, so they had to deal with her first before taking on other tasks. Eventually, the whole team came to an agreement and decided that they would agree to take the test in this dungeon. Hyun-bo immediately started asking questions about the place to get as much information as possible and prepare for the test. Soon after, they arrived by helicopter and began preparing to go down into the dungeon to take the test. They were accompanied by Shimi, who helped them organize all the necessary formalities before the test. She explained that this young man was the same researcher with whom they had previously contacted and arranged for the test. She mentioned his name to convince Jun to let them through and give them access to the trial site. But the man doubted that this young man would be able to handle the test because he seemed too inexperienced for it. Jaime said that even though he looked like an ordinary person, He had actually been through many dungeons and had a lot of experience. However, it was Jun who had the right to choose who was responsible for the whole operation and determine the strategy. Haemi added that this order was given by the boss and he had no right to refuse or ignore it. Jun just said that he had no intention of taking responsibility for the failure of Hyunbo and his team. Kiesel was already getting angry that this idiot couldn't even do such a simple task as letting them into the dungeon. But Kai, being too kind, decided that it would be just a welcome ceremony and they had to be prepared. Eventually, after these words, the team could not be denied entry, and they entered the dungeon without any problem. Looking at them with curiosity, people laughed, saying that they looked more like cosplayers than real dungeon explorers. However, people couldn't stop laughing and continued to do so even after the team went inside. Jun led his team through several corridors and stopped in front of a large, heavy door that led to the dungeon. He then gave a clear order to open this huge gate and let the team continue on their way. And after a few moments, the dungeon door opened, giving the team access to a dark and dangerous world. Jun told his team that they could begin the mission, and not to hesitate but to act quickly and decisively. Henbo walked further into the dungeon and saw a dark door with a cold wind coming out of it. Goblins in heavy armor immediately began to come out of the door, ready to attack and resist. They did not wait and rushed into battle first, trying to destroy any threat. However, there was a serious problem as the doors would not close and the entire dungeon was open to monster attacks. Jun quickly gave the order to spring into action and ensure that no monster could escape and get into the outside world. The squad opened fire on the approaching goblins. Their weapons were powerful and they quickly destroyed the enemies in their path. Their weapons were extremely strong, so they could easily destroy any monsters that approached. However, due to the intense fire and struggle, the team itself was in danger and could be the next target. Jun ordered to immediately call the medics, because there were already wounded among the team and they needed to be helped. But Hyunbo was not confused in this situation and immediately called Nidhogg to destroy all the goblins in the dungeon. He gave a clear order to his dragon Nidhogg to destroy the goblins so that the team could move forward without any obstacles. Meanwhile, the young man said that he himself was going deeper into the dungeon and intended to complete his mission. Eventually, the team completed the entire dungeon, and after 30 hours of testing, the mission was successfully completed. After that, Hyunbo began to realize how much they had grown from the past trials and become stronger. After successfully completing the test, they went to the center that manages all the dungeons to find out the next steps. The guy signed a contract and passed on important information about Gloria that could affect further action. However, the boss did not even know how to solve this problem and did not have a clear strategy for the next steps. The boss said that the whole world should join forces and keep the information secret to avoid a global catastrophe. He also handed over an item with an order to pass it quietly without asking questions, so as not to attract the attention of outsiders. The secretary took the item in his pocket and did not hesitate to follow the order without asking any questions of his boss. And Hyunbo asked Chris if there was anything useful on the company's list and waited for her answer to further the mission. She replied that there was something, but Hyunbo still didn't want to spend too much money on such thing. Haemi said earlier that the prices were set by higher beings and Hyunbo had no way to change them. Chris wanted to take everything on the list and use it right away, but Hyunbo decided that they should be more careful and not spend it all at once. But at that moment, a strong shaking started and the ceiling started to cave in, making everyone start to worry. They didn't understand what it was, but quickly heard an apology from the person who caused the collapse and realized that it was Kezel. It was he who was looking for a place for the magic circle that was necessary to fulfill Hyunbo's task and cause the collapse. It turned out that during the vacation, they were busy not only with tests, but also with other important things for the mission. They bought a new place with a lobby and Chris's laboratory where she conducted research for important projects. On the third floor, there was Hyunbo's lab and a training room for other members to prepare for new tasks. As before, the entrance will be connected to the dungeon, so there are magic circles everywhere for safety and process control. Kai sometimes tutored Nidhogg to improve his skills and prepare him for the important tasks ahead. Chris used the circles to gather information about the dungeon to help the team complete difficult missions. Nidhogg continued to study and train to become stronger and more prepared for any challenges that may arise. Kai praised Nidhogg, saying that the dragon was doing well and his training was producing good results for the next stages. And one day, Haemi came to the house and saw that everyone was busy moving and readjusting to the new place. Hyami noticed that everyone was busy moving and working, but Hyunbo was not happy that she did not warn him about the visit. Hyunbo didn't like that she didn't tell him about her visit on his last free day, and that it disrupted his plans. However, Hammy immediately started talking about the door that would be connected to the dungeon and explained the importance of this step. The girl could already tell which dungeon they would get and how it would affect their further plans and the development of the mission. They will be joined by 35 researchers from the company to help them work with the dungeon and solve the task. This Class D dungeon is called the Cave of Doubt and is one of the most dangerous and difficult to explore. The girl told us a few details about the dungeon, its structure, and the specifics of working with it to prepare the group. Hyunbo apologized to Jaime, explaining that he had to refuse to participate due to his own limitations and lack of strength. Hyunbo was not strong enough to lead so many people and did not want to create conflicts in the team because of this. Then Jaime asked him to at least gather information about the dungeon so that the team could complete the task efficiently. The girl gave him files with information about the reorganization of the system and the new rules that would change their further actions. Now, there will be additional quests to get points, which will help the team get new resources to complete the tasks. Hyunbo only said that he could have sent the files by mail instead of coming and wasting time in person. Hammy liked to meet people in person and decided to send the information in this way to make it more convenient. Then she wished him luck and said goodbye, leaving everything in the hands of Hyunbo, who had to decide on the next steps. Finally, Hyunbo said that they would see each other again, if he survived all the difficulties and dangers that lay ahead. In the D-Class dungeon, the first names appeared, and it was the Cave of Doubt, where the researchers gradually began to explore new threats and dangers. And inside, there were already 300 researchers collecting data and analyzing the situation in conditions of uncertainty and constant danger. Kiesel didn't like it because he thought that people might start to suspect each other because of mistrust and start to break the rules of teamwork. But for some reason, at that moment, Hyunbo hit himself on the head because of an accidental movement, which caused some chaos among those present in the dungeon. It happened by accident because he stumbled because of the darkness, although the evil spirits could easily watch in the dark and not panic because of it. Therefore, Kessel suggested that Hyunbo learn to feel the darkness and use special techniques to navigate in such conditions without losing concentration. And Hyunbo did not refuse, because it could be useful in further tests, and he saw it as a way to improve his efficiency in his work. Kiesel said that he just needed to go lower than when he was walking to better sense changes in the air and environment. He needed to observe the movement of the air and use magic to understand the situation more accurately, without having to rely on his normal senses. So, Hyunbo did just that, using magic to help him navigate in the dark and detect even the slightest changes around him. Now the young man could feel everything that his mana touched, and this allowed him to more accurately navigate the environment in the dark. But now, Hyunbo saw an angry Chris in front of him, who looked very irritated and ready to express her grievances to everyone around her. She was angry, calling the people from the company idiots because they had not taken into account important aspects and made serious mistakes in the organization of work. She showed a monthly ticket for a day of freedom for 30 people, which could be purchased in advance, but no one warned them about it. If they had been warned, they could have bought these tickets to be able to take advantage of the opportunity and go to a safer place. She sighed, saying that she would just buy more materials for the core and Nidhogg to keep the research running smoothly and not lose important resources. Chris analyzed his body and found that the dragon's bones are held together by magic, and he has no organ that can store mana in normal conditions. In other words, he doesn't have a dragon's heart to support his existence and allow him to use mana steadily. To become a dragon, he needs the appropriate magic to sustain his existence and provide adequate energy for his magical abilities. But the core also has disadvantages, because now without it, even if Nidhogg's body is destroyed, his soul will remain, and when the core is destroyed, the dragon will die. But Nidhogg did not care because he considered himself a fake from the very beginning, and did not treat himself as a true dragon who deserved immortality. After meeting Gloria, the dragon changed, and now he really wanted to become stronger and change his attitude towards himself and his role in this world. Therefore, Chris agreed to teach him something with the hope that he could improve his abilities and become more powerful for future battles and trials. She explained that the heart of a dragon is special only because of the creature it belongs to, because it is through the dragon that it receives its strength and stability in existence. That is, through the dragon itself, and not something else that could be the cause of its strength and ability to survive in a cruel and dangerous world. So, Nidhogg said that he would remember these words and try to change himself to become stronger and able to justify his nature as a dragon. Then Kessel noticed that Kai had suddenly disappeared somewhere, and it alarmed him because he thought that something might have happened to him, or he was attacked by enemies. He began to worry, thinking that his friend had already been attacked, and he needed to know immediately what happened to Kai and whether he was in danger. But then Kai appeared from behind Kezel's back, hearing his name, and reassured his friend that he was fine and that there was no threat. This scared his friend very much, and he asked where Kai was because he was worried that he might be in danger after being gone for a few minutes. And he replied that he managed to find the traces of the ambush as he had done before, which allowed him to avoid the trap and keep himself safe this time. And apparently this time, they are in for something much more serious than before, because the traces of the ambush indicate an organized attack by monsters or enemies. It seemed as if the monsters were waging a guerrilla war against the researchers, using cunning and insidious tactics to destroy the research teams. Therefore, the team decided to move forward more cautiously and not panic, but to act with the utmost caution and take into account every possible danger. Meanwhile, these researchers had already set up their camp in a safe place and prepared for the next tests with possible dangers. The space was large and allowed the participants to move freely and train without obstacles, providing a comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Initially, the participants trained together, but later a fight broke out between them due to a misunderstanding that arose during training. Tai Han was a guild master and engaged in a fight with the one who started attacking them, which caused a misunderstanding among the other participants. Jin Ho, Master Kang Jin, said that their group had lured them here, and now they were trapped in a trap of their own making. They were stopped when they were told that they could not fight each other because of the ban on such behavior among the guilds. Gik, Han, and Jin 1 thought that someone had deliberately set them against each other, and that they were victims of manipulation. A troll appeared behind them, and players from other guilds began to hunt him down, which led to even more tension between the participants. One of the girls started to attack the troll to destroy it and eliminate the threat, but this only increased the chaos among the players. Geek Han said that the troll was under their control, and that they could not attack it because it violated the guild rules. Mi Yeon, the master of the Survivors Guild, said that this monster attacked their guild and created a serious danger for all members. Now the players began to realize that these monsters could be controlled, and that they were the cause of all the attacks and misunderstanding. The masters of all the guilds gathered in one place and became an easy target for further attacks from monsters and other participants. Suddenly, a strong earthquake began, forcing everyone to act quickly to avoid danger and save lives. One of the players called out to Lee So-ruai to act and quickly resolve the situation to avoid even more casualties. Lee So-ri quickly moved to the place where the problem occurred and prepared to attack to protect her allies. Lee So-rus was the deputy master of the Taehan Guild and had extensive experience in combat situations, so she was ready for any challenge. She quickly ordered everyone to prepare for the attack as the situation was becoming increasingly difficult and required immediate action. It turned out that a whole flock of monsters was coming at them, which became an even greater challenge for all participants in this battle. Each of the players took up arms and began to actively attack the enemies in an attempt to stop the monsters and save their guild. They noticed that the swords melted on contact with the monsters' bodies due to the acid, which made their attacks much more difficult. Because of this, several players were seriously injured and needed urgent help to avoid dying during the battle. The blood of the slimes turned out to be acid, and it was dangerous to cut it, so the players realized that it should only be burned. The guild quickly decided how to deal with the enemies and developed a strategy to fight the monsters. The guild leader ordered everyone to quickly flee the battlefield, as the situation was becoming more and more dangerous for all participants. Suddenly, several explosions occurred, forcing all participants to quickly evacuate and avoid the debris and destruction. The debris from the explosions was falling everywhere, so the participants had to dodge it to avoid being injured. The players began to ask the Soul of Noise to give them the strength to overcome the monsters, and she quickly responded to their request. The debris from the explosions was trapped in ice thanks to the power of Noah's soul, which stopped further destruction. Mion ordered them not to look back and just continue the attack, ignoring the dangers around them. The other guild had already prepared to destroy the enemies with one powerful blow and resolve the situation once and for all. Therefore, the players tried to gather all the monsters in one place, hoping to keep them there and reduce the chaos they created around the camp. But there were still an incredible number of them all over the camp, and it seemed that their number was only increasing every minute. The orc was also helping them, but the skeleton started to run away when he attacked them, forcing the players to change their tactics. The guild at this time tried to block their path to prevent the monsters from spreading further and prevent them from going beyond the battle. After that, their leader ordered them to attack the monsters with these cylinders they found, hoping that it would help reduce their number. Seo-ri noticed the Chemos guild admiring them and thinking that they should learn to act quickly and efficiently in battle as well. But that was not the end of the story, as a whole new flock of monsters started running at them again, even more aggressive than the previous ones. In the first wave, the monsters tried to deprive the players of their weapons, and now they were not giving them the opportunity to fight because the team had nothing to defend themselves. At that time, Mi Yeon ordered all the members of her guild to give mana to Noes so that she could use a powerful magic attack. After receiving so much power, Noes used the ice arrow again, which shattered into pieces and damaged all the monsters nearby. But the guilds were still not going to give up, because they had already come a long way and did not want to give the victory to their enemies like that. There was no way the guild was going to give up and give the victory to the monsters because this was their most important battle ever. But the problem was that there were too many of them, and without weapons, the players simply couldn't cope and had to dodge attack. Also, a dark cloud appeared over one of them, right in the middle of the sky, and began to spread rapidly, creating even more tension. The guild leaders told them to leave all the monsters on them and to take the wounded so that they could survive and return to the ranks. Kai Kiesel and Chris were also there and started attacking their enemies as a team, attacking them from different directions in a coordinated manner. The other players saw the skeletons and the bone dragon and realized who had come here, because these creatures were under the control of a necromancer. They already knew that necromancer Wanyo, who was supposedly very strong and could control a huge army of the undead on his own. At that time, an even greater struggle began at this place, and the guilds tried to resist the monsters that were constantly attacking them. Those who were sitting on large lizard-like creatures said that they should retreat to gather strength for the next battle. Then the guilds noticed that the enemies were trying to escape, and immediately rushed after them, not wanting to give them the opportunity to regroup. But for them, the main thing was that they survived and thanked the necromancer and his team for helping to save the situation. However, after that, chaos began no less than before, as they had to gather various materials to be ready for another fight. People started thanking Wanyo for coming here, and Myeon just looked around trying to find any monsters that might still be there. After that, a few people came to report that something had happened to their guild members, even though there were no signs of monsters. They thought that it was worth increasing the number of guards at the posts, because waiting any longer was not an option, because the enemy could attack again at any moment. Hyundo suggested that monsters might be among them, and that's why they couldn't return home, because they disguised themselves and couldn't be distinguished. Then they started asking him if they could tell the difference between a human and a monster, and Hyundo didn't know, because there wasn't even a body to examine. But suddenly Jin Won said that he knew how to proceed now, because he had an idea how to detect monsters in disguise among people. The return home function does not work only when fighting or when there is a monster nearby, so you can send people home in groups and narrow the search circle. But it turns out that in the end, there will be a bunch of monsters and a few explorers, so this group will be in danger. One of them suggested leaving at least a few trusted people to protect them, and then they could use this place as a base, and everyone agreed. Myeon suggested that we should do a posting right now to announce who will be left behind, and they decided that it would be best to divide it up by time of day. Jik-han suggested just playing rock, paper, scissors, and Jin Won agreed, and asked if it would be from the first round or up to 2 wins. He said that he would decide everything in 1 round, but the boys started asking a lot of questions and asked if they would be divided into pairs first, or if they would start doing everything at once. However, Kiesel started to get angry because he noticed that for the other researchers, everything that was happening was just a game. Then Tai-han turned to Won-hyo and asked him what he wanted to say about this situation. But the skeleton said that it wasn't Won-hyo's idea to say that, but his own, and added that if the researchers kept waking up to the fact that they were in a game, they would all die. Jin started to get angry with him, saying that he was talking nonsense and calling the researchers weak, but Geek-han said that they actually got here on their own. Kessel wasn't going to say that they were weak, but they shouldn't rely on that strength alone. They all lacked the concentration of observation and cruelty, and they themselves know that the owner of this dungeon is a very intelligent being, so if it wasn't for Won-hyo, they wouldn't be here today. Myeon was already screaming, asking what they should do in this case, because Kiesel allegedly told them to hide in their homes and cry in fear. After that, the skeleton only confirmed her words, which surprised the girl and everyone else. Kessel told them to go home and rest, and that their team would deal with everything. Hyunbo just didn't understand why this skeleton was so stubborn, and why it was treating the other researchers so horribly. But Chris took it to mean that the owner simply didn't trust them, because Kessel didn't just say those words. The skeleton says that he and the host will cope without any victims. Even if they do, they will definitely not be the victims, so this option is ideal for researchers. In addition, None of them demanded any payment for this case. Jin only asked again if they were really ready to fight with just this team without help. Wonyo just said that he had no choice, because he would either make it or die with his team at this place. Only after that did Kezel apologize to his master for acting on his own, and the young man asked why he hadn't asked him for advice. The skeleton replied that the master was always looking for a better way, but the world would not always conform to his own wishes, and Kezel was not ready to waste time for some meaningless attack, so the guild member could go against his masters. In the end, it was better than working for free, because with more money comes more opportunities. But after he became a mage, he spent too much time on strategy and planning. Kessel said that sometimes the best choice is to get out of an unpleasant situation by acting spontaneously, and even if his intentions are good, many people may not understand him if his actions are too thought out in advance. Chris added that it was a great opportunity for the guy because they all agreed with their friend, but the girl also apologized for not asking their master for advice. Kai said the same thing and also apologized. Hyunbo just sighed and forgave them because he realized that they were all doing it for him. The young man said that he would close his eyes this time, but that he should not act without his consent, so Chris and Kai said that it would not happen again. After them, Kessel said the same thing, but he still believed that in a situation requiring immediate decisions, it was worth acting sharply, and added that he would do it his way. After all, if their master became stronger, so would he. After that, Hyunbo just told his team to start preparing for the upcoming attack. So later, they went deeper into the dungeon. It was very dark, and I thought that if they caught one monster, there would be no problem with the rest. We thought it would be better to just wait until they came here on their own. Kessel laughed out loud, saying that he wanted to use this thing, and Kai agreed with him completely. The very next moment, both skeletons threw their bombs, causing them to explode sharply. All the other researchers stood outside watching, although they weren't sure that by destroying all the bases they would achieve anything. But Wonyo said that there was no better way to take mana from a boss of this class, because they would need to spend their energy on restoring the dungeon, so the researchers would have time to have fun. But a moment later, when the fire stopped a little, they noticed that not everything went according to their plan. It turned out that the monster was a golem, and the researchers asked if the necromancer had summoned it. But it was not the work of Wonyo, who added that this monster appears as a kind of home for others. At first, the researchers didn't even believe that it was some kind of house monster, but they realized that they had to run immediately. Kai and Kiesel stood behind, looking at this monster and thinking that it would be very fun to compete with it, even though it was dangerous. Then they were given the order to start using the traps they had prepared and to start attacking. The skeletons immediately began to follow these orders in order to stop their enemy. They also began to use their skills such as the art of explosion to blow up the monster again. And this trap really worked, so Jin proudly said that their guild was really the best. But now it didn't matter at all because they just needed to destroy these monsters and not think about who was better than whom. In the end, the enemies were hit very hard, and they barely started to get to their feet after such a powerful blow. After that, Wonyo came out to the battle with his bone dragon and began to accumulate mana for the next attack. Nidhogg once again used his most powerful spell, directing it at his opponents, but they still weren't going to give up so easily and tried to resist the attack. For some time they tried to get up, and the enemies urged their comrades to get up and go back into the battle. Meanwhile, Kezel approached the bodies of those who had not survived and was very surprised to see that their bodies began to melt. Kai quickly ran to him, telling his friend not to let the opponents escape. Henbo realized at that moment that the monster was much bigger than he thought, and they acted like humans. It turned out that these monsters were duplicates created from the slime, and now they united to attack again. Finally, the master of the Cave of Doubt appeared right in front of them, although it was an incomplete copy. Their enemy immediately began to get angry and try to attack him, and swung his hand at the guild along with Hyunbo's team. The young man said that the dragon was concentrating because he could already see that the monster they were facing would take longer. The very next moment, the boy gave him a new order to simply burn the enemy at once so that his acid would not spread over the area. Nidhogg acted as his master ordered and used the explosion to envelop the enemy and burn him. In the end, he succeeded because the dragon set his opponent's hand on fire. At that moment, Hyunbo realized that although this monster was difficult, it was still a much easier opponent than Gloria, and he almost managed to destroy the opponent, but it turned out that there were still some remnants of this double, so he had to be careful. After the dragon and the boy flew into the air, He ordered Nidhogg to immediately destroy those remnants and told Kai and Kesla to attack the monster. Everything was going just as their master had envisioned, so the skeletons prepared to fulfill their role in this mission. As they got a little closer to the monster, they began to attack it from a distance, throwing their bombs that they had prepared earlier. But then they noticed that there was no reaction at all. Kai didn't know what it meant exactly, but he realized that this situation was definitely not good for them. In any case, they had to get out of here as soon as possible, and the doppelganger just laughed that they were calling this pathetic attempt a real strong attack. Kessel was also very angry because things hadn't gone according to their plan, and the explosion that did happen had started too late. However, they still had a trick up their sleeve, and it was Chris who used her magic and paralyzed skill to cast a spell on the enemy. Her magic worked perfectly, and the stone golem fell to the ground, and everyone realized that this was their chance to finish him off. The other researchers stood nearby, but again some strange earthquake began, and instead of rushing to attack, they were more confused. Only soon they noticed that something exploded, and Jean said that the remains of this giant twin were falling nearby. They had to dodge them because the acid could simply destroy them, especially if too much of it got on their bodies. So the researchers started running and dodging. Later on, the doppelgangers began to stand up in front of the researchers they fell in front of, and it didn't even scare them, because the slime started to move. Chris immediately approached one of them and was going to use her skills, telling the guy to be careful because they just needed to get rid of these monsters. But the remnants of this monster were too many, and they all stood up turning into different creatures and continued to attack the researchers. There was simply no other choice but to unite all the guilds at once and destroy absolutely all the remaining opponents. There was no time to think and discuss, so they immediately rushed to the attack, intending to finally finish off these monsters that started attacking them. The doppelganger just started laughing louder, saying that he would only destroy these people faster if they started to group up and attack him together. At that moment, Hyunbo stood a little bit away from them alone and started to use his skills such as a bone spear and launched it right at the opponent. The guy ordered everyone to take the wounded and run away from here immediately, and then added that he would deal with this opponent himself. Hearing this, the giant slime turned around and looked at the guy, saying that he would destroy him next for his courage. After that, he ordered all the other monsters to attack the boy and surround him, and in a moment, they did so the main character was trapped between them all. But it seemed that Hyunbo was just waiting for that, because after that, he used his skill and lifted the skeletons of the knights right out of the ground. Kai and the other skeletons immediately ran to their master to save him. One of those monsters attacked Kessel and did so quite unexpectedly, so the skeleton asked Kai to help him deal with it. He managed to destroy one of them and left the next one on Chris, saying that he would go on. The monster was about to attack the girl while she was busy destroying another opponent, and the slime already thought that he could defeat her at that moment. And in the end, he could have succeeded because the monster jumped to the place where Chris and Kai were standing, which made Kessel very worried about them. The monster just said that none of the researchers on the team could handle it and its powerful strength. At that moment, Hyunbo realized that the monster was ready to destroy the entire dungeon just to spread his mana, and that his monster would be stronger than his skeleton. But the protagonist was still not going to give up, and knew that he was the one who would win this battle. In a few minutes, the skeletons were able to defeat these unfortunate monsters, who now began to tremble with fear, not realizing how they were defeated. And when Hyunbo himself started asking them if they wanted to know why they played, they started to get angry, because it humiliated. The young man did not pay attention to this, and immediately said that people's mana is a limited thing, and this monster knew this very well, and was going to attack. But Henbo had specially created a so-called mana safe, and of course the process of its creation and the endurance of its repeated use made it not very effective, but it still helped in this situation. However, after that, there was a shout from behind, and the monster said that Henbo had recognized his victory too soon. The monster had almost reached its goal and almost attacked the boy, but at that moment, Kessel came to the rescue and instantly destroyed the creature. The doppelganger wanted to absorb him and become a real doppelganger, not a copy, and in fact, this plan was quite good. However, sometimes you need to act without much thought for the best result, and as a result, the magician was able to win, unlike the doppelganger. Because of these words, the monster only got angrier and stood up again to attack, saying that this time, the team would definitely be finished. The doppelganger added that if the young man destroyed the dungeon, his mana would still be released, but Hyunbo had a great plan for that. Immediately after the monster's words, he began to use his spells, directing them at the opponent. He said that part of his mana was in the spear he used to wound the doppelganger, and Hyunbo did it to completely destroy the monster's body. And it was after that that the young man realized that the real body of this monster was not the one he was in now. He had simply divided his soul and given it to the doppelgangers. This was true, but the monster was not going to admit it. So he simply shouted that Hyunbo should give him everything because it belonged to him. It seemed that he had already become completely insane and stopped controlling himself because he was acting absolutely chaotic in order to get his soul back. And at that moment, Hyunbo ordered his dragon to attack and destroy absolutely all the duplicates of this creature. Immediately after his master's order, the dragon flew into the air above the other skeletons and then set about destroying the opponents. He again used the same skill to simply burn them to ashes in one blow. At this point, the monster simply did not believe that this was possible because he realized that he could have become much stronger if he had done a little more. At that moment, Taehan just stood there, not knowing what to do, and only now he heard an explosion next to him. He seemed to be trying to defend himself somehow, but because he was not the best researcher, he did not even notice that the giant monster had reappeared behind him. Only at the last moment did he look back and see this giant with more than one head in front of him, and the boy did not understand what was happening to this creature. More recently, these monsters were ready to attack, but at that moment each of them simply melted before their eyes, while the researchers did absolutely nothing. Henbo collapsed next to the skeleton, realizing that it was over. It was incredibly terrifying, and his mana was almost gone, but Chris told her master that it was not over yet, and Kai added that they still had to destroy the monster's remaining associates. Hyunbo had no more strength left, but he still tried to tune in to the fact that they still had an incredible amount of work to do. Then Kezel, who was standing next to him, extended his hand to the boy and briefly told him that he had done well. He was proud of his master and said that Hyunbo had done a great job with his mission. This even embarrassed the boy a little bit and made him feel awkward, so he just thanked him briefly as well. Then he grabbed the skeleton's hand and they were going to destroy the monsters that were still left. And the young man had started exploring this dungeon only 5 days ago, but it had already been cleared. Then they returned home, and it was the 3rd day after the dungeon was cleared. He ate nothing, slept terribly, and even lost interest in novels or comics that he used to love to read. Perhaps it was because the main character clearly understood what it means when you are on the verge of your life and trying to survive, clinging to that very life with your last strength. In the end, he just got up thinking about going for a walk, although he didn't have much free time, but wanted to do something else. But as soon as Hyunbo got up, Kiesel burst into his room without even knocking and immediately said that he had a big request. He begged to be allowed to go out because he wanted to meet his playmates, but Hyunbo was hesitant because he didn't have much free time and he was a skeleton, but that's why he came to the master to help him. After a while, Hyunbo was able to do something, and the skeleton could even change its expression if he wanted to. Of course, Chris helped him with this, and Hyunbo explained that his face was connected to thoughts and mana, although Kezel did not like that he could not do this with his whole body. However, the young man believed that the skeleton with the Yahtzee should be grateful. So Kezel immediately said sorry and asked him not to move his ear because he was also in pain. Of course, Chris helped a little, but Hyunbo did most of the work, which surprised her because she didn't think the boy could do it. He really managed to do something like that, although it wasn't really a real head, but he still took the girl's words as a compliment. After that, Kiesel said that he and his playmates wanted to go out for a bite to eat and asked if that would be okay. Hyunbo wasn't going to refuse him, but he wasn't sure what the doppelgangers ate, and it was unlikely that there would be much choice, but Kezel could still taste it. These words struck a chord with all the skeletons, and the first thing Kezel thought was that he would finally be able to taste alcohol. And at that moment, Chris had a great idea. She said that they could start mass production of lookalikes and she would help him. It seemed to him that Chris just smelled money because such things would definitely be incredibly expensive and could be profitable. Eventually, after a while, Kezel left the house, and at that moment, they learned some interesting things, although they were worried that Kezel would not quarrel with anyone and would not get into danger. However, only after some time he returned, although he looked quite terrible. But she was happy with what they learned, namely that when Hyunbo himself did not leave the house, their free time did not decrease, and his friends could safely leave the house. So he came up with an idea, because until they run out of free time, they won't be able to get to the next dungeon, which means they won't have to clear it. And using the image of the doppelgangers, they can dump all the remaining work on the agents. And while they're doing all this, a new patch has been released on the dungeon website, namely the mercenary system. Apparently, this service was introduced because it's all connected with dungeon clearing, so there are big problems there. And Kezel added that he had never heard the word mercenaries. Kai, in turn, said that clearing dungeons as mercenaries was a good idea, and the owner agreed. The mercenary system is an innovation on the dungeon site and can be applied for by those explorers whose dungeon clearing time reaches 2/3 of the average time. And this method is great for those explorers who want to help others and earn money in their free time. There is even a payment from the client who submits this application, and a reward that is given when exploring the dungeon. And after clearing the dungeon, free time also remains. But such a system is suitable for large guilds or very skilled explorers. But Henbo did not understand why the site added such an option. Chris assumed that it was because mana from the dungeon was starting to leak into the outside world. But Hen didn't know that there was a difference between mana in real life and in the dungeon, to which the girl replied that it was still unknown. However, as the number of researchers increases, so does the density of mana, and in a year or so, the density of the dungeon and the real world will be exactly the same. Kessel said that before the density of mana became the same, they should develop their talents and clear as many dungeons as possible. Kai said that everything was going well for them, and Yunbo agreed that it was really good for them. But it's hard to turn a blind eye to such large-scale changes in the outside world, because if monsters from the dungeon appear in their dimension, it won't end well. Other researchers will be forced to immediately enter the fray, and the world, in turn, will never return to its previous form. And most importantly, the demon of disaster Gloria may not be their final boss, and there will be someone else who is many times stronger than her. But even if someone as strong as Gloria appeared in this world, it would also be a great disaster, and Yunbo was well aware of this. He knew that thousands of people would be in danger because of this, and he didn't want to let that happen. At that moment, Chris put her hand on his shoulder, saying that the situation could be incredibly useful for them. But the most important thing was to become stronger before something irreversible happened for the whole world. As hard as it was for the boy to realize and admit, he agreed with her, saying that Chris was right. That's why the owner told his skeletons that they would start working as mercenaries for that company from now on. Period. Kiesel added that they'd better be prepared for situations like the one with Jin Yuk recently, but Yunbo didn't understand what the skeleton was getting at. Then Kezel added that most likely with this system, someone would want to destroy those players who are weaker. And in the end, Hyunbo made a decision. He said that they themselves would destroy such unnecessary enemies among their own people. And he was supported by those who said that wolves in sheep's clothing are the most dangerous and there is no need to feel sorry for traitors. So they decided to start on such a happy note. The protagonist decided to find a suitable query to start with, so he went to the site and clicked on the screen. Although they realized that there would be an incredible number of these queries, they did not think that it would be so much. America, England, and China were also there, and it turned out that they could respond to requests from all over the world. But Hyunbo was afraid that they wouldn't find good offers from Korea because he didn't know any foreign languages. But Chris said they could use the magic of translation, even though it was the first time Hyunbo had heard of it. She explained that it was telepathy, which allows you to understand each other regardless of language. And although it's hard to get used to, it's cool. That's why she decided to make items for translation magic, and after that, Hyunbo thanked her for it. Kessel then said that since it happened, they could take as many requests and offers from others as possible, because it wouldn't hurt to earn more. And Kai offered one of the requests that he had found, although the reward was not particularly large, but they were really needed there, and Hyunbo agreed that those people really needed the help of professionals. Chris added that they needed slime liquid, so she would accept the request from the F-ranked dungeon, and it turned out that she and Kesla had the same opinion on the matter. That's why Hyunbo decided that in this case they would accept the request that Kai offered. All the skeletons agreed with the master to do some good deed. But he said that there was another reason for this task, although it surprised the skeletons who heard it. This customer said that he would do anything if they helped, and Yunbo was only too happy to increase the number of allies of the team. He also wrote that most likely people had heard of the necromancer Wanyo, who had already completed more than one dungeon, and was equal in strength to the entire guild, and that he might even be stronger, which is why this player wondered how this person could be so strong, and believed that Yunbo had signed a contract with the devil to gain this power after that. And the person wrote many more different assumptions about this necromancer. The head of the magician said that he didn't care what rank this guy had. Whether he was a thief or a hero, they needed to meet immediately before he became too strong to be lured to his side. That's why the man called the administrator to him, but after waiting for a while, He didn't hear any response, so he called him again. Realizing that it was too quiet, the man began to worry a little, realizing that there was usually a lot of noise here. But soon the head of the magicians looked at the open door, and behind it was as dark as it could be, so it also confused him. He was very alarmed when Wonyo, whom he wanted to meet so badly, came out of the same dark door and began to ask him how he got here. The boy only said that he had come to warn him about something, although the chairman had no idea what he was talking about. Wonyo only said briefly that the man himself should realize that the time had finally come. At first, the head of the magicians did not understand what the boy was talking about, but in the meantime, incredibly fierce battles continued in the dungeons. All these disasters were terrible, and despite the fact that they wanted so badly to prevent what was happening, many people have already suffered. These catastrophes are incredibly global and require the intervention of many hunters who have a higher rank. They are the ones who are now trying to somehow prevent the monsters from entering the real world and destroy them right at the portals, but they have not always succeeded. But Gloria, as expected, was much stronger than all these people, and it was as dangerous outside as ever. After that, the necromancer took off his mask, saying that he would still be able to win this battle, even though it would be difficult. This girl, who had already been hurt by monsters and had seen a lot of horror, sat under a blanket in a dark room, her body shaking, and she was very worried that this could be her last day. From the very beginning, everything went according to plan, but only until the explorers met the monsters on the 3rd floor. Because of the goblin commander, most of his squad did not survive, and everyone else just started hiding in their homes out of fear, afraid that they might suffer the same fate as their allies. Eventually, they reached the point where there was only 1 month left to clear this difficult dungeon, and there was still a lot to do, but they were scared. The girl continued to sit in the empty room under the blanket, but at that moment, her phone vibrated and gave a signal because she received a new notification. She immediately grabbed it and opened the message to read that the dungeon had been cleared thanks to the mercenary system, although at first she didn't even believe it. Then she opened the door and looked behind it and saw a skeleton dragon and a mage standing right in front of it. These people knew Wonyo and his dragons and the skeleton army he owned, though they were still shocked that they had just almost lost their lives. It was hard for them to believe that this guy had cleared the dungeon by himself, but people began to consider him their protector and hero who saved their lives. This girl immediately went up to him and began to thank him sincerely for being alive because of his intervention. But the young man said that there was no need to thank him for that, because he admitted that he did it for a reason. The fact is that in their request, it was written that they were ready to do anything if someone agreed to help and save them. The girl immediately confirmed these words, saying that it was true, and then asked what they could do for him. After these words, the young man handed her a paper with a contract and told her to sign it right away, without even reading what was written there, because it was a condition of the contract anyway. Kim Mi-jin immediately signed the contract that the young man handed her. Wonyo noticed that she hadn't even looked at what she was signing, and immediately said that it was very stupid to do so because it could say anything. However, Mi-jin briefly replied that she had already read his contract. She added that her soul became his property, and that it could not be spread, that it could not be transmitted to anyone by voice or text, and that 5% of her monthly income would be transferred to him, and that it was a completely unfavorable contract for her. But in the end, this girl signed the paper anyway, and to some extent, it even surprised him. Mi-jin only replied that she had said, like everyone else, that she would do anything, so she was not going to go back on her word. Hyunbo liked this approach because he appreciated that in people, so he smiled, glad that everything went smoothly. But then the girl immediately exclaimed, coming even closer to him, so that Wonyo would give her power in exchange for signing the contract. She wanted to become even stronger so that she would be able to do no more, and this would be done for her sake, and for his sake as well. This is the only chance in her life that she will never pass up again. To get this crazy power is literally a chance to change her own life forever, to improve it, and not to be afraid anymore like she was recently. Wonyo just said that he likes it, because this girl has a talent for magic, so she can become stronger with his help. Wonyo also said that he treats those who belong to him very well, and she has already become one of his army. After a while, the boy sat at his desk in complete silence in front of a piece of paper and thought about something for a long time. He was already well aware of the fact that apart from this girl, all the others in the dungeon were useless to him because they were nothing. But Hyunbo thought he was lucky anyway, because Mi-jin's skills were really good and she had a great potential to become strong as he wanted. She could master the curse magic that is related to his field of necromancy, and she is the leader of her squad, so in any case, these people will follow her. Later, Kai and Kezel came into the room and said that they had finally completed their training. Hyunbo asked how their students were doing, and Kezel said that they were obeying, and that was the main thing. And Kai added that even the atmosphere was good. A dungeon doesn't disappear even after it's been cleared if there's at least one person in it, and it turned out to be a great place to train. Then Kezel approached the guy, seeing that he was learning Mi-jin's skills, and Hyunbo said that it would be something of an investment. After that, he met with the girl herself, who once again thanked him for saving her and for agreeing to train her. On the last day of training, the young man gave her books about necromancy and magic, and also gave her a way to create spell cards that Chris made. The girl and her troops continued to stay in the dungeon, and it finally said that it would definitely survive, of course. And Henbo hoped so, and then said goodbye. Those in whom he had invested so much trusted him completely, and eventually these people became his followers. And if they are his followers, they must support him in any decision. Kessel said that it was time to move on to the next dungeon, because he was bored with the low-ranked dungeons and wanted something bigger and more interesting. Kai also completely agreed with him, and Hyunbo also supported this idea of skeletons, so he asked what Chris thought about it. The girl showed him the letter, saying that she had already chosen several of their targets, but she liked the last option the most. They needed mages above the 3rd circle, and they were looking for 5, and the reward for help was also high. They wouldn't give away lower-class magic crystals, but they would give 5 of them, and 5% of all the items that would fall from the monsters, and they were willing to pay for all the damage, but Hyunbo thought that was too generous. But Chris could only conclude that those people really needed an experienced magician, and were in trouble. It is even possible that they want to find such a magician, and then invite him to their clan because this option was quite popular. That's why the main character agreed to accept this request, but they should have been well prepared. Only then did the guy notice that this was a request sent by a guild, and asked Chris what it was called. The girl replied that the name of this guild is Golden Black Hole, and they are among the top 10 guilds in America. Having chosen this offer, they continue to train and prepare for their next mission. Kessel asked if the master was happy to work with this slime, because it seemed strange to him to make this slime his assistant. But Hyunbo said that she was warm and quite pleasant, and added that her name was Tia, which made the skeleton laugh even more. Only later did Kai come up to them and say that they all needed to hurry, so the team was going to move on. But soon after, right in front of them, they saw an incredibly strong light as if it were explosion. Wonhyo was not confused and started to speak, saying his name and their request, so in turn he asked to take away this bright light. After that, the group of people immediately apologized to him and said that they always do this and it is for their own safety. When they finally took away the bright light, the team saw many people in front of them who were fully prepared to attack, and several tanks were standing in front of them to protect them. It was the same head of the Magi, and there were many people standing next to him, and the man only briefly said that he was very happy to meet him. He introduced himself as Richard Leon Hurd, and said that he was the master of the Golden Black Hole Guild, and that he had hired Wonhyo. Richard also said that he was called the director of all magicians, and it was at this moment that the guy remembered what had happened to him before. He remembered the same parcel back when he was in a terrible state and in a difficult situation, and Richard was the one who helped him in this difficult moment. Hyunbo seemed to remember the entire text that this man wrote to him about reading the guy's ad, and he sent him those books with magic moments in order to help him in some way, and that's how their first meeting happened. When the young man was unpacking the parcel a while ago, Richard hoped that someday they would meet, and Henbo realized that now he was standing in front of the person who helped him survive that moment. Although now they would have a relationship as employer and employee. And then Richard introduced his deputy Hamilton and added that he wanted to work with the boy. Wonhyo only added that the man's Korean was very good, and in his mind he realized that it was good that he was wearing this mask, because he didn't want to show who he was yet, although I was very grateful to Richard. But the man immediately objected, saying that he was not speaking English. So Hyunbo decided that the dungeon system immediately translated his words into the right language. Richard smiled and said that even if they didn't know each other, they could still get along well, because even problems with their languages were not an obstacle. After that, the man thanked everyone for the day, and decided that now was the perfect time to start the briefing after a short break. After a while, they all went to a room where a table was already set up, and then they all sat down to discuss all the issues. While already there, Hyunbo realized that he would have to take off his mask because he could not eat or drink with it on, so he did so immediately. Richard immediately said that he thought that this mask had another purpose besides hiding his face, but the young man only replied that he should respect the food on the table. Since everyone was already there, he said that the briefing could begin and then introduced himself again, saying that he was their employer at the moment. Richard said that he wanted to clarify a point right away and said that Wonhyo would be his subordinate for the duration of the assignment. Hyunbo just said that it was already clear before he hired them, but the other researchers were actually surprised and disappointed when they heard these words, but reluctantly accepted these conditions. Then Richard said that their guild was engaged in a very thorough and complete clearing of the dungeon, which meant they also needed to stay. The other explorers and Hyunbo did not understand what Richard was talking about and how long they would have to stay. The head said that it would take a month or 3 weeks. Of course, if someone was injured, they would be allowed to go home, but the rest of them had to stay until the end. Kaisel was happy to hear about the complete sweep, realizing that he liked it, so Hyunbo said that it was good that they had chosen Richard's request. Skeleton agreed and said that they still had to do it right in the future. Then Kaisel called those researchers fools and asked Hyunbo if it was okay to say that, even though he had already started, so it couldn't be changed. Kessel just didn't see the point of going to the dungeon and back all the time, and he said that they had once had to sleep in a D-class dungeon. Although when the other researchers heard this, they didn't even believe him at first because it sounded so strange. Richard himself was surprised by what he had just heard, but asked how they survived and what they felt. Kessel said that it was not quite the right class, so everything ended well, Chris, and they were fully prepared for the battle with the boss monsters. The head added that he would like to hear the whole story someday, but for now, they need to continue the briefing. He also immediately added that he was very glad to have such an experienced necromancer with them, and the assistant agreed. Of course, as it was only 2 circles of difference, but in fact, Wonyo seemed much more powerful than the others. Hamilton even said that he would like this guy to join their guild because it would be very profitable for them and safer and easier. However, Richard actually thought that Wonyo was not the kind of person who would want to join any guild, regardless of their prestige and power. The man also thought that it was better not to even talk about it with him, because it would only spoil the relationship with the necromancer. Hamilton agreed and said he wouldn't do that, but then he thought about Wanyo's dragon and wanted to see him. Of course, he didn't want to have to summon him, but he still wanted to see Nidhogg's powers with his own eyes. And Richard agreed that it would be cool. Eventually, they found themselves in the right place with a lot of sand. And although it was strange for a dungeon of this class, they thought that there would not be many dangerous moments. Of course, everyone knew what could happen, but they hoped for the best, realizing that the priority was to protect the master. Hyunbo himself hated something like this because he knew there could be danger, but he didn't know exactly what it was, what it sounded like, or when it would appear. At that moment, Kai suggested that he gather as much information as possible, because that way, they would have at least more advantages over the monsters. Kaisel agreed completely, saying that if they meet someone like Gloria again, this time it could end badly, so they need to be prepared. Chris said that they all need to join forces to survive, and it will be much safer. Richard then asked if the team had finished their conversation, and if they had anything to tell them. Henbol, who had put his mask back on, said they were ready. The young man said that he had encountered dungeons of this type before, and that there are usually many monsters in such areas. Richard had already realized that the location was terrible, and that they would have to fight bosses. He didn't even know what to do because there were no traces, although the battle should be completed as soon as possible. But then Wonyo reappeared and said he had some more bad news. Richard thought that he didn't want to be heard, but the young man immediately told him that he had encountered a creature in a dungeon. Gloria then said that she was a demon dragon of disaster, and Richard said that it was an interesting name. The young man added that it was definitely higher than E-class, and also fed on the power of other bosses to survive and gain more power. And although he did not know exactly how many there were, he believed that there were at least 3. Richard was really surprised that Gloria had absorbed 3 monsters in order to survive, and Hyunbo confirmed it. The head believed that it was a miracle that Hyunbo survived, but the young man said that it was just luck, because Gloria did not want to take his life. She was just testing him. That is, she just wanted to compete with him and check how strong the opponent was. Richard was surprised by Gloria's conditions, and Hyunbo said that she only gave him 5 minutes to hold out against her and gave him 3 more opportunities to attack her, promising not to hurt him. The head was curious to hear what Gloria was doing during those 5 minutes, and he already thought that she was absorbing monsters. And Hyunbo answered that it was hard for him to hold out even for a minute, not to mention 5, so they decided to attack her bosses, and as a result, the girl recognized his strength and regretted not destroying him, saying that he passed that test. Richard assumed that Gloria was just traveling through different dungeons and entering them to find someone strong, to make servants, or just associates. So, the man realized that in the worst case, she would just appear again, and asked how many people Hyunbo needed. But the young man replied that it would be easier for him alone. Eventually, Richard handed him a bracelet that was a magical way of communication, and there were only 8 of them, so he asked him to return it later. The young man took the bracelet in his hands and examined it, and he was really surprised that such an object for communication existed. Hyunbo finally promised to contact them, and Richard just hoped they would survive. Kessel was waiting for this moment to finally launch an attack in this dungeon. Immediately after they said goodbye to the guild, Hyunbo threw the crystal somewhere in front of him. A car immediately appeared in front of them, and Hyunbo said that Kessel was driving, and he was only too happy to say that he would do a great job. Earlier, when they were thinking about how to improve their team, Kiesel had mentioned that they definitely needed some kind of transportation. He meant that they were spending too much time just getting to the dungeon. Chris also completely agreed with him and suggested that they summon a dragon and move faster to the dungeon with it. Hyunbo also added that this was a good option, but there was also a problem because the mana cost for Nidhogg would be too high and would only make the situation worse. After that, Chris asked why they were talking about the machine and not something else. Hyunbo replied that it would be the most familiar option for him, and that their entire group would be much more comfortable in a car. Eventually, they got into their new vehicle, and Kiesel was going to show them that he would make a great driver. Richard started discussing it with Mike, because neither of them thought they would see a car in the dungeon while on a mission. But he believed that the principle of operation was similar to Golem's, and the main thing was to simply set up the engine and then drive it. At that moment, the man decided that he could learn a lot from Hyunbo, and told Mike that they should get into position themselves. Soon after, they took their places, waiting to see what would happen next, and waiting for the moment when the monsters might appear. Somewhere in the back, there was a girl hugging her teddy bear, and sighed heavily when she realized that people had reached the second floor. She seemed to start looking for someone among the crowd of people, and then realized that this fool was not with the group of people, and realized that this was her chance. Meanwhile, the team continued to drive forward, and everyone agreed that it was strange for them to drive this car here, especially with Kessel at the wheel. Then they tried to figure out how many minutes it would take to get there, and it turned out that they would have to drive for about half an hour. Meanwhile, Chris was looking around, but she couldn't see or feel any monsters. Hyundo didn't notice anything either, but it only made him more worried, so he told his team to be careful with these places. Then the young man looked at his magic communication bracelet and realized that for some reason, it was not working. It was after this moment, when the bracelet began to glitch and make strange noises, that Hyunbo told Kessel to go back. Of course the skeleton listened to him, but they were no longer sure that he was going in the right direction. But Kessel assured them that everything was fine and it was definitely the right way because he had checked it with magic. Hyunbo added that there was definitely something he didn't want to meet, but in the end they didn't know the reason or the solution. Later, they arrived somewhere, although they still saw nothing but mountains of sand, but Hyundo got out to check what was outside. Chris came out after him saying that she had good news and bad news and asked him where to start. Hyunbo said that he wanted to hear the bad news first, because it was better to solve the problem right away. Chris immediately told him that they were stuck in these mountains, but that he could not solve the problem with his magic. Hyunbo didn't understand how they could get stuck because of magic, but Chris explained that she sent her mana and different sides to understand where the danger would be. And as a result, the mana very spontaneously stopped in one place, as if it had run into a barrier. Of course, it was not easy for Chris to control it before, but it turned out that her mana just moved to a completely different place at that moment. And she was sure that it was no accident and that someone had decided so she said that it could happen to all of them. The lowest circle of magic for teleportation is the 5th for the group, but if you move away from each other, it will be the 8th, which means that they were closed here by a creature of the 8th circle. And as for the good news that Hyunbo also asked about, Chris said that the same creature had trapped himself in this place as well. At first, the guy realized that they were in a terrible situation, but then he added that everything could be much worse. The fact is that if such a creature is nearby and does not destroy anyone, it means that it can even save them. They said that they needed to find a way out of here and get out because no one wanted to miss this chance. But it was at this moment that the guild began to attack the dolls from all sides, although at first people thought that they were not their rivals despite the fact that there were many of them. The group began to fight back, and it turned out that they were not such weak opponents, and there were actually more and more of them. Eventually, the guild was able to deal with them, but they had spent almost all their energy and were worried that this was not the last attack and that they would not be able to recover. Richard looked around and then said that this attack was incredibly unexpected for him. The man realized that they were in danger, but said that they should start with helping the wounded and then rebuild the defense. And Mike decided that he wanted to set up a camp. Richard immediately agreed with him, saying that they needed this camp here and now, because otherwise they might not survive. But soon, the same girl who was holding the bear appeared right in front of them and sighed again, saying that these people were very similar to someone else because they were just as smart. She turned to Mike, saying that she liked the way he was thinking, but that the exam was still unfinished. And then she added that he should be careful what he said, because he might be saying goodbye to his life afterwards. Then she said that they had only an hour to rest and lick their wounds, and then their battle would begin again. However, before she left again, she asked them what they thought was better, a certain number or a certain amount. Richard at this point began to get visibly worried and said that he would like to choose both options and asked if it was possible. She just laughed and said that it was very interesting, and it would be the third option, so she let it go. Then she said that their opponents would be superior in quality and quantity, and they should prepare because they had only an hour to rest. After these words, she simply disappeared as if she had vanished into thin air, reiterating that they only had an hour and they had to be ready before the start. Richard realized that the situation was just terrible because that girl was just testing them, and after that, she would definitely want to take over the guild. Then the man told his group to sit down and just listen to what he had to say. He began to tell them about the rumors that when the dungeons appeared, strange creatures began to appear, and Wonyo, the necromancer they had seen earlier, told the man about it. Earlier, when the boy had been in one of the dungeons, he had met a similar creature, but it was supposedly a dragon, and most likely this girl is also a dragon, although it may be a low-class one. But Richard added that he has good news for the team. Since she is testing them, she will not attack them on her own, but they still need to prepare. Richard added that it will be a very hard fight, and he doesn't know how many people they can lose in this battle. However, Richard also wanted to tell them about one thing and turn back to the team. If they lose someone, these people will not be forgotten, and he asked that if he does not survive, he should not be forgotten either. So he asked all the survivors to remember their comrades. And on this day, they should fight for them all with all their might, so that as many people as possible could survive. In any case, they need to snatch this life from the hands of those monsters, and in just a short time, they started attacking the guild. In the end, the victory in the second battle also remained on their side, and since the preparation was excellent, they even managed to do without almost any wounded. After the battle was over, this girl appeared again and asked if Richard wanted to increase the quality or quantity of emotions. Richard asked if he could increase the defense instead, and she just smiled and said that the next battle would start in 2 hours. And exactly 2 hours later, the next battle began, and the unit that was able to rest won this competition without any wounded. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th battles, Richard also mentioned other things to improve, and it seemed that he understood the rules of the game well. Since they had already asked to increase the rest time earlier, they decided that it would be better to increase the difficulty now. But after the 9th battle, they had no choice. So this girl wiped the rest of the dolls herself. Those dolls only became stronger as their equipment improved, and they even became smarter. But this time, the guild managed to survive, so the girl appeared and asked what they wanted to improve now, and added that in honor of the 20th time, they could increase the rest time again. But he only said that he wanted to reduce his squad, which surprised almost everyone here. Richard said that he wanted to take half of the people, that is, send them home, so he asked if it was possible. And even here, the girl agreed to do as he wanted and save half of the people, but Richard would now have to choose who to leave alive. She said nothing more, only that the next battle would take place in 21 days and 8 hours, and then disappeared. Richard said, right after she disappeared, that he was staying here and Mike was leaving. However, this was not discussed because Richard was the one who was in charge and responsible, so he was not going to run away. Even if the head himself does not survive, Mike will be able to manage the guild himself, because the whole golden black hole and the whole world is relying on them now. The man added that everything is ready in case he does not survive, and Mike knows this. The main thing is to take care of it all. Richard then turned to the others, saying that he would have to make an important and difficult choice and apologize to his participants in advance. Some of them had already started to say that they were staying voluntarily because they had important positions here, but some of them were sent home by Richard because they had recently had a baby or something like that. He also approached the researchers with whom they had signed a contract, saying that they all had to leave. He added that Mike would take care of everything, and everything would be fine, although the man himself did not want to leave the chapter here and run away. But it seemed that Richard was more positive, saying that he still had a chance to survive, so he shouldn't be so afraid and worried. Eventually, on the orders of his superior, Mike left the dungeon and took half of the soldiers with him, so now there were only 62 people left, including the head. The man added that during this period everyone should receive the necessary treatment, and said that now, during these 3 weeks, let them rest and do light training. Richard decided to go somewhere, although he was stopped by other warriors, but the man said that there was nothing to be afraid of because there were no monsters at this time. After that, The young man fell silent, and only later asked what Richard thought and whether they had any chance of winning. The man replied that there are always chances, and he never gives up before time, and that they have even more opportunities to survive and win. After a while, the man found something, although it was very difficult for him to do so. Then Richard stood up, telling the others to set up a mana crystal bomb right now in this place. Richard had actually brought them so that they could fight, but now the team just needed to survive somehow. He assumed that there were still about 4 or 6 battles left, but in the state they were in, they would not be able to do anything. That's why he had to choose the best of the worst, and the soldiers thought he was talking about saving half the men. Then Richard nodded, saying that everything was ready so they could go ahead. After some time, the 3 weeks passed and the battle was about to begin, so all the soldiers were very worried and excited. Richard only encouraged her to go forward with her head held high, and not to give up until they were completely defeated. He immediately apologized to those around him, but also thanked them for staying and going to this dungeon in the first place. In addition, Richard said that he would hope to the last, and that he himself would believe in each of them. Later, when the rest period was finally over, the first monsters appeared, and the 20th battle between them and the guild began. The warriors stood up to prepare to fight back, and Richard said that right now they needed to do everything possible to survive. However, seeing how many different monsters were there, Richard was already upset that he was encouraging the team, realizing that it was in vain. In addition, despite the fact that they had already set up their explosives and they worked, Richard noticed that there was not a single enemy destroyed. But the man still tried not to give up, telling the second group to move forward because, after all, it was their last hope now. He told the researchers not to stop and just move forward to destroy their opponents. Otherwise, they would all die at once without a chance to win. It turned out that there were much more of these monsters than Richard expected, but the team still continued to hold on, trying not to give up ground. Therefore, the man realized that they at least needed to hold out as long as possible, and then when they gained some strength, they would immediately attack the enemies. The participants themselves began to thank their master, saying that he had done a lot for them, and encouraged him not to give up now, because he himself said that they could still win. After these words, the man began to act himself and turned to those creatures, drawing all the attention to himself, and shouted that if they wanted to destroy someone, let him be the first. However, while the other monsters were approaching him, they managed to destroy many more participants who were just saying goodbye to the master and asking him to take care of their loved ones. Richard was shouting for them to hold on and not give up right now, adding that they all had to survive and return home together. But the fact is that there were too many enemies, and they were already strong enough to kill more and more people on their way, driving those who remained into a dead end and not giving them a chance to get out. Of course, they already knew what to expect after the appearance of that girl, and realized that it would be difficult, but it was already too much. The participants began to panic more and more, and instead of gathering and attacking, they did not know how to act in such a situation. Richard continued to stand next to them, realizing that this could not go on, because if he did nothing right now, there would be even more victims, and no one would be left alive. Later, instead of another monster, the same girl came forward, but she did not start attacking them on her own. She said that Richard had made the best choice he could, because in the end, as the leader and responsible one, he was at least able to save many lives. The girl called him a great commander who cares about his men, but Richard is just a good commander, not a commander who leads people to victory. After all, he knew exactly how to win in this situation, and a commander should think soberly, instead of relying on feelings and emotion. He needed a lot of soldiers, and only in this way Richard could win, and the man should not have given away his men, because in doing so, he simply signed a fatal sentence to the other half. The girl looked him in the eye and told him that it would be impossible to save these people, and only now Richard realized that she was completely right. In the end, he admitted that sending half of the people home was the worst decision he had ever made, because he had simply destroyed his wards because he didn't have enough people. And right now, he is witnessing the terrible consequences of his actions. And the girl said that he can empathize as a good commander because he had to do it because he just wanted to save someone's life. But now, Richard just had to watch the remaining half of his soldiers say goodbye to their lives, and then the girl disappeared. The man was desperate. He did not even know how to react to this, but still told his soldiers to prepare for another attack. But then he realized that this was the wrong choice. He thought to himself that attacking at such a moment would be madness, and they would only increase the number of casualties in their team without achieving anything. In the end, the soldiers simply obeyed their superior's order and went to attack. But, as expected, they did not survive, and many were already wounded so badly that their wounds were not compatible with life. Richard was angry with himself, realizing that it was his fault, but his subordinates still respected the master, saying that the man must survive and let the master avenge them all. The girl began to laugh, saying that he was not so bad and could get a good grade in the subject, but this only made Richard more angry. Only then did he hear the words that he could take someone's power, and then he realized that this was the right path for him now. If he takes this power, he will have a lot of opportunities. He would be able to win this battle against the monsters, and even if he became a monster, he would still win. Richard was already in despair, so he just wanted to win, and he was still trying to think soberly, to act deliberately, and not to take irresponsible actions that would only endanger others. He had already realized that there would be a lot of casualties and the soldiers were just running out, but at that moment, someone grabbed his arm to stop Richard. It was Wonhyo, and he said that a man can win by becoming a monster, but in that case he will not be forgiven, and destroying a monster is the act of a true hero. Finally, Wonhyo looked at everything that had already happened here and said a little sadly that he was too late. But despite this, Richard simply thanked him and asked how much Wonhyo had already heard. The young man said that he had been talking to him since about halfway through when the girl appeared and started talking to him. But then Richard asked how he had managed to do it. The boy just said that Gloria probably didn't like the local monsters, and that's why he had a lot of advantages. Now they might be able to cope with Wonhyo's help, but they still need to become stronger. You can never have too much strength, especially when you need to protect those who are important to you. But the young man also added that Richard needed something more than that. The man agreed with him, realizing that he needed more than just that, because his men were in any case weaker than these monsters. He just needed to use his head and think soberly about how to proceed in order to prevent this from happening again. And at that moment, one of the soldiers approached Richard. This guy said that he needed to be taught a lesson for what had happened, but Gren had already hit him. However, it didn't stop there, and they took turns beating Richard, not going to stop. Gren said that they wanted to follow a man who knew what he was doing and would get them out of there even if it was difficult, but now they were following the Monsignor. And then they said that he didn't have to become the same monster because his strength is his army. These words made Richard feel worse, but he thanked each of them and then went forward and apologized one last time. Then Kezel appeared and told his master that they had already finished and managed to quickly deal with everything. The young man just sighed heavily and closed his eyes, saying that he was done here as well. At that moment, Hyunbo realized that like Richard and his entire squad, he also had someone to rely on and trust. The girl who had summoned all the monsters was very angry because she had almost succeeded in defeating them, and it was Wonhyo's fault for not succeeding. So she started to get even angrier at him, calling him all kinds of bad names. But Hyunbo replied that it was just his job, which he was able to do successfully. After such words, she not only started to get angrier, saying that we should destroy him now, because the guy has not yet been able to win, and the previous situation where he was able to overcome the opponent will not happen again. But Hyunbo said that he wasn't going to choose anything. He didn't need this choice because he would do as he saw fit. Then this girl began to get even angrier at him, saying that after such words he would only be able to say goodbye to his life here and now. The boy was not going to end his life right there, and the girl began to say that because she was afraid of that lizard, she was not going to feel sorry for him. But Hyunbo replied again, just as defiantly, that she simply could not destroy it, or even hurt it in any way, or cause any other harm. She was only more enraged that Hyunbo dared to look down on her, so she said the same thing as before, that she would simply destroy him. After saying that, she finally rushed at him to destroy him, and used all her skills to do so. Henbo just kept saying that she was too strong, but the thing is that somewhere in the dungeon there must be a source of such excessive power. He remembered that Gloria had an incredibly hard time supporting herself, and spent an incredible amount of energy on her own soldiers. Henbo said that it was quite simple. This girl simply did not have enough strength to attack the next time. He also began to realize that this girl is weaker than Gloria, but is still an incredibly strong monster who is able to summon her comrades in arms. However, the guy still managed to understand the secret of her power, and she was lucky only because of 3 accidents that he noticed during all this time. Firstly, he managed to become stronger right after he overcame this barrier, and after he did so, all the power remained with him. The second reason was that he was a necromancer, and the third was that Hyunbo could control the monsters that she did. This girl divided her soul into many parts in order to be able to control so many monsters at the same time, which is why everything turned out this way. And this ability to subdue the soul and give it a physical shell is the very work of a necromancer. So he easily managed to defeat all the monsters of this girl, and if he doesn't want to collect her soul, he can simply destroy it, which is also part of his abilities, which is part of the sphere in which he works. The magic of the fifth circle is a soul explosion, and he could use these souls to create those explosions with their help. This is how he managed to defeat all those soldiers, and it means that her soul was significantly weakened because most of it was simply destroyed. So the guy thought that he would have to recover from such losses for a long time, but the girl still kept screaming and saying that sooner or later she would come back and destroy him. She allegedly started to curse him, but the young man only replied that he hoped he would still continue to live. In the end, she just couldn't stay here any longer because of the insane loss of her strength, and then finally said that this was not the last time they would meet. After all those words, the girl simply disappeared with her soldiers, and Richard and the rest of the guild stood behind him. The guildmaster was still in shock and did not even realize what had just happened, but at that very moment, someone approached him. It was one of the warriors, and he quickly hugged him, saying that he was very happy that Richard was alive. But the man was even surprised to see such a reaction, although it was very pleasant. In the end, although there were many casualties, some of the team managed to survive, and it was finally over. As there were many wounded, they quickly went to the field hospital to treat their wounds and help the injured. Henbo took off his mask again to have a snack, because he was already hungry during the battle, and Richard just noticed that he had a great appetite. The man himself had also been hit pretty badly, and now had to walk around with an intravenous drip. But in general, he was not feeling too bad, and the young man immediately asked how the man was feeling to make sure. And Richard said that he was fine, but that recovery would take a long time. But the main thing for him was that he had survived because he had saved his life. And then he added that the dungeon was now gone. On the one hand, it was terrible news, because now they would not be able to return, and the only way to get out of here again was to take on the next dungeon and go through it and get out. Richard sat down on his bed, telling him that he shouldn't worry, and that he would pay for everything anyway, and then asked if Hyunbo wanted to stay in America. He added that it would be a great honor for them to have this young man join their guild in America, if not the world. Hyunbo smiled and thanked him, but said that he would not accept the offer because he did not want to be part of a guild unless he could start his own business someday. Richard did not insist, and he had already realized that he was likely to receive such an answer, but then he asked if the young man wanted to stay in America and added that they could cooperate in that case. Hyunbo said that this was a good idea, but he did not want to leave Korea in the near future, and then asked if it was because he was Korean. But that was not the case. The young man said that he already had everything ready and did not want to part with what he had already achieved. In the end, Richard just agreed and said that they would move on to the next thing, but finally wanted to say it all again. The old man sincerely thanked the boy for surviving thanks to him, and added that he would definitely repay him for all of this. And Hyunbo said that he would not forget about it, and that he hoped for an additional reward because he had done much more than they had originally agreed. Of course, Richard said that everything would be fine, but now the guy just needs to have a good rest. Meanwhile, the skirmishers realized that the young man was fine, and that if it wasn't for their master, the people in this guild would not have survived, even if they had been late for a minute. And Nidhogg added that these people definitely need to become much stronger. Then Yunbo started talking about that monster, the girl who summoned all the monsters, and he said that she was most likely connected to the Legion in some way. Kai said that he was thinking about the Legion as well, but Kiesel said that he didn't even know what it was. Kai was actually very surprised by this, but he explained that a Legion is a top-class monster that is similar in characteristics to a ghost and is almost impossible to destroy. We can say that the Legion is a ghost that controls other monsters, although, in fact, there are many monsters of a similar type. But the Legion is different because it has the ability to control its dolls, and it also divided its soul to do so. But that girl didn't look like an evil person. She also had a physical shell, and Hyunbo, although he showed his confidence in front of her, realized that he did not want to see her again. But at that very moment, Nidhogg appeared right next to him, and Hyunbo asked what he wanted to tell him. The dragon said that it would be great to absorb that girl's soul and become stronger. And Hyunbo liked it because he is not a full-fledged dragon, which means he has to do everything to become stronger, and the more strength he has, the better for the whole team. The dragon thanked him for the advice, and Hyunbo decided that while they were in America, they should collect as many souls as possible, thinking that there would be more tasks than they had in Korea. Then the young man turned to Richard, and he said that he would solve all the issues with the visa. The man was even excited to hear that Hyunbo wanted to travel to America, and he was actually just waiting for such a question. Richard started to get up, but the doctor said that he should still be careful because his body was weak, and Hyunbo added that the man should have a good rest. And while he was resting, he allowed Hyunbo and his team to use the gym, where it was quiet and spacious. And now, in America, they also had a great place to train. Hyunbo also began to say that they should get the most out of it. The hero was also able to master the concept of coordinates on the 5th circle of magic and believed that this skill was directly related to his specialization, but he was not sure that he was developing himself correctly, so he just wanted to go beyond his own capabilities. Hyundo was sure that the path he was following was exactly right, so he began to give his all. Even though he had been on the verge of death several times, he thought that these were logical mistakes, and now he was on the 5th circle, but he still hadn't reached his peak. He began to realize all this at the very moment when Gloria was saying that Hyunbo was just an idiot who could not achieve anything alone. Gloria was the one who helped him escape, and if she had wanted to, she would have never let him go, and they wouldn't be here anymore. She told him that Hyunbo had to improve his ability to use coordinates, and then he had to go beyond his abilities and use the magic of 7th circle teleportation, and Nidhogg also used such skills. As a result, they were able to escape, but the dragon was already on the verge of death and could barely survive due to such strong magic and exhaustion. Gloria praised them, saying that she would help them heal, and it was thanks to her that they were able to regain their strength and continue on. Chris had said it before, but reiterated that they needed to get stronger because they were surrounded by very powerful opponents. Hyunbo completely agreed with her, because otherwise they would just say goodbye to life altogether. And the girl who faced the team this time began to hate Gloria like crazy. She came closer to the blonde, saying that she really liked the way she was being treated now, in front of her, without being able to do anything. The girl shouted that Gloria had already crossed all the boundaries and she would not forgive her for that. But Gloria said that she was able to do what she wanted to do, but that she was even sorry to destroy the girl now. And then she laughed at her for calling herself a demon after what happened. Although Gloria believed that she had absolutely nothing to do with a demon because she was not worthy of calling herself that. But she agreed to just save her because she was in a good enough mood. So Gloria said goodbye, doing what she said, and finally threw in that she wanted the girl to remember that she was alive only because of her. But the blonde said that she would not let it go, and would destroy both Gloria and that guy and his team. Later, Richard finally left the hospital and joined Hyunbo and asked how they were spending their time here. The young man replied that it was actually quite nice here, and Richard was very pleased to hear that. And after all, for Henbo and his skeletons, everything in this place was incredibly new and interesting, even unusual. It even seemed to him that Washington was bottomless, and that wherever you went, you would always find something else. Hyunbo was a necromancer, so he saw a little more than the others, and if they went higher, Richard would be able to understand what Hyunbo was talking about. Eventually, they boarded the helicopter, and Hyunbo tried to show Richard what he meant. Then Hyunbo gave Richard the Dead-Eye skill, so that he could see what he was talking about. And then Richard really began to see incredibly many different skeletons, the souls of those who are flying around here and invisible to humans. Now, Richard was able to see what was happening here to those who had already said goodbye to their lives. These are the souls that leave the body after a person passes away, which is why funerals are held. This means that all these souls did not find their peace after leaving the human body. But Richard was more surprised by the fact that they have been living with them all this time, but did not notice them at all. However, later on, the man himself realized everything without explanation, because it was the use of mana. Hyunbo also added that these souls are not simple, and can even develop further. For example, they can absorb some other souls, and the more energy you have, the stronger you are, and this is the law of evil spirits' survival. However, all this only disappointed Richard more, and he did not know what to do, but Hyunbo said that there was one way. Meanwhile, in the White House, in the office of the US president, he read that ghosts would start attacking people within 1 year. They took it as a joke and just laughed at it, thinking that nothing serious would happen. Continuing to joke, the president told the vice president to call the exorcists when it happened. But while they were laughing, something got into the office and they immediately stopped laughing. The glass immediately broke, and the president barely dodged it, and then ordered his aide to deal with it immediately. But despite the fact that they were laughing so hard at the fact that there would be ghosts, these souls entered their office. At the same moment, someone came inside and said that they had to evacuate immediately because it was getting dangerous. But it was too late because more and more ghosts were getting inside, so they couldn't even get to the door. However, they were rescued by Hyunbo, who came to help them, and told them that the president should be more careful and attentive to the problems in the country. The president started to get very angry, saying that this should not have happened, and asked what was going on here. But he said that it was a simple demonstration, and when the president realized that it was all a decree, he got even angrier. And he confirmed this by saying that the same thing would happen in just 1 year in this country if they did nothing. But then he started asking about who the two people were who had infiltrated and made this decree. And the vice president introduced them first by saying that Richard was the head of the Golden Black Hole Guild, and Wonyo he called the best necromancer he knew who was responsible for this demonstration. While the president didn't know what to say, Wonyo started talking about how the spirits were just gaining their power and had very little time left. After that, he added that they had already convinced absolutely everyone, and that only the two of them and the president were left. Hyunbo said that they had to act immediately if no one wanted to see a kingdom with no living people left in a year. To begin with, they decided to conduct an experiment in a small town and specifically checked if there were any spirits there. There were a lot of soldiers and mages there, so Richard realized that he didn't need to worry about Hyunbo. After all, right now was the perfect moment to start everything. They had everything prepared, so Hyunbo just gave the order to his dragon to start using magic. After that, a voice was heard, and not just one of these creatures was screaming to let go of their bodies that belonged to them. Henbo already knew that. For a necromancer, mana is the most important thing, and he will never have it in abundance, so he invented a ritual for its quick restoration. He simply took the mana that belonged to the evil one for himself, but it is actually quite bad for living beings. That's why Hyunbo immediately handed it over to Nidhogg as soon as he took it, since he was an inanimate dragon made of bones anyway. But then the boy turned to the dragon and told him to wait, because it was not just the amount of mana that was important. It was incredibly important that this mana was of high quality, and only then could Hyunbo continue to use it. Later, they completed their ritual, and then the boy asked about his condition. It turned out that Nidhogg's characteristics had increased, and he still had 133 points left. The boy also realized that the dragon really changes, which means that it can become completely different and much stronger. And then Nidhogg thanked the master. The stronger the dragon is, the stronger Hyunbo will become. And the young man said that he could not continue to create the heart with only one energy. It would be better to use something tangible as a basis, so he had already asked Richard to get the dragon a good crystal. Now he just had to wait, and the dragon thanked his master again. Then they asked him how the ritual went, and he said that everything was actually successful. But instead of doing his job properly, Richard decided to bring a nun and a priest here and introduced them to Wonhyo. The priest's name was Romeo, and he greeted Wonhyo. The nun also greeted him, but no one said why they were brought here in the first place. That is why the dragon decided to ask why they came here. Romeo said that they just wanted to make sure that Wonhyo and the dragon were okay, and he was glad that they were. Then the priest started to say something about not seeing any evil energy in their souls, while Wonhyo stood there silently. The young man then said that he was only taking the energy of the spirits that were bothering people and absorbing it to become stronger. Now they realized that Wonhyo wanted to do this for the betterment of the whole situation, and he added that he wanted to take over the city. Romeo said that some of his colleagues also wanted to test the effectiveness of Wonhyo's methods because not everyone trusted him. Although Wonhyo was not happy about this, at least he knew why these two had come here. There were much more people on their side, so they were supposedly stronger, and that's why they came first, so they wouldn't destroy each other later. But the young man said that if his life was threatened, he would defend himself, and he just agreed and thanked him. So, Wonhyo was going to try to make sure that people stayed safe as well. The president himself sent those two here, and Richard said that they are also exorcists. Wonhyo just laughed, but added that the ritual had just gone well. He hoped that all the next rituals would be the same and everything would end well for them. Richard also said that he had good news, because as he promised, he managed to get one crystal for the dragon. The man said that it was a diamond of hope, and also called the diamond of bad luck, and he believed that it would be perfect for this dragon. The two exorcists thought that the boy would become even stronger, and were going to destroy him before it was too late. Romeo agreed, but said that they would have to wait for the right moment to do it. They believed that Wonhyo was well-intentioned, but they didn't like the methods he was using, so they decided that they should first observe him and then think about how to proceed. But still, he did not like the fact that they had to have at least some kind of connection with such a person. But then he said that it was their job, and they had no choice, so the two of them decided to show how terrifying and dangerous this guy's power was. Meanwhile, Hyunbo had already returned home and was sitting at his desk continuing to write something, but at some point, he was distracted. It was Richard, and the boy told him that he needed to create an evil creature that could regenerate its mana and compete for 3 hours and use at least 3 weapons. But the young man said that it was actually quite a difficult task. So the man asked what was so difficult, and Henbo explained to him that he needed to find a skeleton that could throw a spear and was good at fencing, and it had to be one face. Richard asked what the problem was, and the young man replied that it was too long and complicated to produce, and he did not know how to get all these qualities right in a skeleton. That's why Richard advised him to study robotics, because this thing could really help him with this task. The man explained that, in fact, these are similar processes because they create the body's choice of behavior and so on, so he thought it could help. The protagonist thanked him and said that he would take it into account and think about how to use it in his business. Richard also asked if he should give him something back, although the protagonist did not understand what you were talking about. The man replied that he would just wait for the next rituals, and then he smiled. Then they performed 2 more rituals and took absolutely all the negative magic from about 1,000 evil spirits to give it to the dragon. They also began to conduct rituals in the mega cities they wanted to visit earlier, and the first city for them was Las Vegas. This place always hosts conferences and things like that, so they were able to disguise the ritual as one of them. They called this thing a parade of supposedly evil spirits against human. It was supposed to be a show that would start at 6:30, and finally the day of the parade itself came. Most of the people gathered here to see what was going to happen, because the parade was supposed to be very big, so they thought it would be something cool. In addition, the award was quite big. But then they noticed something they hadn't expected to see. Parachutes with cargo just started falling from above, and there were a lot of helicopters flying around, and they came down from them. Then one of the soldiers started this parade and drew attention to himself, telling the others to start moving on one side. It turned out that they were supposed to get their weapons in that place, and then they were supposed to kill their opponents. Most of the people who came there were even scared and thought about running away because it did not look like a normal parade. Also, this soldier said that as they could see, these weapons do not pose any threat to the living and can be used for evil spirits to take their power. If their weapon is full and the indicator turns red, they should return to the base and get a new weapon, and the more people catch this evil, the better weapon and reward they will get. After that, a few more soldiers came down from the same helicopters and were ordered to start fighting. Hen Bo stood on top of the helicopter, watching and realizing that this was an incredibly smart move. Richard added that there was no other way to handle such a large city. It would have been incredibly difficult to lock all the people in their homes, so the best way to do it was to do exactly what they did, and then Richard left everything to the necromancer. Later on, people saw a giant red dragon in front of them and realized that a lot of money had been invested in it, and then they wanted to ride this creature themselves. The wizard who was flying on the dragon said that it was time to start destroying the spirits that harmed others, so he asked people to fight with all their might. He said that this should be done for the sake of all of them, because in this way they would even be able to save their lives in the future when a disaster would come. Then one of the spirits said that he was not going to disappear from here, and of course he did not want to be destroyed here. The soldiers noticed another evil spirit, and one of them had already destroyed 15 of them in the meantime. The thing is that this whole situation was also a competition. That is, whoever destroys the most has a chance to take the first place. People started to take their weapons and were actually very surprised by how they would destroy those monsters, because some weapons were fired with fire, some with electricity, and some with air. But because they didn't know how to use this thing well, the weapons immediately broke down, or at least that's what happened to many of them. Hyunbo had already noticed that they liked this test weapon very much, and the young man was glad that he would be able to test it in the real one. The wizard who was standing in the middle of the metropolis watched everything that was happening and thought that it might all end soon. In addition, the people who had already started to fight those creatures looked quite tired, so he thought it was better to finish. Then he flew up again on the dragon and immediately praised everyone for what they had done. But with the energy of the evil spirits, they had only strengthened the power of his dragon and given it more energy. Then the wizard said that all these people had become completely useless, which meant that they had to do something to survive. Then the wizard said that today he was very kind, and they were very lucky, because this time he would just turn a blind eye to the situation. However, the next time they will not be able to fight him off so easily, so he added that they just need to wait until he takes over the world. In the end, it was all over now, so he didn't realize that he could move on to the next task. This particular task seemed very boring to him, but one of the knights standing there said that this man would not be able to fly away from here so easily. Then the wizard noticed a real knight in front of him, who had silver armor, and also noticed crosses and holy signs. Then the wizard realized that it could be a knight from some Catholic church. At that moment, Richard did not understand what was happening, because earlier the church had said that it would support them to the end. The man immediately turned to Romeo, asking why they were not breaking their contract, but he said that he did not even understand what was going on. Romeo replied that he had warned them, that they all had their own agreements, and most likely some of them just decided not to listen to his words. Richard did not understand why they decided to do this, because in this way they only create problems, of which there are already many. After that, Richard picked up the radio and said that 4 helicopters and 7 tanks were approaching them right now. The situation was now just terrible, and they decided that one of these soldiers was a religious fanatic and was messing up the whole situation. Then Richard asked if this man could escape, but he didn't even know what to say because it would be difficult to do so given how many vehicles were approaching them. But then one of the soldiers approached Richard and told him not to worry about it. He also picked up the radio and said that Judas had sold the superstar and they had to follow the plan and not move the necromancer. It was Captain Hedrick who said that he wanted to apologize because he didn't think his squad could do something so terrible. Only after that, Richard realized that they had waited so long on purpose to catch the traitors, and it turned out to be a correct assumption. The captain said that they knew about the existence of those traitors, but they still lacked real evidence, so they had to take such measures. After that, Richard talked to the wizard again on the radio and added that he still had a chance to escape, which was a good idea after all. However, at this very moment, the wizard said that he did not want to escape from here at all. At this point, Richard did not understand what was happening, but the wizard only said that he was going to and hoped to change the course of this scenario. The discontent of the other people was incredibly high, and it was understandable because they had decided to go so far in their endeavors. However, the same fanatic began to lose it, and said that today was the last day of this wizard's life. He said that he would do this because his church wanted him to, so he was not going to break the rules. But the wizard said that they could only talk, although he recognized that these people could act according to what they had thought up earlier. He said that they were not gods in their universe, but just fools, weak from the very birth and always trying to become stronger. And even if they do it in different ways, the goal is still the same. They need to be able to take responsibility for their actions and words. But in the case of these people who serve the church, they just hide behind their god, doing terrible things, and saying that they are protecting others. Finally, the wizard only added that their actions and words will be taken as the words and deeds of their god. And since deeds are deeds, mistakes will also be taken into account in the same way. At this point, the wizards realized that there was a much greater power there, and thought that these were the consequences of his words. Eventually, one of the men came forward to thank the magician for finally resolving the conflict. The man admitted that they still had a lot to learn, but they only wanted to follow certain laws and were now very weak. The wizard said that this sounded very interesting, because he thought they had come here to fight in full force, but now they say they are too weak to do so. Then the man said that he did not want those people to say goodbye to their lives after this battle, and if their deity told them to stop, they would follow that order. Since they declared that they were unable to fight, the wizard said that he was coming as their enemy, but the battle that was supposed to take place today would take place on some other day. They just had to wait. At this point, Hyunbo was thinking that there were many more problems than he had expected. After that, he immediately turned to the dragon that had been standing behind him all along. Hyunbo then asked him why he was still under his control, since he had much more wealth than his master. But Nidhogg believed that it was because of the oath he had made to the boy earlier. He didn't remember how he said that the dragon was a fake and would never be real, but if he was with him, he would make him better than the original. The dragon said that if in the past he was a fake, now he felt like a real dragon, and the oath seemed to become an oath between the dragon and his swordsman, although the boy was very surprised. As Henbo had promised him, he made him a dragon that was better than the original, and now he himself can make his master stronger. Chris said that in simple terms, Henbo has now become a dragon master, and it was after this title that he received full power over his dragon, with whom this oath was signed and created. In general, nothing changed at all, because the young man was still a master for him. Kessel was only glad to see this result, because in this case, because the dragon itself became stronger, they as a team would also become stronger. He even thought about signing such a contract himself someday, because he would like to become a warrior of darkness, or a champion of darkness someday, Kai a captain of darkness, or a soldier of darkness. But in any case, they were all going to continue to go with their master wherever he went. But Chris told them not to talk about something they were not sure about, because the more you wait, the more you will be disappointed if something doesn't work out. However, Hyunbo admitted that he thought they would all only get stronger, which is why they decided to go to the city right now. 45 days later, the next stage of this parade began, and it was also successfully completed in their favor. Also, Kezel, Kai, and Chris had received a lot of negative mana, and by using their core in the form of a moonstone for Chris, a diamond for Kezel, and a sapphire for Kai, they were able to use it properly. After they implemented these cores, the skeletons' fortunes changed and their stats became much better than before. Kessel was already at the 128th level, and his stats had increased significantly compared to before. Thanks to such a drastic change in the dads, their races also received a new status of being able to chain. The protagonist himself was able to raise his own level, although he was still at the lowest among the four. Eventually, they managed to successfully clear the dungeons of rank F and E, after which they managed to complete the third stage. Then they came back to Richard and told him that it was time to go back home, because the man thought that they had gotten used to living in this place. However, Hyunbo smiled and said that Korea was still his home, and that is why he wanted to return home. Richard simply agreed, but finally added that he would always be happy to see him here. So the young man thanked him and said that they would definitely meet again someday. After that, the team just turned around and left the building, realizing how much nicer the air was in their country. Later on, they saw Jaime in front of them, who also decided to come to this meeting. She said that she was very happy to see them alive, because she hoped that everything would go well, and Hyunbo asked if there were any problems. He also asked about what he had asked about earlier, and Jaime said that everything was ready, but she didn't think it would be enough, although Hyunbo assured her that it was. She said that a copy of the Korean peninsula was created with Young-ho's help, and she sent it all to Hyunbo's house. And then Jaime turned her gaze to the people standing behind the young man as she was meeting them for the first time now. But one of them jumped up to Jaime, telling her to stop joking because they had met several times before. Although the girl had already realized what it was all about, it was really hard for her to believe that this could be happening. The guy who came up to her was Keslam, and he was pleased to say that she had guessed right, but he had lost his old self, only his voice and eye color. Kai also came closer, realizing that this was the first time Jaime had ever seen them in this way, because it was obvious how surprised she was by what she saw. She started to ask how it happened, but Kezel just said that they had been trained in the States and now they could take other people's records. Behind them was Chris, who turned to Hyunbo, saying that it was time for them to move on. But Jaime stopped them, saying she had something from the director for them, so they stopped again. The girl held out a talisman and a letter, so she handed it to Hyunbo at the request of the director. He read that the talisman had a special power, and thanks to Hyunbo, he was able to create it, so he sent it to the person who really should have it. Hyunbo also thanked him, and they returned home, but their routine didn't change much after this return from America. They still trained as before, and practiced clearing the dungeon, and he also started looking for information about the talismans he had received. He used to think that it was part of Asian culture, but this talisman given by his boss was actually a little different. It really had the same power, and despite the fact that its format was A4, there was so much energy in it that the guy had to work very hard to learn how to use it. But Chris wanted to know how this director had such knowledge, so she suggested kidnapping him, and Hyunbo agreed. And then Kai came in and said they had a guess, and Hyunbo thought it was Jaime, but it turned out not to be. It turned out that it was the person whom Hyunbo wanted to kidnap, the director of the company. Eventually, they met and sat down together to discuss everything. He was younger than Hyunbo had imagined, but then he doubted that it was the director because he didn't sense much mana in him. Hyunbo remained silent for a long time, and finally he smiled and asked if he had finally fully examined him. The young man replied only briefly that he knew who he was, but did not know why he had come here now. The man said that he was the one who made the magic talisman and gave it to Hyunbo. However, Hyunbo was still surprised that the man came here in person, as if he didn't know how dangerous magicians could be. But the boss knew this very well, because he had even competed with several of them, and some of them were really crazy. And he said all this while looking directly at Chris. Then he added that the magicians had even learned to increase the amount of mana, which made things even worse, and he was now talking about wizards in general. After hearing him speak, Hyunbo was finally convinced that wizards existed in the real world as well. But in fact, he was not surprised at all, because he had long assumed this option and added that magic exists on Earth, so he could not be surprised. And although there is not much of it, magicians have learned to use it in the right way. The boss asked if he was interested, and the guy replied that of course he was interested in this topic. Then the man said that he could tell him everything he had learned from the magicians he had personally destroyed, if Hyungdo asked him to. But the young man replied that he did not think he needed to ask for anything. There were many of them here, and he was the only one, so Hyunbo said to just tell him everything he knew about the mages. The man laughed, saying that all the magicians always tried to deal with him right away, and he was only trying to teach the new generation. At that moment, Hyunbo felt that he could not move and panicked, realizing that he was controlling them. The thing is that the guy didn't even feel any external pressure from him. Then the man just stood up, saying that this experience would be great for Hyunbo and his team. And then he just walked away asking if he could smoke here, but Hyunbo said it was forbidden. But as he said, he needed payment for the information, and the guy would have to do everything he said within 10 days. And if he did it, the boss was even ready to give him a bonus, and it might even be a better place than this. He also handed him the same talisman and said that, with its help, they would be able to communicate with each other because the phones would not necessarily work. After that, the boss just walked to the door and said goodbye to them, saying that they would meet again soon. They were completely defeated, and Chris didn't understand how he was using magic at that level. So, Hyunbo said that he and his team would most likely have to prepare because the tasks could be difficult. Kessel and Kai felt incredibly terrible, and they began to apologize to their master, saying that they had lost in an incredibly terrible way. The protagonist himself did not even understand what it was, whether it was pressure or some kind of paralysis or something worse like time stopping. Chris also couldn't answer the question of what exactly it was, but she agreed with the others that it was definitely just awful. In the end, they tried to forget about what had happened recently, and the next day they met Hamey again, who had something to give them. It turned out that it was a payment, and she added that she hoped they would make it, all of which were the director's words. Hyunbo and Chris were now standing in front of the trucks, and Hayami continued to show them something and tell them. The young man wondered why there were so many trucks, because there were 5 trucks that weighed about 10 tons. The girl also handed him 3 books, saying that her boss had asked her to give them to him as well. There was an entry-level book for modern magicians, a beginner's book of darkness, and a book on talismans for beginners, which was exactly what Henbo wanted. A few days later, they began their mission, and Richard called him to say that he had delivered what he needed, although he had to contact the Vatican. The young man only thanked him for his help, and all this time he did not refuse him any nuances, period. He was standing next to 1.5 tons of silver and 18 tons of iron, and Richard really had to work hard to get it all out. In order to make it easier to move everything, the guy called golems because they were much more powerful than humans in terms of physical strength, so he ordered them to move it all inside. When the skeletons came inside and asked us how the preparations were going, it turned out that everything was going at the highest level. In the end, now they just need to create an incredibly good defense, even though they were all at the level of primates before. Thanks to the development that the protagonist could provide, they developed their talents, and they also managed to improve their brain. 2820. So Hyunbo ordered them to be very careful with the new materials anyway. These creatures were so advanced that they even became in demand and had to be satisfied. So he was glad that the American authorities did it, and not him. In any case, he didn't want to work too hard because of this. But the soldiers were still completely under his control. Also under his full control was the weapons warehouse in the basement, where America sponsored him, with weapons of various formats and even bombs and missiles. All of this would help him equip his army, and also serve as a defense from the outside. After that, they started developing new weapons. Chris came up with sketches for them, and the Americans turned them into reality. After a while, the young man went to the basement where Chris was sitting and asked her how she was doing. The girl replied that there was no big difference yet, because energy efficiency, increased capacity, and production costs were difficult to improve at the same time. So, Hyunbo simply told her to keep working, and he would help her later. They were also able to start mass production of spell cards, which Chris was also working on at the time. Eventually, they even managed to get crystals from America, and it was like a payment for the cards they supplied them. Of course, over time, the Americans also learned how to make them, and it happened quite quickly, which is why their business ended at this stage. A lot of people felt the crazy changes in this world, but they did not know exactly how these changes would affect them. In fact, this full-scale invasion was still ahead, but Henbo knew that he and his team were doing absolutely everything in their power, and they were prepared to the maximum. He could only hope that the worst-case scenario would be avoided, and they would at least survive. Later on, the dungeon explorers could not go inside, because after a certain period of time, not all bases and houses were connected to them. New quests and tasks stopped appearing, but the experience and skills did not decrease. So we can say that the most global changes began from that moment. A few more months passed and the 1st of January came. A man was standing at a bus stop waiting for a taxi, and he was very angry because he was expected to work on the first day of the new year. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, but it was still not very bright outside. But in the end, he had no choice and just got into the car, not wanting to work anymore. Sitting inside, he looked up at the sky, and found it very strange that even though it was winter, there was no sign of the sun. After some time, they should have started driving, but the car in front of them did not move, so the driver got out to find out what was wrong. When the man was about to stop driving, he was horrified to see that the driver of the car in front of him was dead. In addition, a huge monster appeared behind them and began to destroy all the cars that came under his hands. So chaos began. All the people were afraid. They were in a panic and did not even know what to do. And eventually those 4 days began that they would remember for the rest of their lives. It was only 4 days, but they were able to completely change humanity before and after. There were more and more of these monsters in the city, and people were panicking, trying to save themselves and begging someone to save them because they still wanted to live. Of course, the news immediately reported this, but people were surprised by how close the people were able to get to the car to shoot such footage. Later, the protagonist received a call from his boss and he said that it was time to leave. So the young man asked where exactly he was going. He immediately replied that their meeting would be held in Seoul and said that Yunbo should try to destroy all the monsters he encounters on the way there. And of course, he expected the boy to be able to destroy absolutely all of them. And the man added that he shouldn't worry if he hit something else. Hyunbo said that he understood and asked how much time he had, to which the boss said that he had until lunch and asked if the young man could do it. But when Hyunbo reset, he realized that not everyone was happy with this ridiculous task. After that, they could go and destroy monsters because they were allowed to do so. Some people were still trying to escape and were scared, but they tried not to look back and go as fast as possible. However, they almost fell into the monster's clutches because they were much faster than some motorcycle. This guy didn't understand what was happening because they were just living their lives calmly and carefree. But at some point, all these monsters appeared literally out of nowhere. They did not want to leave this world, but they realized that it would be difficult to escape, so they just ran away and hoped that someone would save them. However, at that moment, someone did appear and threw them off the motorcycle somewhere. They just sat on the ground for a while, not realizing what was happening. But at that moment, someone came up to them, and those two frightened people asked who the knight was. But he didn't tell them anything about it. He just said that when the fog cleared, soldiers would appear, so he called them to follow him. The grizzly that was there also had a hard time with that and almost got hurt at that moment. Later on, the same armies of soldiers came here, and the couple was happy that they managed to survive. Many people gathered in the bunker that was built on the outskirts of Seoul. Kim Dae-chul was the president of South Korea, and he asked what the situation was outside. Han Kyung-chol was the minister of defense and said that the military was trying to clear the city of those creatures. The reasons for their appearance were unknown, but it was expected that about 60% of the population would not survive such a wave, and that was at best. Park Man-hyo was the youngest son of the CEO and asked the president what he was going to do in such a situation. But another man came up to him, allegedly saying that he could not ask such questions just like that. But in a moment, that man was destroyed, and only a red spot on the ground remained. Man-hyo was only happy, saying that finally this idiot would not say that nonsense, and they would not have to listen to it. The man standing next to him was incredibly angry that a son could do such a cruel thing to his own father. But Man-hyo lifted him up by the neck, saying that he was listening carefully, and then began to threaten that he would do the same to him. Other people began to realize that Man-hyo had superhuman strength and thought he was a traitor. So he let the man down on the ground and said that he might be a traitor to them, but he just wanted to choose the right side. Man-hyo simply chose the side of power, and no one had the right to blame him for that. And now he became special among them. Then he laughed and said that the humans couldn't win this war anyway, so there was no point in fighting them. And then Man-hyo added that his current strength is only a small part of the power of those creatures. Humans don't even have to try to join the battle. But Man-hyo added that they are ready to show them mercy. He said that if they join them, the creatures will destroy everyone else but them. And then he added that, of course they could refuse, but then they would be destroyed along with everyone else here. But starting to be afraid, almost all the people fell to the ground, saying that they would immediately join him. Daechul said that Man-hyo was making a huge mistake and that he would not fix it. However, the guy said that he shouldn't care if that's all he had to say. After the president remained silent for a few seconds, Man-hyo rushed at him to hit him. However, Daechul took a sharp step back and a soldier stood in front of him and stopped Man-hyo. He said that Man-hyo was quite strong because his hand was shaking. It was Sergeant Hee-gyun, and he immediately told them to leave Man-hyo to him. However, the president himself did not know who this man was, who had appeared so spontaneously in the bunker. But Hyun said that he was a regular sergeant who had a lot of experience in dungeon, and it was as a soldier that he was going to destroy the one who betrayed humanity. The other soldier said only that he should at least keep his head still, and Hyun laughed, saying that he had almost forgotten that. But he still wasn't going to let the traitor go so easily and said that he would have to pay for his choice. At that very time, it was the first of the 4 days that were called the Black Days on Earth. By this time, almost all people had realized that the worst monsters were hiding among them. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to shoot at other creatures, saying that they could not spare the bullets because if they were slow, the number of victims would increase. The next monster that came under their attack was incredibly large, so they decided that it was better to aim for the heart to make it easier to destroy. Then this giant creature grabbed onto a car with people in it, and they started begging for help. Of course, the military could not ignore this, and immediately decided to report that a person had fallen into the hands of this monster. One of the soldiers said that they needed the help of tanks immediately, and he himself took full responsibility for this. Despite the fact that they tried to talk Roger out of it because it was too dangerous, he insisted on doing it. The guy immediately gave the order to shoot and to do it immediately, but at the same moment a voice stopped him and told him to wait. It was one of the skeletons who stepped forward and ordered them to stop. Kessel immediately rushed to the rescue and jumped to the monster to hit it, which he successfully did. After that, he grabbed the car that was falling down the mountain, and although it was really quite difficult for him, he still held it with his last strength. When they realized that the skeleton was holding the car, Roger ordered to shoot right now. Kessel literally managed to jump away at the last moment with the car and the people inside, after which everything exploded and caught fire below. Later, the skeleton landed on the ground again to let go of the car, and added that the toys of these soldiers were very interesting and dangerous, but they did not know who he was. Kessel was not going to explain anything at all, and briefly said that he was just reinforcements. The skeleton put the car on the ground, and the soldier was surprised that he was the only one who came here, but Kessel told him that there were others. He also added that reinforcements were still on the way, but he told them not to shoot under any circumstances. However, as soon as he said these words, a lot of giant monsters appeared behind them. Kessel said that these were the reinforcements and they could use them as human shields, and then the soldier asked if reinforcements of this kind were sent to other parts of the city. The skeleton replied that they had, and that they had sent them to several places. That's why the soldier ordered to use these monsters as a barrier to defend ourselves, and told everyone to get into position. It was interesting to watch those monsters, because it was as if they were all gathering in one pack. Hyunbo and Chris saw that most of them started to take away people's bodies, and they realized that most likely someone was controlling these creatures with magic. But then they saw a circle drawn on the ground, and it turned out that it was a sign that could be used to summon someone. Right now, someone could appear in place of this sign, but they didn't know exactly who it would be, and Hyunbo realized that this circle was so strong that he could hardly destroy it alone. Chris tried to reassure his master, but now the two of them really didn't know what to do about it. The young man said that it would be better for them to leave right now, because in the worst case scenario, some creature or a higher circle magician would be summoned here. Meanwhile, the battles continued, and more monsters appeared on the streets. Someone tried to hide in the quietest places, hoping that these creatures would not come even there. Some girl was one of them, and she hid in garbage bags thinking that no one would notice her there. Yesterday everything was as usual. She just went to work and lived her everyday life. But now everything has changed. At some point, even though she tried not to make any sound, she heard someone's footsteps and was very scared, thinking that she was still noticed. This girl was very frightened when one of these monsters came very close to her, and she screamed in surprise. Then it turned out that there was more than one monster, and she held her breath as she looked at how many of them surrounded her and cornered her. But then a voice came out of nowhere and asked if she needed help, because he could help. The girl did not see anyone near her except for those creatures, so she looked around asking who was not speaking. The voice said that it would be very sad to disappear from this world, especially when she was so young, and then asked if she was going to give up. The girl asked again, frightened, who he was, and the man replied that he was evil, which became so because he had lost to some deity. He was also the force that could resist him, because he was not going to just watch what was happening. He said that she only had to wish, and he would fulfill her wishes, unlike the talentless god. After that, the girl spoke to him again, begging the demon to help her and save her. This guy came closer and added only that next time she should think faster in such a situation. She was really shocked at what he could do, but the man replied that he was a demon, but to her he was a savior. Then he picked her up, and they were in a different place, while the girl still did not understand how it happened. The demon said that he would take her to a safe place where there would be no monsters and save her as he had promised before. And then he turned his head sharply and looked at the sky for a while, and then smiled in surprise. The demon didn't think he would ever see a necromancer of such a high level with his own eyes. Hinbo said that they had already been able to destroy many monsters and collected quite a lot of necessary material. After that, the demon with the girl in his arms walked closer to the boy, looking at him with a calm look. Hyunbo also stood silently, but Nidhogg suddenly said that he was sure that it was not a human approaching them. The demon then came very close and said that he had never seen a necromancer of this level before, and offered to talk to them. The young man did not know what he wanted, and did not know if he was an enemy, so he agreed, saying that if there was no enmity between them, and the demon said that he was not his enemy. Then he stepped even closer and said that he was glad to meet him, and also gave his name, Andromalius. At this point, Hyunbo began to really worry because he knew that this was the demon of Solomon, the 72nd defeated god and the Count of Justice. Andromalius said that many people knew him by that name, but Hyunbo didn't look as surprised as the others, saying that not much could surprise him anymore. The demon only said that this guy was a really interesting magician, but he didn't even think that there could be such people among people. At that moment, the dragon started to worry, but the owner said that everything was fine now and reassured him. Then Hyunbo added that they would not be able to defeat him anyway, because the archdemon was too strong. Andromalius spoke again, saying that the young man was still very young, but had already reached such heights at that age. Hyunbo realized that the demon knew a lot about him, and Andromalius replied that almost all demons have access to information about people's lives. He also asked if Hengbo had any purification magic, because he could not have left their treasure in such a state. Hyunbo was only surprised to hear that the girl was a treasure of demons, and Andromalius said that he had saved her life, so now she belonged to him. The young man did not understand what had happened, but he noticed that the demon really appreciated her. Andromalius only replied that he did, but their conversation was getting long, so it would be better to talk elsewhere. Hyunbo still didn't know what the archdemon wanted with an ordinary person, and thought that he had signed some kind of contract, but in fact, it was not quite like that. The demon said that he had just saved her life, and it was quite impressive because the girl had very easily agreed to help. However, Hyunbo still didn't know why he had to save her, and then asked why the demon was telling him all this. After that, Andromalius just coughed and said that he would explain everything. They continued to sit at the table, and the demon said that he wanted to be closer to Hyunbo, although he did not understand why, because he was much weaker than the archdemon. Andromalius replied that Hyunbo had poor self-esteem, but his skills were really impressive and even unique. In addition, the vassal gave him advice because the archdemon had a certain gift that could predict the future. This prediction said that he needed to make friends with the first skilled man on Earth, because such a meeting would definitely come in handy. And so, this meeting took place. Hyunbo said that he was honored and exhaled calmly, realizing that in the future the demon saw he was still alive. Then the boy asked what the demons were planning, but Andromalius replied that they were only working for each other. For Hyunbo, this was a rather obvious answer, but the demon said that this is exactly how things work. However, in reality, Hyunbo had already faced other demons and knew two of their strongest enemies, so he did not understand why they would do anything for the sake of people. But Andromalius believed that the advice was correct because he was very curious about who Hyunbo had fought before. So, the young man told him about Gloria and the creature he met in the desert, and the demon said that the story was interesting, and that those enemies were really strong, and that she was even a representative of dragon. Andromalius then smiled and thanked him for the story. Then he handed the boy a monocle that could help him make his wishes come true, and Hyunbo could use it 3 times. Andromalius also added that the boy could directly ask for his personal help. For some time, Hyunbo looked at the artifact, but then handed it back saying that it was too much. But Andromalius insisted that he keep it, because it was supposedly a gift in honor of their friendship. Hyunbo did not object further, but simply thanked him and said he would remember it. After that, they continued to talk and exchange information, and he told him a lot about dark magic and the world of demons. Demons had not visited Earth for more than a century, except when called by dark mages, and Andromalius also said that they were allowed to come here only after the last dungeon appeared. That's why his treasure was very valuable to the demon, and then Hyunbo realized everything, because they hadn't been here for so long. In addition, there are now much more dark magicians, because only 300 years ago, there were only about 1,000 of them. Right now, there are more than 10,000 of them, and new ones are appearing, and everyone would like to become stronger in such a situation. So, Andromalius held out a book, saying that it contained all the dark magic from the 1st to the 6th circle. Then Chris immediately responded, saying that she also wanted to take a look, and Hyunbo did not object. Also, the young man arrived in Seoul very quickly after this situation began and was congratulated on this through this magical talisman that was also on the phone. Then there was a map with a mark on it, and the boss said that he would be waiting for him there. He emphasized that he should come as soon as possible because people from above were already starting to act. Only after that the demon realized that the man was remaining neutral and promised to remember that, and Hyunbo was surprised that the boss knew Admiralius. It turned out that he had known about the existence of the underworld and the heavenly world for a long time, so it was understandable why he was not surprised. After that, the demon stood up saying that it was time for him to go back. But finally Andromalius asked Hyunbo if he was married, and although the young man did not understand what this question was about, he answered that he was not. Andromalius said that he knew it, and then grabbed the girl in his arms and said goodbye again. After that, Hyunbo also went to the place where he was called and was soon there. The young man was already without a mask and came closer, asking what they wanted. And then he asked what was wrong with the boss's face, although he did not understand what the problem was. The man admitted that he thought Hyunbo would destroy him right away, and the young man said that he had even had that thought. Then the blonde man thanked him for his experience and for saving his life, so he decided to give something in return. They had given Hyunbo a talisman earlier, and this gift would be useful to him as well. The boss said that tomorrow Hyunbo could rest, and the day after tomorrow he would have to go somewhere. Hyunbo only asked why he was resting tomorrow, but the boss did not say, saying that the young man would understand. Then the man coughed and added that he would feel better later. However, Hyunbo began to worry more, not understanding what was happening to the boss. The man only said that Hyunbo shouldn't worry about him because he was selfish and only thought of himself. His family had supported this country for generations, and he was tired of living for others. But he had to do this all the time, and many other people would do anything to save their own skin. And he did not want to let this country fall to its knees, so he did it for his own sake. Hyunbo asked if he would go to Yoido alone, but it turned out that there would be other people there, but they would not form a team. After that, the man left him, saying that he had to go because he had many things to do. Later, Hyunbo and the team were left alone, and they decided that they would go through the magic circle again. And inside, they had to collect all the corpses of the monsters that were left there. The soldiers ran back because they had very little time and acted as quickly as possible. A small camp was set up there, and they were all alert. But sometimes they talked to each other. They were paid quite a lot to sell the corpses, so these soldiers thought about doing it themselves. After all, they were killing these monsters themselves, so they had every right to do so, but at that moment, there were also living monsters nearby. It was the second of the dark days on Earth, and these monsters miraculously came back to life and started attacking people again. The soldiers were surprised and did not know what to do, but then they ran away, realizing that it was better to save their lives than to take the corpses of those creatures. They tried to run away, but it is not surprising that the big monsters were faster than them all. However, to their surprise, there was another monster, but he had already begun to protect them from the creatures. Henbo and Chris stood a little further away, watching, and it was they who sent those creatures to protect the soldiers. Hyunbo realized that if he intervened himself, they might think that he had done it, so Chris asked him what they should do. The young man answered in a moment that they had to test them, because it was a test. The genie is a new race that has emerged as a result of the infection, and it is a new transcendent being, neither demon nor angel. And in a moment, this being appeared right in front of him, very happy that Hyunbo had finally called him. It was Agni, a genie of fire who could live in a lamp, and he asked what Hyunbo wanted from him. The young man ordered him to burn everyone except humans and those creatures who were connected to him at all. Agni was happy to hear this because he had wanted to do something for a long time, so he said that he was happy to have such a master. He was also going to add that Agni should try to bring the living to a safe zone, but the genie had already flown away from him. The creature had already begun to use its fire magic to burn everything, and let the world see a fire of this magnitude. Chris wasn't sure if it was a good idea because Agni could have burned the entire city, but Hyunbo said that Seoul would not have returned to its previous state anyway. However, she thought it was better to tell everyone else about it, so that they wouldn't literally get caught in the middle of it. Hyunbo agreed, saying that it was the right thing to do, and added that they needed to get people out of there, and that tomorrow, as the military said, they would go to Yeouido. Eventually, that day came, and the team was in the right place, seeing that all the evil spirits and monsters were united. Hyunbo was waiting for the day when it would all be over, and in such a world he was happy to be a necromancer, and Kim Minjin was working on her task, so Hyunbo wanted to see what would happen. After a while, Agni found Hyunbo and Nidhogg, and the boy praised the genie for doing such a great job. Agni said that he had succeeded, but he was eager to see the magic circle that Hyunbo had been talking about. He had to wait for a while, but it seemed to the genie that the boy was calling someone to come. Of course, he didn't know who it was, but they could find out in the remaining time. Hyunbo asked how much time was left, but Angie surprised him by saying that there was no time. At the same moment, all the magic circles around the city immediately lit up at the same time. Angie was very happy to see this and exclaimed that he could not even think of such a thing. However, Hyunbo himself did not understand what was happening in front of him and why it happened. Angie said that the king of the earth, or the king of monsters, had come here, and he was one of the two best monsters on this planet. His name was Behemoth, and he was coming closer to them right now. Hyunbo began to worry, realizing that he had seen one before, and that this creature was similar to demons and angels. But the genie assured him that he could easily overcome this creature, because he was much stronger than Behemoth, even though it was not so at first. Then the genie rushed forward and began to attack the monster. The young man was standing behind him at that moment, realizing that he should use his boss's amulets right now. Immediately afterwards, Hyunbo used this amulet while standing next to his team. The protagonist said that they should succeed, so they should prepare and turn to Chris. He immediately handed her the Andromalius glasses that the archdemon had given him when they met. Hyunbo said that he was relying on her, and then leaving Chris, Hyunbo turned to Nidhogg. The dragon understood everything from the first word, because his master wanted him to use his breath. Nidhogg flew even closer to strike Behemoth, but at that moment, they were not able to do anything at all. Hyunbo tried again, using his strength and lightning for the second time, but their amulets could not withstand Behemoth's power for long, and the lightning required too much mana to be used constantly. After that, the hero decided to use a power punch and a striking sword, hoping that it would work, but even these attacks did nothing. This monster was very powerful, although Hyunbo did not understand where it came from. Despite this, Agni rushed forward to prove that he was the best and strongest. However, he also did not manage to do much, even though his blood burned with anger at such moments. He only knew that Behemoth should be finished, but the genie hadn't yet figured out how to do it with his power not working. Even though he knew this, Agni tried to use the fire again and burn it all down. Kessel was standing nearby and noticed that the genie could actually do something, and he was succeeding, although he did not understand how. Agni exclaimed that Behemoth was getting the power of the earth, and by setting it on fire, he would not be able to withstand the attack. So Agni added that now all non-humans should compete. Hyunbo also stood nearby and started to use his bone spear, which always came in handy. But at the same moment, he realized that nothing was working on Behemoth and he was too powerful. Agni almost gave up as well, though he tried to gather himself and cheer himself up. Jin shouted that he needed even more fire around him, even more than before. Hearing this, Hyunbo said that the evil spirits should help Agni with this task and give him even more fire. However, there was another problem, for it was not known how a person could withstand something like this, or if he could withstand it at all. Then Kessel exclaimed that he had an idea and added that he needed the amulet of the master. The guy gave it to him, but Kessel said that it was too little and he needed much more. The skeleton knew that he would be inaccessible to other people, and when he got the right amount of amulets, he said that it was time to start. They would now work together with the evil spirits to defeat this creature. But the problem was that it became too difficult to move after that, and it was almost impossible to take a step. Hyunbo called out for Kessel to help, even though the skeleton still couldn't move. Kai just said that he would start to awaken the inner energy and Kessel would have to fight. They decided to go ahead with the plan, but Kessel said that Kai should also help him now. Eventually, they started to move around and follow the plan, and it really became easier to move. Agni looked happy, saying that this is how the battle was supposed to look like from the beginning, but Hyunbo added that the genie should help Kessel. At this point, Nidhogg began to use his skill again to destroy the creature with a dark blast, and after waiting for Hyunbo's signal, he used reverse gravity. Some girl screamed for Necropolis to help Hyunbo with his power and support him. Right now, they must use their power and Behemoth together to destroy him. At this moment, Hyunbo thought that his weakness was the lack of strong attacks on his part, so he tried to find out from Chris if it was possible to increase his negative mana to the point where his gifts would be more powerful. The girl only answered that nothing is impossible in magic, and he even had the attribute of darkness and curse. He also had the points he received from Basago and the negative mana that was contained in this amulet. At that time, absolutely everyone who was nearby began to unite their strength to destroy their enemy. Hyunbo realized at that moment that they could destroy Behemoth even faster than they had expected. Together with Chris, they decided to deliver the last fatal blow, saying that they would now finish this bastard. Agni was surprised to see it all, and then the genie exclaimed that this attack was just incredible. When the attack was over, Chris fell to the ground, and Hyunbo noticed it when he looked back at her. All of her limbs disappeared, but Chris calmly replied that she was evil and there was nothing to worry about because they would be restored. And Agni said that it was time to get his prize and looked very happy. It turned out that the level had risen and the fire resistance and recovery had been increased. At that moment, Hyunbo felt a kind of vitality overflowing from within him. Agni shouted for everyone to follow him because he wanted to show others the blessings of the great Allah. The genie had already risen very high, but Hyunbo himself did not even know what blessing he was talking about. Hyunbo said that they should rest now, but he still hadn't recovered Chris, as if he had forgotten about her. While he was fighting Behemoth, the others were also fighting him and other monsters. But finally, the fourth of the dark days of the earth came, and it was at that moment that something changed. People who had previously thought that all this madness would stop finally realized. Even if they manage to overcome these monsters, their enemy will be the sum of nature. And because of the fear of losing their lives, people found angels and demons. They didn't know why all this happened and where they were guilty that they had to go through this. And while the gods ignored their prayers, people began to beg for help from demons. They decided to take advantage of this opportunity and came to the rescue, saying that they would save them if people gave them their souls. The demon said that he agreed to such a deal and that he could save them all right now. And then he added that he might not even take the soul and they would just sign a certain contract. The demons gave their subordinates dark power, and more dark magicians began to appear among people. However, the gods finally remembered their pleas for help, and after the fourth day they came to people. They helped to clean up the chaos and restore the cities to their former appearance. They also said that these nightmares came from other worlds, and that in order to survive, they needed to unite everything around them. And they promised to help them, so that's how the holy people appeared among this crowd. The skills of the dungeon explorers also increased significantly, and thanks to the help from the outside, people were able to avoid nightmarish consequences. And this day was called a miracle, as if it could be the beginning of a new world. 6 months have passed since then, and Henbo came to a meeting with someone to talk about his past promise. The young man repeatedly told him that he was not going to become a defender because he was not interested in it at all. This group was called the Protectors, and they were created to protect people from what happened. After that, he was only told to let them know if he changed his mind about it. But Hyunbo didn't want to participate in such associations at all, but for some reason, this man was asking him to do so right now. And after the head of the department taught him how to use the amulets, he left and the unit was completely disbanded. Instead, the big market was created, a group of beings from another world that existed only for commercial purposes and was neutral. They appeared saying that the war had brought too many bad consequences, but that money and goods could help rebuild. Tia came back to Henbo one day, and she was able to get the slime's abilities as well. She said that she saw a lot of serious people, and they all said that Henbo was very dangerous and needed to be got rid of. They were military men and politicians, and they said that this issue was very sensitive for them, but the guy said that it didn't scare him too much. In the end, he just said that it was time to finally go back to his home again. Later, they went back, and Kiesel was very happy that they were going back to the best place to play. Kai was going to do his own thing as soon as they got back, and Hyunbo wanted to rest a bit after the trip. Chris asked what they were going to eat today, but Hyunbo didn't care anymore, so he said they could order something. Kessel immediately went to play, and Chris said that Kai had chosen some food for them, and he thought it was more expensive. Hyunbo began to think about the words of the boss, which were still on his mind because he had already emphasized them before. The man had said that soon there would be complete chaos, and insisted that Hyunbo should be ready for it. The young man knew that his boss could see the future, so something could happen. But someone took him away from these thoughts again. It was Tia, and Hyunbo immediately got up, asking what was wrong, and was told that they had an important guest. It was Andromalius who entered the room, looking around the house and saying that Wonyo was living very well. The young man stood up and greeted the demon he hadn't seen for a long time with a slight smile. The young man replied that he had only now settled down well, because everything had become more or less stable only recently, before it was different. Andromalius then introduced Hyunbo to his friend Sayer, who was also a demon and was also called the Duke of the Underworld. Sayer greeted him, saying that his friend had told him a lot about Henbo, and then held out a small gift. It was the Horn of Baphomet, and the demon thought that it would definitely come in handy for Hyunbo someday. And Andromalius had prepared the Mithril, which was also very useful for mages, so it was also a gift. The young man thanked them, although he felt uncomfortable accepting such valuable and expensive gifts from both of them. Also behind him was Sue, who was silent and standing behind him, but Andromalius said that she was fine. Henbo thought that this girl was the demon treasure that Andromalius had saved from the monsters. However, Sue herself was not happy to be here at all, and asked why she was brought here. After that, Andromalius began to speak to Hyunbo and said that he would like to ask him for something, although he had stopped talking for a few seconds before. The demon asked him to be Sue's first teacher, if he had time and wouldn't mind, although it surprised him. Hyunbo looked at Sue and at first hesitated about whether he should agree to this. Only then did he ask if Hyunbo would agree, or if he was against it at all. Andromalius added that they would go with the Asian Union to China because many people need their help. This is the same alliance that was formed after the collapse of China into several separate states. After that, Hyunbo understood everything because after such a war, many people signed a contract with demons. The demon added that there are still many monsters in Korea, but they should deal with those in Japan as well. That's why Andromalius asked Hyunbo to take care of their treasure while they were gone. In other words, the demons wanted Hyunbo to take care of it, protect it, and teach it, and Andromalius confirmed it. And then the protagonist decided to agree to this, saying that he would have several conditions in this case. At first, the guy said that they should be okay with the fact that she could get injured, because in order to get stronger, you need to use very powerful training. Andromalius smiled and said that he understood that, although the girl had a meeting. But the demon said that she herself wanted to become stronger, but for those who simply have no way, then asked if she would refuse such an opportunity. Sue only made a disgruntled face, but still agreed to the training. After that, Hyunbo mentioned his second condition, saying that he needed permission to conduct the research, and then added that he also needed it for training. Sue immediately said that she agreed to this because she herself really wanted to learn more about herself. He also had a third condition. He needed her blood and some hair, and explained that he needed it to summon the great demon. All of them should know that mages are very resilient creatures, and for the sake of survival, they are ready to do absolutely anything. After that, the girl, without even thinking for a long time, simply agreed, saying that she would do anything. However, Hyunbo also asked me to cover absolutely all the costs of her education, and added that this was absolutely everything. Andromalius only said that he would send an approximate amount right now, but if it was not enough, let Hyunbo know. He immediately received a notification on his phone and looked at the account, seeing that the amount was much higher than promised, and he thought that he should refuse it. But Hyunbo decided that he would not do that, so he simply thanked the demon and shook his hand. Eventually, they went to the place where they were going, leaving Sue under the supervision of the magician and his skeletons, and 3 days passed. Henbo was a little surprised to see what he saw, because Sue seemed to have come here to rest, put a bunch of food and drinks in front of her, and watched everything instead of studying. The guy didn't even know where to start, and approached her saying that she was too relaxed. But Sue only replied that he shouldn't care at all, although in fact, Hyunbo really didn't care at all. The girl sighed, remembering that he had been gone for 3 days, and asked if he had completed all the preparations, and Hyunbo said that everything was really over, and now they needed to talk. They need to find out how to develop her magic, and in general, we can say that she is immortal. Most likely, if you drink her blood or absorb her flesh, you can also become stronger, although Sue was already worried at this point that they wanted to eat her. Hyunbo was referring to the moment when they took Behemoth's life force in that battle. And indeed, if you absorb its power, you can become almost invincible. By this, he wanted to say that she could become a target for many people, and they would have many more enemies. But Hyunbo also assured her that she shouldn't worry about it so much, because he and the skeletons would protect her. But it was obvious how scared she was. Hyunbo could see that Susu would now be ready to just run away as far as possible from here, to avoid seeing and knowing all this, so that she would not be caught. But at this point, he just went back saying that she needed to become stronger, and then she would stop wasting time on fears. So the girl started to take it more seriously. Literally in a moment, they moved to another room where there was only Chris Hyunbo and Sue, and it was something like a training room. In general, we can say that this girl has 10 times more mana than their master. Hyunbo was very surprised himself, because he was sure that he was the one who was getting stronger very quickly. Chris explained that with mana or black magic, she could hold the coins in the air for 30 seconds, but if Sue combined them, it would take 30 minutes. All this time, Chris was watching her, and once again said that it was just brilliant and the girl was very strong. But then she noticed that Hyunbo was very nervous, so she asked if he was okay, but the young man said that he could not be okay after something like that. Despite the fact that he was afraid of absolutely everything, he now claimed that he was not afraid of anything in this world except Sue's existence, which made him so nervous that he wanted to destroy her. Chris then asked why he didn't do it, if he had such a strong desire. However, Hyunbo replied that it would be wrong and terrible, and he doesn't want to become a monster who is dependent on his emotion. The young man sat down at the table, but Chris still did not leave, trying to calm him down somehow. She admitted that she herself was feeling angry and jealous because she had also watched her master grow stronger every day. Now it was strange to her that he now understood how she felt. But Chris also understood why the desire to destroy also began to subside, because she herself realized that she could become stronger further. And Hyunbo also realized this very well, which is why he is trying to restrain this desire. Chris just said that he needed to use these emotions and feelings in the right way, and then he could become stronger himself. Hyunbo realized that he could improve his magic with these feelings, so he just went into a magical aura. After a while, they came back and Hyunbo thought that Sue had already given up, because she was standing there doing nothing, but the girl assured him that she just needed another spell. But Yunbo said that she came here to learn spells, not to learn how to defend herself, but Sue was really very harmful. He added that she shouldn't give up so easily, and that she needed to find a specific target, and then they could find a great training program. Hearing this, the girl was incredibly happy, because she realized that in this way, she would really be able to become more powerful, and not be afraid of being kidnapped. Henbo thought only that he did not need to give in to these emotions. He should just use them to survive in any situation. At the same time, groups of dark mages began to act. Now they were in the Abyss's main headquarters. Andromalius asked Tatalian what the situation was like while he and Sayer were sitting at the table. Tatalian, who was the 71st Great Demon and Archduke of Hell, said that everything was going according to plan and they could proceed to the second phase. The demon replied that he was relying on him and said that it was necessary to spread the word that the Great Demons had visited Wonhyo with Lady Beck. Andromalius couldn't wait to see how they would finally respond to this danger. In Gangnam and Seoul were the Guardians of the Abyss and Necropolis Hunters Association. For all of them, he is the leader, and only a select few with special powers were there. Later on, it was reported that the Great Demon Andromalius and Sira had been spotted in the Asian Federation. And also, according to their informants, a witch was spotted in the Abyss. Tantolian was in charge of the Japanese and Korean people who signed the contract with the demons, as this man said. Then the head who was sitting at the table asked, "What about Necropolis?" while continuing to look at the papers in front of him. But the man replied that they had no information about it yet. The man just sighed, saying that he would hope that when the news came out, it would be good, really. And then he smiled, saying that he was sure that this was a great way to get rid of the great demons and their followers. This guy said he supported him, adding that they should destroy all those who follow the path of evil. Then the man asked about the necromancer, but it turned out that no trace of him had been found anywhere yet either. The man added that they also needed to find him, because Wonyo was not the last one in this game, and they were going to destroy him as well. Meanwhile, the guy continued training with Sue to find the right technique and exercises for her. She herself enjoyed the training, but sometimes she thought that Hyunbo was playing unfairly and began to use her magic against him again. While on top of her, Hyunbo said that he would give her one piece of advice about this. He said that she needed to use the maximum of her magic, and at that moment, Sue tried a new spell, directing it at Hyunbo. Although he didn't say it out loud, he realized how strong she was, even though it was only the 9th day of their training. During this time, the girl had become much stronger than she had been, and he realized that she would soon become almost invincible. After a while, she said that she should stop and rest for a while, and then continue, and then she would definitely be able to win, but Hyunbo said that he was sorry, but now they would start special training. Sue, who was already very tired, began to feel a little worried about what he said, although she wanted to rest at first. They created a goblin in front of her that was tied to a piece of wood, and for a while, there was silence. Hyunbo only said that now she had to destroy this monster by herself, and the goblin looked very scared. The young man added that Sue shouldn't use black magic and mana, only with her own hands, and thus defeat this monster. Kessel added that this monster had already suffered a lot, because it had been brought here by them. And the young man echoed his words, saying that the girl needed to finish him off right now, as they had talked about before. After these words, Sue approached the goblin, looking at it and thinking where to start to destroy it. Then she took out a small dagger and stabbed it, saying that she would destroy it right now by herself. Hyunbo then said that they could start their training, although Kessel wasn't sure about that yet. But the master was sure that Sue was definitely ready for it, so he added that they would start in 10 seconds. Without waiting for this time, Sue rushed forward, intending to destroy him. She was already very tired and just wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. The girl didn't know why he was treating her like this, and why he didn't even give her a few minutes to rest. Hyunbo only replied that it would be necessary for her to know how horrible it is to take someone else's life, and it is people like him, like her, who will take these lives many more times. She will be the girl who signed a contract with a demon and a necromancer who will be hated by everyone around her. Baeksun Su is a creature that worships great demons, and she will definitely be a target for everyone with a holy attribute. She said that she didn't know that everyone would hunt her down. She just wanted to live. That's why she needed help. Su said that God didn't respond to her love, so she asked the demons for help, but added that she shouldn't suffer because of it, because it wasn't fair. Hyunbo replied that the world is indeed unfair, which is why she still had two options. She could either continue to destroy and survive, or just give up and be destroyed immediately. After that, their grueling training came to an end, and the girl fell asleep very quickly because she was incredibly tired after all that. In the end, Hyunbo said that he should let her rest, because Su was just tired. In the meantime, Tia came to him again and addressed Hyunbo. She said that she had noticed people walking around, and although at first she thought they were just ordinary people, she realized that they were not. She thought that their mana was connected to the attribute, and they could attack them in 2 or 4 days. That's how she heard that the army was coming, although Henbo didn't understand what they were doing here. Hyunbo thanked Tia, and she said she would go back and keep an eye on the situation. Then Chris came over and asked how Sunsu was doing, and she said that everything would be completed today. Now Hyunbo was curious to believe her again, but in a real battle that would take place soon. When the young man walked over to her, Su immediately said that she needed ramen and 3 pieces at once. She also wanted rice with vegetables, a hamburger, spaghetti chicken, and pizza, but Hyunbo thought it was stress. But Sun Su said that she had finally decided that she wanted to live and would do anything for it, so she was ready to destroy. The young man was glad that the girl had decided so quickly, but said that she should rest for now and that she would have a lot of work to do soon. Then Hyunbo went back to Chris and asked her if everything was over, and she said that everything was ready. She didn't know that by signing a contract with a demon, they would be able to get mana and demonic magic from Sun Tzu. Although apparently the magic inside her has not yet been formed, so everything is still mixed like 2 dishes on 1 plate. Hyunbo also thought about it, although he could compare her to paper, which surprised Chris. The young man explained that if you poured water on the paper, it would be impossible to return it to its former shape, so you should be more careful. But he wanted to see if Sun Tzu was like the other contract workers. He thought about what might have happened if the gods had answered her many requests in that case. Su could have become a powerful priestess because she has great strength. And when Andromalius spoke about her, he emphasized that 2 forces are fighting inside Su, one going up and the other wanting to destroy itself. Chris added that it was strange, but the boy had already managed to learn more from the old creature. He meant Agni, Chris thought, and then asked what he had asked him. Although Hyunbo wanted to know more about Sun Tzu, the genie could not tell him anything about her. He could only tell him that she was very strong, and that by receiving her blood and flesh, one could become much more powerful. It was strange that even Agni, a transcendent being, would say such things about Su, and he wondered why the demons had entrusted her to Hyunbo. At first, Hyunbo was going to do as they said, but something interrupted them. The young man immediately rushed to Su, thinking that something might happen to her. They didn't know what was happening, but the girl was already lying on the floor with her hands on her head, and Hyunbo told them to go to the basement. The girl was still lying there, not knowing what was happening around her and where the noise was coming from. They didn't know what was around them, but they could tell that they were being attacked right now and needed to get out. Of course, Hyunbo expected such an attack, but not so fast, so they started to run away. Later on, the whole team and Su found themselves in the basement and started looking at the cameras. They noticed that there were representatives of the Saints and realized that they were against them. Hyunbo realized that they had started targeting the contract workers, which is why they came to this place. The young man asked if Sun Tzu understood what was happening, and she said yes. It was then that Hyunbo said that she should prepare for the battle right now. Then he handed her a staff, saying that this thing could help her control her own power. He added that she needed to deal with each of those people, and everything was ready for that. The protagonist smiled, saying that they could not avoid such an end. The soldiers said that their enemies were a necromancer and a witch, and realizing the danger, they tried to attack together. After that, an order was given to the evil spirits to start preparing for a new defense of this place. There were many more enemies, and now these people could not cope with them all, and were losing control. They began to beg for the gods to give them their strength, while the skeletons and other monsters attacked them further. These people stood together and began to repeat those words at the same time as their prayer. After a while, it was over, and the skeletons fell down, leaving them with almost nothing but their armor. The soldiers then said that they should retreat right now to avoid making things worse, and were about to use one more thing. This is a type of ammunition designed to destroy the fortifications of a target deep underground, such as a bunker. It was after this that all the soldiers retreated, and the fighter jets arrived and dropped the missiles down. Others were to stay behind while the main squad moved forward, and they were to make sure that no one escaped from the building. Only then did Hyunbo realize that this was a mistake, because Sun Tzu's physical fitness definitely left something to be desired. He said that they needed to move very carefully, because if they attacked him, they would not be able to save her. The girl was already starting to worry, thinking that Yunbo was not going to keep his promise and leave her, but he was going to stand up to the end to protect her. But he still had only one life left. Then Sun Tzu rushed to him, begging him not to leave her, adding that she also wanted to live on. After that, Hyunbo realized that she was also emotional and told him to pull himself together. He didn't want Sun Tzu to act like a child and added that she shouldn't count on him. Only she can protect herself, so Hyunbo said that she should try to survive in such a situation. Of course, the girl did not know what to say even to such words after Hyunbo made a promise, but he added that otherwise she would not survive. The young man added that they can't go back in time, and all these gods and their archbishops know that Sun Tzu signed a contract with a demon. She only added that she knew all this, and realized that she really couldn't just leave this place easily. Chris and Kiesel had to keep stalling for time to get out of here, but the target of those people will still be Sun Tzu. And since they know more about her than Yunbo, they have the advantage, but Su has 3 options. She can be destroyed, become a test subject, or not survive due to carelessness, or a 4th option if she can't stand it and destroys herself. But the girl gritted her teeth, saying that none of these options suited her at all. She didn't want to accept the rules of such a ward, and she didn't want to have such a horrible life here. Then Hyunbo said that they could make a deal, and he would try to protect her, but that Sun Tzu had to make the effort herself. Later, when they stepped forward, they heard shouts that they had found their enemies and were spotted. The men began to approach, so Hyunbo said that they had to move quickly to avoid being caught. Sun Tzu was scared, but Hyunbo said that she did not just stand there, but started to attack. The men in white were approaching and kept repeating that they needed to destroy those who collaborated with the demon. They were already very close and could have caught up with them, or attacked them and stopped them, but Sun Tzu ran forward. She was already feeling uneasy because of the strong desire to destroy her that all these people had. As they ran forward, Hyunbo began to use his spells as a bone shield and a wall to create obstacles. But then these people finally caught up with them, saying that Hyunbo and the girl who followed the demons to this place would be destroyed. But suddenly someone else came up to them and told them to stop right now. On the radio, this person said that they needed to burn the enemies and repeated it again. Hyunbo sighed, thinking that this was their way of getting rid of both of them, as if to destroy evil. But then Sun Tzu couldn't stand it and shouted out, asking why they wanted to destroy her so badly. The girl shouted out that she just wanted to live and that she hadn't done anything to them, hadn't hurt anyone. Sun Tzu asked for help, but they were silent, unlike the demons who had saved her. They said that they knew what had happened in the past 4 days, and that Sun Tzu was like an innocent sheep in this situation. Therefore, this man said that they would show mercy to her, and to some extent, Sun Tzu was happy about this. He said that she had fallen to her knees and surrendered, and in this case she would not be so hurt and would be forgiven and go to heaven. Their leader added that she shouldn't have lived even then, and now he was just giving her the opportunity to correct her mistake. That was their mercy, and if they had just wanted to talk, there would have been no flock. He said that all the apostles should unite with God to support her in this situation. However, Sun Tzu could not stand it, and shouted again that she did not want to accept anything and did not need it. These people continued to wish her all the worst, saying that a witch should not live on in this world. She told them to leave her alone and to stop doing this, to stop hunting for her. Sun Tzu did absolutely nothing to them. She was a human being like them, but thanks to them, she managed to finally resolve everything because they were not people. They were just experiments of their selfish god. Any life has the right to exist, and it is important Chris there who treat others like that. She signed a contract with the demon because she did not want to die. And because of this desire, they called her a sinner, called her a witch for wanting to live normally. So, the girl had no doubts that they were the worst of all monsters, and they should not live. Then the man was afraid, but exclaimed that now the witch had shown her true face to them. But Sun Tzu said that she had only revealed herself to them, and accepted herself as she was. After that, Sun Tzu turned to Hyunbo again, telling him to protect them now. Then she got the opportunity to attack, and Hyunbo felt that the girl was using the same spell as him. Using the power of a weaker opponent, he noticed that the girl was not going to give up. These people were ready to attack, but Sun Tzu said that it was time for them to end it, and also prepared for the battle. Then the man said that he was ready to do absolutely anything to prove his faith. After that, It became clear that these people were using the magic of resurrection and were ready to make great sacrifices to achieve their goals. All of these people knew that the girl had been training for a long time and was ready for this, which is why they were willing to make this great sacrifice. However, despite this, Hyunbo and Soon-soo did not retreat and were ready to fight them further. The young man used a spell to restrain them. The girl standing next to him wanted to say something, but the teacher told her to listen very carefully. He told her that these people were using resurrection magic and that it reflects the will of the caster. She must never forget what their goal is, namely, the destruction of her. The only way for her to survive is to absorb them, and this power, so that it doesn't destroy Sun S when it gets to her. She needs to absorb absolutely all of their holy power. Hyunbo added that only she can do this, that is, only she can save herself, and said that the girl will definitely succeed. Her body is able to contain not only demonic magic and mana, but also all other kinds of magic, so it is quite possible for her. The teacher added that his shield would not last long. We need to prepare for this right now. Separately, now they need to combine their forces to become even more powerful. Now they are on the same boat and must defend together. If it is destroyed, she will be gone as well, so they need to make every effort to survive. Hyunbo told her to get ready, even though this battle will be very difficult and dangerous, but she was ready for it. Her demonic magic is completely opposite to holy magic, and by absorbing holy magic, she must turn it into demonic magic. Then she remembered the words, or rather the question, of Andromalius when he asked who would win the battle between light and darkness. Then the girl answered that the light, because it conquers the darkness and illuminates the room. But I only smiled at this answer, saying that it was not correct, because the one who is stronger wins. Andromalius added that she should remember that the strongest always win. Right now, everything was going according to plan, and she had already become much stronger physically, so she could cast more powerful spells. Hyunbo realized that all this training had been beneficial, and had really given her a lot, and they would be able to win if they kept it up. Those people kept shooting and attacking them, saying that they needed to destroy that demon and witch. They were going to finish them off right now, so they wouldn't have to stay here for long, but Henbo's barrier was still holding back all their bullets. In the end, they had really prepared very well and were not ready to give up like that right away. It was very noticeable. Hyunbo and Soon-soo were still standing under the barrier, realizing that it was really very dangerous, and they were barely hanging on. And Tia was talking about how she had received secret information because they were going to use a big sacrifice, and she told her teacher about it. Of course, the young man did not think that 200 people would agree to this if they were ready to make a sacrifice just to destroy this girl. But thanks to the ability to recycle their mana, Sung-soo can go through the measurement phase and become much stronger. And thanks to the two of them teaming up, the young man himself benefits greatly from this. Of course, it was a risk, but it turned out to be a success for them. However, after a while they heard a voice from behind them, saying that they were a little late. It was Andromalius, Sayer, and Tantalion, who praised them both, and told them that they could leave those people to them. The demon thanked the boy for protecting Lady Sue all this time, and his friends also confirmed it, and thanked him. Andromalius realized that they had suffered losses, but the reward would also be high, so the demon asked if the young man would mind going with them. But Henbo said that he had his own way, and thought that it would be too dangerous to go with the demons now. Andromalius was not going to object and somehow convince him. He just said that they would see it later, and took the girl. After that, the young man was left alone and decided to call his dragon, who immediately appeared behind him. He just looked around and said that he was leaving everything to him to deal with their enemies. Sayer asked Tantalion if they should really let this guy go, because he was worried despite the fact that they had signed a treaty. He suggested that they should just kill the guy as well, because they didn't know if he would betray them at some point. But Andromalius said that, thanks to him, Lady Sue received a lot of holy energy, and it was really a great development for her. This guy can be very useful to him, so the demon said that if they don't touch him, they can even develop their relationship and lure Hyunbo to their side later. And in the end, the mission to destroy Sun Tzu ended in failure for this group of saints. Almost all the followers of the god were destroyed themselves, and only a few soldiers and apostles survived. Also, the video of the young man's massacre began to spread absolutely everywhere. There was a lot of talk about it, and it became almost the #1 topic of discussion throughout Korea and beyond. It was sent to many different authorities for investigation, and even the survivors tried to find the ark. But at that moment, Chris went back to those prisoners, and she simply passed on Won Hyo's words that his main goal was survival. That's why he was ready to do absolutely anything to achieve this goal, no matter who tried to attack and stop it. After that, The media began reporting on the strange behavior of the god's followers, and the board of the Military Association of Hunters and Keepers also decided to take action. They began to hunt these people down, and an operation was launched that would end with the destruction of these saints. All the factions began to try to destroy the followers of God in their ranks, and some even sacrificed them in order to maintain and preserve their status as the chosen ones, and no one would forget about it. The young man returned home and finally woke up, only to find out that he had been asleep for 30 days, although he was surprised by this. Chris handed him the phone, and Henbo could not believe his eyes. It turned out that they were using the gray market to imprison as many as 1,000 followers. Taya also added that they use special equipment to extract precious metals and other rare elements from monsters. All this money on their Earth had no value anymore, unlike the idea that introduced currency as soon as it appeared, which meant that the Earth was very weak. Chris said that the idea was very strong in its time because there was magic and magical beings lived in this world. But most importantly, there were also dragons. Hyunbo said that this was telling because there had never been any dragons on their planet. The young man asked if there was any way to attract the attention of dragons and bring them to Earth, and Chris replied that Tantalian said that they had long since left the Earth and now existed only in other worlds. When the dragons left, the gods and demons began to share power, and the era of myths began. But Chris also began to tell her own story. This world was ultimately dangerous for the humans themselves, but Chris thought for a moment and said that she actually had a pretty good life there. But in the end, their master could check it out for himself, and Tia confirmed it. Because she had joined forces with Sung-soo, his body had changed twice while he was sleeping all that time. Chris said that it was actually very strange, and to some extent unique, because both dark and light magic could exist in his body. But she also added that they still had two major and big problems. Hyunbo also knew about them, and added that he already knew how to solve them, so he simply said that they should go to the abyss right now. After a while, when Hyunbo came out, he was met by a joyful girl who wanted to hug her teacher. But Kiesel, who was already in the form of a human, asked why she was here, because the girl should have been hiding. However, Sung-soo replied that she uses an ectoplasmic mask so she can easily look like another person. It was not the first time Hyunbo had noticed that this girl was very confident, and now she was really not afraid of anything. The young man asked her if she was sure she was okay, and she happily replied that he had saved her life, so she was very grateful. Then Hyunbo said that he would not dissuade her from doing so, but Kesel added that their master needed a lot of money. Sung-soo just laughed and said that it was not her money, so let them take as much as they need, and if Kesel wants something too, let her order it. After a while, they finally arrived at the gray market, and in fact, it looked like a completely ordinary building. However, once inside, it was not like that at all. There were many different races inside, and she was very impressed. It seemed to the girl that they were in another world, and she liked it incredibly much. After a while, a girl who looked like an elf came up to them and immediately greeted them, although she did not look particularly confident. However, Hyunbo realized why, because she had already realized that he was a necromancer and grew up with the fact that elves hated evil spirits. But then another elf came up and apologized for her, saying that she was their new employee and didn't know much. He told Anna to apologize, so she did, because she felt bad for treating him like that. Hyunbo said that in this case, nothing bad happened, but other customers may not be so patient, so you should be more careful. Then this elf said that they would give them a discount coupon for the gray market, and he could personally help them with their purchases. Bellaran was the manager of the Korean branch of Gray Market and introduced himself and said that he was pleased to meet them. However, the elf insisted that they knew their names. After all, especially after the recent events, they had already become very popular. With that, he noticed that the lady standing next to him was also unusual, and Bellaran said that they could follow them to tell them their questions. After a while, Hyunbo walked over to the mana crystal and said that it was actually quite good for them. Bellaran added that as a mage he had a great taste for mana crystals of this quality, and that there were only 5 of them on Earth, and Henbo asked if there were any other places. The elf replied that the gray market has only 10,000 of these crystals of similar quality. Chris then said that even on her planet, crystals are very highly valued, and usually only empires or guilds of magicians can have such a large number of such crystals. Hyunbo asked how much they cost, and Bellaran said that they sell them by the 5 and can also sell them 50 kilograms of mafra. The young man asked if Hyunam would mind. Now he was calling her by her first name, so that no one would find out, and she said that she would not mind buying it. But in fact, the elves were very surprised that someone in the region could buy more than 10 kilograms, but instead, he just thanked her for the order. Then they decided to walk around the market to choose some more things. Bellaran didn't really know how to react to this and just thanked them for the purchase. But the amount was insane. Hyunbo only said that they could not pass by such nice prices, even though Bellaran himself had shown them the best of this store. The young man realized that without this elf, they would not have been able to find everything they had bought. And then the manager led them to another stand, saying that they only offer this to the most important customers. He then handed them 2 envelopes, but warned them that they should not open them here. Soon after, the team left the market and Kiesel started laughing, saying that he thought the elf would fall unconscious in front of them if they bought anything else. Then Sun-Soo looked at her envelope again, saying that she was interested in opening it right now and not waiting any longer. She opened it to read that tomorrow the invasion of the planet would begin, and it would be like those 4 dark days, and they wished them luck. Hyunbo naturally began to worry when he heard that there would be another invasion and that it would be so powerful. The young man looked around and told his skeletons that they should go back to the base right now. Sung-Soo turned to him again, saying that she knew that the teacher would refuse, but she still tried to ask him to join them. And Hyunbo really refused, saying that he didn't trust anyone, but he wasn't going to dissuade Sun-Soo, saying that she should do what she thought was right. In the end, she couldn't do anything, and just said that they would see it later. After a while, a dragon appeared, and Hyunbo and all the skeletons in the form of people got on it to go to the right place. Chris added that this was not the first time the gray market had received such valuable information, and Hyunbo decided that it would be good to learn more about them. After a while, they became skeletons again, and finally made it back to their base. There, absolutely everything was destroyed by monsters. They didn't see the people, but they stayed until North Korea. The boy decided to check how mana behaves and feel its sources and paths in the stream and veins, hoping that he would succeed. The young man hoped that he would be able to learn how to control them, because it would help him a lot in fulfilling his mission. In this case, he would be able to become much stronger, and of course, this thought appealed to him. But finally, after completing his inspection, Hyunbo stood up, saying that there seemed to be nothing under the base. The dragon replied that it was, and that apart from its terrible condition, everything was actually fine. The owner asked what was wrong with Nidhogg, seeing that he was really getting worse. But the dragon only said that Hyunbo would be surprised to see what he was seeing now. Nidhogg came closer, saying that he had scales, although Hyunbo thought that the galactic flux could affect him. And in the end, it did, which helped the dragon start to look like the original. However, it was strange because he was no longer alive, so he didn't know where it could have come from. But Nidhogg also said that his powers had increased significantly. The protagonist did not expect this, so he was really surprised to hear this from the dragon. But he decided to check its characteristics, and indeed all the indicators became much higher than the last time. Hyunbo said that he was really surprised, and then decided to ask if anything else had changed. The dragon replied that he could now sleep, which was also strange because evil never sleeps. In addition, during sleep, something can appear in his head, but when he wakes up, he does not understand or remember anything at all. This is really unusual, especially considering that tomorrow the war will start again, and it may have something to do with the dungeon. Hyunbo said that he would like to examine his dragon's changes, but he didn't really have time, so he suggested that we at least examine the scales. He was really excited and said that Chris would take a sample for their study, and she did just that. Then, when everything was ready, the guy started to apply his magic, starting with the circle magic. After some time, although they had no free minutes for it, they began to investigate what was happening to the dragon. In fact, all this checking took quite a bit of this time, and exhausted them both quite a bit. However, in fact, the guy was pleased because this is a real treasure. Thanks to this elixir, you can restore mana and increase its maximum supply. Therefore, it would be worth preparing even more of this preparation for the next time. But Nidhogg, who was still standing nearby, still couldn't understand why he kept changing. After some time, the team entered the abyss of the Fallen of Class C, plus they had to subdue the leader of the group, who was a human, A. If they failed to do this in the allotted time, the abyss would open on the ground and cause erosion, and they had only 150 days left. The boy was ready with his group, and now he realized who their current enemy was. It was the past humans who betrayed the human race, and Hyunbo added that this time the battle would be quite different from the past. This battle will be really very serious, so he said that they should try to gather as quickly as possible and use it as the biggest strength. All these doors are connected to the dungeons, but actually a lot has changed since those days. Now, not just ordinary people connected to dungeons have many exits and various indulgences to escape from danger. Also, there was no punishment if you did not start exploring the dungeons. That is, you were not forced to do so, as it was before. All this happened precisely because the monsters could leave the dungeon themselves, and no one had to let them out. He realized that this war could be unleashed quickly, remembering those dark 4 days on Earth that were quite recent. After a while, the whole team entered the valley, but Chris said that this valley was actually very bad. Henbo added that there is no shelter here, and it is unlikely that there will be absolutely ordinary monsters. Most likely they may have a subconscious and a good intelligence. But then Kezel came up to him and said that there was one more piece of bad news for them. The door they came in through hadn't disappeared yet, and the owner agreed that it was really terrible. Usually these doors disappear so that the monsters can't get out of this place. But if the door is still there, it means they can follow the researchers outside and get to the planet. If the door is too close to the monsters, their team may not be able to get there because the monsters will destroy them on the way to the exit. But Hyunbo said that they should just get ready and not waste time on all this thinking. According to the gray market statistics, there are about 50,000 F-class dungeons around the world, and more than 8,000 E-class dungeons, 800 D-rank dungeons, and 36 are E-rank. Each country began preparing to explore the higher-ranked dungeons. About 2 weeks later, the coalition forces began their first expedition. Researchers and military personnel began to gather near the expeditionary corps, and their number grew. Of course, it was all very dangerous, and they risked their lives knowing that they might not come back, but they went ahead. But without opening this door, they were met with terrible things that could have killed them right there. There were a lot of monsters that could kill people right away, saying that this battle was too easy, and they hoped that everything here would be covered with blood. There would be about 1,500 soldiers and about 1,000 police hunters, and he also said about the Abyss. They will summon the celestial guardians who had light powers. The troops of the necropolis would be really small, and their leader was Kang Hyun-chul, who commanded the expeditionary corps. And Hyuno, who was the general of the Hunters Association, said that he had heard that the necropolis forces would move forward with Wanyo. It was then that the commander-in-chief of the corps said that they would be the first to move forward. They were the elite of this country, and very little was known about the enemy, except that they were fighting on its territory. But they were going to fight and win. They had to be ready to sacrifice themselves for the sake of this country, but still try to survive. Hyun-chul said that they should take a lot of weapons and food. They should live for the sake of returning to the battlefield and winning. The commander-in-chief said that they must do this for the sake of their country and for their own future. But later on, despite all these motivational words, they were destroyed as soon as the door opened and the monster became stronger. Hyun-chul was one of the survivors, and he realized that no one was prepared for the fact that there would be so many monsters here. They were really incredibly powerful, and there were more than they expected. Now, all these soldiers were no longer attacking, because they could only defend themselves to save their own lives. All these creatures began to laugh at the people who could not resist them. They were too weak compared to them. That's why the monsters started attacking more actively, intending to deal with these people as quickly as possible right now. But there was a dead dragon, and one of the soldiers who knew that the head of Necropolis had arrived. They were not there alone, and the girl standing in front said that they were still a little late. But still, the evil mind with other people who were in this organization arrived for the rescue. Hen Bo and the skeletons also jumped down from the dragon about to start fighting. Meanwhile, the young man began to use mass healing to save those who were still alive, but badly injured. He told them to move faster while this magic worked, and to get those who were too badly wounded as far away as possible. The battle in this abyss continued, and there were already 135 days left before the erosion. And despite the fact that more than 4,000 people were involved in cleaning up this abyss, they could not cope. In just 10 minutes, 463 people were killed, and no one was able to save them, though. There were twice as many seriously wounded, and they continued to try to save them. Hyun-chul said that he, as commander-in-chief, would talk to Mi-jin and Wan-hyo. The man thanked them, saying that they had survived because of them. The girl said that they did what they had to do, and then apologized for being too late. Then the commander-in-chief asked if he could find out the reason why they were so late. Mi-jin was about to say something, but the guy interrupted her, saying that he was the one who told her to be late. Hyun-chul was unhappy to hear that they hadn't come here right away on purpose, but the necromancer confirmed it. It was then that it turned out that they knew who their enemies would be, but Hyunbo denied it, saying that he just realized that these enemies would be surrounding the door. Hyun-chul asked why they didn't warn them, because they could have tried to stop these monsters. However, Hyunbo said that it was not that important to them. which made the commander-in-chief very angry. The man was very annoyed that they hid such important information for their own benefit, and began to say that it was too important, and that such an act made Hyunbo a traitor to the whole country. But the young man said that someone has to take responsibility, and he did it all for the sake of their victory in the war. Then the protagonist said that he had 2 questions and asked if any of them had tried to find a place to sleep and just rest for 4 days with the dungeon master, and whether anyone has already tried to eat monsters or these plants because of the small provisions. Because of this war, they have to do things they would never normally do, and it's time for everyone to realize what a terrible situation they are in. They are going to similar places to stop the invasion of their world, and the sooner people realize this, the better they can use this situation to their advantage. At this point, it seemed that Hyunbo was trying to convince them, but the magician said that it would be pointless because they would probably not understand him. The military has always spat on the opinions of others, and for them, this war that started again was a normal thing. However, the commander-in-chief said that because of all these words of Hyunbo's, they lost almost 500 people. But the necromancer said that there is no war without victim, and if there are many more survivors as a result, he sees no problem with that. Mi-jin reacted differently, telling the guy that it was completely wrong to say that. She said that he was a human being, so he shouldn't do that to others, and that he was a necromancer and should understand how valuable human life is. But Hyunbo said that sometimes you need to think about the benefits. But Mi-jin said that if he continues to talk like that, Necropolis will not be able to follow him. Their first rule is that as long as they have the opportunity, they will save every life. But that wasn't his rule. He wasn't a member of Necropolis, and they had named him their leader, so they could refuse. It was at this moment that Mi-jin realized everything, and she didn't even think long to tell him the decision. And then she told him that they would no longer consider him their leader and follow him. Henchul said at that moment that he was giving Hyunbo his freedom and letting him do as he saw fit. Of course he was sorry, but what they were talking about was still out there, and many people know about their agreement. Therefore, not everyone is now ready to follow Hyunbo, and some have even become his enemy. But he said that he did not need associates and followers from the very beginning, but he was ready to destroy anyone who wanted to take his life. The commander-in-chief said he would remember that, and that tomorrow new soldiers would come, almost all of them from Necropolis. At that moment, Hyundo remembered that he had forgotten to give the man something, and reached into his pocket. It was a map of the dungeon and the door, as well as complete information about the area. Hyunchul thanked him for his work and praised him, and Hyunbo said he would contact him when he knew more. Later, the young man found himself at the base, surrounded by many dozens of people. The skeletons also noticed that their entire plan was progressing well, and there were almost no problems with it. Thanks to Mi-jin, information about him spread very quickly, and Hyunbo even gained independence. They were going to start the attack tomorrow, and today they were just going to look around. So, the team went ahead to explore these large areas. It was said that Class C dungeons are space-type dungeons. Class B is Royal, A is Imperial, and S is World, so Henbo didn't know how to act. Kai was only glad that he hadn't survived to the point where he had to explore the Class C dungeon. Chris and Kezel said the same thing and looked at each other, not knowing what to do or what to expect. They apologized, saying they couldn't help, but Hyunbo didn't really expect it to do much good. The classroom is 1/4 the size of Korea, but the rest of us will have to walk, which is difficult. Hyunbo went downstairs, saying that he was really sorry that they were at such a disadvantage. Then he tried his spells to see if there was any life force here. He was able to detect some within a radius of about 500 meters, so they decided to go there. If they destroy them now, they will be able to avoid the attack that is being prepared for tomorrow. But the moment they arrived and Henbo looked down, he was very surprised. For some reason, there were 2 such contrasting places in the same dungeon, and the young man did not know why. The people were sitting on the ground, continuing to discuss something, as if it was the most important thing for them right now. But some even started fighting with each other, standing next to others and attacking them. It turned out that they were not monsters. They were just people who were going to survive no matter what it took. I was also surprised because I thought that usually middle-aged people with good physical shape are engaged in farming, but here there were only children and old people, and it was strange that they built a city in such a place. So Hyunbo suggested that we keep a low profile for now. But then the monsters started attacking, and although the people tried to defend themselves, they were still weak. Some people said that there was no need to kill all the people, but the monsters wanted to relieve their stress and deal with them all. They wanted to become even stronger by destroying the whole city. Moreover, there was plenty of food, but only children and old people, so they realized that they would not be able to enjoy it much. These monsters wanted to make them into their own kind, but people believed that someone would come to save them. Despite the fact that they were running away, They could hardly fight back, and the monsters kept throwing them away. Some of them thought it was a mistake, but the monsters just wanted to have fun destroying the population. Then the one that seemed to be the leader said that it was enough for now and grabbed hold of one man in front of him. He was ready to eat him and enjoy at least that, but he couldn't do it. Kessel rushed forward very quickly, knocking his paw off and preventing the monster from eating the man. Kai and Kessel saved the man, but they were not acting on the master's orders, so they immediately apologized. But Hyunbo assured them that it was okay because he was going to attack them himself. Then, when he and the dragon flew closer, Hyunbo ordered Nidhogg to attack. The skeletons rushed forward, adding that they needed to destroy the monsters as quickly as possible. Then he went down with the dragon using mass healing magic. Despite the fact that they were badly injured, their bodies began to recover after this magic. Now, people began to believe that the saviors had come to them after all and began to worship Henbo, calling him their savior. Of course, the guy didn't know why they called him a savior, but he would like to check something right now. The guy said that they deserved to follow him, and of course the people agreed, saying that they would follow their savior. Many people did agree to follow him, and they took many children with them, not intending to leave them behind. Other people began to beg to be saved as well. They were ready to follow him to the end and ask for forgiveness for what they had done. After some time, they reached their camp where they began to prepare food and treat their wounds. The skeletons also told him that these people had brought a man from their chapter, and Henbo allowed him to enter. The man sat down across from the boy, and first of all, wanted to thank him for saving them. But the young man was not going to be ceremonious for long, so he approached the man and applied paralysis and then read his memory. Fallen people were becoming monsters. They needed to control themselves to prevent this from happening in the village, but they needed the savior they had been waiting for. The man was surprised that the boy could read his thoughts, but then he apologized to the savior again. Hyunbo only said that he shouldn't be called that, because after all, it was the same fairy tale they had created themselves. The head realized that the magician realized this most likely thanks to his magic, and the boy confirmed it. But the head didn't understand why he was helping them, because he had heard before that Wonyo was not interested in peace everywhere. Hyunbo only answered that it was in his interest to save them all right now. Then he gave his name, Kim Hyun-boy, and said that he was looking for a deity. To put it simply, he could give power to this man instead of him, and make all the lies that the man had invented true. He could give the power, but the man already realized that it would not be easy, so he immediately asked what the young man wanted to take in return. Hyunbo said that he needed faith and the man's soul was all he needed. Hyunbo explained that the soul will go to him after he dies, but for now, this man remains an ordinary person, and that can change if he gives his faith and soul to Hyunbo. The boy said that he was ready to share his own power with him if the man agreed to do so. Without thinking twice, the old man agreed and begged him to save people from his village. The protagonist realized that the man was sincere, and his own dark magic and the sacred attributes of the chapter were reacting to each other. Then he handed the man a contract, saying that he needed to sign it. It was easy, because he only needed to touch the magic coma. The old man did so immediately, and from then on, their contract was considered signed, along with all the agreements the young man had previously made. It is quite easy to restore dark magic, but with the saint it was not so simple, for there was only one way to do it, namely faith that is directed only to him. The gods became stronger thanks to faith, and it was after that that they could share their power with the faithful. Buddhist lamas and monks said that divine power is the power that can be directed from the person himself. They also said that a person could become a Buddha through study, and believed that their Buddha was similar to God. Like lightning striking his whole body, ideas appear in his head, and it is also possible that he himself can become like a deity. Hyunbo thought that this was the perfect chance for him to become a savior for those people with a prophecy, and the situation would turn out to be favorable for him. Then a girl came in and asked him how he was feeling, and Hyunbo said that he was absolutely fine. The girl asked if there were any changes in him, and the young man asked to wait a minute. Still, something might have changed, so he tried to use his magic power. The main character said that he felt a very strong connection to him, and many minor connections to other people. Chris knew that it was quite possible to have such a strong connection with the head pastor. The slight connections with other believers were also not surprising, but at first it seemed very strange to him. Chris added that she never thought she would be able to see with her own eyes how a man becomes a god, but Hyunbo said it was too early to rejoice. He needed more contractors, i.e., more believers, even though the guys had already been called a great prophet. After that, the protagonist decided that they would need to show them his power in order for them to believe in him even more. Chris realized that the owner had something special in mind, and from outside, they heard shouts about the great prophet. It was not surprising that those people were really fanatics, but thanks to the exchange, they quickly leveled up to the second level of magic. They get mana and divine power, and even some dark magic, although Chris didn't understand how it happened. The owner explained that it was because of the curse that had happened before. Back when Alan accidentally fell into this dungeon, there was only one small village. There were often banquets, and all these small streets were full of alcohol. There were also illegal substances and a lot of food, which is why many people were ruined by greed and became like monsters. Knowing all this, the older people did not decide to live outside this village, which is why they created this small settlement. 32 years ago, if someone entered this village, they would never leave again. Since then, the number of monster attacks has increased significantly, and the number of villagers who also began to look like monsters has also increased. It is incredibly difficult to destroy this curse, given that the village has ideal conditions for mutation. The location is in a dungeon. People have to eat at least something to live. The possibility of their own choice, the weakening of mental power, changes in character, and no more than 6 months for these changes. It was strange that no one knew how to use mana properly because they might want to become stronger to overcome these monsters. But if you realize this curse, everything becomes clear. They were spending this mana to maintain their own lives, but thanks to Hyunbo, they could destroy and get rid of the curse and spend this mana wisely. Then the guy turned to Chris and asked her to bring that old man back here. He needed some old person, and the older it was, the easier it would be to get rid of the curse. It was after this that the girl went to look for someone who could fit the role. Hyun-chul, meanwhile, said that he was happy that they could at least fight the enemy and have a chance. The commander-in-chief asked the others at the table if they had any more reports. One of those present said that the situation was under control, but he was very concerned about the issue of water and food, which were running out. Hyun-chul said that they were thinking of taking them out of the dungeon in case of a shortage, because from the beginning, they had absolutely nothing but weeds growing there. Then another soldier asked if the commander-in-chief had contacted the magician, but Hyun-chul said he hadn't. As soon as he said those words, a man quickly came to the tent looking for the colonel. He started shouting that they had finally found a small village with people. Chris in turn told the owner that the military had found the village and it took them 4 weeks. Not as long as he thought. Of course, he wanted to make at least half of the inhabitants his apostles, but he has not succeeded yet. Many of them quarreled with each other, so it was not possible for now. They did not even care about the monster attack and the fact that their friends and family could be killed. Right now, Hyunbo has 215 apostles to fight with, and more than 1,000 have chosen the peaceful way. The young man put on his mask again and said that they had to go because they could not give their enemies even a hope of victory. Later, people found water and food. They could take as much as they wanted, and if they became a monster like them, they would see a profit. This man met the soldiers with these words, although they did not fully understand what he was talking. One of the assistants assumed that he was talking about Wonhyo, and Hyunchul thought that the magician had already arrived here a long time ago. Now they were about to go inside, but the commander-in-chief ordered them to eat the food only after he had carefully checked. After some time they finished, so he ordered everyone else to follow him, can move on. It was after this order that their large team began to move on following their commander-in-chief. However, they were still a little confused, and this aide looked back with some fear. Behind him, he saw several people who looked incredibly angry, standing still, but ready to attack. These people didn't know what the military had forgotten in their small village, because they were locked in here forever. People started to turn into monsters, saying that they were going to kill all these soldiers right now. They were going to destroy all the followers and the prophet himself, who had left them to their fate in such a situation. That's how new monsters have been appearing over the years, and this is what happened to them again. The soldiers noticed this, and they were actually a little scared when they saw it with their own eyes, realizing that they were facing the same monsters. But then Yi Wanhai appeared behind them, with all his apostles and assistants. Hyunchul looked back, recognizing his voice, and although he already knew the answer, he decided to make sure that he was the local prophet. Hyunbo said that he was, but that he could explain his words later, when the monsters were dealt with. These creatures had already begun to attack them, so the commander-in-chief ordered all his troops to prepare for the attack. Hyuncheo looked around, wondering if the boy himself had made these people fight on his side. But Hyunbo didn't want to say too much about it. He just said that the commander-in-chief and his men could see for themselves now. Looking back and looking at these people, he began to feel the dark magic coming from them. Later on, fire demons appeared next to these people. They were called imps, and they also began to fight. In fact, this is a tremendous power. For a dark magician, to obtain such a power is a great merit indeed. However, it could only be obtained with the help of other people's souls, so the commander-in-chief began to understand. The other people standing next to him began to use holy ground and their own spells to fight as well. But Hyunchul's men were very surprised because these people could use both dark and light magic at the same time. which seemed impossible to them. Then Hyunbo spoke again, saying that he would show them all his new powers. He had the power of the god of death and the god of life. After that, he began to use his own spells to show others his own power. After a while, there was an explosion, and then everything was quiet, leaving only traces of this great struggle. Hyunchul approached the wizard again, thanking him for saving him once again, but he was still curious to know what the young man had just used. Hyunbo just handed him a new map. Of course it was incomplete, but at least it showed the village and its surroundings, and it also marked the monster's lair. The commander-in-chief accepted the map, but asked how the boy managed to use light and dark magic at the same time. He was also very interested in what Wonhyo had said earlier, namely about the god of death and the god of life. He said that this is true because there are deities who control the first and the second, and they chose Hyunbo, who has dark power, and gave him light power as well. As for what happened just now, and how the boy got 2 powers, it was all because of the faith of those people. Hyunbo was sure that they would believe him because they had seen his powers. It means that Hyunbo is a seer, and he had all the qualities to become one. After that, Hyunchul asked if something like that could happen to him. He did not know what would happen next, but he was glad that at least now he was wearing a mask. Otherwise, they would have all seen his surprised face after hearing such words. Hyunbo realized that this was the chance he could only dream of. So after a short pause, Hyunbo said more confidently that he could, but under certain conditions. The guy said that Hyunchul has to make these people believe in themselves, and then he can become the same. He will need to get the souls of these people, and they should be ready to do anything for him. He also has to be ready to give his strength to these people who will become his followers. The man only asked if gods do this and not demons, but Hyunbo said that it is easier for gods to gain followers. Hyunchul said that it was not so difficult, so he asked if Hyunbo could make him a god too, and the guy agreed, saying that the man would only have to sign their contract, but Hyunbo said that it was only to confirm his faith and nothing more, so the commander-in-chief agreed. Thus Hyuncheol became a seer who would do anything for his god, even give his life. His followers received the man's powers, but Hyunbo did not know if anyone was ready to swear his faith. Then the man swore, saying that he was ready to give up everything for the sake of power, even his soul, and asked God to give him power. Hyunbo said that the contract was now valid and should last forever. Others began to worry about the commander-in-chief, but he said that he was fine, just tired. Hyundo was pleased with this because he realized that he had benefited from the contract. Now he could feel Hyunchul's blessing in front of his god, and the man was surprised to realize the power he had received from him. Hyunbo realized that in this way, more people would be convinced of his power, and this is the best skill for a follower of the deity. After that, the young man called for Nidhogg, who immediately arrived and stood behind him. Hyunchul was frightened to see the dragon in front of him, and Hyunbo said that now he was just going to leave, despite the request to wait. Hyunbo said that they would see each other again later, and jumped on the dragon. They began to ride away, and the man and his soldiers continued to look up as they rode away. Chris picked up a tired Hyunbo, saying that he did well, but was really exhausted. The skeletons just said that he shouldn't try so hard, and Hyunbo apologized, saying that he would be more careful. So, they continued to fly, while the soldiers continued to look up. Meanwhile, a monster appeared from the ground, and was surprised to see so many people, and realized that it was about a necromancer. In fact, it was a big problem for him, so he just hid back. Meanwhile, Hyunbo and his team had already arrived and descended Nidhogg. The young man said that they could rest for a week or so. He would just hide the team from prying eyes. So, speaking about this, the guy said that they should all have a good rest for a day and then return to training. There were only 105 days left, but the main character still couldn't figure out this dungeon. Then the guy got up to check on Chris, who was back in the basement. She continued to work on the robots, and the girl was doing well. These robots are great because they have great skills. They are large and have great defense, so they will definitely be useful in the workplace. The young man hoped that their development would be good, but Chris added that she was surprised by Richard's knowledge in this area. Chris then asked if the young man had checked his current income, and he said no. He had done some good magic and some dark magic and noticed that the numbers had changed a lot. Chris said that this case was really interesting because such characteristics could be worthy of a prophet. Therefore, Hyunbo decided to develop in this area, and most likely the weaker the prophet, the weaker the followers. And the more followers, the more chances to become someone who will be called a god. Meanwhile, the other players were practicing, seeing many more monsters in front of them that were not ending. This guy attacked them again and again, and said that the attacks of these monsters could not work against him. They were only wasting his time, and he was very annoyed by the fact that nothing had changed so far. He still had to hold out for 100 days, but he hoped that he would at least be able to complete all the tasks. He just hoped that the time spent here would start moving a little faster, but these monsters started following him. But he added that he was definitely ready to meet guests. Henbo, meanwhile, went back and met Tia, who hugged him tightly. She handed him a new map that showed the basement of the fortress because bosses like to build their lairs in dark places. Then he asked if Tia knew more about the basement, but she said that there were too many monsters and it was hard to see. However, this was enough, so Hyunbo only asked to see the boss's face. Taya did just that, and Chris realized that the boss was good at using his fast fighting style and tactics with elements of surprise, which is a typical deception. Then Hyunbo asked what Kezel thought about what she had said, and Kezel asked if the boss had said anything unusual, to which she replied that he had. Hyunbo was about to say something, but Kezel apologized and said that the boss needed to be quiet for a while. But even then, Tia, in the form of that guy, started to get nervous and shouted loudly that they didn't understand anything. It turned out that their attacks just didn't work. They had no point now. Kessel continued to try to find out something, but Hyunbo interrupted them and asked if they were okay. Then the skeleton said that he definitely had to destroy that boss, even if Hyunbo himself was against it. And Kessel also said that he felt he had to destroy him himself. Hyunbo sighed, saying that he needed to rest first, but Kessel assured him that he was calm. The owner wanted to say that Kessel should fight with a cold head, so he should forget about this idea for now. But the skeleton told him not to even try to dissuade him, because he had already had to destroy his own master. Hyunbo took it calmly, saying that Kessel was out of it and needed to calm down. Only then did Chris come up to them and tell them that they were idiots, and that this was not what they should be thinking about. Eventually, Kessel sighed, and realizing that he was really angry right now, he just walked away. At this point, Hyunbo decided to suggest that they just talk calmly, but first, the skeleton had to calm down, and then they would have this conversation. Kessel did not remember his homeland or his family, and although he knew he had a wife and a son, he had no memory. He only remembered his end because of the traitors, and Kessel knew that the traitors survived and he did not. All of his loved ones were destroyed by him because they believed him and followed him. But this happened. Kessel didn't know how to deal with it. He wanted to forget about revenge, but these thoughts always come back. In addition, the one who destroyed him and all his dearest people appeared right in front of him. That's why Kessel wanted to destroy that guy so badly, and the skeleton sighed, saying that he couldn't control himself. Hyundo asked him to tell how it all happened, and then promised to think about whether he would allow it. The owner wanted to understand Kessel to somehow help him in this situation. Meanwhile, this guy continued to stay in the same dungeon and found new monsters. There were 15,000 of them, and they were 3 times bigger, or 5 times bigger if you take into account their rank. The strongest ones were the dragon and the necromancer, and he had Knights of Darkness and Lich. And the necromancer himself was on the 6th circle of magic, which is not bad. And the most important leader of them was Wonhyo. So, the guy said that all his subordinates should prepare for a new attack in the coming days. But one of the monsters said that the people they were following had disappeared, and all their followers had disappeared as well. However, they had to forget about this conversation when they heard something strange outside. It was the work of a necromancer, and Hyunbo said that he had destroyed the fortress and the dungeon with it. So, he ordered those who were hiding there to come out, thus challenging them to a battle. Hyunchul was surprised to see that the young man could use magic to influence the environment. But it was the 8th circle magic, which was very powerful, so he was able to cause an earthquake. The commander-in-chief praised him, saying that now they would also have something to work with. Eventually, as the enemies had no other choice, they came out of their lair and upstairs. Hyunchul added that the team had only one thing to do, destroy these creatures, but they had to swear that they would survive. Immediately after that, they started attacking, and the monsters on the other side quickly attacked. This rather calm area immediately turned into chaos, and a new war began. There were a lot of monsters, and more creatures were coming out of the lair to attack. Seeing the next one, the team froze, realizing that this monster was the boss of this dungeon. This lizard only said that it would destroy absolutely everyone here, without exception. After that, this giant monster began to use its skills to attack, but Hyunbo stepped forward to defend himself and used the poison eater to direct it at the monster. Their two forces clashed in battle, and for some time they confronted each other, but Henbo was always a little stronger. The military was very surprised to see that this magician managed to absorb this powerful attack so quickly, but Hyunbo did indeed manage to do so, and then threw the monster's attack back at him. This put their enemies at a disadvantage and blocked them for a while, but they still didn't stop, continuing to attack Hyunbo's team and the soldiers in front. As the monsters began to use fire magic, Hyunbo immediately called Agni to help. Agni just said that this fire was very tasteless, and he was even disgusted to touch it. Hyunbo also became stronger if he could summon it so easily, and the genie was happy because it gave him the opportunity to have more fun. However, the monster that attacked him was very angry and said that he had no right to be ignored. At that moment, Hyunbo saw that after the fire, they would be attacked with ice. And it turned out that he was not mistaken, because at the same moment, the creature began to use ice magic directly on them. Kai rushed forward to defend the whole team and say that it was pointless to attack like that. These attacks were not that strong. That many-headed lizard just watched in amazement, wondering how they could repel all those attacks. But Hyunbo answered that it was very simple, because they just know everything about their opponent. The young man added that they had already told them everything about him, although the monster believed that this was impossible because he had destroyed all his enemies. At the same moment, an even stronger battle broke out between them, and neither of them stopped, but the lizard was closer to the boy. The monster began to use some more magic, but at that moment, Hyunbo stood calmly in front of him, not seeming to react. Only when the blow came and there was a strong explosion did the boy fly a little higher into the air to avoid the attack. The magician then added that the monster shouldn't waste their time and energy if it already knew it was weaker than them, although Hyun Cheol didn't understand. Hyunbo explained that this creature was too weak for a Class C monster, but the soldier still didn't think so, because he thought he was facing a worthy opponent. The mage said that he would not have come here if he knew he would lose, especially with such a small number of followers. And the level of these followers was low. And after that, the commander-in-chief began to understand everything. Henbo had already clearly noticed that one of the lizard's heads had a life of its own. The monster laughed, saying that it was true, but now it was too late, because he would destroy Hyunbo here with his team. But Hyunbo interrupted him, saying that the monster's true identity is now moving to the exit of the dungeon to go out into the world. The guy just smiled and said he was happy because everything was going according to their plan. Of course, this lizard didn't understand what the plan was, but Henbo only added that the monster would not get what he wanted. This lizard is only guarding the one who will actually become the real monster among them all. After that, the giant lizard started to rage, smashing everything around it and screaming at the whole valley. Hyunbo said that this was enough, and that he was leaving the rest to his allies to prove themselves. He allowed Kezel to cope further alone, and the man thanked him, realizing that this was a test of his strength. Now this man realized that Hyunbo himself had brought back the memories after Kezel's disappearance, and the meeting was fully planned. And now the skeleton is taking revenge on him, and of course Kezel is glad that this idiot is still alive, because now he can finish everything. After that, many more monsters appeared from the portal, recruited by Hyunbo to use in the battle. But the enemy was amused that they were going to defend themselves with those toys, because they thought their weapons were weak. But Kezel only said that he had misunderstood, because his true power had not yet been revealed. The same monsters began to attack the enemy, attacking from all sides and tearing his defense to pieces. Kezel said that he had come here to destroy the boy, and nothing would change his mind or conviction. The fire started and it was too hot, so the enemies gathered to retreat to avoid dying in the flames. But the boy was angry that Kezel dared to treat his servants like that, and decided to punish him immediately. However, Kezel had an example that you can do anything to win, and he did not hesitate to take the step. After that, the man recognized Glanz by his voice. That was Kezel's name in life, and the memories came flooding back. The skeleton began to recall the name, his memories and the past that had long been hidden in his clouded mind. In fact, it was a terrifying feeling, because along with the memories came the pain he had forgotten. But at least Kezel now knew his real name, and who he was in the past, which had long remained a secret. He remembered everything that happened that day, every sound, every emotion, every word that changed him. The boy said that without Glance, he would reach higher things, so he would destroy him because he only hindered his development. This angered the enemy, and he said that he would destroy him again, no matter what it took, because he could not give in. That is why he became a non-dragon, because he was also garbage in life. At that very moment, they faced off in battle, and the monsters on both sides began to fight each other. Kezel raised his sword, ready to do what he had been thinking about for so long and wishing for all this time. Raising the weapon, there was a strong explosion of light that stopped the creatures that were just approaching. It was light magic, and Kezel added that it was a gift from his master. Henbo still did not retreat with the team. They stood by Kezel's side. The lizard began to get angrier, because now it became clear that Glance had used the others as bait. After that, he started grabbing the monsters he saw in front of him, and was going to eat them. Kezel didn't know how to react to all this, but he knew for sure that it reminded him of the past. The monster started to get even more angry as it continued to chew on the insect and asked where Kezel got his magic from. Skellect replied that it was the power of his master, and that he, as an evil one, could also be capable of such thing. However, the enemy still did not retreat and said that now he would definitely put an end to this and destroy Keslia. However, with a slight movement of his sword, the skeleton was able to stop his opponent, and he stopped. The lizard thought that he had caught Kezel, and the enemy was satisfied, but that was not the case. The skeleton continued to swing his sword, continuing to defend and fight because he was not going to retreat. Even then, the enemy realized that his own attacks did not work on Keslet. They simply did not work. The skeleton said that he was too weak, but if he was called the boss, he should at least try. Despite the fact that he had already lost, Foot and Mouth Disease exclaimed that this was not the last battle between them. They wanted to take away the vests of his village so that people would not become monsters like him. After that, Kessel attacked further. He wanted revenge and knew that he would not let this chance go. However, the enemy continued to say that this was not the end, and he would definitely show his full strength. Kessel was not going to retreat. He continued to move forward in order to destroy the enemy and attacked him. And after a while, the skeleton just fell to the ground without moving at all, so the battle stopped. Foot and Mouth Disease just loudly and proudly declared that he had won again, just like the last time. Then the enemy asked with a mockery how Glands felt and tasted, losing for the second time, and whether he liked it. But it really wasn't over yet because Kezel attacked further, despite what had just happened. It was a well-thought-out plan to drive the enemy into a dead end and finally checkmate. Hyunbo advised Kezel not to fight one-on-one, but also added that he could do something even in this case. The young man could put a curse on the Garen, and it would cause an explosion when the primary force meets the life force. And if this was the Garan Kezel knew in his life, he would definitely not withstand such a blow. In the end, it happened, and the enemy was destroyed with such a simple movement, and Kessel won. Garen begged him to stop, saying that he felt sorry for him, and did not do what he was about to do. And then Kessel said, without even thinking, that of course he forgave him, even though only his head was left of his body. Then Garen calmed down, thinking that this was the end of it, and he would calmly run back to his own domain. But then Kessel said that he could forgive him, but the glands inside him would not allow that and would continue to fight. Kessel said that only one of his heads could handle him, and that no more was needed. He remembered the words that he could not leave them, and had to survive, and go on to go back and live. Kiesel knew that he really couldn't just stay here, even though he really didn't have any strength right now. But Hyunbo was still there to support him in this case, so he ordered Nidhogg to move to Kiesel as quickly as possible. Chris and Kai were also there, and at one point, Chris came up to her master calling him. She said that all this meant was that something was definitely wrong, so they moved on. Namely, something was wrong with Keslam, and Hyunbo himself was already well aware of it, telling Nidhogg to move forward as quickly as possible. But the next moment, the master said that the dragon could take his time because he felt that Kezel was alive. Hyunbo didn't understand how it all happened, but he was glad to see that Kezel was still with them. Of course, Kezel looked different, but Hyunbo knew it was definitely him, and smiled when he saw that he was okay. However, it was still strange for them all to realize that the evil one could return to the human account. Chris was ready to investigate, but Hyunbo asked her to hold it together, promising that she would be able to investigate later. After that, Kezel returned to them, hearing that the team was discussing him now. Kessel thanked Hyunbo because if it wasn't for him, he would not have survived, but the owner said that he forbade him to die and Kezel would work for him forever. But Kezel, in turn, forbade him to conduct research on himself. But although he now looks like a human, he is still evil inside. Out of all 36 Class C dungeons, only 28 are known, and humanity has suffered greatly after the last event. However, there was news that surprised the world that the C-Class dungeon was successfully cleared. Everyone has already heard that the team successfully managed to deal with the monsters there and defeat them. Hyunchul also decided to make a statement to the whole world against this background. He spoke about the necromancer Wonhyo, who received help from the deity, and the commander-in-chief also said that Wonhyo can use dark and light magic. He talked about the inhabitants of the dungeon, and stories about the limitations on the number of players spread around the world. And in America, news began to appear that Korea had successfully cleared the C-Class dungeon. Then the guy called Richard and congratulated him on what had happened. Hyunbo was even surprised to see the Goliaths, which meant that it was possible to set up production in America. But it was too early because they are very expensive, and setup takes about 10 minutes. But Henbo asked to share some important information. In the course of all this, Hyunbo realized that Richard would not mind starting to cooperate with him. Goliaths were very different from his toys because they were controlled by something from the outside. Goliaths are easier to control, but they are not as advanced, so there is a big difference. So they could exchange technology. And Richard had heard that Yunbo had copied the movements of his enemies, so he was the first to propose the exchange of technology. The young man did not know whether America would agree to something like that, and added that he would have one condition for the exchange. However, Richard was ready to do anything to win such a war, so they would fulfill any request. After that, Henbo signed an official agreement with America, and a press conference was held after the contract was signed. The United States was ready to accept refugees from other worlds if they proved that they deserved it. In the end, 15,000 people were rescued from the dungeon, even though they had previously lived in North Korea. Despite this, South Korea gladly accepted them and began to help. America was also very active in this, and Wonyo himself came to see Richard again. The man saw that something big was standing behind Wonyo and thought that it was the robot that the young man was testing. Richard wanted to take a look, and Hyunbo didn't mind as long as no one touched the robot. Immediately after that, he took off the cloth and showed his creation to those who came here. But some people could not stand it and went closer to touch the robot, and he stood up for himself and knocked them out. Hyunbo said that they were fine. It was just the effect of the curse, but such curiosity will not lead to good. There are weak ones, like nightmares and insomnia, and stronger ones, like the absorption of life force, hair loss, and infertility. Richard thought that it could be even worse than not surviving, and the others were scared too. Some even thought that they would have to take revenge for everything because of this curse. And Hyunbo heard that it was said in Korean, but Richard knew the man and reassured Dr. Alec. It turned out that he was the man who developed the Goliaths, and the doctor was from Wonhyo and had S-rank skills. That is, Alex managed to escape the curse, and hearing that Wonhyo was behind it, he started to get angry. However, Hyunbo only asked about his talent, and the doctor said that he had the skill of retransmission. Most likely, it was because of this skill that he was able to escape the curse and pass it on to other people. Alex said that it was difficult, but realizing that he was facing the creator of those toys, he said to turn them on. Hyunbo was not going to refuse, as he had nothing to hide, so he agreed. Gathering other people around, the young man finally removed the fabric completely from his robot and showed it to them. Hyunbo held out the bracelet, saying that it was a way to control the robot by injecting his mana. Alex tried it and realized that it was quite a convenient option, but it surprised him. The doctor immediately began to test the robot by giving it different commands, and it did everything perfectly. Alex quickly understood everything and realized that it was actually quite good, but a little crooked. Chris took it very harshly and said she would never forgive him for saying that, even though Hyunbo tried to calm her down. Alex started to tell her about all this, which seems strange, although the idea of speech and convenient remote control is interesting. But the doctor said he could do much better. He just needed more people and time. And Chris said that maybe he could do something, so she suggested that they discuss it. Alex was excited to show off his skills, but Chris wasn't going to listen to his lines for long. Then they moved on, and Hyunbo felt that something was wrong, namely spatial erosion. Kiesel replied that he has memory lapses, especially when it comes to spatial erosion. But Glance's memories were not so important, because now he was Kesel's eternal and faithful servant, Hyunbo, although Kesel asked him not to say so. However, while they were laughing behind them, something started to happen to the portal again. They stopped laughing and looked back in surprise, but the portal was still glowing with a bright light. The others also gathered around, not realizing what was happening, and after all, nothing happened. Therefore, Henbo looked at the update that came as soon as it turned out that a C-rank raid was starting, which would take 300 days. The guy stood there for a while because he could not even think that it would happen so quickly. Then an exhausted assistant came running to Richard and Hyunbo, who had been looking for them everywhere. Richard asked him what was wrong, but he could tell by the look on his face that something was wrong. Then the man said that they had received a new map of the landscape in Nevada and looked very excited. It turned out that in the places where spatial erosion had begun, these portals stopped functioning normally, and the power of superpowers weakened by about 5% after that. In the erosion zone, there are dungeon entrances, but they are equal to the number of previously failed raids, so apparently the erosion begins where the dungeon clearing failed. The Lord of the Wastelands dungeon they will attack has evil golems and werewolves, and it was here that the American Heavenly Guard was destroyed twice. Henbo believed that there must be something else there, so he set out to explore this dungeon. Richard, although very excited and nervous, agreed with Hyunbo's opinion and let him go. Then Kiesel asked if this dungeon was somehow connected to the idea where Chris used to live. When they first met in the dungeon, it seemed that they were somehow connected. Therefore, Hyunbo would not be surprised if it was also connected. And then Chris asked if the owner believed in fate. He said no, but it didn't seem like a coincidence like it had been before. As the report said, there was a severe snowstorm, so most likely the magic of ice was used. And only now Chris realized why the Heavenly Guard was destroyed twice. She could clearly feel the negative energy, although it was quite difficult to feel anything because of the blizzard. But Hyunbo said that he was a necromancer, and such circumstances were quite good for him. The young man said that he could go back, but Kai immediately came up to him and stopped. Hyunbo asked what happened, and the skeleton showed him that there was something on the map. He didn't know why, but Kai found the map very familiar, as if he had been here a long time ago. Kiesel said that it was Kai's turn, and Hyunbo asked if the skeleton remembered anything from the past. Kai said that he had no memories at all, but he felt that this place was very special and important. Richard said that dungeons can be copied from another world, or created based on its foundation. It turned out that Kai was really somehow connected with this place, and they still had time, so it was worth trying. After that, Richard decided to gather the people again and tell them some important new news. This raid would not be easy because they had already lost more than 10,000 people, but they had to go through with it. Richard then stopped talking, saying that they must do it because it will only get worse otherwise. Many will have to say goodbye to their lives, so people are going to try to save themselves and their loved ones. Also, Richard received a new psychological power after the last battle. It was called Link. This ability connects Richard and his allies nearby, and on the battlefield, it is a great opportunity. But Henbo hadn't teamed up yet, so Richard asked him why he wasn't going with them. The young man said that he was closely connected with evil spirits and dark magic, so he should not do it, and Richard did not try to convince him. Then the man said that they were ready to leave, so they shouldn't stay here any longer. Immediately after that, their entire team went forward, preparing for battle and raising their weapons. Inside, they were immediately met by monsters, many of them, and big. Richard said they had been well greeted and should return the favor. Then he told the others to use their special and special juggernaut weapons. After that, people started shooting and hit the monsters directly, killing several of them. Richard added that this was a special warm welcome, and smiled while the others continued to shoot. After that, Hyunbo also started to act and raised his staff up to use magic. Immediately after, another explosion occurred and more monsters inside were destroyed, after such attacks. The soldiers and other helpers stood there shocked, not knowing what to do because they were surprised by this power. This was 7th circle magic, and Henbo was like a weapon by himself, and did not need any additional help. Chris then also joined the battle using the devouring storm and wind, and directed the spell at the enemies. After that, she also used a tornado to destroy even more monsters. The soldiers were even more surprised to see what the evil spirits were capable of, but Richard said that they should not stand still, but attack. They continued their attack, and together with the dragon flew closer to the enemies again. It turned out that they were stronger than they thought, and the enemies really did not know what to do. This was a necromancer of the 7th circle of magic, and he uses dark and light magic. His personality, body, and soul were all completely unique. But Kiesel was glad that finally this incredibly long wait was over. Then they started asking if they recognized the right place, and Hyunbo said that Kai was talking about a place he knew. Richard said that this could be Kai's homeland, and Hyunbo agreed with this idea. However, after these words, Hyunbo was very surprised for some reason, which made Richard feel uncomfortable. The young man did not know what to do next, because he suddenly stopped feeling connected to Kai. The skeleton finally remembered who he used to be. Kai was a high-ranking nobleman, who had his own lands and his own manor. His family had a lot of land, but for some reason his homeland became a C-class dungeon. Apparently, the boss of this dungeon was a traitor, and Kai began to think about how this could have happened. Kai didn't know if it was true, but he thought it wasn't a member of his family, so he decided to check it out. After some time, in complete solitude, Kai got to a certain place, and it was also covered with a layer of snow. He didn't know how anyone could betray a family member, and even thought it was impossible, convincing himself that it was simply impossible. But then this gate with snow opened in front of him, and Kai saw mountains of gold and precious things. After a while, Hyunbo, Kiesel, and Chris reached the skeleton, and he noticed them coming back out. But Hyunbo interrupted him, saying that if he was still Kai's master, he should return. Later, the other creatures began to ask angrily who allowed outsiders to come here in the first place, and they said that Kai was a traitor for daring to go against his own family, so they prepared to attack him. Then Kai rushed forward to destroy his enemies and put his sword forward. At the same moment, they started to fight each other, while the other subordinates stood by. The masked guy was very surprised by what he saw, because it was their special family technique. Kai couldn't stand it anymore, and started shouting why his brother was treating him so horribly. He immediately backed away, not understanding how this was possible, and not really believing what he was hearing. He took off his mask and looked forward, remembering his younger brother named Kairos. Kai said it was true, and then added that they used to be called the secret sword of the royal family. Kairos was the third son of Count Kiona, and then finally took off his mask and showed his face. The older brother was very surprised, because he was sure that Kairos could not survive that day. Kai said that it was true, but he was lucky, and now he has a new name and some memories. And then he added that he thought about his older brother too, that he was no longer alive. But Kai still could not understand how it happened that the older one became the owner of the whole dungeon. However, Kai did not wait for an answer, because the elder simply ordered his servants to catch Kairos. He himself rushed back on his horse and left Kai to his servants. Kessel had already noticed that the Kai's relationship with his brother must not have been the best if he was doing this now. But Henbo, although they were already surrounded, did not hesitate to use light magic to fight back. When the enemies rushed at them, the boy directed this spell at them to protect himself and the team. Kai was still upset and angry about it, because he didn't think his brother would turn out like this, and still didn't understand why he was doing this to him. But the older man reappeared suddenly, saying that Kairos shouldn't worry, because he would definitely not destroy him now. And the very next moment, Kai was tied up by his older brother's wards and trapped. Hyunbo didn't even have time to react, but immediately rushed forward saying that he would rescue Kai. The elder only turned to Kai, adding that perhaps he would understand his position. Chris Kiesel and Hyunbo ran forward and sent a mass teleportation spell at the Kai. Then they stopped abruptly, and Chris said that she could feel the Kai move clearly. She was sure where her friend was now, and said that Kai was at the Lord's Manor. They sat down on the ground, and then Kessel asked the owner what they should do next, and how to save their friend. Hyunbo was not sure of his answer, but he said that he wanted to believe in Kai, and that everything was fine. Kessel thought about it, because he didn't even know if such faith was a good thing, because he didn't survive himself because of such faith. Chris added that she understood the owner and his feelings, but said that they should be on the lookout. The young man agreed, but Hyunbo hoped in his mind that Kaya would be okay, and begged him not to give up his faith. Hyunbo thought that he didn't want to lose him, but Kai had already arrived at the Lord's Manor. His older brother was still with him, and Kai noticed a familiar sword from his childhood. The Lord told him that it was indeed their family's sword, and then allowed Kai to take it to his own. Kai still didn't understand what was happening, but the older man told him that he was a criminal who was not worthy of it. So, he told him to take it even if he wasn't going to use it, although Kai still didn't understand why. He pulled out his sword, and asked why his brother could not use it, and thought that it was because the elder was the owner of this dungeon. It turned out that the boy was really interested to know how he became the master of the dungeon, and why he became a traitor. With a sigh, the older brother got up from the throne and told Kai to follow him. After a while, they came to a door that was closed with a magic seal. Kai stood behind, but his older brother opened the door in front of him, and they found themselves in a very strange place where many people were imprisoned. The boy was really very surprised to see all this, to see his brother in such a form, because he really did not expect that this could happen. Kai began to ask his older brother why he was here in the dungeon, but the elder answered only that all the members of their family were still alive. Each of them managed to survive. He said that he had decided to put them all to sleep for the sake of his wife, and Kai still couldn't realize what was really going on down there. His friend's name was Beatrice, and at that time she was pregnant with their third unborn child. The elder could use the life force of their family to save his wife and son. When he himself was on the verge of death because of a failed raid, he was miraculously spotted and saved by a vampire. He was just a foot soldier in the battles, but she was always there for him. They fell in love and were going to escape, but there was no chance of that escape. That's why the older man decided to make the dungeon his own. But before the battle with the former owner was over, he did something. The owner of this dungeon said that they would never return to normal life again, and thus cursed them. And in order to destroy this curse, they needed blood. After that, Kai began to understand more about what was happening here, but his brother confirmed his guesses, saying that a single blood sacrifice was needed, and for this purpose he gathered all the members of their family here. The brother said that he did it for their sake as well, because if he didn't go underground yet, the Keon family would be destroyed as well. Those who attacked the idea attacked not only the families of the survivors, there were rumors that the survivors had gone over to the side of the occupiers and became traitors. It was only a rumor, but many turned against their family, and even his existence could be a danger to the family. So, when the eldest secretly met with his brother Rhinos after learning about what was happening, he used to think that he hadn't survived, but it turned out that it was the other way around, and Rhinos was also good to the boy. Kai continued to look at his brother, who was frozen in this ice, and now he remembered what he was like when he was alive. After that, his brother left him, but then he found out that he and their whole family had fallen. The older man did not care what condition he was in. The main thing was that he was alive, so he slept through it and began to transfer his life force. Therefore, if he sacrificed the others, his brother would be able to wake up, and not only him, but Beatrice and their child as well. That's why the elder believed that Kairos, as a member of their family, was obliged to help them since he was already here. The older man began to talk about how they didn't need a team to complete all this, but it seemed that Kai could not hear him well anymore. Kai didn't know what to do, because he realized that if he agreed to it, he would betray his master. But on the other hand, if he did, then all the people who were dear to him would be able to return to normal life. Later on, Kai finally returned to Hyunbo, but he was accompanied by several servants. Kai said, with a very strange tone, that he was surprised that his master was able to find him here so quickly. Hyunbo was very worried about him, so he couldn't sit still, but he noticed right away that Kai looked very angry and disappointed. The young man was not going to wait long, and immediately asked if Kai had made his choice while sitting still. It was hard for Kai to say. He said that he had to obey his master at all times, but at that moment, he was just a little confused. Then Hyunbo put his mask back on and said he could give him some good advice. The guy said that any choice he made would bring him pain and loneliness, so he should choose something that would be more profitable. It was obvious how difficult it was for Kai to accept this reality, and Hyunbo said again that the pain and loneliness should not be so much pressure on him, so he should choose the best option. Kai just sighed, saying that this was very valuable advice, and added that he would be greedy. Hyunbo wasn't going to dissuade him, because he knew it would do no good, but he reminded him that he never showed mercy to his enemy. In the end, Kai made his choice, and he and the people who came with him prepared for the attack inside the tent. As soon as she rushed forward, they heard the words that the enemies were attacking, but it seemed that the main character was ready for it. He immediately flew up, using his lightning skills and directing them at the enemies, and then everything exploded. Behind him appeared a dragon and a rather large army that was fully armed. Henbo asked if Kai had done this on his own, but he replied that his older brother had helped him a lot. The young man sighed, saying that he could imagine how happy he was, because their side was really well prepared. However, the boy immediately began to notice many shadows behind him, and thought that there was a vampire. At the same moment, Hyunbo couldn't even see where he was running, and ran into Kai, who grabbed him and then apologized to his master. The next hour, the boy fell to the ground, while the other servants dealt with the monsters he had recruited. But Hyunbo didn't arrive there alone. Kiesel and Chris were there too, and they dispersed the others, ordering everyone to stand back. Kessel walked a little further, and saw Kai holding his master's body, and about to run away. He was very surprised to see this, and for a moment did not even believe it was true, but Kai just looked back and apologized to him. Kessel approached the dragon being very angry and asking him why he didn't protect their master. But Chris said that Nidhogg does not do what he is not asked, so it is better to be angry at their enemies, and it was obvious how worried and angry he was. Against the girl, she said that they should think about what will happen next, how they will save their master. Kessel was incredibly angry, and he said that they all needed to be destroyed as soon as possible, and that was the only right way out. Meanwhile, Kai, carrying his master, went to his brother who was waiting for him inside this small castle. The elder brother apologized to the younger one, saying that it was a really hard choice, and he was sorry that Kai had to make it. After that, the younger one was surrounded by servants, and the owner of the dungeon ordered to take the necromancer from his hand. But as soon as these people came closer, Kai drew his sword and ordered them all to stop where they were. Kei said that he had made this choice, but Henbo was still his master, and he was of a higher level, so he should be treated as such. The older brother agreed, but added that the necromancer was still very dangerous to them all. He asked if the younger one understood now, and Kai said that yes, it was clear to him now. The man sighed, saying that now they could drink to their victory, because they had at least managed to capture the mage, and that was almost all the work they needed to do. As soon as they went to drink, the older man got drunk almost immediately and lay down on the table and fell asleep. He drank more than one glass and could not even get up anymore, so Kai got up and told his brother that he was leaving. The older man realized that Kai could have killed him right then and there, but he didn't because he realized that the younger man was on his side. Richard, meanwhile, was leading all the other people along with Nidhogg and the skeleton. He was very happy because they had all become stronger. And Kessel, who was incredibly angry with him because of what had happened and because of another betrayal, looked incredibly dangerous. Chris tried to calm the dragon down, saying that the master was fine, so there was no need to worry about him so much. But in fact, he was not all right, because by this time the older brother had finally woken up, and Hyunbo was led into the hall, throwing him on his knees in front of him. The man was now quite friendly, and greeted him asking if he was his younger brother's master, and then introduced himself as Uranos. Hyunbo did not answer his question but asked his own, asking why he had brought him here. The older man replied that it was because of his brother's request, and added that he would like to finish everything properly. Hyunbo only replied that he wanted nothing to do with traders and would not do any business with. Then Kai stepped forward to ask if the master remembered the oath he had taken, but Hyunbo said that he had even forgotten it a little. Kai just wanted to say that he really thought it was all worthwhile, and he had said those words for a reason. Now he believed that their vow to each other could be the thing that would save his entire family. Now Hyunbo clearly realized that he would not be able to convince Kai, so he asked him to do something for him one last time and told him to come over. Kai, of course, agreed, so he walked forward quite calmly and stood in front of his master. But immediately after that, Hyunbo delivered a punch right into his jaw, as if it was the last time he had ever seen him. Kai only responded with an apology, but Hyunbo was already shouting, saying that he would not give in to them and would live on. Then Uranos told the others to take the necromancer to his room and leave him alone for now. The elder brother asked Kai if he wanted a drink, but the younger one only barely got up, saying that he wanted to be alone. Uranos only added that Kai was no longer obliged to follow his master and follow him everywhere. Meanwhile, the whole team, led by Chris and Keslam, had already arrived at Uranos' property and were there. After that, Richard, who was in charge of his large squad, ordered them to move forward right now and start their attack on the enemies. The soldiers began to strike, launch their spears and arrows, use magic, and then it was Kesla's turn to join the battle. Uranos watched all this through the screen, saying that everything was going according to plan, and they were able to reach the castle walls in just 20 minutes. The Lord only said that he would help the boy to sleep later, but it seemed that the protagonist was completely calm in responding to all the words of this man. Before that, Uranos thanked him for everything for his soul, body, and magic, because after performing this spell, everything that belongs to Hyunbo will pass into the hands of Uranos. Then the man stood on the sign that was drawn on the ground and glowed, about to start this ritual right now. Meanwhile, the people who came to save Hyunbo suddenly began to feel their mana fading and their strength leaving their bodies. Despite this, Richard ordered them all to stay together and not to give up, because without doing so, they would definitely not be able to survive. Richard said that they had only a little more to go and would be able to break through, so they should not give up at the last steps. Uranos, who continued to watch all this, just laughed, saying that they would not be able to get around his plan. But Hyunbo was not going to give up so easily, and said that he still believed they could defeat him. Uranos looked back and was very annoyed and angry to see that this boy still dared to contradict him. The young man only said that he had changed the energy of the living into the energy of the dead, and that is why the incident he was seeing happened. Uranos became even more angry after hearing this and pulled out his sword to attack the boy, adding that he did not dare to do so. However, as soon as the older man raised his weapon, Kai rushed forward and put his sword in front of him, thus protecting his master. Uranos, of course, was not happy about what the younger man did, because he was already sure that Kairos was definitely on his side and would not object. But Kai said at that moment that his master had told him earlier that he needed to look for benefits. And earlier he himself had said that he could be greedy and still felt the same way. Kai lowered his weapon like his brother, but said that Uranos could still abandon this path and take the side of the earth. He began to talk about how his child needed mana and vital energy, and without it, this child simply would not survive. Uranos didn't understand what was happening and how Kai found out about it, but Hyunbo interrupted him, saying that they had managed to find out everything. Taya was the one who helped with this. Hyunbo absorbed a magic artifact and used it to make her recognize Uranos' magic. Kai then added that the life energy is on the earth, but his older brother said that he knew all about it. Uranos also added that he was not going to become a traitor and retreat from what he had decided earlier. He added that neither Kai nor the others understood anything, despite the fact that he was small and part of this planet, and if he betrayed them, everything would turn out terribly. Kai just sighed and added in a quieter voice that they had already met opponents of the same level. He began to talk about Chloe, who they had met earlier, who was a demon dragon. She used souls and had the ability to bury them in the sand and then take control of them and control them. Uranos was surprised to hear that his brother had met her, and then Kai stepped in closer saying that such creatures scare them as well. But Kai, along with the others and his master, continued to fight, adding that he had already lost his life once. So he wanted revenge and was not going to give up. Uranos turned away from them, saying that he was just an idiot, and then the boy could not contain his emotion. The older brother really sincerely believed that Kai could really help him and save the whole family from what had already happened. And then Uranos said that Kai would not succeed, so he needed to wake up and finally understand and accept it. However, at the same moment, they were interrupted by other people to break through the giant walls and get through in time. Richard and his squad said that he was glad to meet the local lord, and he offered one last time, saying that the earth would gladly accept him, but for some reason you refused. Oranos thought that this was nonsense and was not going to believe in all these words of the man, adding that it could not be. Richard tried one last time to convince him and explain, but the lord did not agree, so he realized that nothing more would come of it. Their plan was successful, so Hyunbo began to use his power, ordering the others to deal with the guard. Oranos only laughed, saying that the boy would not be able to destroy him alone, but Hyunbo said that Kai would handle him. The necromancer gave him most of his powers and said that Kai could go ahead and fight him freely. Kai did just that, and with his sword out, he ran straight at his older brother, who said that he could not win even with these buffs. However, his master's subordinate was not going to give up, saying that he would test the power he had just received. Henbo, meanwhile, sat down on the ground, leaving them alone. He was not going to interfere, being confident in his servant. The young man only wanted to focus on strengthening Kai and giving him the opportunity to fight to his fullest potential. Inside this small castle, the fight continued as they moved around the hall, the sound of swords clashing against each other. Oranos laughed again, saying that Kai would not be able to defeat him with such skills. And at some point, the younger man did fall to the ground, but he managed to deliver a serious blow to Uranos' shoulder at the last moment. The older man approached him with a blade to Kai's face and said that this would be the last opportunity to go over to his side. But Kai, although he was lying in front of him in a disadvantageous situation, said that he was not going to give up, and he had to defeat his opponent. Oranos threw off his armor and moved on, and Kai said that this time he would definitely become a hero, and his brother would definitely not interfere. The guy really wasn't going to give up and continued to attack him from all sides. Kai finally managed to stand up to him and said that his older brother had forgotten about the day's nuance. Despite the fact that he looks like a man, he is still evil inside. If Uranos wanted to deal with him, he should have done it earlier and not waited until now. These words only angered the older brother more, and he continued to attack Kai, intending to destroy him now. But at some point, he just stopped and laughed nervously, saying that his brother did not survive, and then resurrected. Then that smile flew off his face, and Uranos said that now I know if he was going to fight in full force. It seemed he was ready for absolutely anything, and did not want to stop at anything, wanting to show his brother his full power. Then he pointed his sword at himself, saying that this was the true power of these monsters, and finally added that he was sorry that he had not been able to destroy his brother earlier. The very next moment, Uranos turned into a giant creature that barely resembled a human being. Kai looked more nervous, realizing that what had happened before was only a part of the power of those monsters, and that it would be many times harder for him to defeat this creature. To his right, the great wave of blood began to mass with Uranos, and he did not retreat. Kai realized that his opponent was stronger, and that he would have to try harder to defeat him, but he knew that it couldn't end like this, and he couldn't end his second life like this. The master said that they were dying at this rate, but Kai smiled, saying that things would be different if Hyunbo's words were true. If that's the case, then he'll be able to find the right path, even though it's very difficult now. Hyunbo was surprised that Kai believed him so much, and the boy only confirmed his word. Then Hyunbo said that in this case Kai should let Uranos absorb him, become a part of it, and control it. It would be the only way out. Kai realized that perhaps this was indeed the only way out, but he also realized that it would be a difficult test. But then he threw the match away, saying that he was ready to do it if they had no other options. The other people, led by Richard, kept attacking this giant monster, saying that he should not be allowed to go outside his castle. Chris and Kazel also moved closer to stand in front of their master to protect him, and the monster realized where his main target was at this time and was going to aim right there. The two of them did not try to keep the shield to protect themselves and their master, but Kazel said that the barrier would not last long, so they needed to move faster. They tried to keep it up and not let the monster break through, but it was hard, and the barrier started to break down, and then it was Chris's turn. She knew it was going to be very difficult, but she was going to use her skills to the fullest to help as much as possible. At the same moment, Kazel finally said that they could not hold on any longer, and the shield would be completely destroyed after the next monster's attack. Hyunbo went forward, saying that there was still a little bit left. They were almost done. And then the owner said that he was glad that Kai had made it. The young man said that he was a master-level Darkness Knight, and that he was much stronger than his older brother's cursed soul. Thanks to Richard, he managed to get inside and absorb Uranos, and now the master could call Kai back. Eventually, the tired Uranos fell to the ground, and Hyunbo said that this battle had ended in their victory. The master was still standing in front and was about to call Kai back, saying that he had done a really good job. Others said that something should be done with his older brother before he finally passed away. Kai returned and said that Uranos would not be able to stand it and would pass away in just a few seconds, and he began to worry that he was to blame for this outcome. But then Uranos started to speak with his last strength, saying that Kai was absolutely not to blame for what happened. The elder brother said that this was the price of his curse, that it was what made the cursed move. He was moving towards achieving his goal, and then the curse made him stronger, but in the end, he lost, and the price was very high. It just destroys your soul. In that case, Uranos smiled as if he knew it would happen one day. He only told Junior not to be sad, because through Kai he had seen what true loyalty meant, and Kai had to live on. The younger man could not contain his emotions as he watched his brother leave him, but Uranos said that he had one last request. With the last of his strength, he asked Kai to absorb his body and soul and not let him leave. Uranos said that his younger brother should use his power in his future missions as well. Also, being almost powerless, Uranos asked his younger brother to watch over his daughter. He really had almost no strength to speak, so he closed his eyes and asked for it again. Uranos had already begun to disappear, but with a smile on his face and saying that his younger brother must be happy. Kai still couldn't realize what was happening, but Chris and the others noticed that the castle was starting to shake violently, as if there was an earthquake. Henbo looked around, and he realized that the castle itself was changing very dramatically inside and out. Kai still couldn't get away from what he saw. He just knelt down, watching his brother's ashes scatter in the wind. But then he stood up abruptly when he heard footsteps behind him. It was Beatrice. She rushed to the place where Uranos was lying and fell down, not wanting to accept this reality. Kai was silent for a while, but then he said that he was sorry for what had happened, and he really didn't want it to happen. But the girl interrupted him, saying that she knew that because she saw everything with her own eyes. Then Kai began to ask if she was okay, and Hyunbo offered to examine Beatrice. However, as soon as Hyunbo came closer, the vampire hit him with her hand very sharply and coldly without even looking. Then she looked back and laughed, saying that he was finally caught and that was what she wanted to do. Beatrice exhaled, saying that she was really relieved and that even her distraction had worked, although Kai didn't understand what she was talking about. Only then did he ask if it was all because of the baby. But Beatrice just laughed, saying that she had never needed a child in her life. The truth was, the girl opened her hands, saying that she would destroy this useless creature and all of them with it. But then she began to feel that her child was moving, although she did not understand why. Beatrice was already beginning to worry, knowing that this child must not be born, no matter what it takes. Then Hyunbo came closer to her, but Beatrice was surprised that he had survived the blow. However, the necromancer said that he was not even wounded, so it was not surprising that he survived. The young man praised Tia, and then turned to Beatrice again, saying that it was strange that this child had not been born all this time. Now, everything became clear to him. Most likely, they used their power to raise Beatrice's level, and she simply used Uranos. But the girl began to object loudly, saying that he was talking nonsense. Hyunbo reassured her, saying that he could sense people's souls because he was a necromancer, and her baby was about to be born, so he decided to help her. The very next moment, Beatrice felt even worse, and because of what happened to her body, she lost consciousness. A second later, she fell to the ground and blood was visible on her dress, and only then did Hengbo come closer to her. He then took the child in his arms, who immediately began to scream loudly. However, only when the young man did so did they notice that the castle was not just transforming into something else, but was being destroyed, and large pieces of it began to fall. So, one thing was clear, they had to run away. Hyunbo called Nidhogg to him, and they boarded him, after which they successfully left the place that was rapidly being destroyed. After some time, they managed to successfully evacuate, but looking back, they saw another dragon. It was hostile to them all, and said that it would destroy each of them here and now. Henbo realized that this was most likely the second stage. Although he didn't know what to do, Kai immediately stepped forward, saying that he would deal with him like this. The owner finally managed to shout out that it would be hard for him alone, but Kai didn't seem to listen to him, and went downstairs. Only then did he say that he agreed that it would be really hard for him, which is why dozens of assistants appeared behind him. Kiesel didn't realize what they were doing next to Kai, but Chris explained that he was starting to gather ghosts around him. Hyunbo himself was surprised to see what it was. It was evil squads and loners, and there were also spirits present. Kai finally landed on the ground, and more of these ghosts appeared behind him, and the night began to form the Legion. He said that he would not be able to destroy this thief quickly. They would have to fight each other for some time. But Beatrice didn't listen to anything anymore, saying that they would all be finished and began to use her magic. After that, they started a fierce fight and fought with each other for some time. Beatrice knew that she could not leave her life like that. She did not want to end it like that. But Kai approached her and said that he was not going to destroy her completely. He had other plans. After that, the knight did what he thought he was going to do, while the other ghosts and souls began to work their magic on her as well. Kai said that her last moments of life would be spent in agony, and this should be a lesson for everyone, and of course, for her as well. Later on, it was announced that the clearing of the third dungeon was completed, and at that moment, everything was quiet. The team went back, and so the next 2 weeks passed until Richard came into the room and asked how the boy was feeling. He was covered in bandages and casts, but he said he was fine and would recover. Richard smiled and said that he would have to wait because the wounds were serious, and then asked what he was going to do next. Hengbo replied that he was going to go back home, where there was also a lot of work to do. The old man smiled again, saying that they had a lot of work to do as well, so he again invited Henbo to make this place his home. Hyunbo said that he did not mind, but he did not want to leave his home there either. Richard smiled again, as if he knew that he would hear this answer, and then added that this was also good news. Then the door opened again, and a girl came into the room and greeted him. It was Iris and Kai. The little girl stood next to him, but seemed to be so excited that she could not say anything. Kai only then told her to say hello, and Iris did what the older man said a little nervously. In just 5 days, Iris became 5 years older. She spent a lot of time in her mother's belly, so now she is happy to enjoy the outside world. The girl continued to tell something very enthusiastic, but then she was asked to leave the room for a while. Richard said that she was a good child, and they should take care of her, and Henbo agreed, saying that they would have to do it as if she were their own. There are over 36 C-class dungeons on Earth, and so far only 3 have been cleared, 1 in Korea and 2 in America. That's not good, but the difficulty is really very high, and Hyunbo also learned that something happened during this time. Unbelievably suddenly, 12 dungeons were cleared around the world at once. This happened in Europe, France, Germany, England, Italy, and Greece, and many dungeons were now free. The young man read that in Asia, dungeons were cleared in China, Japan, and Indonesia. In America too, so now it became clear that someone was not involved in the clearing and supported not only them, but also the Golden Black Hole, and they had the same sponsor, so this was good news. Hen Bo then asked Richard what he had on those people, and the old man replied that their identities were a strict secret, so he did not know anything. He only said that they were those who had existed since the beginning of time, and this surprised and impressed Hyun Bo. Then Richard himself decided to ask if the boy knew anything more about it. Now the young man did not say anything, but he realized that he was talking about the director of the Korean branch of the dungeon organization. After a while, they returned home with the team after flying for long hours on the plane. Hyunbo didn't look calm at all, but as soon as he got off the plane and stood on the ground, someone came up to him and said, it had been a long time. It was the director, but the man laughed, saying that it was strange that she still called him that, because he had long since left the position. The guy came closer to him, and then said that he had never told him his name. So, the director decided to introduce himself by calling himself Pok Geek Young, and that was his name. Hyunbo said that he had an interesting name, and they shook hands, but the guy asked why he was called right now. The fact is that there was an errand John said that some time ago, a rather interesting group of people who cleaned the dungeons began to appear. Hyunbo already thought that they were the same people who cleared the C-class dungeons, but the director surprised him with a request. He said that he would like the boy to teach them. In return for this service, he could give him a book that contains the forces of the underworld and information about the American territories, because he knew that Hyunbo had been interested in America lately. The director added that we are a very large company and that the boy would need it. And then the young man asked if these would be all the conditions. But of course it was not all, and the director smiled. He wanted to show the boy the worst thing that could happen. Although Hyunbo did not immediately understand what he was talking about. For a while, he felt scared because he was even afraid to imagine what could be hidden behind these words of the worst possible outcome. Yeon sighed, saying that it would certainly shorten his life expectancy, but Hyunbo already knew that he would say it was definitely worth it. The director agreed, saying that it had to be done at least for his own sake. Then he said goodbye to the boy and told him that they would meet later, and pointed to the people he would not want to have anything to do with. Henbo looked at them and called his dragon, saying that they should also leave as soon as possible. As soon as the boy got on the back of his dragon, these people started running after him, begging him to stop for at least a minute. After a while, Hyunbo and Iris were already there, and the guy decided to teach her something. Kai was of course worried because she was still a very young child, but the owner said that she was strong enough to do it. In addition, the girl knows how to use this power, and Kai himself must understand that it is for her benefit. And although the knight understood, he was still worried. However, he decided that he would trust his master again and allowed him to do so Iris thanked him happily. After that, they went to the giant bottle of elixir they had created earlier. Then they found themselves back in the same place where Kai had defeated Beatrice, and Iris seemed very happy to welcome them to her dungeon. Kessel came closer, saying that Iris had really great skills, but asked how the master realized she was so talented. Hyunbo explained that when it was 20 days after her birth, Kai noticed that Iris was disappearing from time to time. It turned out that she created this dungeon herself, and she can adjust its size and change it quite a bit, really. You could even say she uses her dungeon as her own home. Later, the happy girl returned to them and told them that the dungeon had become even wider, so Hyunbo suggested that she change it a little bit with magic, and she succeeded well. Then they found themselves in the forest maze, and Henbo asked if she had thought of any monsters for this place, and Iris said yes. Only then did Kai approach Hyunbo and ask if he could take Iris with them to Korea and show her around. The guy didn't mind, saying that she might like Seoul. Of course, I can take them there together. After a while, they went back to the city, sitting in a cafe, but it was interesting to see what Kai and Iris were doing now. Henbo added that this world has changed incredibly much, and the others agreed with him. But then he asked what Colonel Kang thought about it. He was sitting at the next table, but Yunbo was able to realize that he was here, and then Hyunchul added that he was now a general, and the young man congratulated him on this title. The former colonel also said that he had heard that the operation to clear the dungeon in America was successful. Hyunbo said that it was, but that he could not have done it without his loyal associates. Hearing this, Hyunchul just sighed heavily, saying that he was even jealous after the guy spoke about his loyal allies. Hyunbo had already seen that the generals were in some trouble, but he said that it was not that important. But thanks to the victory over the fanatics and the successful missions in America, he was promoted, and now he was being watched even more closely. One could imagine how difficult it was for him, but the general decided to ask if Hyunbo was going to work for his homeland. Of course Hyunbo refused, and he just sighed and smiled, saying that he was sure the answer would be yes. Kiesel, in turn, was surprised that the general had accepted it so easily, and it shouldn't have sounded like an order. Hyunchul sighed, saying that it was no big deal because he didn't even like the idea himself. Hyunbo smiled, saying that it must be hard for him, and then added that he hoped they would take pity on him. He then held out a small bag of space expansion magic, saying that if the general learned this magic, he could use it in different ways. Hyunchul thanked him for this, and accepted the gift, saying that he hoped it would really help him. But at the same moment, another person approached them, and called Wonyo the apostle of the god of darkness and light. It was some girl who was watching him closely, but Yunbo calmly said that she was not mistaken. Her name was Helena, and she was under the command of a Red Lord ranked 9th in the Magic Association. Henbo had heard of this magical association many times before, but he didn't think they would ever contact. But Helena handed him an envelope telling him that it was an invitation to a big banquet from the 6 highest lords of the Magic Association. Everything was to take place in 1 week at Buckingham Palace, where many world heroes were to visit, so he was also expected there. At that moment, Keasley was interested in the words about world heroes, and he became curious about what was happening there. He even wondered if both the top and the bottom had decided to become more active and cooperate, increasing their strength. Hyunbo said that it was a great honor for him, and of course he would not refuse to participate in this event. Kaisel was glad to hear that they were also welcome there, and that this woman also seemed to be a very good magician, so it would be interesting to meet other wizards. After that, the host said that they should go back home because they had spent a lot of time here. Soon after, the banquet began in Britain, where the adventurers who had managed to conquer C-rank dungeons around the world, and those who had played an important role in clearing them, were invited. They also brought Iris with them, and the girl was very impressed, saying that it was her first time at such a banquet. But Henbo told her not to expect anything special from this city, although she did not understand why. The young man only said that something could happen here, so he told her not to stray too far from him. He also said that she was very beautiful today, and they all told her the same thing as they gathered near the entrance. Eventually, since everyone was together, the team decided to move forward to avoid wasting time. Once inside, they were greeted by a happy Sunsu, who hadn't seen her mentor for a long time and missed him. Hyunbo continued to call her Haeunam in public for disguise, and the girl replied that the mages could just ignore them, so she was here too. The other great demons were also here, and greeted him. Andromalius said that Wanhyo was even stronger, and it would be good for the planet, although the demon had appeared quite unexpectedly. Andromalius smiled, saying that he knew he wasn't comfortable working with them, but the demon asked if he could ask to see Sun Tzu out, and Hyunbo agreed. Then the girl began to say that she had heard that her mentor had successfully conquered a C-class dungeon, but the boy admitted that he thought he would not survive there. She was surprised because this dungeon did not seem so difficult to her, and Sun Tzu's words impressed Hyunbo. She said that she had also destroyed one Class C dungeon in China, and it was called the Garden of the Fallen King of Giants. There were big bears and trolls and ogres and storm giants. They were all bosses, and Sun Tzu learned that no one but those storm giants caused her any problem. Hyunbo asked if the monsters in her dungeon had ever been ambushed or set traps, and she said that they had not. Then the mentor asked how they found this way, and Sun Tzu said that they were just walking along the road, and then saw the castle of the Was. The guys were really surprised that there was such a big difference in the dungeons he and Sun Tzu went through, but they were interrupted again. It was Richard who immediately said that it was quite natural for monsters to create ambush traps. Sun Tzu agreed with that, but they reiterated that there was nothing like that in her dungeon, so Richard decided that there was a possibility that their dungeon was special. But Hyunbo said that he didn't think so, so maybe Sun Tzu was just lucky with this dungeon. But quite a while later, the host of the party finally arrived at the event. He was an old man who called himself Ariista Crowley. He said that he was the first god in the magical association, and he was called Ariista of Space. Starting tomorrow, there would be other high-ranking magicians attending this reception, so he hoped that the other guests would enjoy the party they had prepared. Hen Bo thought at this moment that the association was more like a group of monsters. Meanwhile, Kai was holding Iris in his arms, and for some reason the girl was very afraid of what was happening, and her body started to tremble. Richard said that even for an unusual child, all this can be a big shock. Then Aristo came up to their group and laughed a little, seeing that Iris was a little surprised and reacting like that. Then the old man said that he didn't mean to scare her in any way, and apologized, and was going to give her something as his apology. After he cut his finger, he put it to her mouth to give Iris some blood. Then the old man apologized, seeing that she was a bit intoxicated from the book, but Kai thanked him for his hospitality, as the man was only helping. Henbo, in turn, was interested that this old man immediately realized that Iris was a vampire, but Arresto just laughed, saying that there could be nothing special in the blood of such an old man. But he didn't stay long, saying that he would leave them to enjoy the party. Then Arresto walked away a few more steps, and right in the middle of the hall, he vanished into thin air and disappeared. The main character was also impressed by this. He noticed how skilled this old magician was that he could use such tricks. Then Hyunbo smiled and said that today was not the last day of the procession, so they would leave, and the group said goodbye to Richard. On each of the 6 days of the grand reception, high-ranking magicians appeared in a ranking from 1 to 6. On the second day, Tesla, who was a lightning magician, came. On the third day, the earth magician Manhwa, and on the fourth day, a tree magician named Gaia. On the fifth day, a magician who had the power of healing came here, and was named Arya. At the end, the host of the party appeared, and said that he hoped that the guests liked the organized meetings, and added that he was glad if it was so. But then he decided to get to the point, so Aristo said that their magical association has a great influence in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. But at the moment, Africa is occupied by invaders from other worlds. That's why by the end of this reception, the association made a serious decision that they were not going to hold a big conquest to reclaim Africa. Of course, it sounds easy, but in reality, it will be more difficult, because there are still many dungeons that remain the vanguard of their rival. That's why their association came to the conclusion that they needed to conquer the dungeons that were created for humans before conquering the whole of Africa, and they were ready to work closely with other factions. Arresto said that they were not going to just watch the strongmen flourish in their territories, which is why the associations decided to prepare gifts for the strongest people in the world. They would like to give absolutely everyone the latest magical weapons for free, because such a decision would be good and beneficial for them. Of course, they were all excited to hear this news, because it would be just a free high-end weapon, but Arresto said that they would have one condition. He said that these people had to prove that they were worthy of these weapons, worthy of using them. Therefore, in exactly 15 days, a special test would be prepared, and everyone would be able to participate. So Aristo wanted to share this event with the whole world. He was sure that when people see their defenders of all mankind, they will feel much easier and calmer. Therefore, in 15 days, he asked them to show their best side and was going to give them gifts tonight. These were objects that held the magic of subspace. They were stable and light, so he hoped that it would be useful to him. Kessel just laughed, saying that there was no need to cause trouble now. But Hyunbo hadn't expected something like this to be prepared for them. Then he asked if the owner was going to participate, and the young man said that he would, because he had received an invitation and it would be a good experience. Therefore, Hyunbo turned to his team and said that they should go prepare for the test. The information about the reception became known quickly all over the world, and magicians, alchemists, shamans, psychics, and everyone else became aware of these competitions as a result of the existence of beings with superpowers was a shock to everyone. The whole world began to discuss it, and the battle of such people with powers beyond any limits became the #1 news. When it was announced that only 100,000 people could apply, a second wave of panic began. But for people with superpowers, it was a good opportunity to show their strength. So, 1 month passed. Transportation to the venue was organized by the Association of Magicians, but if it was possible to arrive separately, they simply gave out the coordinates. Many people were still at sea. The ships were sailing, but they saw absolutely nothing here. However, after going a little further, people began to notice something that impressed them incredibly much. They saw a city in front of them that interested them with its unique beauty. These people could not even imagine that something like this would happen, so they watched with delight as the boats and ships approached. Later, Aristo appeared in front of them and thanked them all for coming to this event. He welcomed them all to Atlantis, this place of magic and science, and proudly continued his speech. Hyunbo also said that it looked like a good place, but it didn't look like a place where they could hold competitions. But Kessel said that it would be too obvious. There would probably be some epic appearance like in the movies. And quite a while later, something similar happened. The city began to move like a curtain, and behind it appeared a real arena where the competition would take place. The arena was really very big, and the main character was breathless when he saw it in front of him. It was a shield controlled by gravity magic that protected the city, so Henbo wanted to go over and have a look, if he didn't need to get permission first. Kai made sure that the master calmed down, because if he got too excited, it could affect the outcome. Later, they went to the VIP room in the Atlantis Hotel, wondering if they could get permission to explore the building. But while Hyunbo was thinking about it, Kai said that a man from Aristo had just passed by. The young man looked up, asking why, and Kai said that he had invited them to dinner tonight. Henbo had already noticed that this old man was being very nice to Iris, so in the worst case scenario, he would just try to kidnap her. A few hours later, the team arrived at the place where Aristo had called them. Henbo said that his room looked more like a huge garden, but the old man's answer was simple. He said that when you get older, you want to be closer to nature, period. But he had to try to create this room, so he told the guests to sit down at the table. The man said he didn't know what they liked to eat, so he prepared his favorite dishes. The team started eating right away, and they all said that it was incredibly tasty and were ready to eat absolutely everything and additional portion. Aristo then apologized for interrupting them while they were eating, but he wanted to ask them directly about everything. The old man looked at Hyunbo and asked him if he wanted to become his disciple, and that was the question that knocked the boy out of his tracks. Aristo repeated himself, telling Wonyo to become his disciple, and then told him his real name, Kim Hyunbo. The young man was alarmed that he knew his real name, but it could mean that Aristo was specifically looking for information about him. He only answered that it was not difficult to find this information, but apologized if it was uncomfortable, and then added that Hyunbo could only be considered a confirmation of how much he was interested in him. Hyunbo wondered why his old man chose him, because he was sure that there were definitely more talented candidates. But Aristo's answer was again short and simple, saying that it was because of the boy's talent for magic. With each answer, Hyunbo was only more surprised, and at some points didn't even know how to react or what to say. When the conversation finally returned to him, Hyunbo asked if Aristo was talking about his luck, and the old man confirmed the protagonist's words. Then he decided to ask his guests at the table what this luck meant to them, although it's really hard to define it because luck is a great and terrible force. So, Aristo smiled and said that the guy was most likely just lucky all this time. Henbo did not answer him directly, but in his mind he knew that this old man was telling the truth, period. Thanks to a chance meeting, he managed to meet Chris Kiesel and Kai, and now he's sitting here. And then he remembered what happened to Nidhogg and realized that if things had gone differently, he would have definitely not survived. It was his luck that helped him come here and saved him in desperate situations. Aristo said that this is why he managed to survive, and now Henbo is sitting here with him. The old magician called him a real lucky man, and then asked if Henbo knew how many people have talents related to luck. Aristo didn't wait for an answer, just said that there were about 1,000 of them. The association had tested 3 billion people and found that only 1,000 of them were luck-related, or 1,021 people to be exact. Then while Hyunbo was still shocked, Aristo said that there were only 4 people with A-ranked luck talent, including Hyunbo. He was really surprised by this number, and then the magician added that the other 3 were already associated with certain deities. The A-ranked bad luck was Surya, the sun god in India, and the luck of the same rank was chosen by the god that became a religion for a large number of people, and he became a saint. Valkyrie, the daughter of Odin in Norse mythology, was chosen by the evil eye of the A-rank. But, as the old man said earlier, it's just an offer, not a threat or coercion. If the boy doesn't want to go, he can't refuse, but they can swear on their souls and mana. In any case, if Henbo wants to get someone, he can't force them to talk about it. Aristo really wanted to make him his disciple because of his talent and the boy's personality, and he wanted to create a worthy follower for himself, so he asked Hyunbo to think about it and give him an answer. Then the young man thought about it, because Aristo was the first magician of the magical association. If he became his apprentice, he could receive the best education in the association and incredible support. Henbo sat in his room and sighed heavily, saying that he was sorry, but would have to decline. By becoming a student of such a magician, the main character really gets a lot of advantages. He will have access to all the knowledge of the magic association. He will be able to improve his abilities and learn more about his enemies. But there are reasons for his refusal, and the first of them is that Hyunbo is completely confident in the path he is on. Uranos himself said that Hyunbo's power is only a small part of their power, which means that it is really incredibly powerful. And as Kai said, his brother also recognized and saw their power, tested it on himself, and was able to achieve such power after long training. But he managed to go through the easy way. But Uranos could still describe this power. He called it the power that changes the world, that rules and controls it. So when he heard these words of the Hung Bo, he immediately realized that in order to become stronger, he needed to follow this path. And since he now knows his path for sure, he considers it more necessary and important to stick to it, rather than become a disciple of such a powerful magician. The second reason was also quite simple. He just felt sorry to give all his achievements to the magical association. Therefore, after some time, the protagonist returned to Aristo and told him that he was refusing, although the old man was not surprised. He sighed, saying that he doubted that the young man would agree, but Hyunbo, in turn, only thanked him for his understanding. However, Aristo did not let him go, saying that this was a gift, one of the things he was going to give to the boy if he became his student. Henbo picked up the book, and it turned out that this book of magical necromancy theory was exactly what he needed. The main character was very happy to receive such a gift, because this book could really be a great start for him. Aristo was happy to see that the boy liked it so much. But then he said that they should have lunch together, and then he would let him go. Then their team got together, and they were really looking forward to today's business because last time they had a delicious meal. Later on, the Move Association Championship began, and the rules of the competition were very simple. Depending on the number of participants, both individual and group competitions will be held, and any forceful methods can be used, but it is forbidden to attack the opponent before or after the fight. All participants began to read these rules, but while Hyunbo was flipping through them, he noticed something. Even if someone does not survive the competition, the organizers will not be held responsible. There is also a system of damage absorption, which is a system that takes a certain amount of damage instead of those who should have received it. Therefore, thanks to this system, if you get too much damage, you are automatically eliminated, but you will survive. Henbo is happy after reading all these rules because they could win all the competitions and the team picked up on his enthusiasm. Kai said he would try his best, and Kiesel laughed, saying that he would not cut them any slack if they suddenly crossed paths in the arena. Later, the first individual competition was to begin, and all the participants were asked to gather at the stadium, so Kiesel went out saying that he would go first. Hyunbo only asked him to be careful in the fights not to be alone, because many factors influence the melee. But Kiesel assured me that melee combat is incredibly easy for a mercenary, so I shouldn't worry. Right now, the first round of individual competitions was about to start, and the people in the stands were impressed and were already waiting for the first fights. Kiesel was also incredibly pleased, and he entered the arena saying that he would destroy them all right now and win against everyone. Kessel was called the servant of the apostle of the god of darkness and light. He was a follower of Wonhyo and a top-class paladin. He literally flies, which is not even similar to paladin techniques. The whole team watched what was happening through the screen, although Hyunbo didn't know when Kessel became a paladin. Chris said that he was called that after his master became an apostle, and he was quite popular on the internet and often posted there. Therefore, one could say that Kessel was just obsessed with all this, and that's why he was given this title. After some time, Kessel stood alone among the bodies of other players, some of whom could no longer get up because of numerous injuries, some of whom tried to leave the battlefield. Kessel returned to the room as the winner and the host praised him, but he said it was too easy. The second group was about to start, so the team decided to watch it as well. Some of the participants were also confident that they would be able to kill everyone and attack several at once. It seemed that this guy's name was Hercules, and he was quite confident on the battlefield. At that moment, Chris said that she could see that he had a blessing, although Hyunbo was not sure what it was. But Chris said that the deity's blessing stays with the player even when attacked, and it could even be considered cheating. However, despite all this, Hercules did not manage to pass this round faster than Kessel, although he only laughed, being confident in himself. Time passed quickly and the 9th round of individual competitions was about to begin, so the participants were asked to enter the battlefield again. Hyunbo stood up, saying that it was not his turn, and his students said that they would be waiting for him. Kai added that they would be rooting for the boy, and a little girl said, "Don't get hurt." Then Hyunbo, a very famous necromancer and master of the skeletal dragon, apostle of the god of darkness and light, came out and greeted Wonhyo in the arena. Soon after, all the participants of this round gathered in the arena and the battle was announced as begun. Most of the participants began to attack the enemy, intending to destroy each other at once, but the protagonist stood still for a while. He was waiting for the right moment to use his skill, and used Bone Freeze. The other participants were surprised to realize how strong my opponent was, and even he thought it was very unfair. Despite the fact that it was very difficult for them to run, they tried to do so because Hyunbo was going to use a bone explosion. After a while, an army of skeletons appeared behind him, and he called this spectacle a parade of corpses, saying to destroy his rivals. Behind these skeletons began to appear groups of demons. There were incredibly many of them, and they were very strong. People were really surprised at his strength, because the guy managed to summon an army of the undead from the nadir of thousands of people in an instant. The hosts began to talk about how only one person on this planet can do this, and after a while, Hyunbo was ready for battle. Despite the fact that people realized that it would be almost impossible to win, they were going to try because they would still be alive, and they thought that the guy had spent too much energy so he would not be able to hold out for long. But the outcome was obvious. It was a clear outcome with a similar army. There was also an additional round that consisted of 30 individual competitions that took place throughout the day. After 6 hours, all these competitions became open to the public, and every corner of the world began to watch the video from the arena. Of course, it was good that their videos were over, but now the enemy can learn more about their crapping techniques. Hyunbok asked Chris what they thought the enemies would do, but she said they had to wait and find out. Melee and ranged combat are independent of each other, and their ranged style is also in danger, but they can't do anything about it now. At that moment, a girl entered their room. It was Gloria, and she smilingly sat down at the table, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The others didn't even know what to say. They remembered who she was and what happened the last time they met her, but they couldn't say anything. The girl's appearance had changed a bit, but they would never be able to forget it in their lives. Hyunbo clearly remembered who this girl was, but to some extent, she was surprised that the young man remembered her. At the same time, Lord Changok lost the battle and was very angry with him that he had been treated like that in the arena. However, for his opponent, it was just a challenge, and he said that Changok could try to take revenge on him right here and now, while he had time. But then someone added that the Lord need not worry, and he would help him get revenge and glory. It was Hyunbo, and he appeared on the screen addressing the Lord while with his army. Then Yanga was very happy, saying that he was glad that he finally managed to find this man. Meanwhile, Gloria was sitting at the table with them, but she was still silent and there was complete silence between them. The girl looked at Iris saying that she was unusual, but she looked like a bag of blood and had the same skills. However, Henbo didn't understand what kind of blood bag she was referring to, so he asked about it. Gloria was referring to the vampire emperor. For some reason she didn't like him, and said that she had once visited his dungeon. Then the girl said or realized that it was most likely his child, and Kai, who could no longer stand it, stood up saying that he would destroy her, but Hyunbo calmed his subordinate down, telling him to calm down and sit back down. He asked Kai to trust him and said that everything would be fine, and that if anything happened, he would solve it himself. Kai didn't want to go against his master, so he just sat back down, saying that he understood everything and really trusted Hyunbo. At the same time, the boy decided to ask Gloria what she was doing here and why she came to them. The girl said that she was too bored and missed him because she still considered Hyunbo special to her. Then she honestly said that she thought after their meeting that the young man would not survive in a few days or weeks, but he managed to grow up well. Gloria told him to keep growing and that maybe one day he would be on the same level as her, as an enemy of course. The girl sighed, saying that she had few worthy rivals because she was too strong for them. And being strong is not so easy because there are no good opponents, no room to grow, and even though Hyunbo said she was too confident, Gloria said she was special. He still wondered how she managed to get out, because usually dungeon masters of the highest level cannot leave their homes. But Gloria said that it was incredibly easy to do, and showed him. The protagonist saw the golem in its true form. She could not leave, but in the form of some other creature, no problem. By now, Hyunbo had already realized that there was no point in fighting it now, because in any case, the fight would only be a waste of time and energy for him. Soon, a waitress came up to them and greeted them and asked if she could help them order. Gloria looked at the menu and ran her finger over everything saying she would have it all. And the waitress was surprised to ask if she really wanted each item, but Gloria told her not to ask her twice. She really liked how different and interesting the food was in this world, so she wanted to try as much as possible. But as she continued to eat, she said that Hyunbo would pay for the food because she could not do it in this body. And to make it more fair, she said she would tell him why something important would be given in return. Gloria continued to eat, saying that not only she got out, but also Chloe, with whom the guy had met earlier, got out. The demoness also said that Chloe was very angry with Hyunbo after what happened between them last time, so the young man thanked her and said he would remember. Eventually, Gloria stood up and said that she would be watching the championship fights and told him not to disappoint her. Hyunbo sighed, and Kai said to Iris that they were going to the aquarium later, but a little later. After a while, the boy decided to go to Arresto's office to tell him something important. They told the old man that Gloria had gotten out and was their new enemy. She was the demon dragon of disaster, and Hyunbo said that they had already met her before, and now they met again today. Arresto understood everything and told the young man to wait a bit, and he began to watch her with his magic ball. Later on, Gloria's face appeared on the ball, but Hyunbo also added that she was not in her body, but in the body of a golem in order to go outside. It was frightening to see how easily this girl crossed the boundaries, so he realized that this was an unusual enemy. Those small pieces of skin and blood, collected when entering and leaving Atlantis, are used as things to observe people, but they were unable to sense how this girl got inside, which is difficult considering how many guards are there. Then the old magician asked if the young man could tell him anything else about this girl, or if that was all he knew about her. Henbo told him that according to her, she was not the only one who had entered this championship, and Arresto was surprised and confused by these words. The guy exhaled, saying that in fact they had two enemies here at once, so there was no luck, and then jokingly said that he seemed to have a talent for such difficult things. The old man said that he needed a little more information about them in order to prepare a guard, so Hyunbo sent Chris to prepare for the battle, and said that he would be back soon. Later, she went out to fight with an Indian warrior without divine protection and strength named Mutra. He was quite good with his weapon, but Chris was not afraid of it at all and stood confidently in place. Mutra's attacks were quite unexpected during the conversation, and she added that warriors don't do that. Nevertheless, she began to attack back and easily hit her target. Kaisel said that he liked that Mutra was going to fight to the end, and Henbo added that he was the same style as Kezel. Then he asked his master if he could have fun with him, and Hyunbo said yes, saying that Kezel could do whatever he wanted, but he shouldn't forget that he came first. Kaisel quickly got to the door and said that Hyunbo and the whole team always came first, and Kai got up at the same time, saying that he was going for a walk with Iris. But as soon as he got up, someone abruptly informed the owners that they had a big trouble. Of course, there was no way they could go for a walk, so they got up and went to get Keslam. They quickly came to Keslam, who was standing next to Mutra, as if everything was supposed to be. Hyunbo asked him what had happened, but Kezel himself looked quite nervous and did not understand what the COVID was. He began to tell them that he was just walking towards this warrior, but Mutra was attacked by two mages standing nearby. Hyunbo doubted at first and wanted to know if his ward was telling the truth, but Kezel immediately handed him a proof that he was. The master now realized that Kezel was indeed telling the truth, but he still did not understand why the magicians would attack him. But after that, the same two magicians who had attacked the soldiers began to walk toward them, and Kezel immediately pointed his finger at them, saying that they had attacked Mutra. Later, they went to the office, and each new news surprised the protagonist more and more. It turned out that they were accused of having destroyed the magicians belonging to the association. Ariosto himself did not understand what was happening, but then he entered the room, saying that he had acted as a guarantor and won the guy some time. However, the situation was really as horrible as possible, and he did not even know how to proceed and how to get them out of this situation. The man said that two bodies of mages from the Association of Mages whom the team had met on their way were found. Kezel had already realized that they were the mages who had attacked Mutra and tried to attack him. Ariosto sighed heavily, saying that this was exactly the problem, because these people were the former Lord's students. That is, they are considered to be quite talented hunters, whose association is not so easy to destroy. Mutra finally came to his senses and began to express his dissatisfaction, saying that he was really attacked. Ariosto believed him, and he verified it through his memories. But the problem is that he cannot call their souls to make the victims tell the truth. Then the man asked if a necromancer of such a high level could do something about it. But Hyunbo said he wasn't going to, because it would be unprofitable to destroy their souls after what had happened, especially to do it in such a convoluted way. Ariosto sighed, saying that he really understood that the boy shouldn't have done that, but the association had to find the person who did it, so they would be looking into all options. But the guys still hadn't been arrested on this charge, and it was all thanks to Ariosto, so the young man stood up. Hyunbo was about to thank him, but the old man interrupted him, asking what had happened. The young man didn't understand what was happening to him, but then he realized that the contractor's soul could have been dragged here by force. Hyunbo looked quite confused, but asked if the old man could help him catch the real culprit. Including the members of the association, Changak now had great dolls, and he had very little left to take revenge. He said that the necromancer had to wait just a little longer, and he would tear his reputation apart, and take his soul and make him suffer for eternity. Meanwhile, Aristo decided to go in and talk to him about what had happened, but he noticed how surprised and confused Changak was. The man also noticed how terribly he looked, so he said that he could imagine how difficult it was for him. After that, he said that a young man gave him advice that a body that lives long in a world with little mana cannot adapt to a new environment. And when he learned the news about his students, he finally realized that the man was right. If he had realized this truth a little earlier, he could have saved them, period. Changak apologized for his tears, but Aristo said he understood, but he shouldn't give up now because his other students still needed him. And then the man said that he had two pieces of news, and he started with the bad news that it was officially decided that Wonyo was not a criminal. And the second good news is that they have one clue that will be able to test the criminal. Because of this, Yang Hak received a lot of criticism from his deity, because no clue or evidence should have been left. Aristo then invited him to go with him and figure out what was going on. Changak could not refuse, so he followed the old magician where he was leading him. It seemed to him that this road led to the very heart of Atlantis, and this place has a very strong energy. No matter how many prizes he tried to get into this place all the time, it did not give any results. Ariosto took him further, saying that this is the first time he has seen this place, but these things are a magic stone. It was left by their ancestors from the Association of Magicians many years ago. This magic stone could absorb various powers and process them into mana, releasing them at regular intervals to increase the concentration of mana in the entire city, and in their time, this place is the heart of Atlantis. Changak's eyes lit up when he saw the stone, and realized what he could do with it, but Aristo called him to follow him, saying that everyone was waiting. He led him to the others, and on the floor were two bodies of his former students. Aristo came forward, deciding to first thank all the people who had come here and were not indifferent to this situation. As they already knew, someone would penetrate the territory of Atlantis, and they were sure that it was the followers of their enemy. They were able to guess everything, but Changak didn't care about it anymore, because he was only thinking about his stone that he had just seen. Then Aristo introduced the former Lord Changak, and added that he would act as an interested party in the case. Luckily, they were able to find out that the students' souls had been sealed, or that the perpetrator had made them part of himself. Although he continued to think about the stone, Yang Hak was confused by what he heard, because he did not think they would be able to find out. To test this hypothesis, they also prepared this magic circle, and it can only summon souls. Their task would be to protect them, so Aristo said that the necromancer Wonhyo would do it. At this point, Yanggak began to realize that his plan was getting out of hand because no one was sure that Won-hyo and his men were guilty of the crime. Also, there was a strong energy coming from him, and they gathered here to summon souls, and there were a lot of people here. But then the man thought that this would play into his hands, and he would be able to make Won-hyo's soul his own right now. Then everyone prepared themselves to communicate with the souls and protect them, and Aristo said that they could begin the ritual. Won-hyo stepped forward to the magic circle, saying that they would also begin to fulfill their part of the plan. Jang-hak thought they were idiots for believing him when he was just pretending to be a victim to get what he wanted. Meanwhile, that girl was watching everything carefully, saying that Won-hyo's soul would soon be hers and would become just a toy in her hand. However, Hyunbo continued to keep the necessary distance, so the girl noticed that it was very clever. But despite this, she said that she would also make her own move in order not to waste time and opportunities. And it was at this moment that the people around them began to feel something strange around them, but did not understand what was happening. Hyunbo stood still, but he saw only one thing: the desert with nothing but mountains of launch. And then again, he had to meet her, who started laughing happily, saying that he had finally fallen into her trap. She said that this was her spiritual world, and the guy would definitely not be able to defeat her in a place where everything was in her favor. But Hyunbo calmly stood there, saying that he had one question, and he asked her name and looked at her. So she agreed to tell him and called herself Angie. She was the ruler of the dolls, the commander without subordinates, and the queen of a country without people. And she also called herself the future mistress of his soul. Then the guy said that he didn't know if she would become his mistress, but he told her that she had to remember something. He wasn't going to give up and submit to her. He was going to fight to the last as long as he had the chance. The very next moment, a war broke out between his army of demons and evil spirits and the dolls with Angie's alien souls. These souls began to shout that they would destroy all the opponents and did not allow them to break through. Hyunbo said that his troops use only force, but they use the very soul that Angie controls, and that was their difference. He also said that when the battle is over, you will start with her, and then promised to free all the souls she imprinted in these dolls. The boy managed to recruit many of her army and told them to fight for him, and of course, they couldn't disobey him. Hyunbo's last words before their battle were, however, that they must fight for themselves and for their comrades, and so the army rushed forward. Angie was incredibly angry to see how easily Hyunbo took her toys and lured them to his side, but the boy only replied that in the mental world, power plays an incredibly important role. If you lose control for just a second, you may not survive. If he manages to take the souls that Angie absorbed, then something might come of it. Despite the fact that this is her territory, Hyunbo might have a chance to win, because then the army will belong to him. Angie sighed after a while, realizing that her enemy would win in this case, and rule that she would end it. Immediately after her words, a giant pile of sand appeared from the ground, and then absolutely all the monsters stopped in their tracks, not knowing what to expect. In front of them, this giant pile of sand turned into a huge sand knight, and he was the only monster left that was on Anjit's side. She began to control him, saying that this was the end for the necromancer, and for his entire army that he had been building up over the years. Hyunbo himself reacted quite calmly, and said that it was really time for them to end it all. After he said that, there was only a strong explosion of sand, and the army continued to stand still, as if waiting for his next orders. Angie still could not understand what was happening on her territory, and she angrily asked what he was doing to her subordinates. Hyunbo only replied that during a battle, the momentary world opens up to the one who takes the initiative, and finally this initiative passed into his hand. Therefore, he allowed his entire army to go to his world and ordered them to move forward. A surprise Kessel appeared behind the boy, but the master replied that everything was going according to their plan. Changak was also in front of them, and two of his students who had recently said goodbye to their lives were also standing nearby, not realizing what was happening because they remembered the end of their lives. Hyunbo then explained that their souls had also been taken away by Anjit, and because he was able to take the initiative, he brought them back. The girl was incredibly angry because of what happened. She was already out of her mind, saying that he had no right to do that. But the main character said that he only returned the souls of those people whose lives she took. He became a bait and lured her here, and then used her between herself and Changak's students. And in the end, this plan worked. Kai also managed to penetrate her soul and attacked Angie, ritualizing those she had absorbed. Only Kai, who was a legionnaire, could do something like that. He came forward, and then the master asked him how many souls he had managed to take from Angie. Kai only said that so far, only up to 10%, but there were already about 300 million of them. Hearing all this, Angie only got angrier and angrier, repeating the same thing all the time, that they had no right to do this. Meanwhile, Araisto had also arrived at the site. Hyunbo was next to him, and the man noticed how tired he was, and Araisto then added that the enemy was incredibly angry at everything that was happening. Angie tried to penetrate the other world into their real dimension, and now she was doing well. Then the man said that it was time for them to start, but Hyunbo stopped him at the last moment, saying that he thought they would not need it. After that, they saw Gloria, and she greeted Angie, who was furious to see another of her enemies here because she had betrayed her. But Gloria said that it could not be called a betrayal because it was Hyunbo who sent her here. No matter how angry she was, Angie had to restrain her powers, but she was still an insect in front of Gloria. She left with the words that Angie should remember what she experienced today and let it be a lesson for her to learn patience. Today's victory was for the humans, but Gloria said that they should not forget about their strength. If they become even better, they will lose. Hyunbo realized that it was over for now, but he still felt uneasy, as if this case was not over yet. And he clearly felt how strong his enemies could be, but he noticed that they had not yet competed at full strength. Later on, the enemy was officially reported to have infiltrated Atlantis. But the enemies were defeated, and all those who stood by Angie's side must be brought to justice. And in the end, the operation ended well, and all the souls captured by the girl returned to their bodies. However, because they were considered suspects, they had to leave the finals and could not participate in the group competition. Kiesel was disappointed because he knew that they would have won if they hadn't participated and not been sitting here. The host said that they could at least participate in the strength competition, but Chris added that she was not sure if they would be able to enter such a competition. Usually there is a limit of 500 people, and there were only 5 of them, but they still had the Legionnaire Kai, who could be worth several thousand souls, and Kezel, who was also very powerful. Hyunbo was thinking at this point, saying that he didn't want to include Iris, but now he was wondering if he should. The girl claimed that she was an unusual child and was annoyed that she was being protected so much and even threatened, saying that if they didn't continue in the same way, she would just run away. So Hyunbo thought that if they were scouts and not soldiers, everything might end well. Chris said that they were not weak, but they should not ignore the power of the majority, which is why she insisted on more participants. But Hyunbo sighed, saying that if victory was his main goal, he would do it. Kiesel was surprised to hear this because he had thought all along that they were competing to win. But now it became clear that the host wanted to test his limit in this match. After all, they are guaranteed safety here, so this is a great chance to test their limits. Chris thought about it and said that she liked this option, but she wanted to prepare for it properly, so she left. Kai and Kiesel also said that they were going to prepare because they couldn't just have fun, and then Iris added that she was going to prepare for this competition as well. After a while, the boy was alone in the room, and silence reigned. Eventually, he decided to go to the meeting, and was noticed by Yong, who said that Hyunbo was meditating too much, and then added that he had already had a few drinks while waiting for the boy. In fact, the young man was surprised to see him, as if he did not expect to see the former director of Krappa. Then I started talking about the Magicians Association and how impressive it was because there was an incredible amount of different alcohol. Hyunbo sighed, saying that Yeon had come in later than he thought, but the man apologized, saying that he was busy. Then the protagonist asked if he had prepared the contract, and Yeon told him that everything was ready. He had created it himself, but despite this nuance, he would not be able to break this law and contract himself. The rules were simple. If the guy destroys the organizations, he will show him a better option for the future. And these organizations were Asgard Agronaut, Onum Rio, and Murim. However, Hyunbo didn't understand why the Heavenly Demon Clan was taken away. But Yeon said that there were no players he needed there because the class system was too hard and they would spend too much time to solve everything there. Hyunbo knew that this clan could be very difficult, so he was glad that he would only have to destroy the others who were weaker. The mission will be completed on the last day of this year, and then the guy will go back to his base. Later on, the Association of Mages announced another news to the whole world. Now the word battle is a match of 5 teams instead of 3, and all teams had to compete without preliminary matches. After some time, people gathered in the stands and had to congratulate the teams that would participate in the power battle. The first to enter the ring was the Dragon Association from Murim, and they were greeted with applause from the stand. Asgard was from Northern Europe, and they were the next team to enter the arena. Then came the country of samurai, the country of ninjas, and Onmyoji. They were a great country of the east, so the Onum Rio team from Japan entered the arena. Next came those who inherited the names of the heroes of Greek mythology, the Agronauts. But after a while, someone else approached one of the team members and started shouting at him, trying to draw his attention. But later, everything quieted down, because the only team that came out for the match was a 5-person team, which included a necromancer, the lord of his evil, Wanhyo. Behind him was also a dragon, and although they were the only team with so few people, they looked very confident. People were happy to see them here, because they thought it would be interesting to see the dragon during the battle. The whole association was waiting for this competition, so they prepared a special arena for it. But then Henbo's team entered the arena, and he was about to say something. At first he just thanked them for their time, and then he said he had one thing to say. He turned to the 4 groups he was going to compete with today, and added that he had one piece of advice for them. Hyunbo said that they should all join forces because otherwise they would not be able to win. He agreed to give them a head start for the first 30 minutes of the battle. But the participants did not understand what this guy was up to. The hero was confident in his victory, and now the others were even more curious about what he would show. That is why it was decided to start the battle as soon as possible to see what would happen. As soon as it was announced, the space where they were to fight began to expand. Now it was not just an arena, but a giant place where the battle was to take place. Aristo said that there was no time limit and they would fight until one team won. That's why the teams moved forward to start the tournament. They all communicated with each other to keep an eye on the enemies, and it was reported that the target was moving in their direction. That is why Onom Ryo's team prepared for the enemy attack. The captain was confident that the group would be able to defeat him as soon as he was in their territory, but they were overconfident, so at first they only heard advice in their favor. They were told that it was better to find the enemy and find out his capabilities to have a chance, but apparently it was too late because Hyunbo's army had already begun to move rapidly in their direction. He could have summoned more than 5,000 evil spirits, and among them could have been not only this evil spirits. Seeing this, the team really began to worry because they had not expected something like this. They were the first group to compete with him, so Hyunbo said that if they could last 10 minutes, he would give them a second chance. The team began to realize that they were trapped because Hyunbo only continued to summon more evil spirits to him. In addition, he still had strong subordinates who were too difficult to get to. Then the guy decided to show them the timer, and the young man apologized, saying that the team had even lasted 15 minutes. Then Hyunbo just took a step forward, adding that they were really good. But then he added that, as he promised, they would continue this battle as a second chance for Onom Ryo. They didn't know what was going on, but Hyunbo explained that he would allow them to heal their wounds and recover. He added that it was a great battle, and they would see each other later, but the next round would be tough. Then Onom Ryo just watched as this guy and the team moved away from them across the sky. It was at this point that the captain could not stand it and turned to his assistant Suzuki. He ordered them to immediately start a new search, because now their target was any other team. After a while, they found Isengard, and Magni, who was the leader, was surprised to hear that they wanted to unite. Alexander, who was the leader of the Argonauts, was serious about it, although it was strange that someone was afraid of a team of 5. Magni did not want to join forces, so he just said that Alexander had disappeared from his sight. He added that he would have loved to destroy him, but he couldn't destroy someone who was in the form of a lion, so he considered Alexander lucky. Then they went back to prepare for the battle, but then they heard a voice. It was Kezel, who noticed that the alliance had failed and offered to help, asking his master if he could figure it out. Magni was surprised by what he saw, but now he also began to realize that it was serious. Then Kezel stepped forward and Magni asked if he was going to bring anyone else to fight. But at that moment, an ivy appeared out of nowhere and tied Kezel up and lifted him into the air. Magni then said that they didn't care about the fight and that Kezel should just be destroyed and sent to the ground. But he was already on the ground saying that the roots were too weak and Magni was too safe. It was hard to combine the two tactics at once, but it was no longer just a joke. Then, while the others were still in the dark, Kezel used a 3-body transformation and split. After that, he and his clones rushed the team, intending to have some fun with them. After a while, everything started to burn, and the Isengard people were unable to get up after numerous blows. Alexander was nearby, and that's when Magni turned to him again, frustrated. Magni asked if the boy's offer was still valid, and Alexander said without hesitation that it was. That is why they decided to unite, so Isengard and Argonauts were now one group. Only some time later, they came across a skeleton standing in the middle of a field and stopped. There was an announcement that if they moved beyond the sign, they would become enemies, but if they could find it, it would give them a gift. Magni was very angry because of what he saw, so he thought that as soon as he saw Wanhyo and his group, he would immediately destroy them. Then an assistant came up to the group and turned to Atlanta, about to say something. He said that there were a lot of mechanical and magical mines here, so they needed to open the way. So they began to ask Poseidon for help to get Hera's blessing and summon Agra. After a while, a giant ship called Agro appeared in front of them. Even though they were in the desert, the team decided to travel in this way and got on board. They moved forward as fast as possible, intending to defeat their enemy in this way. Then the ship rose into the air, and the skeletons below noticed something approaching. They were ready to defend themselves, so they immediately took up their weapons and started shooting. Then these people fell exhausted to the ground, realizing that they had most likely been transported through the damaged system. They just couldn't do anything and just dropped out. But then they noticed the same legendary giants, so they decided that they would be the heroes who would overcome them. But when the team rushed forward, it turned out that it was not so easy. There were still 900 people left, and less than half of the original 2,000. Hyunbo said that he was already getting tired, but that it would only end with their victory. Therefore, he announced a special rule. They would have to knock him out, and then they would retreat and end the battle. Hyunbo spoke about it in all seriousness, and then began to work his magic on the sand. Then the team decided to act, and the leader turned to Charon, saying that now it was his turn. He was going to destroy them all, so he rushed forward with his weapon in hand. But then Kezel re-entered the fray, saying that he wanted to have fun, and that he couldn't let the others forget about him. Kaisel added that they would not be able to defeat them anyway because they had already tried and failed. But now the united teams rushed together, saying that this time it would be completely different. Chris added that the host allowed them to do this, but in reality, it was complete chaos. Despite this, all the players started attacking her, hoping to destroy Chris. But they couldn't hit her once. Instead, she used lightning magic. They realized too late that they needed to move differently, but now they could do nothing. Very suddenly, hands began to appear from the ground, grabbing their legs and pulling them down. Then Iris appeared next to them and looked at them with satisfaction. After that, Atlanta decided to rush into battle and start shooting at her enemies. After that, Chris said that she heard a man's voice from the sky, but it was transparent and there was only one man. Perseus was standing next to her, and it seemed that they were serious about fighting. Chris said that he used to have a sword that Perseus used to take the life of a Gorgon. Then Perseus looked more confident, saying that after that she should realize that he would not be so easy. Meanwhile, Hyunbo took to the air, because he wasn't going to just stand by. He turned to the player and said that he was a good man for reaching him, and that was worthy of praise. Then they summoned one of the Infernos named Karen, hoping for his power to help in the battle. Behind the man stood a Cerberus with 3 heads who was angry because he had dared to summon him. But he said that the opponent was a creature who considered himself an apostle of the god of darkness and light. So he called, and the Cerberus said that it was the right decision. But suddenly he noticed an ice trap, and Hyunbo's voice said that he would not be able to get out of there until the end of the battle. The young man sighed, saying that it was time for them to end it. He decided to use fear of the end and magic to make the object afraid of losing his life. But before that, Hyunbo said that they shouldn't be afraid, because he was convinced that they would survive. There were 3 minutes left in the spell, and Hyunbo added that he would be unarmed during it, so they had to knock him out if they wanted to win. Then everyone started to say that they would do it themselves, confident that they could easily destroy their target without weapon. Then they decided to use their skills and splits. Immediately, their ship sped downward directly toward Hyunbo, who was standing on the ground below. Hyunbo noticed all this, saying that he was giving them one last opportunity and his warning. He added that they could not believe the words of their enemy, because he did not need to tell them the truth, and it was not something they could rely on. Then the voice of Aristo was heard saying that there was no point in continuing the battle, and it was time to end it. Then he announced that the battle was over, and that Wonho and his team were the winners. Of course, it was a shock for people because this team consisted of only 5 people, and you had to be very strong to defeat them all. After the battle was over, when everyone left the arena, it was announced that the Holy See won the team battle. This was also the case for the bards and poets of Asgard, who did not participate in that competition and only watched. So did the secondary members of the Holy See team, who supplied their main teammates with buffs. But if they had also participated in this power battle, Hyunbo would not have been so confident in his victory. But the championship gave him a very important experience, and the Mage Association announced that they would distribute items depending on the level of the players. Later, they entered the workshop where the tools were made, and Wenian asked what tool Hengbo wanted. The young man said that if he needed something, he would make it himself, and Venian realized that he just came for the ingredients. The man held out a bag, saying that he had used subspace magic to create it. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems with the item. But Henbo was more concerned about the fact that Vinian knew his name. After that, The master said that he could tell them everything, but they should go outside for this conversation. Eventually, they sat down at a table with coffee and cake, and Venian asked if the man knew what dragon veins were. By his answer, the man could understand that he did not understand what he was talking about. Then Venian explained that in the West, dragon's veins are called a shrine or a sacred place, and Stonehenge is one of them. They were priceless, so he wondered how Hyunbo would use them if he found them. The protagonist replied that he would use them as an object to store mana, and it turned out to be even easier than Venian thought, he admitted. Then Henbo got up saying that next time he would prepare and offer something more interesting and left. He was annoyed that this old man was trying to take away and extract information from him in this way. He also had a feeling that someone was always listening in on them, so Henbo was sure that Wenian was up to something. So he wanted to check if the materials were also magical, and they decided to do it. Later, Chris said that access to this place was allowed, and they could not go further to be followed. Then Venian started to get very angry because he noticed that the signal was gone from the screen and he could not hear or see anything else. The championship eventually ended successfully, so they all returned to the office at the base. They had finished most of the important work, and Hyunbo said that they could relax a bit. But Kiesel was just sitting there, staring at the same spot. So the boss realized that something was wrong. Then Kezel explained that the more he looked at it, the worse his seniority got, and he looked angry and disappointed. It turned out that he was watching a video of the clearing of the second C-class dungeon, and it was strange that someone had time to film it. Hyunbo agreed because this dungeon looked easier than the one they had cleared. But he and Kai had already resolved those issues and let go of their grudges, so only Chris was left. So she added that she was just an ordinary wizard from the people, and Kiesel asked if she had any resentment or anything like that. Chris replied that if she had, she would not have been able to reach a high position in her life. Then Kiesel asked her why she decided to do this in the first place, why she set a goal to reach such heights. But it turned out that Chris didn't remember anything at all, and she couldn't say or give an answer. However, she added that there could have been a very serious and good reason for this, and she is sure of it. Now she also had a purpose, so Kiesel suggested that she should understand why she needed it. But then Kai said with the help of telepathy that they had a new important thing to do. He added that those who remained sent one person here. The remnant was a union of all the races that were a minority, but Hyunbo did not understand why they chose him. Then he thought that it might be because of Iris. Kai also confirmed that he thought the same thing, and the person they sent said that she was an aristocrat. Kessel only heard about it and thought that if she was an aristocrat, she must be a vampire, because they are not human, but like to play monarchs. Chris then also added that she thought it was a vampire and that Iris was their target, so now she needed to be protected. Hyunbo called her to him, saying that she should remember that the choice will always be hers, and whatever she chooses, they will always be on her side, no matter what. Iris clearly stated that she would like to meet other vampires and she will not give up on this idea. The third place finishers were also a faction of vampires, and that's what they were often called. But the Forsaken were created by the dragon. He was their creator. It was said that the ancient dragon created them by gathering all the Forsaken races, and now he is still sleeping. But out of those three factions, it was the aristocrats who came to them. They were a faction of ancient blood, but Henbo agreed to meet with them, and a short time later, they entered his home. Hyunbo greeted them by telling them his name, and that he was Iris's guardian and godfather. But the man was more serious, saying that he was sorry for keeping his guests waiting so long. Hyunbo replied that they were not particularly expected guests, so he would not have even come in if it was not for Iris, and then the man asked where the girl was. Then the young man called for her, and a short time later, Iris came out to them, surprising them. This reaction even scared and embarrassed her a little bit, so she came closer to Hyunbo and grabbed his clothes, and then the man apologized, saying that they were just happy to see her. Hyunbo suggested that they get to the point and asked why they were meeting with Iris. The man replied that they needed to get her blood, and hearing this, the girl was even more frightened. It seemed that he did not know how to express his needs properly. Therefore, the man immediately apologized, saying that they only needed part of her blood, and that their real goal was survival. He was the only one of the ancient blood faction to be able to awaken, and they are in a terrible state due to the decrease in mana throughout the earth. The concentration of mana in their blood has started to drop a lot lately, so their gene has also started to get much weaker. And Galleon found out that they could regain their power if they got the blood of another ancient vampire, which is why they came here. Kai was very angry that these people had come here to make Iris sacrifice herself for them, period. Kessel, in turn, along with Chris, were already prepared to fight, saying that in this case it would be easier for them to just disappear, and for her, it was a great chance to get materials for experiments. But Iris stopped the three of them, saying that they had to wait because these people had just come up with their own way of solving the problem. So the girl said that they first listened to their conditions and desires and then decided what to do next. Galleon added that there is another way, namely that they sacrifice themselves and not Iris, as it was said in the first case. The man said that they could absorb him, and then he would simply become part of Iris's blood, thus also saving their gene. Then Hyunbo looked at the girl and asked if she could do something like that at her age. Iris could. But it was clear that creating a blood relative in this way was too difficult, especially when the chosen one was very strong, so she suggested absorbing a weaker vampire than him. But Galleon burst into tears, saying that they didn't have time, and if it wasn't the blood of a better vampire, they could disappear right now, so he begged them to do it. But Kai stood up for Iris again, saying that she shouldn't sacrifice herself for someone else, but the girl said that she wasn't. She might just become different by receiving his memories and experiences, but in return, she would just fall asleep during this process. Kai continued to say that it would be too hard for her, because Iris slept for a very long time without it. But then they were interrupted by Hyunbo, who turned to the girl and said that she should make the choice she thought was right on her own. Although the boy already realized that she had already decided everything, he just decided to make sure that it was true. Iris just thanked him for this freedom and then apologized to Kai, because it was obvious how much he was worried. However, a short time later, the girl approached Galleon and bit him on the neck to absorb his blood. Iris then ordered her first blood relative to find everyone else, and that she ordered them to listen to Hyunbo until she was here. At that moment, the young man asked if they were going to go and rescue the others, because it seemed like they were going to stay here. But one of the vampires said that this was not the only order from their new leader. It means that he is completely changed, because when the blood exchange takes place, you can become a completely different person. And then Galleon added that Hyunbo doesn't need to speak so formally. Hyunbo exhaled, saying that he would do so, and his first order was to find all his blood relatives and become the head of the aristocrats. Galleon only thanked him by bowing, for this order was indeed very merciful. After he left, Kessel went to his master and asked if it was a good idea to send him there alone. Henbo asked him how strong he thought the Galleon was, and Kessel said that the Hirota of the Association of Magicians were quite unequal. And as for Iris, they would no longer be able to call her little after this, so they were sure she would become an incredibly strong lady. Henbo said that her awakening would start just in time for the operation to rebuild Africa, but the guy still had some plans. They had a new job, namely a request from Grey Market that a new sea-level dungeon had appeared. Forces all over the world were set in motion to complete dungeons of this rank, and at the same time, excluding 6 dungeons in Africa, the rest began to be completed. Hang Bo also started to go along with the Golden Black Hole Guild, and later left saying that it was all too weak. Richard agreed with him, and added that I thought that this level of dungeon would be a little harder, but now this place did not resemble Rank C at all. Thus, absolutely all dungeons in 4 months, except for those in Africa, were completed, and then Henbo had another meeting and arrived at it. This man apologized, saying that he came very unexpectedly, but it was really important. He had just heard that the necromancer doesn't like to waste time, so he got to the point, saying that SNU wants to cooperate with it. For some reason, the main character was very surprised by the words about such cooperation, and for some time, he thought about whether he needed it. This man said that there are many factions in this organization, but theirs is engaged in body replacement through artificial genetic manipulation. That's why they decided that genetic and surgical modifications were not enough, so they wanted to ask him for help because a necromancer can artificially influence souls. Then he held out documents about unsuccessful cases of genetic manipulation and modification, and they encountered various results, such as vegetative state, loss of consciousness, paralysis, and so on. Hyunbo was interested, but he realized that if he became a part of this project, the general opinion about it could become his weak point. So, the guy apologized to him and said that he would have to refuse, although the representative of the organization was sorry to hear that. Therefore, Hyunbo said that he could help them to restore the injured patients. The man smiled again, thanking him and adding that it would be more than enough. The protagonist realized that in this way, he could maintain good relations with this organization and not become an enemy for other forces, so it was the only right way. Subsequently, an operation to restore Africa began. The reason why this operation was called that, and not a dungeon clearance, was that Africa was not controlled by people. In order to regain control of the continent, it was necessary to pass through the Atlantis dungeon. The base of the operation also gradually began to move through African waters. On the 4th day after completing the conquest of the C-rank dungeon, a real war began to restore the mainland. From there, monsters began to move out, and only as the groups approached closer to the shores did they become more and more numerous. Hyunbo was one of those who arrived there, and he immediately began to use his spells to facilitate the advance. Then he began to call the dead creatures who wanted to get their lives back, and eventually they appeared. There were many demons and skeletons, and Hyunbo was sure that this was just the beginning of a war that would be very difficult for them. After some time, they were able to reach the shore of Africa and immediately set up a fairly large camp for the players who agreed to participate. Of course, the forces of the Allies vary greatly for such operations, and Hyunbo already realized that Commander Kang Hyun would definitely have a hard time here. Then Hyunbo apologized to Iris for calling her here, because she had just woken up, but she assured him that she was fine. He only stopped himself at the last moment because he automatically wanted to pat her on the head, as he had done when she was little. Hyunbo thought that Iris was using the baiting abilities of vampires, but then added that she was careful about it because it could cause problems. After a while, she found herself among the monsters and was there when they tried to attack Iris and began to use their magic. The vampires were also there, and they watched her, saying that their leader was really beautiful and incredibly powerful, so they didn't regret having her as their leader. They were going to move on for her sake. It was their first banquet, so the food had to be chosen very carefully. After a while, a group of giants also arrived on the shore and walked across the water and easily found their way to the right place. Hyunbo asked why they were already here, so they were going to use them at the entrance to the dungeon, but the commander said that they had received reports that other allies had been attacked by monsters at night. That's why they had to use the giant squad earlier than they originally thought. Kang Hyun asked the boy if he did anything to stop them from attacking them, but Hyunbo said it was all thanks to the Masters of the Night. The commander realized that he was talking about the Forsaken, and with a short answer, the necromancer confirmed his thoughts. Kang just sighed, saying that they were on their side now, even though the night was limiting them. Then the dragon began to talk to the boy, and it was strange because Nidhogg is mostly silent and does not start a conversation just like that. But the dragon asked the boy to let him fight because he wanted to test his strength on a place called Earth. And then Nidhogg added that he was very confused by another fact. He told Hyunbo that he had 4 hours and allowed him to use absolutely everything the dragon would see fit. And then Nidhogg thanked him, saying that he would be back soon. The young man realized that sooner or later it would be his turn, so he decided to let him go, believing that such a test would benefit the dragon. Immediately after that, the dragon quickly flew upward, catching up with all the others who were already there. He did not wait any longer and immediately began to use his magic to destroy the unwanted enemies and show them all his power. The dragon was very angry and thought that they should disappear, ordering them to leave right now. He realized that there was definitely something that irritated him so much, and knew that there was definitely another dragon on this continent, and that was what hurt him so much. He tried to find his target as quickly as possible, believing that his enemy would surely soon wait for his end. In the end, he did not have to fly for a very long time, and soon Nidhogg returned to his master, saying that he was on this continent. Hyunbo noticed how angry and confused the dragon was, but he did not understand what he was talking about. Nidhogg then began to answer that there was a living dragon here, and moreover, he was now their enemy. Hearing these words, Hyunbo went to the commander and told him about it, and they began to discuss again that this problem now looks very serious. So far, this is not accurate information, because the dragon said that he relied only on his feelings, and he has no proof that this is true. But you can't just turn a blind eye to his intuition and premonitions, and Hyunbo should have realized that because he appears to be its master. In addition, others understood that a dragon can feel another who is no longer alive. From the words of these people, the boy concluded that they all believed in Nidhogg's words and had little doubt about it. He almost knew their answer, but he wanted to make sure and asked. Kang Hyun just stood up and said that he would have to pass all this information on to the general staff so that they would be aware of it as well. As soon as he left, he was caught up by Kiesel, who started asking him how everything went and what she said. Hyunbo replied that they were going to inform the general staff about the statement and the dragon, but of course he didn't know if they would accept it or not. Chris added that regardless of their outcome, whether they would accept it or not, they themselves needed to be prepared for anything. Kai believed that Chris was right, because it was Nidhogg who told them about it, not anyone else, and he trusted him. Hyunbo also agreed with them, saying that they needed to be well prepared because they would most likely have to fight a big dragon soon. Dragons are called the race that founded magic because they had a large amount of mana, unlimited memory, and a strong body that was very difficult to pierce. Kesley was not happy that this monster was their enemy. He sighed and said that he would not even want to fight it. Hyunbo understood his feelings perfectly well, because he himself had no desire to fight such an enemy, but he had already made a promise to his dragon, so he could not break it. At the beginning of their acquaintance, he had said that he would make him a better dragon than the original, and now he had this chance. Even if there is a dragon, there is also a person who needs to be prepared for it. Although not everyone understood what the master was talking about. Henbo was referring to the person who protects the cave. Such people were called dragon protectors. They were their masters and protectors. And this girl who looked like an elf noticed that the master had now regained consciousness. The magic eye told her that it was true, though not for long. And then it told her that these enemies seemed incredibly strong. All worlds have their strongmen, and the master himself would like to become the strongest in this dimension. But the girl replied that the master did not think so. He said this because he did not want to overexert himself too much. But she knew that she could not give up, because she was still the protector that the master had personally chosen for her. So, the others said that they would follow her because she was their leader and first protector, so they would follow her orders. But the girl had only one order, and she said that their enemies had to be destroyed and done as soon as possible. Their allies were able to create 3 barriers from the Egyptian citadel later on, and they succeeded well. Some amenities were also created here, such as restaurants, shops or bars, power plants, water stations, and factories as well. Kiesel just asked if they were going to make money on their technology in this way, because it looks like a good start. Hyunbo just answered that war is fought with money, so it's not surprising that they chose this path, period. Kessel just sighed, realizing how much money it would take to do this. But there was nothing they could do about it. But as you stood there watching, you began to notice something strange, and Kiesel immediately said that they should go. So they did, and a short time later, the team arrived to find others gathered in a room with many people. People noticed that a new dungeon had appeared there, and Chris just calmly said that the store and the dungeon were connected. The protagonist asked how the situation was, and one of the soldiers said that it seemed that there were several more dungeons, although low level, but not just one. Therefore, Hyunbo decided to leave them, saying that he did not want to wait for instructions from the general staff, but in case of an emergency, he had to act, and he added that he would take full responsibility, period. All this happened incredibly spontaneously, but to some extent, the guy thought it would be even better for them. Previously, they had to find a way out on their own, but now everything was connected, and Chris added that there was a high chance that African dungeons would be the same. Hyunbo also said that he was sure that there was something here, and that they would have to face it later. Kessel said that they first needed to go to the headquarters, so the team decided to go there. At the meeting, where representatives of each faction were present, they started discussing the obvious question, but opinions were divided, because some people just wanted to observe what was happening, while others thought it was better to start the origin of the dungeon right away, and not delay. Hyunbo added that even though they were going to start clearing, they would have to stop the work for now. Kessel didn't understand why, because no one could have cleared the dungeon faster than them. Hyunbo confirmed that their team was stronger than all the allies put together, so it went without saying. Kessel still couldn't understand it because he hated standing on the sideline, but the master said that they were not just standing there, they were waiting for the right moment. Besides, it would be better for them to get together, and although Kessel did not accept this idea at first, he decided to listen to his master. Hyunbo was sure that this decision would be the best and most correct for them all. It was not long after that the second type of magic was activated and Hyunbo radioed it in. Immediately after that, many demons and other evil spirits began to rise up on his orders and an entire army gathered. But at the same time, the war really started between them. They said to attack and not to be afraid to destroy any building. Then one of the soldiers told the commander that there was an urgent report from the third barrier, so they continued their operation. Hyunbo was also ready to start, as they were the third barrier, and it was finally their turn. As soon as he got closer and was about to start, he felt the dragon's breath on him. But when he looked up, he realized that these were just monsters that resembled dragons, and they were not dragons. They were Drake and Draken, and they were very quickly approaching their base to destroy it. Seeing this, the guy immediately began to use a reflective shield to deflect all their attacks. At this point, Kessel didn't believe it was over, and Hyunbo added that it would be a good option, but he didn't think it was. It's unlikely that everything will end now, because a huge number of monsters are waiting for them ahead, and they will not just give up. After all that, the main character ordered everyone to gather, because now they had to start their punishment. He ordered to look closely at the one who controls this power of his creatures. And starting to use his magic, the main character created a large magic circle directing it at the monsters. After a while, all these giant golems began to fall to the ground, unable to withstand the power of this spell. Chris said that he was good enough with will and sacred power together to create a powerful spell. Meanwhile, Kezel and the others had already gotten further and were able to find the girl who was the dragon's protector. He didn't start the battle right away, just said that it was better not to behave like that. Then he added that he thought she was cool and he liked the scars on her body. Kiesel was in his usual style and then offered to have tea together, but without a guarantee that she would be able to drink it with her own hands. They were ready to start the battle, but more creatures appeared on both sides. She immediately asked Duran and Henry why they had come here at this time. They replied that their plan had failed because of Ciela, and they all needed to retreat immediately. They discovered that their opponents were backed by a legion and a team of vampires, so they couldn't win. Then a giant eye appeared and told them to retreat immediately. Kessel looked unhappy again, saying that he could have caught her right away, but Ciel was just running away. First, Hyunbo said that they needed to deal with the other monsters and then go after her. Period. He immediately went to the headquarters to tell them all about it and started by saying that they already understood a lot. The vampire who had been bitten by Iris was with him, and he introduced himself as a vampire from the Left Behind. And he wanted to ask one question, but then one of them asked him if he was really on the side of the human. They believed that monsters could not be on the side of humans, and some of their subordinates disappeared because of vampires and even had evidence of it. The Galleon apologized, saying that it had nothing to do with them, because he was sure that thanks to them, many more people were able to survive. But the man could not restrain himself, telling him to stop talking to him, because he was a monster. But Galleon said that this man also survived thanks to this monster. Then Hyunbo said that he understood why they were not believed, but vampires had existed since the creation of the earth. Therefore, he could guarantee that they were their allies, not their enemies, and it was much more important to work together now. All of these monsters were C-class dungeon bosses, and so far they had managed to trap them so that they would not escape. The commander has already realized that this battle is likely to be difficult, despite the fact that he managed to fight back at the first stage. And if these are the subordinates of the main boss, then most likely he can really be a dragon, as Nidhogg reported earlier. Later on, Galleon came to Hyunbo and Iris to tell them that a priest of darkness had come from the nest. It was the girl who was standing next to him, and she greeted the necromancer and his other men. Despite all this, the guy was quite skeptical about this conversation and remained cautious. The protagonist felt that this woman was not human because he did not feel any vital energy from her, as if the energy was opposite to that of humans. Then the girl said that she had stayed at the nest of the pitcher's moths by order of her master to take the boy there. Hyunbo decided not to refuse, but said that he would ask her one question first, and the girl agreed. The protagonist asked when he would be able to return back, and she replied that the fastest option would be half an hour, and the longest one would be a whole day. Hearing this answer, he learned everything he wanted to know, so he said that he agreed and would go with her. Chris then spoke up, saying that she knew this woman was a robot, but she didn't think it would be an Autobot. Finally, she walked closer to the portal and invited Hyunbo to follow her, so that they could go to the right place as soon as possible. Of course he went there with his team, and in a few seconds they were on the other side of the portal. There, the girl approached her host, who had been playing video games all this time and didn't even pay attention to the new guests. She approached him saying that the limit for the game was 6 hours, and according to the rules, now the limit would be halved to 3 hours. This child began to cry, saying that it was unfair, and begged him not to take away this time, and Henbo noticed a silver dragon in front of him. But then the child stopped crying, saying that he had to see the guests off, and saw several people behind him. Then this boy smiled and addressed the main character, saying that he really quickly felt his energy. Kessel noticed that if dragons do exist, then Gloria was unlikely to have used her full power, so she must be even stronger. Hai said that this was impossible because it was not a creature for a dungeon of this rank. It was much stronger. Then the boy said that in Africa there is a dragon, and they are the same creatures. That is why he felt it all so well. Chris was a little surprised to hear that he was also a dragon, and the boy replied with a smile, but added that he was still small. At the moment, he appears to be the only living dragon on the whole earth. Henbo then asked if all dragons were as strong as him, but the boy said that they were not, because he was special. The dragons left this world to survive, so he was left here alone, but his assistant added that he was still a child and not an adult dragon, so he could not do much. And then she explained that the people they had met were the dragon's guardians and that they were not yet strong enough to defeat those creatures. But the boy said that he could give these people a chance to increase their strength if they became his guardians. Hyunbo returned to his team, asking what would happen if they refused his offer. But the dragon replied that they should not worry about it, because it was just an offer, not a condition or an order. There are many advantages to being a dragon. The first is an incredibly long life, as it can live 5 or even 20 times longer than humans. The second advantage Kesla likes because he can be physically stronger by about 5 times, and this is exactly what he is working on. Henbo had already guessed what the third advantage would be, most likely the treasures left by the dragons, and at this point, Chris's eyes lit up as well. And the boy confirmed it, saying that if they became his guardians, he would be able to share this power with them all. However, he did not finish yet, and said the fourth advantage, saying that he would be able to share the body of a dragon with them. Their blood and meat are the best ingredients for elixir, and their bones are the best ingredients for weapons, so they will most likely need it. And the last fifth advantage, the dragon was willing to share its defense magic with its defenders. Henbo was silent for a while, and then said that they needed time to discuss and think about it, and the boy agreed, telling his assistant to guide them. Soon after, the whole team left his property and continued to discuss what they had heard from the little dragon for some time. Kaisel would have been happy to sign such a contract because he believed that it could be the perfect chance for them to become stronger. Chris and Kai also thought that this offer was very good and beneficial for them, so they did not see any reason to refuse it. However, despite all this, the master sighed and said that he would have to refuse. Chris didn't understand his position at all, asking why he was going to do this, because it could have been a great experience. But Hyunbo explained that he had become strong, and wanted to become even stronger in order to survive. Chris said that it would be even better, but Hyunbo pointed out that this was their problem. Hyunbo was really afraid that by doing so, he would just relax because of the dragon's protection, and stop moving at the pace he hadn't set. When he gets stronger, he always thinks that it might be enough, but it's not, because he always needs to become even stronger and more powerful than his next enemy. And if they get this power for nothing, they will hardly be able to find a way to become stronger than their enemies in the future. The master was really afraid of this and cannot afford to feel so safe. But he added that he does not force anyone to make the same choice as him, and they are free to choose for themselves. Hyungbo added that this is even in order for them to do what they think is right for them. Kaisel then started to speak, first saying that he was very loyal to his master, and he would like to keep their contact as it is now. Kai also said that his master had fulfilled his wishes, so he was going to follow him further. But suddenly the young man stood up, saying that they were leaving this room, so let them make a choice for themselves, and not for him. Kaisel then asked what he would do if the other 3 decided to become Dragon Guardian, and Hyunbo said that he had no specific plan yet, but they needed to replenish their strength. Then Hyunbo looked at the others, seeing that they were ready to talk about their decisions, and said that they should listen to them first and then think about how to proceed. The dragon asked to be the first to speak and asked his master if he could start speaking. Nidhogg said that the young man said that he would allow him to become better than a real dragon, and he wanted to do just that, not serve the dragon. Chris also had her doubts, but they made their choice and chose their master, and she hoped that they would be able to become even stronger as mages in the future. Hyunbo was somewhat surprised, but he was very pleased to hear this, and thanked them both. But he still had to listen to Iris's decision, so the main character asked her what she had chosen for herself, and the girl smiled and happily announced that she had decided to become a guardian. Kai was really surprised because he was sure that she would be on their side, but Hyunbo said that he respected her decision, but wanted to know why she decided to make such a choice. And Iris's answer was very simple. She just said that both this boy and she are children. They are children who have not yet been able to become adults. Iris also added that she likes to be in their team, but they will continue to see her as just a little child. But then this boy spoke up, telling her not to call him a child, because he had lived longer than she had. So Iris asked if he wanted her to call him a big brother. This surprised him even more, and he didn't know how to react, but he kinda liked it. Then his assistant sighed and said that it was not Peter's place to tell them about games and his comics. But the dragon said that he could not watch his first guardian's companion just lose his life, so he decided to help a little. The boy said he had 3 gifts for them, and showed them the first one. He poured his blood into several bottles and allowed them to drink it so that they should not think about the curse and just drink it, because in this way, they could become stronger. Hyunbo was then interested in the words about curses and decided to learn more about it. The boy explained that the dragon's blood could make a person stronger, but as a sacrifice, they would have to experience incredibly severe pain. But, of course, with his permission, there would be no curse in the blood. Then Chris calmed down, saying that in that case, they would only be winning in their own right. But if he could do that, then the little dragon could also slip them the cursed blood. And the boy agreed, saying that he could give them another bottle as an exception, since they wouldn't need that much blood anyway. Then the boy moved on to the second gift and snapped his fingers, and it appeared right next to him. Henbo noticed that this boy can use very powerful magic to create, and was even more surprised that the dragon gave him the dragon bone. The protagonist was even surprised. He couldn't believe that he was really giving it to them, but the boy thought that it was only a part of what they could get if you became guardians, because in that case, he could give them the whole dragon, and not this part. And finally, he showed them the last gift, and opened his palm with 2 whole dragon hearts. Henbo could not have expected such generosity, because these gifts are really incredibly valuable, so he thanked him sincerely. The dragon only said that they should use his gifts correctly, and let it be very clear when he becomes an adult dragon and show all his strength. Chris asked how long it would take, and the boy said that it could happen right now, but it would be best to wait another 5 years. Hyunbo thought about it, saying that it probably wouldn't be too hard to hold out for all those years, so they could do it. Then the young man stood up, saying that they were about to leave, although it seemed that the dragon was not happy to let them go so soon. Henbo explained that these gifts had given him new ideas, so he needed to do some research as soon as possible and figure out how to use them. The boy smiled, saying that it was not surprising for a magician, and then promised that he would look after Iris as well as they did. The boy said goodbye to her, but Kai still couldn't seem to let go of her, and realized that she was no longer with them. As soon as they left the property, Chris rushed to Hyunbo, saying quickly to give those hearts to her, but it seems he was in no hurry to do so. Kiesel decided to leave them to discuss, but asked that it not be for long. Hyunbo said that he would give all of them to Nidhogg because it could be very helpful, although the dragon did not expect it. The owner explained that it would make him even stronger, and Nidhogg thanked him for his generosity. Chris then began to investigate everything together with the master. They spent all the time in the laboratory, and several events have already happened. Firstly, the large-scale monster attacks stopped, and many rumors about the military started to circulate. Many people became dissatisfied with the military, but there were also those who were against the war, and those who wanted to stop the war completely and conquer the monsters in the human world. However, there were also people who benefited from the existence of monsters, which is why many people split into 2 sides and conflicts began. And there was one more big nuance because everything went according to the plan of their enemies. After a while, the main character went down to the basement where the dragon was and asked how he was feeling. Nidhogg replied that he was feeling much better and could even move, but Hyunbo wanted to describe his condition right away. Although it sounds strange, the dragon was now half alive and half dead at the same time. With mana, it could even regenerate its body as much as it wanted, and it had no limitations on its development. Hyunbo smiled, saying that now Nidhogg was becoming a real dragon, just as he wanted. However, he was very impressed by these words, and Hyunbo understood why, because usually this is impossible, but because of one mistake, everything changed. Henbo wanted to make him even stronger than a real dragon, which is why he named him Nidhogg, the mighty dragon of myths. But now the young man recognized that this was a big mistake, because names hold a certain power, and so it was in this case. Then when they met the silver dragon, the main character asked if all the dragons had left this world, and the boy answered that most of the dragons had left this place, but some individual dragons could still be on the earth. Some of them became part of the forest of the mountains or the lake, and some of them even managed to become part of this galaxy. And the worst part of it all was that among those dragons that remained on Earth, there was a real Nidhogg. The dragon's soul has blossomed in space, and it will try to take his body, so there is only one way to protect Nidhogg. Hyunbo said that his dragon must become even stronger and defeat the one who will try to take his flesh. Nidhogg promised him that he would never lose, that he would become stronger, and would be able to defeat any enemy, no matter how powerful. Hyunbo was pleased that his dragon was so serious and confident about this, so he said that it was time to begin. He wanted to test his body to make it stronger. It turned out that Henbo already had the 8th circle of magic, and according to Chris's words, the historical records of her home planet Idea were less than 30, which was very little folder. In addition, the dragon's blood raised his limits, and Chris Kai and Kesla's fortunes also increased remarkably, but there was still one who had not yet drunk the dragon's blood, namely Nidhogg. But Hyunbo didn't worry too much about it, because the dragon still had the highest limit of them all. Chris then came to the master, saying that she had a question, and asked if he should know everything about himself before reaching the 8th circle, and Hyunbo agreed. He then added that he had had enough of her questions, as this was the 78th question she had asked him, but Chris really couldn't stop, because for her, the 8th circle of magic was a big dream. Meanwhile, Kezel told the host that they had most likely already arrived at the meeting place. They were told that they would be able to get to any place in this palanquin, and then the whole team got inside, continuing their conversation. They were really surprised by this transportation because they didn't have much hope for it, but it really surprised them. They had to fly for a really long time, and it was not until nightfall that they were able to get out under the full moon. There they met Justin, who even without looking at them felt their presence and greeted them because they had not seen each other for a long time. The man felt that the necromancer had already entered the 8th circle, although there was only a 90% chance of not getting it. After that, John led them to the laboratory, and they walked in silence, and soon found themselves in the right place. John said that the guy was already where he needed to be, and that he had to wait a little longer. He also congratulated him because the main character had made another big step towards becoming a top-level magician, and Hyunbo thanked him, but knew that it was not over yet. After that, Yeon asked him what he thought about what would happen in the future world. Without even waiting for his answer, he assured him that it would only get harder, and he could not wait for any indulgences. Those who want the war and those who are against it are not enemies, because now everyone was for themselves. It turned out that it was because of all this that everyone was allowed to live with respect for each other, and at least such conflicts stopped happening. But now society needs to be governed by a strong minority, not by a weak majority, and the guy was in full agreement with his opinion. However, it will still be very difficult to accept it, and in any case it can become a big problem in the current world. Of course, John added that there are those who will oppose any changes and will not be their biggest enemies. The man said that he would like to talk about this for a longer time, but they don't have much time, so they need to start right now. Hyunbo didn't speak out loud. He just thought about the sacrifices that need to be made on the altar, and if John goes up there himself, it is logical what the result will be. John said that the price for the opportunity to see the future was incredibly high. He tied his hand and turned to the boy, saying that he should do the same. The young man took hold of the rope, asking if they would have to stand in front of something big and strong. Young Bo only replied that it was better to do it if he was afraid that he couldn't pay the price. And then the man added that it wouldn't affect him badly and wouldn't hurt him, so he shouldn't worry. Hyunbo did as he said, saying he would believe him, and tied the rope. When everything was ready, Yong clapped his hands and said that it was time to start, and then they stood opposite each other. After a while, the boy saw a giant dragon in front of him, which began to roar at him and attack him. He began to make his enemies disappear and become part of his body and soul, continuing to attack the entire team. Henbo has already noticed that this is a destruction or absorption. He watched in horror as the dragon destroys absolutely everything in its path. For a moment, the protagonist was even afraid that there would be nothing left after the fight with Nidhogg, who managed to take away the dragon's body. The guy continued to observe what was happening. He was in a great shock, but realized that this is the worst case scenario for the future. Even after returning there and receiving the great power, it was not enough for them, and Henbo realized that he had to become even stronger. Then the whole team came up to the master. They were all very scared when he stopped moving, and were happy to see that he was okay now. However, Hyunbo himself did not remember the moment when he stopped moving, because all this time, he was at least in minimal movement. He said that there was no need to worry, because while his soul was looking at the future, it simply did not react to what was happening in the real world, and he hoped that Hyunbo would be able to learn from what he saw, because the price for that was damage to his internal organ. Hyunbo thanked him, saying that what he had seen with his own eyes would not be in vain. Drops of blood flowed down his face, but the man said that in any case, the future that the boy saw could always change. Then Hyunbo noticed that John was getting worse, so he asked Kiesel to help him, and added that they needed to go back and discuss the future he had just seen. They arrived home and put exhausted John on the bed to rest, and eventually the man fell asleep, while the team continued to discuss what had happened. They began to worry that they might all disappear after what happened, but the owner said that this future is not yet certain. But in any case, they need to prepare for the worst case scenario. Chris said that they would have a lot of work to do, and that they should not waste time because anything could happen at any time. Hyunbo then suggested that they should first do the most important things that they had been putting off for so long, and he meant putting off the points they had received earlier. Realizing this, Chris came up to him saying that she would be the first. She added that she hadn't had as much of a breakthrough as Kezel and Kai, and in this state, she would just be a hindrance to them. Hyunbo thought that this was true, because now the weakest among them was the chair, even though she had been one of the strongest before. The owner turned on his phone and looked at her stats, seeing that she had 199 unused points left. But then Hyunbo informed him that she had received the 7th circle of magic, and Kezel immediately congratulated her, like everyone else. However, Chris still thought that she was not as good as the others, although Kai and Kezel thought differently because she had gotten a high circle of magic, and there were almost no such powerful mages on the continent of Idea, where she used to live. In any case, She was pleased to receive all these congratulations and was a little pleased with herself. Kessel was the next to call up, saying that it was his turn, and he really wanted to improve his skills. After that, the master asked what he wanted to improve, and Kessel said that everything except sacred power and dark magic. He had 61 points left, but Hyunbo first drew attention to his race, namely the Gray Spirit, and the guy thought it was quite interesting. But his stats were really very high, and it pleased both him and the rest of the team. Since he was finished, Kai said that he would be next, and added that he wanted to increase only magic and nothing else. Hyunbo looked at his stats and said that in addition to his stamina, his stats had already increased. Kessel was immediately disappointed and emotionally exclaimed that he had lost and started swearing. But the owner said that Kai's magic was already very high, so he didn't know whether to increase it, but he was a legionnaire, so it was not surprising that this particular point was so high. Finally, it was over, and the master began to talk about what they all knew, although they didn't want to say it and admit it, but they had a good chance of losing to their enemy. That is why they need to prepare very well in order to win this fight and, above all, to survive. People still did not know that time was not on the side of humanity, which is why fighting with each other is the greatest tragedy, because instead of training and increasing their strength before fighting the enemy, they were destroying each other. At this point, Henbo began to think about whether it was worth becoming the guardian of the Silver Dragon, and whether he should have accepted Aristo's offer to become his disciple. However, in the end, he chose to fight alone with his companions, and the protagonist recognized that no one forced him to do so. He knew that he had to choose, and that this choice would be incredibly difficult, and Hyunbo thought about it a lot, and for a long time, but in the end, he was able to come to a conclusion. Despite the fact that the opinions did not differ so much between everyone believed that their choice was right and did not want to change it. Surviving in such a dangerous world is indeed quite difficult, but there is only one true way, and that is faith in yourself and the eternal struggle. And no matter how horrible the possible future might be, he knew that he would not stop and would not allow himself to just go with the flow. Hyunbo declared that they would fight no matter what, and eventually they would win this fierce and difficult battle. He knew that the enemy was already waiting for him. He knew that this battle could happen at any moment, and he also knew that he would not give up, but would continue to fight.